Chapter 1. My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. In the realm of Qingyun, within the Great Liang Kingdom, in the city of Luyuan, the Shin family. 3 young maidens frolic and bathe in a pool, their alluring forms partially veiled by layers of mist, creating a scene both enchanting and tumultuous. Qiu Aoshue raises her long, delicate leg, stepping from the water towards Shun Liangkai. The voluptuous curves of her physique sway rhythmically with each step. Useless wretch, lick my feet clean, hurry up! Shun Liangkai, clad in tattered rags and bruised all over, is shackled to a tree by iron chains. The remnants of stale food in a broken bowl emit a foul stench. Having been blinded and left in utter darkness, he is oblivious to the fact that Qiu Aoshue stands before him, completely unclothed, without a hint of modesty. Faced with such humiliation, his heart seethes with rage. A gentleman may be slain, but never insulted. If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, I swear that I will take the lives of you and your mother and reclaim what is rightfully mine. Qiu Aoshue sneers, you a blind and broken fool. Dare to speak such bravado? Let me tell you, both your life and the position of family head belong to my mother and me. You are merely a dog I can command you to live or die at my whim. Do you understand? Shun Liangkai clenches his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Yet Qiu Aoshue continues her torment, forcefully pressing his head to the ground and grinding her foot into him with cruel intent. Shun Liangkai struggles desperately, and despite his grievous injuries, the intense humiliation fuels his resolve to rise. Useless! You dare to resist? Have you lost your mind? With a swift slap, Qiu Aoshue leaves his cheek bruised and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for my mother's lingering affections, you would already be dead. Compared to my junior brother, you are but a speck of dust. Qiu Aoshue wears an expression of arrogant disdain, her beauty renowned as one of the 4 great beauties of Luyan City. Yet in this moment, her demeanor resembles that of a rabid dog. Shun Liangkai grits his teeth, his fury boiling within him. Years ago, Qiu Rong and her daughter had begged on the streets, and Shun Liangkai's mother, feeling pity, took them into the Shun household. Not only did she teach them martial arts, but they also became sisters, and an engagement was arranged between Shun Liangkai and Qiu Aoshue. However, after Shun Liangkai's parents were murdered, Qiu Rong, citing his youth, gradually assumed control of the Shin family. She even dismantled the ancestral shrine and stole the family treasure, the 9 turns Jade Emperor Ginseng, allowing her to break through to the acquired realm of martial arts. The martial arts hierarchy consists of 7 realms: blood transformation, bone forging, acquired, innate, master, and grandmaster. The acquired realm is considered top tier throughout Luyan City. Having lost his claim to the family headship, Shun Liangkai is subjected to torment and captivity by Qiu Rong. He had his eyes gouged out and transplanted to his junior apprentice, Qin Haoshuan, a truly inhumane act. Look at that defiant expression. Are you angry? If you have the ability, bite me. Qiu Aoshue mocks, tauntingly slapping Shun Liangkai's face. You worthless creature! Dare you not? A man like you, so utterly inept, if I were to marry you, my life would be over. With abundant resources at her disposal, Qiu Aoshue has now reached the late stage of bone forging. Even without injuries, Shun Liangkai would stand no chance against her. However, the continuous torment and humiliation push Shun Liangkai to a breaking point. Summoning an inexplicable courage, he lunges at Qiu Aoshue. Caught off guard, she is thrown to the ground by the typically meek Shun Liangkai. He feels the weight of her body pressing down on him, momentarily stealing his breath. But disregarding everything, he bites down. Ah! Qiu Aoshue lets out a piercing scream. Though she possesses latest-stage bone forging prowess, a bite to her sensitive area sends shivers through her body. Useless fool! You seek death. Qiu Aoshue kicks Shun Liangkai away with force. He crashes against a boulder, groaning as he falls. Having been publicly overpowered and bitten by this worthless wretch, Qiu Aoshue feels utterly humiliated. In a fit of rage, she stomps heavily on Shun Liangkai's chest. The tremendous force causes Shun Liangkai to spurt blood, darkness creeping into his vision. Though he struggles to remain conscious, it is to no avail. His injuries are too severe. Shun Liankai can only despairingly feel his consciousness dissipate until it is utterly extinguished. Enough! At some point, Qiu Rong has arrived. Though she is past her 30s, she is remarkably well preserved, exuding an air of mature elegance. Especially in certain areas, she seems even more prominent than her daughter, Qiu Aoxue. I told you before, do not take his life unless absolutely necessary. If he dies, our reputation will surely suffer. Upon her mother's arrival, Qiu Aoxue finally relents. Master, it seems Shun Liankai has lost his breath. At this moment, the other two maidens approach the pool, one named Yuanan, Qiu Rong's second disciple, and the other, Wu Huiwe, the third disciple, whose youthful beauty is striking despite her voluptuous figure. The youngest is Qin Haoshuan, who had received Shun Liankai's eyes. Upon hearing this, Qiu Rong furrows her brow but quickly regains her composure. Then take him to the back mountain and bury him. For Qiu Rong, Shun Liankai's death is inconsequential. Her concern lies solely with her own reputation. Yet now that he is deceased, she no longer cares. Shun Liankai is buried by two servants on a hillside. Not long after they leave, dark clouds gather, winds howl, and thunder rumbles ominously. Crack! A bolt of purple lightning strikes down, wide as a bowl. Then, torrential rain pours down, swiftly forming a flood. Perhaps it is divine intervention. The freshly buried Shun Liankai is washed out by the deluge. He suddenly opens his eyes, enduring the pain as he struggles to crawl out of the pit. Heaven, I, Shun Liankai, have never committed any heinous acts. Why do you treat me so? Why do you allow this pair of venomous mother and daughter to roam free? Why is this happening to me? Shun Liankai's expression is one of sorrow and fury. He spreads his arms wide, howling to the sky, letting the torrential rain drench him. Whoosh! A gust of wind, mixed with rain, sweeps over him, knocking him to the ground. He stubbornly rises, only to be blown down again. And again he rises, only to fall yet again. This cycle repeats countless times, yet he remains unyielding, standing tall once more. He angrily points to the heavens. Fine, even you wish for my death. Then let me declare, my fate is mine to command, not yours to dictate. As soon as the words leave his lips, a mightier bolt of lightning strikes him down. His body trembles violently, his eyes widening in disbelief. Perhaps having endured too much injustice, until the moment he collapses, his eyes remain defiantly open. It is this bolt of lightning that awakens something within Shun Liankai. The rain does not cease, rather, it intensifies. At a certain moment, a shadow cloaked in black emerges from the dense forest, approaching Shun Liankai. Chapter 2, Yin-Yang Harmonie Technique. The figure beneath the cloak is indistinct, the face obscured, save for a pair of shimmering blue eyes. He bends down, placing his right hand over Shun Liankai's pulse for a moment, his eyes revealing a glimmer of surprise. I have searched for hundreds of years. I never expected to encounter a pure yang, celestial body in this mundane realm. Truly, one can find treasure without effort. As he speaks, he forms hand seals, a purple glow radiating, infused with waves of spiritual energy that envelop Shun Liankai's body. In an instant, a powerful life force spreads out. The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolds. Under the influence of this life force, Shun Liankai's injuries heal at an observable rate. Even the eyes taken by Qiu Rong and her daughter begin to reform. In mere moments, Shun Liankai's injuries are completely restored, his entire being transformed as if reborn. He opens his eyes, and the first sight that meets him is the figure clad in black. Senior, did you save me? The cloaked figure gestures dismissively. That is of little importance. First, listen to what I have to say. I am a close friend of the pure Yang True Monarch. 500 years ago, to seize the alchemical treasure, the supreme Qian Kuan furnace, 6 transcendent beings united to attack the pure Yang True Monarch. The pure Yang True Monarch single-handedly defeated the 6, yet was ultimately betrayed by his beloved, the fairy Biao, who, with her dying breath, entrusted me to seek out those with the pure Yang celestial body and impart my knowledge. You are the one the pure yang, true monarch sought. As soon as he finishes speaking, the cloaked figure points a finger, a cascade of light flashing and entering Shun Liankai's brow. Shun Liankai feels a sharp pain in his head as a torrent of complex memories force their way into his mind. Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, Supreme Qian Kuan Furnace. Shun Liankai's expression is one of astonishment. His consciousness plunges into his mind, and he discovers a technique named Yin-Yang Harmony Technique intricately imprinted within his memory. Moreover, he finds that above his dantian, a furnace the size of a broad bean has emerged. This furnace, though small, is exquisitely crafted, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, surrounded by waves of celestial energy. The Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique is a method of harnessing the yin to supplement the yang, intended for dual cultivation with women to enhance one's cultivation. Though the pursuit of immortality is, in essence, an act against the heavens, one must never contravene a woman's will aside from punishing evil and promoting good. To inherit the teachings of the pure yang true monarch is to become his disciple. Should you achieve success in your studies in the future, you must venture to the pure yang immortal palace to slay the fairy Biao, avenging your pure yang true monarch. Furthermore, today's events must remain undisclosed to anyone. Both the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique and the Supreme Qiankuan Furnace are unparalleled treasures within the realm of cultivation. For 5 centuries, the fairy Biao has never ceased her quest for these two artifacts. Until you possess the strength for self-preservation, do not divulge your relationship with the pure yang, true monarch. After a series of admonitions, the figure cloaked in black vanished into the rain-soaked night. Immortal cultivation? Does this mean I am now a cultivator? Shun Liankai took a moment to comprehend, and had it not been for the overwhelming reality of the situation, he might have thought himself to be dreaming. As he sifted through his memories, Shun Liankai learned that cultivation is categorized into 8 major realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Shun Liankai was at the initial stage of Qi refining, having just entered the ranks of cultivators. Situated in the capital of the great Liang Kingdom, Luoyuan City is not devoid of martial prowess. Yet, the most formidable warriors in the great Liang Kingdom are merely grandmasters of martial arts, standing at an insurmountable chasm from cultivators. It is no exaggeration to assert that even the weakest cultivator could effortlessly overpower a grandmaster of martial arts. To the populace of the great Liang Kingdom, cultivators are exalted beings, revered and seldom seen in the mortal realm. Thus, Shun Liankai had only heard fragmented tales of them since childhood, never having made true acquaintance. And now, he had become a genuine cultivator, possessing the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique and the supreme Qiankuan Furnace treasures of the cultivation world. How could he not be exhilarated? Yet, the thought of avenging the pure yang, true monarch weighed heavily upon him. According to the description provided by the figure in black, the fairy Biao had already attained the realm of tribulation crossing 5 centuries ago and had been relentlessly searching for the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique and the supreme Qiankuan Furnace. Even if Shun Liankai did not actively seek her out, he could be discovered and eliminated at any moment. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape their fate. First, I must deal with the ungrateful trio, Qirong, Qiao Aoxue, and Qin Haoshuan before making further plans. Shun Liankai's pupils gleamed with determination as he turned towards the Shun family. At the Shun residence, in a side chamber, Qiao Aoxue, clad in a diaphanous white veil, reclined upon the bed, her alluring figure partially obscured. Qin Haoshuan sat at the bedside, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, his desires flaring to life. "Senior sister, you are truly stunning." Qin Haoshuan could not refrain from expressing his admiration, having long coveted Qiao Aoxue. However, due to the constraints of their identities, he had never dared to act upon his desires. With a sultry glance, Qiao Aoxue's delicate hand caressed Qin Haoshuan's neck as she softly inquired, "Since you admire me, why do you hesitate to act? Senior sister is betrothed to Shun Liankai. It would be improper for me to disrupt the established order." Qin Haoshuan replied, "How could that waste of space, Shun Liankai, possibly compare to you? My body belongs solely to you, my little junior brother." Qiao Aoxue declared, as she effortlessly nestled into Qin Haoxuan's embrace, her soft form pressing against his chest, her eyes brimming with longing. Faced with such temptation, Qin Haoxuan's desires ignited completely, and he turned to press Qiao Aoshue beneath him, intent on indulging his passions. Bang! At that moment, the door was forcefully kicked open. Shun Liangkai strode in. Chapter 3. The incompetent roar with her captivating eyes like silk. Qiao Aoshue gave a faint nod. Shun Liangkai remained unfazed as he exited the room alongside Qin Haoxuan. You worthless fool, perish! Qin Haoxuan's large hand lunged toward Shun Liangkai, grasping him with the intent of seizing him as one would a chick. The strength behind this strike was formidable, enveloping the surrounding space in a terrifying aura, aiming to bind Shun Liangkai completely. As Qiu Rong's most capable disciple, Qin Haoxuan had reached the mid-stage of bone tempering, merely one realm below Qiu Aoshue. His prowess was among the elite of the younger generation within the Shin family. A casual strike from him was beyond the capacity of someone as inept as Shun Liangkai to withstand. While unleashing his hand, an arrogant smile spread across Qin Haoxuan's face, as if he believed this blow would secure his victory over Shun Liangkai. However, just as Qin Haoxuan's hand reached out, he suddenly felt an unknown force lock onto him, rendering him immobile despite his desperate struggles. Break! With that single word uttered by Shun Liangkai, Qin Haoxuan let out a piercing scream of agony. His arm was brutally snapped, exposing the stark white bone beneath, a sight most horrifying. Blood gushed from the fracture, pooling on the ground and emanating a foul metallic scent. Fear flickered in Qin Haoxuan's eyes, cold sweat pouring from him. These eyes are mine. The time for their return has come. Before Qin Haoxuan could react, Shun Liangkai had already descended upon him, directly extracting his eyes. My eyes, my eyes! Shun Liangkai paid no heed to Qin Haoxuan's cries and made his way back to Qiu Aoshue's chamber. Shun Liangkai, how can it be you, my junior disciple? Qiu Aoshue exclaimed, somewhat surprised by his return that I took care of him. Shun Liangkai replied nonchalantly, what a joke! You a mere waste. How could you possibly contend with my junior disciple? Qiu Aoshue dismissed him, her face twisting with scorn and disdain that he must have had pressing matters to attend to and chose to ignore you. Think what you will. Shun Liangkai was not inclined to waste words with Qiu Aoshue. He had now approached her bed, gazing closely at her alluring figure, which appeared even more enticing in close proximity. This proximity intensified the circulation of his yin-yang harmony technique, causing a surge of wicked passion within him, leading him to unexpectedly grasp Qiu Aoshue's chin. Have you lost your mind? Qiu Aoshue protested, rising in distaste. Yet before she could make another move, Shun Liangkai seized her hands and forcefully pushed her back onto the bed. You worthless fool! Release me! Do you believe I won't? Before Qiu Aoshue could finish her sentence, her lips were silenced by Shun Liangcai's kiss. Instinctively, she struggled, seizing the moment to bite down on Shun Liangcai's tongue. You worthless fool! What are you doing? Qiu Aoshue instinctively inquired, didn't you desire this? What if I take you? Shun Liangkai spat blood, a wicked smile creeping across his face. You have long been rendered useless to me. Apart from drenching me in your saliva, what worth do you possess? Best to get lost. Qiu Aoshue surveyed Shun Liangkai, her face a mask of revulsion. Then allow me to demonstrate my true worth. Her declaration ignited Shun Liangcai's primal instinct for dominance. Like a beast, he pushed Qiu Aoshue down onto the bed. You dare to take liberties with me? I will kill you. Get off me at once. As the yin-yang harmony technique circulated, within moments, Shun Liangcai's cultivation ascended from the first to the second stage of qi refinement. The sounds of their entanglement penetrated the walls, reaching Qin Haoxuan's ears outside. In a fit of rage, Qin Haoxuan howled, fully aware of the debauchery unfolding within, that a wave of inexplicable humiliation consumed him. Hearing the woman he cherished being taken by another filled him with a sense of impotence more unbearable than death itself. Shun Liangkai, I will tear you to shreds. Qin Haoxuan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. His words were fueled by a degree of confidence. After all, he was not only Qiu Rong's disciple, but also part of a powerful family in Luoyuan City. His uncle, Qin Mingyuan, was an inner elder of the formidable Seven Mysterious Sect, a late-stage practitioner of the postnatal realm. It was safe to say that Qin Haoxuan had grown up with a golden key in hand. Now, suffering such humiliation at the hands of Shun Liangkai, He found it impossible to swallow his pride. A fool who can't even protect his own woman dares to threaten me with dismemberment? You will never have that opportunity in this lifetime. At that moment, Shen Liangkai emerged from Qiu Aoshua's chamber, casting a derisive glance at the impotent Qin Haoshuan. Seeing Shen Liangkai's emergence, Qin Haoshuan immediately reined in his previous fierce demeanor. This indicated that he harbored a deep-seated fear of Shen Liangkai, instinctively retreating. Shen Liangkai, however, paid him no further attention and left the area. Throughout, he had never regarded Qin Haoshuan as a threat, let alone felt the need to eliminate him. In the opulent chamber of the Shen family's rear courtyard, the scent of incense wafted through the air. Through the window, the muffled moans of Qiu Rong could be heard. Though she was just past 30, she had long been without a man, her desires insatiable. Since taking full control of the Shen family, Qiu Rong's life had become increasingly extravagant. This indulgence extended well beyond material desires. Her cravings in intimate matters surpassed those of ordinary women. And she harbored several peculiar tastes that, at this moment, her second disciple, Yu Anan, was attending to her needs. Though Yu Anan had a conventional disposition, he found himself compelled to acquiesce under Qiu Rong's pressure. With a fresh, innocent appearance reminiscent of a girl next door, Yu Anan was indeed a rare beauty. Just then, someone entered to deliver news. Qiu Rong's body abruptly ceased its movements, and she donned a robe with lingering reluctance. What is the matter so urgent? The eldest young miss is in trouble. Chapter 4. I learned many techniques from my master. The messenger recounted in detail the events that had transpired in Qiu Aoshua's chamber. Is this true? Qiu Rong's eyes widened with astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face. Absolutely true. I would not dare to lie. Fury surged within Qiu Rong. She rose from her bed, exclaiming, "That worthless fool dares to treat Aoshua like this. I shall go and slay this villain." However, before she could make a move, a figure clad in white appeared silently within the courtyard. "Qiu Rong, you wish to kill me? I offer you this opportunity. Go ahead." Shen Liangkai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the flushed Qiu Rong with a smile. Qiu Rong, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure, her voice dripping with venom. "That I never expected this worthless fool would seek death on his own." Yu Anan was equally surprised that Shen Liangkai would dare approach Qiu Rong. After all, Qiu Rong was a formidable postnatal realm practitioner, ranking among the top 3 in Luoyuan City. Even if Shen Liangkai possessed the ability to dominate Qiu Aoshua and Qin Haoshuan, he was undoubtedly no match for Qiu Rong. Yu Anan. Shen Liangkai appeared to be courting death. Then feel free to act. Shen Liangkai remained calm, unfazed. Although Qiu Rong was a strong postnatal practitioner, she could never hope to rival a cultivator. The disparity between martial artists and cultivators was akin to comparing a spark to the sun. Utterly incomparable. Moreover, Shen Liangkai had just broken through to the second stage of qi refinement, his strength surging once more. Yet, Qiu Rong was entirely unaware of this. Upon hearing Shen Liangkai's words, disdain flickered in her eyes as she jeered. "I fail to comprehend where this worthless fool derives his confidence. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall show you the might of a postnatal realm practitioner." Before her words had fully settled, Qiu Rong gathered her inner energy and struck toward Shen Liangkai with a palm. She exerted only 50% of her strength, barely moving her body, completely dismissing Shen Liangkai. The energy transformed into a palm strike, whistling through the air with terrifying might. This demonstrated that Qiu Rong had mastered the ability to project her energy outward. Though she used only 50% of her strength, even a postnatal practitioner would not dare to underestimate it. Nevertheless, Shen Liangkai remained composed, enveloped in an invisible force that as the palm strike approached, it seemed to vanish into thin air the moment it neared that unseen energy. As if it had never existed at all. Qiu Rong and Yu Anan exchanged incredulous glances, their faces painted with disbelief, unable to fathom the method Shen Liangkai had employed. "It seems that you, worthless fool, have obtained some kind of treasure that allows you to disregard my attacks," Qiu Rong surmised, a cold smile gracing her lips. "That if so, I shall kill you and seize your treasure." This time, Qiu Rong unleashed her full power, channeling her energy to its utmost limit, and struck at Shen Liangkai with all her might. Diamond Wind Thunderpalm. This was Qiu Rong's strongest technique, honed over many years to perfection. The strike was fierce and commanding, accompanied by the roaring sounds of wind and thunder. The energy surged forth, forcing Yu Anon to retreat several steps involuntarily. Kill me. Do you truly believe you possess that capability? In the face of such a domineering assault, Shen Liangkai simply waved his hand nonchalantly, his spiritual energy flaring. Boom! Qiu Rong's palm strike shattered, and her body was sent flying backward, a mouthful of blood erupting from her lips. She felt as though her very being was on the verge of being crushed, her combat effectiveness obliterated. Yu Anon covered her red lips with her delicate hand. Utterly stunned, she was acutely aware of Qiu Rong's formidable strength, initial stage of the acquired realm, yet possessed a remarkable ability to challenge those beyond her level that in the past. A mid-stage acquired expert's attempt to confront Qiu Rong had ended in a crushing defeat, a spectacle that had caused quite a stir in Luoyuan City. However, in this moment, even with Qiu Rong unleashing her ultimate move, the golden steel wind thunder palm, she was effortlessly overwhelmed by Shen Liangkai. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Yu Anon would never have dared to believe such a reality. What has made you so suddenly powerful? Qiu Rong trembled as she inquired, her voice quaking with disbelief. She could never have imagined that one day she would be defeated in a single blow by Shen Liangkai, whom she had deemed a waste. Shen Liangkai, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with Qiu Rong, bypassed her entirely, his gaze settling on Yu Anon. Yu Anon, like a startled bird, felt her body tremble involuntarily. Shen Liangkai, although I previously looked down on you and occasionally mocked you, I truly have not done anything to harm you. I beg you, spare my life. She was still young, with a bright future ahead. Unwilling to face an untimely demise without reason, in the face of death. What was pride worth? Shen Liangkai remained non-committal, but as Yu Anon had pointed out, aside from her usual sarcastic jabs, she had not crossed any significant lines. Time dragged on painfully for Yu Anon, as she feared Shen Liangkai would refuse her plea. She quickly added, "If you spare me, I will be yours. I can do anything for you." Shen Liangkai smiled faintly. "Do you truly mean that? Of course, I can serve you. I've learned many skills from my master that will ensure your comfort." Cough, cough. Shen Liangkai's gaze shifted, revealing an odd glint. He was unaware of the intimate nature of the relationship between Qiu Rong and Yu Anon. "If you wish to save your life, then go and cripple Qiu Rong's tendons, and I shall spare you." He tossed a dagger towards Yu Anon. Yu Anon was taken aback, her heart wrestling with conflicting emotions. Yet ultimately, she grasped the dagger and stepped toward Qiu Rong, one cautious step after another. Qiu Rong's face turned ashen as she retreated on the ground. "You wretched girl, what do you intend to do? Are you betraying me?" Holding the dagger aloft, Yu Anon advanced, her resolve hardening with each inch closer to Qiu Rong. "Master, I admit I am selfish and have disrespected my teachings, but I truly do not wish to die. Master, please understand my plight and do not resist." Fear flickered across Qiu Rong's features as she continued to back away. No, wretched girl, do not come any closer." However, Yu Anon offered no reprieve, swiftly severing Qiu Rong's tendons with decisive precision. The onlookers gasped in cold sweat, astonished by the seemingly docile Yu Anon's ruthless actions against her own master. "Shen Liangkai, I do not care how you've become so strong, but you will pay dearly for this." Qiu Rong, now incapacitated, seethed from the ground. Shen Liangkai remained unfazed. The commotion attracted numerous members of the Shen family, including Qiu Rong's third disciple, Wu Huiwe. Upon witnessing Qiu Rong's pitiful state, shock washed over the faces of the onlookers, Wu Huiwe included. Through Yu Anon's recounting, Wu Huiwe learned of the events that transpired. She clasped her hand over her mouth, her gaze toward Shen Liangkai, filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend his sudden transformation. "Shen Liangkai, you have disregarded family rules and committed an affront. Escaping justice today will be impossible." At that moment, Qiu Aoxue arrived with the Shen family's elder, Shen Tinghai, and several other elders. Qin Haoshuan, supported by others, was also present. "Please, elder, execute this person on the spot." Qiu Aoshue's cold gaze swept over Shen Liangkai as she addressed Shen Tinghai. The memories of Shen Liangkai's past actions ignited a surge of indignation within her. Yet, inexplicably, the sensations from that fateful encounter lingered in her mind, leaving her conflicted. Shen Tinghai nodded slightly. After all, Qiu Rong had been his partner for many years. He could not stand idly by while she was subjected to such cruelty by Shin Liangkai. With a wave of his hand, several elders of the Shin family surrounded Shin Liangkai, the weakest among them at the late stage of bone refinement. Shin Tenghai, having achieved the acquired realm, was even stronger than Qiu Rong. In the face of Shin Tenghai, Shin Liangsai's fate seemed sealed. Yet, Shin Liangsai's demeanor remained calm as he surveyed the group. Shin Tenghai, given your past contributions to the Shun family, if you submit to me now, I may spare your life. However, should you insist on defending Qiu Rong and her daughter, you will find only a path to death. Shin Tenghai laughed mockingly, his gaze at Shun Liangkai rife with scorn. Qiu Aoshua joined in the derision. You pathetic waste dare to speak so boldly before the elder. You truly are oblivious to your own mortality. The other members of the Shin family looked at Shun Liangkai with pity. Miss, do not waste your breath on this fool. Watch how I deal with him. Shin Tenghai smirked, and before he could finish his sentence, he conjured a devastating palm strike aimed directly at Shin Liangkai. Imbued with overwhelming destructive power, intent on claiming his life, Shin Liangkai frowned as the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique quietly activated. Before Shin Tenghai's palm could land, a flicker of energy surged from his fingertips. Whoosh! Shin Tenghai failed to react in time as a gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appeared on his forehead, blood gushing forth. His eyes bulged, disbelief etched across his face as he realized the former waste had suddenly become so formidable. His lips moved as if to say something, but his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The onlookers were left in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. They had believed Shin Liangkai had no chance against Shin Tenghai, that he was doomed. Yet now, he had decisively defeated an opponent stronger than Qiu Rong in a single blow. Such power surpassed all expectations. Qiu Aoshua trembled, her eyes wide with incredulity. Perhaps only Qin Mingyuan could contend with him now. Who else wishes to die? Shun Liangsai's icy gaze swept across the crowd, his words chilling to the bone. With just a single sentence, the elders of the Shun family quaked in fear, having witnessed Shun Tenghai's demise. They dared not continue risking their lives, kneeling and begging for mercy. Shun Liangkai, having lost interest in further bloodshed, turned his gaze towards Qiu Rong and demanded, "Speak. Why did my parents die? And who is the murderer?" It must be said, Qiu Rong was indeed a formidable character. Even with her legs crippled, she refused to yield. You wretched spawn, you shall never learn the truth in this lifetime. If you have the ability, then kill me. Shin Liangsai's eyes gleamed with intensity as he replied, "Killing you is no different than squashing an ant. However, I will not allow your death to come so easily." With that, he commanded the Shin family to imprison Qiu Rong, Qin Haoshuan, and others in the dungeon. His eyes flickered with determination. The truth behind his parents' demise lay solely with Qiu Rong. The Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique contained a soul-searching method, capable of penetrating the consciousness of others to unveil their memories. As the crowd dispersed, only Shin Liangkai and Qiu Aoshua remained in the courtyard. Qiu Aoshua seemed to sense what was about to unfold, a mix of shame and an unexpected anticipation brewing within her. "Waste, what do you intend to do?" Shin Liangsai's gaze swept over Qiu Aoshua. "What do you think?" After his previous indulgences, she appeared even more alluring, her femininity accentuated, causing the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique within Shin Liangkai to stir once again. Recalling Qiu Aoshua's past betrayal ignited a desire for revenge within him. Before she could resist, he swiftly scooped her up and carried her into the room. "Release me at once, you shameless scoundrel." Qiu Aoshua struggled fiercely. Slap. Shin Liangkai struck her on the rear, admonishing, "Behave yourself." With that, Qiu Aoshua fell silent, no longer daring to resist. Though the pain was sharp, it was followed by an inexplicable thrill that coursed through her. Shin Liangkai forcefully threw her onto the bed, initiating a second round of intense exchanges. This time, his pent-up frustrations were unleashed with fervor, pouring out on Qiu Aoshua. Inside, she was furious, yet unable to resist the overwhelming sensations. Throughout the ordeal, she found herself navigating a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. After an hour of venting his ire, Shin Liangkai finally calmed himself. Qiu Aoshua, unable to withstand the intensity, fainted away. For the woman who had betrayed him, Shin Liangkai felt no pity, ordering that Qiu Aoshua be imprisoned alongside Qiu Rong and Qin Haoshi As night descended, and a gentle breeze whispered through the window, rustling the willow leaves outside. Shun Liangkai began to peruse the memories concerning the soul-searching technique. According to the records, this technique, based on celestial thoughts, could unveil another's memories and seize control of their soul, once mastered. The so-called celestial consciousness is akin to the awareness of an ordinary person, albeit significantly more potent. Shun Liangkai, possessing a cultivation level of the second layer of Qi training, has already manifested the nascent form of celestial consciousness by holding his breath and concentrating his mind. He can perceive everything within a radius of 100 feet. Not even a mosquito can evade his dominion. As his cultivation advances, his celestial consciousness will gradually strengthen, and upon reaching a certain realm, he could effortlessly envelop an entire world. However, at present, Shun Liangkai's celestial consciousness is relatively feeble, insufficient to sustain his practice of the soul-searching technique that he must devise ways to elevate the level of his celestial consciousness. Yet, relying solely on the slow progression of cultivation to enhance, it seems inadequate. It appears that he must resort to elixirs. With this thought, Shun Liangkai's awareness delved into his body, that a furnace, the size of a broad bean, hovered above the sea of Qi in his dantian, surrounded by swirling celestial energy. Shun Liangkai attempted to communicate with the furnace, and in an instant, it emanated brilliant golden light. It transformed into ancient characters that surged into his mind at a rapid pace. Shun Liangkai felt as though his head might explode from the intense pain. To his astonishment, the golden characters that infused his brain turned out to be a formula for an elixir. This formula encompassed a myriad of methods for concocting over 10,000 types of elixirs, each word a gem of wisdom. He had not anticipated that this supreme Qian Kuan furnace would conceal such profound elixirs. No wonder the pure Yang True Monarch was besieged by 6 formidable tribulation realm experts for this very object. Shun Liangkai was astounded. Merely flipping through it revealed dozens of formulas for enhancing celestial consciousness. One in particular, named the Spirit Nourishing Pill, captivated his attention. This elixir was not only suitable for Qi training practitioners, but also required materials that were not particularly precious, readily available in the Dalian Kingdom. Shun Liangkai, are you asleep? I would like to have a word with you. At that moment, a gentle knocking resonated from outside the door. Shun Liangkai's gaze drifted through the window, catching a glimpse of a graceful silhouette. Her snow-white skin and elegant curves, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared extraordinarily enchanting. Especially her soft, melodious voice, which stirred one's heart. What brings her here? Shun Liangkai was somewhat taken aback. That it's me, Yuanin. May I come in? Yuanin inquired cautiously, her voice soft and timid. Whatever it is, say it from outside, Shun Liangkai replied. Having just received the legacy of the pure Yang True Monarch, he had many matters to explore and did not wish to be disturbed. More importantly, when he awakened the supreme Qian Kuan furnace, he discovered an inexplicable surge of power within him. This power, as hot as lava, was currently coursing through his meridians, imparting a burning sensation. Shun Liangkai speculated that it might be the legendary fire attribute power. He had never practiced any techniques related to fire attribute power before. Whence this fiery energy originated puzzled him. His first thought was of Qiu Aoshua, a girl who had awakened fire attribute powers since childhood. Having recently engaged in dual cultivation with her, the fire attribute power must have been absorbed from her. This implied that utilizing the yin-yang harmonization technique in dual cultivation not only enhances one's cultivation, but also allows one to draw attributes from the partner for personal use. Such a technique seemed excessively formidable. Yuanin's voice drifted in again. It's raining outside, Shun Liangkai. Please let me in, will you? Her tone bore a hint of pleading, appearing quite pitiful. Shun Liangkai, unable to refuse her, acquiesced that it was early autumn, and the night air was slightly cool. Yet, she wore only a thin veil. While appearing delicate, her ample bosom was subtly revealed, igniting a flame of desire within Shun Liangkai that he had always considered himself a man of restraint. Yet ever since practicing the yin-yang harmonization technique, his urges had intensified. What brings you here? Yuanin glided closer to Shun Liangkai, a fragrant breeze wafting through the air, invigorating his senses. Shun Liangkai sat cross-legged on the bed. Their eyes aligned perfectly, accentuating her figure. I have come to express my gratitude for sparing my life today. Yuanin seated herself beside Shun Liangkai. her delicate hand caressing his cheek as her body leaned in closer. Shun Liangkai felt a softness against his chest, and the fire within him surged once more, involuntarily activating the yin-yang harmonization technique. His mind, seemingly out of control, impulsively posed the question, "How do you wish to repay me?" Yu Anan curled up in Shun Liangcai's embrace, as gentle as a kitten, whispering sweetly, "I want to give myself to you from now on. I am yours. You may do as you please." Her complexion flushed, and her long eyelashes fluttered, brushing against Shun Liangcai's skin. Her soft breaths were intoxicating. Such explicit words, combined with Yu Anan's innocent and gentle demeanor, wielded an undeniable allure for any man. "Junior brother, what are you waiting for? Take me." Seeing Shun Liangcai hesitate, Yu Anan urged him. Before coming here, she had made a considerable decision that in her view, Shun Liangcai's act of sparing her life could not merely be for her to sever Qiu Rong's tendons. Given her current situation, she had already completely offended Qiu Rong, that if she were to further upset Shun Liangcai, she would effectively seal her own fate. Rather than resign herself to despair, she decided to take the initiative and seek Shun Liangcai's favor. With that, Yu Anan pressed her lips against Shun Liangcai's, guiding his hand to her soft form. The fire within Shun Liangcai had reached an unbearable level. He was no Liang Xiaowei. How could he possibly maintain his composure under such tantalizing provocation? He eagerly reciprocated that it must be said that Yu Anan's physique surpassed Shun Liangcai's expectations. She bore no excess flesh, her skin as tender and white as if it could exude moisture, in terms of skin alone. Yu Anan surpassed Qiu Aoxue. The two women possessed different temperaments. Yu Anan's gentle, neighborly charm was evidently more to Shun Liangcai's liking. He was drawn to this pure, yet enticing allure that as Shun Liangcai's movements intensified. Yu Anan seemed to lose herself in the moment. Just as they were preparing to take their intimacy further, a knock echoed at the door once more. Someone's coming. Yu Anan was startled, instantly jolting from her reverie and hurriedly adjusting her attire. Shun Liangcai felt a wave of disappointment and could not help but inquire, "Who is it?" "It's me, Wu Huiwe." Shun Liangcai's gaze sharpened. Once he confirmed that Yu Anan had tidied herself sufficiently, he allowed Wu Huiwe to enter. Upon seeing Yu Anan, Wu Huiwe appeared somewhat taken aback. "Senior sister is also here." Yu Anan managed a smile that was more painful than crying, awkwardly saying, "I came to discuss some matters with Shun Liangcai." Perhaps due to their earlier activities, Yu Anan's hair was slightly disheveled, and even after straightening it, the signs remained evident that, "Oh, I see," Wu Huiwe remarked, her gaze scrutinizing Yu Anan, making her feel uneasy. "Third junior sister. You must have something to discuss with Shun Liangcai as well. Then I'll take my leave now." Without waiting for Wu Huiwe to react, Yu Anan hastily exited the room. Watching Yu Anan's retreating figure, Wu Huiwe appeared contemplative, perhaps suspecting what had transpired earlier in the room. "Junior brother, I did not intend to disturb you and your second senior sister. Please do not take offense." Wu Huiwe turned to Shun Liangcai, her tone somewhat apologetic. "Not at all." Shun Liangcai waved his hand dismissively. "What brings you to find me?" In recent years, Shun Liangcai had been imprisoned by Qiu Rong and her mother, and he had been blind to much of the world. His limited interactions with Wu Huiwe meant this was the first time he could closely observe her. Although her stature was slightly petite, her youthful appearance and exquisite features evoked a sense of innocence intertwined with desire. Wu Huiwe, noticing Shun Liangcai's less than discreet gaze, blushed as she said, "Qin Haoshuan has sent word to his uncle, Qin Mingyuan, that I believe Qin Mingyuan will soon arrive at the Shin family." Qin Mingyuan was an elder of the Seven Qian sect and a powerful practitioner of the late stage of postnatal realm. Even with Shun Liangcai's current prowess, he would be no match for Qin Mingyuan. Under the current circumstances, it would be best for you to leave the Shin family as soon as possible, Wu Huiwe advised earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shun Liangcai interrupted Wu Huiwe, "I have my own plans regarding this matter. There is no need for you to worry about me." Seeing Shun Liangcai so resolute, Wu Huiwe grew anxious, her chest heaving with agitation. "Junior brother, this matter is of great significance. Do not act rashly. Qin Mingyuan even commands respect from the Lord of Luoyuan City. Even if you can contend with Qin Mingyuan, how could you afford to provoke the Seven Qian sect? Listen to me. The best course of action is to temporarily lay low." Wu Huiwe was genuinely concerned for Shun Liangcai. The Seven Qian sect was a dominant force in the surrounding area. and Shun Liangkai was but an ant in their presence. How could he possibly possess the strength to oppose them? If he were to offend Qin Mingyuan, he would be courting death. Shun Liangkai, however, merely scoffed, saying, since Qin Mingyuan will come sooner or later, I might as well strike at the 7 Xian sect now and take his life. Chapter 7. Living in solitude, Wu Hui's gaze sharpened. She was taken aback by Shun Liangcai's audacity. Despite her numerous warnings, this individual appeared entirely oblivious to her counsel. His intention to venture to Kixuanzong to eliminate Qin Mingyuan was akin to courting death. However, before Wu Hui could voice her concerns, Shun Liangkai had already stepped out of the room. Shun Liangkai had planned to procure the materials for refining the spirit-nourishing pill the following day. Eager to expedite his mastery of the soul-searching technique, it seemed, however, that adjustments to his plans were in order. Shun Liangkai despised procrastination and was even more averse to leaving potential threats unchecked. Since Qin Mingyuan sought his life, it had become imperative for him to eradicate this adversary. Luoyuan City lay approximately 200 miles from Kixuanzong. A swift steed would suffice to cover the distance in less than 2 hours. At Kixuanzong, within a lavish chamber, the bed undulated as Qin Mingyuan, nearing 50, engaged in some form of exercise. Perhaps due to his training, he had lost a portion of his virility. Before long, he collapsed, panting heavily. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he beamed at the beautiful woman beside him and inquired, "My dear, do you not think I am becoming increasingly formidable?" Despite harboring resentment, the woman forced a smile, showering Qin Mingyuan with praise. Yet as she spoke, her heart silently cursed his impotence. After years of marriage, she felt as though she were living in solitude, a sentiment only she could fathom. Had she not feared Qin Mingyuan discovering her infidelity, she would have sought solace elsewhere long. Agos Qin Mingyuan basked in the flattery. The woman asked, "My lord, what news does the message from Hao Xian convey?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyuan's brows furrowed, and he recounted the events concerning Qin Haoshuan to the woman. She frowned slightly, retorting coldly, "To dare harm Hao Xian, that Shun Liangkai truly deserves death. I shall visit the Shin residence tomorrow to resolve this matter." Qin Mingyuan declared that as he spoke, his gaze brazenly roamed over the woman's form, drawing her into his embrace, eager for further intimate engagement, only to be abruptly interrupted by a powerful kick. Bang! The force sent Qin Mingyuan tumbling from the bed. The woman gasped in shock, her complexion paling as she hastily covered her exposed body. "Who are you to intrude upon my chambers? Do you not value your life?" Rising from the floor, Qin Mingyuan's eyes fell upon the youth clad in white before him, and he icily demanded, "Who are you?" "Shun Liangkai," came the indifferent response as Shun Liangkai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "It's you." Qin Mingyuan realized, fury igniting within him, that I was just about to take your life. Yet you have come to deliver it to me. Shun Liangkai deliberately concealed his aura, appearing merely as a blood exchange realm martial artist, prompting Qin Mingyuan to dismiss him as insignificant. "That depends on whether you possess the capability," Shun Liangkai retorted with a smile. Before his words had fully dissipated, he stepped forward, his figure dissolving into countless afterimages, and in an instant, he stood before Qin Mingyuan, one hand lunging forward to grasp him. Seeking death, Qin Mingyuan's eyes narrowed in disbelief that Shun Liangkai dared to attack him. He intended to dispatch this audacious fool with a single strike, but suddenly felt as though his body were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. Qin Mingyuan's expression darkened as he unleashed the full extent of his aura as a late-stage martial artist, attempting to break free, but to no avail. The binding force seemed to transcend this realm, and no amount of struggle could yield any effect. In that moment, Shun Liangcai's hand descended, clamping down on Qin Mingyuan's throat like a vice. Qin Mingyuan felt a tightening in his windpipe, his face flushing with a deep crimson hue as he struggled more fiercely. "Die!" Yet before Qin Mingyuan could extricate himself, his throat was abruptly twisted, severing his life. His eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched across his features. How could this be? How is it possible? How could you be this strong? Qin Mingyuan emitted garbled sounds until the very end, unable to comprehend how he had met his demise at the hands of a mere junior. In a final act of desperation, he ignited a distress signal from Kixuanzong. Whoosh! A piercing sound shattered the air as brilliant fireworks erupted in the night sky. At that moment, many at Kixuanzong looked up, their eyes glinting with icy resolve. An outsider has invaded to the residence of Elder Qin. Quickly apprehend the intruder. Soon, similar shouts echoed throughout Kixuanzong, swiftly disseminating the alarm. Shen Liangsai's gaze fell upon the beautiful woman. The woman, now petrified, trembled uncontrollably. "Oh, please spare my life. I will do anything for you," as she spoke. She implored him, wrapping her arms around Shun Liangsai's leg, her delicate hands growing restless in their attempts to barter her beauty for her survival. "Get away!" Shin Liangkai rebuffed her, casting her aside, before she could utter another word. A wave of destructive energy descended upon her. With wide eyes, the woman felt a thumb-sized hole open in her throat, and she was obliterated on the spot. Shin Liangkai did not even glance in her direction. Although his affinity for beauty had increased due to the yin-yang union technique, he deemed her a withered flower unworthy of his attention. Before long, a multitude of formidable figures surged toward Qin Mingyuan's residence. Quickly surrounding the area, the sect leader, Gong Liabao, accompanied by various elders, soon arrived. The first sight that met their eyes was the lifeless forms of Qin Mingyuan and the beautiful woman, with Shin Liangkai being the sole survivor in the chamber. Gong Liabao's expression darkened, and he was compelled to focus his suspicion on Shin Liangkai. "You killed Elder Qin?" As he spoke, Gong Liabao found the notion utterly absurd. After all, this youth before him was merely a blood exchange realm martial artist. Theoretically incapable of being Qin Mingyuan's adversary, it was I, Shin Liangkai boldly affirmed. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Gong Liabao scrutinized Shin Liangkai with a cold demeanor, inquiring, "Why did you kill him? Are you not aware he is an elder of Kixuanzong?" With an air of invulnerability, Shin Liangkai replied, "And what of it? Regardless of who he is or what background he possesses, anyone who offends me, Shin Liangkai, is destined for death." Upon hearing this, Gong Liabao and the others were momentarily taken aback, only to be met with expressions of derision that in their eyes. This brash youth was speaking absurdities. They were eager to witness how this impudent fellow would atone for Elder Qin's life. One elder from Kixuanzong scoffed. "You are the most arrogant blood exchange realm individual I have ever encountered, that I truly wonder where you draw your audacity to utter such unfounded claims. For murder, you shall pay with your life." With that, several elders unleashed their auras, intent on eliminating this brazen upstart. However, Gong Liabao raised a hand to halt them, declaring, "As the foremost sect within 1,000 miles, Kixuanzong shall not resort to bullying the weak. Allow me, the sect leader, to personally send him on his way." Chapter 8. A Palm That Sends Him Flying. Before he had finished speaking, Gong Liabao stepped forward, releasing the overwhelming pressure of a congenital realm expert. In an instant, the air within the chamber seemed to freeze, rendering many unable to breathe, forcing them to utilize their energy to withstand the oppressive force. Yet Shin Liangkai remained unfazed, appearing immune to the pressure. He lounged lazily in a grand chair, crossing his legs. "Old man, I advise you not to play with fire, for the consequences may exceed your endurance." Arrogance. Witnessing this, Gong Liabao could scarcely believe his eyes. Fury igniting within him, as a congenital realm expert, it was his first experience of being so openly challenged by a junior. With a powerful slap, he unleashed a terrifying palm strike, akin to a mountain crashing down upon Shin Liangkai. Though it seemed ordinary, it harbored astonishing might, far beyond that of Qin Mingyuan. Even among peers, few could rival its strength. The onlookers exchanged alarmed glances, realizing that their sect leader had not intervened in many years. And his power had only grown. Faced with such a fearsome palm strike, Shin Liangkai was surely doomed. However, Shin Liangkai appeared to have no intention of evading. Just as Gong Liabao's palm was about to descend upon him, a radiant aura enveloped Shin Liangsai's body, forming a natural barrier that encased him entirely, akin to an impenetrable fortress, severing any connection with the outside world. Boom! Gong Liabao's palm struck, yet it could not even rattle the luminous barrier. His arm instead jolted painfully. This left Gong Liabao's expression grim, as he grappled with the absurdity of a mere blood exchange realm martial artist withstanding his lethal strike. The onlookers were equally dumbfounded. They understood the terror of Gong Liabao's palm. A single strike could easily annihilate any martial artist below the congenital realm. They struggled to fathom how Shin Liangkai had achieved this. This attack is pitifully weak. Can we not exchange for something more formidable? Shun Liangkai scoffed, his gaze gleaming with defiance. Boy, you would do well not to be so arrogant. Dare to take another of my palms and see what happens. Gong Liang Yuba, consumed by rage and humiliation, felt utterly disgraced before his subordinates. With a thunderous roar, his aura surged once more, and in an instant, he unleashed a more ferocious palm strike, where his palm passed. The void shattered, and an overwhelming force of destruction surged forth like a cataclysmic deluge towards Shun Liangsai's position that a glint of danger flickered in Shun Liangsai's eyes, and he wasted no time in countering. The Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique activated, as the terrifying power of Yin and Yang converged in his palm, and he too struck out with a mighty hand, the fearsome palm strike, enveloped in astonishing spiritual energy. Collided with Gong Liang Yuba's attack, the air thundered with a deafening sound. Shun Liangsai's casual strike effortlessly overpowered Gong Liang Yuba's palm, which crumbled before his eyes at a visible rate. Yet the residual might of Shun Liangsai's strike remained undiminished as it descended upon Gong Liang Yuba's form. With a resounding crash, Gong Liang Yuba let out a muffled grunt, his body akin to a kite with severed strings. Sent hurtling away, he crashed through several doors, finally landing in the square. Silence enveloped the space. Everyone stood in a daze, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. As the sect master of the Seven Mysterious Sect, and a practitioner of innate cultivation, Gong Liang Yuba was now being sent flying by a mere boy not yet 18. The sheer astonishment was beyond description, leading many to feel as if they were trapped in a dream. However, Shun Liangkai paid no heed to the thoughts of the crowd as he leaped into the square. Gong Liang Yuba's expression was one of horror. Lying on the ground, blood poured from his mouth, and had it not been for his protective treasure, he would have already met his demise. Yet, even so, the impact had shattered his bones and left his organs in turmoil, nearly causing him to faint. He could not fathom how a mere junior from the blood exchange realm could possess such formidable strength, such power, and yet he dared to speak of killing me. It was truly ludicrous. Observing Gong Liang Yuba's pitiful state, Shin Liangkai sneered as he approached. Gong Liang Yuba, infuriated, coughed up more blood, yet the look he cast upon Shun Liangkai was tinged with a hint of trepidation. As Shun Liangkai drew closer, Gong Liang Yuba seemed to make a crucial decision, that a resolute light flashed in his deep-set eyes as he gritted his teeth and declared, "You have forced my hand." Before his words fell silent, a tattered and yellowed piece of paper appeared in Gong Liang Yuba's palm, red runes flickering into visibility. The sect is in peril. I beseech the immortal master to aid us in vanquishing demons and evil. Urgent as a decree. As Gong Liang Yuba crushed the paper, he chanted incantations. Shin Liangkai surmised that the paper was a talisman, radiating a faint aura of celestial energy, that he realized it must be the handiwork of a cultivator. For the Seven Mysterious Sect, an ordinary martial sect in the great Liang Kingdom, to possess a talisman inscribed by a cultivator was indeed anomalous. In the next moment, a silver-robed elder's phantom slowly materialized in the center of the square, solidifying to the point of being indistinguishable from reality. Upon witnessing this, Shin Liangsai's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that shortly after acquiring the inheritance of the pure Yang true monarch, he would encounter something from the realm of cultivation. As the elder's phantom fully solidified, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire world. Shin Liangkai felt a suffocating sensation, as if his very flesh and bones were about to be crushed under the weight of this force. He was certain that the elder's true cultivation was at least at the core formation stage, if not stronger. Simultaneously, all members of the Seven Mysterious Sect knelt before the elder, their expressions solemn and reverent. Addressing him as a mortal master, "Vile scoundrel, do you not know your crimes?" The elder's gaze fell upon Shin Liangkai, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, echoing the final judgment upon the world. With a youthful visage and white hair, he possessed an air of celestial grace, appearing as a true immortal, and no one in this realm can adjudicate my sins, not even the heavenly sovereign, let alone you. An old fool. Even in the face of such a formidable presence, Shun Liangkai refused to yield, his gaze sharpening further, that he could ascertain that this elder was merely a wisp of celestial thought, not his true self. Yet even so, the power he wielded was formidable. After all, Shen Liangsai's own cultivation was still too weak, leaving him with no assurance of victory against such a powerful celestial thought. Vile scoundrel, you dare to speak defiantly. As the elder spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him, enveloping Shen Liangsai's body like an all-encompassing net. In that instant, Shen Liangkai felt as though he was caught in a tempest, everything around him twisting and distorting. Before long, all that he could perceive faded away, and he found himself in an entirely new realm. Here, nothing else existed but the elder's face, overshadowing the very sky. At that moment, the elder seemed to embody the very dominion of the world, with Shen Liangsai's fate poised to be under his control. His eyes were piercing, surveying from the heavens, like thunder and flame. In an instant, Shen Liangkai felt a dizzying sensation, and soon after, he succumbed entirely, unable to break free from the grip of this force. Death! As the elder pronounced the word, an overwhelming curse descended, penetrating Shen Liangsai's body like a tempest. Tremors racked his form as he felt his very life being stripped away. This was an assault of celestial thought. He instantly realized the severity of the situation. Though celestial thought was not a physical entity, its power was not to be underestimated. Those struck by celestial thought could suffer mental collapse or even have their souls obliterated, leading to immediate death. Shen Liangsai's own soul-searching technique was also a form of celestial thought attack. Though the elder was merely a wisp of celestial thought, he was a formidable figure of the core formation stage, and the attack he unleashed was exceptionally terrifying. Without prompt countermeasures, he risked losing his life. As the dreadful curse permeated him, Shen Liangsai's complexion turned ashen, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. He could even feel the essence of life ebbing away. Yet, just as he hovered near the precipice of death, a certain power within the depths of his being was swiftly activated. That power was pure and exceedingly potent, releasing a surge of vitality that expanded through his meridians, cascading throughout his entire being. This revitalized Shen Liangkai, restoring clarity to his once dazed eyes. It is the pure yang celestial body that has saved me. Shen Liangkai marveled, swiftly channeling the yin-yang six harmonies technique, the power of extreme yin fused with that of pure yang, unleashing boundless potential as it voraciously consumed the assault of celestial thought. In an instant, the elder's attack was entirely devoured, scattering into nothingness. With newfound momentum, Shen Liangkai surged forward, the yin-yang six harmonies technique reaching its zenith as he pointed a finger outward. A stream of annihilating light sliced through the sky, descending like a bolt of lightning. The elder's massive visage betrayed a look of terror, unable to evade the impending doom, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The elder's face erupted. This illusory realm was soon riddled with countless spiderweb-like fractures, rapidly collapsing into destruction. Shen Liangkai felt darkness engulf him, and his consciousness returned to reality. The elder's form still hovered in the center of the square. Though it gradually became more ephemeral, his expression was grim, his eyes reflecting a hint of unwillingness. A mere junior has managed to thwart my celestial thought attack. I will not let this go unpunished. With that, the phantom exploded into fragments, scattering like starlight, vanishing into the ether. From the void, however, a golden token descended. Shen Liangsai's eyes flickered as he deftly caught the token. It was exquisitely crafted, seemingly forged from pure gold, adorned with numerous ancient and intricate designs. The front bore the inscription Ascension Order in bold characters. Perplexed by its significance, Shen Liangkai decided to temporarily set it aside for further examination at a later time. Immortal Master, Immortal Master. Upon witnessing this scene, Gongliang Yuba and the other members of the Seven Mysterious Sect were filled with grief and fury. They knelt upon the ground, arms raised overhead in anguished cries, some even weeping uncontrollably. The moment the elder's phantom dissipated, the spiritual faith of the Seven Mysterious Sect crumbled alongside it. Simultaneously, in the core of the Seven Mysterious Sect, a colossal statue of the elder loomed, towering several dozen feet high. The statue depicted the elder as benevolent and wise, exuding an aura of celestial grace, with offerings of incense burning fervently. Yet, as the elder's phantom vanished, so too did the flames of incense extinguish. Shen Liangkai turned away, addressing the members of the seven mysterious sect with a cold voice. This matter is not to be disclosed to anyone. If word spreads, the seven mysterious sect will face annihilation. With that, he strode away from the scene. Gong Liang Yuba's complexion darkened. After a moment, he took a deep breath, painfully rising to his feet, and commanded the members of the seven mysterious sect, "No one is to speak of this without my command." Understood. The members of the seven mysterious sect nodded in unison, fearing to defy his orders that I end the realm of cultivation. At the heavenly extreme sect, within a celestial paradise, the air was thick with ethereal energy. The sect master, Tianji Shangren, was deep in meditation. Before him stood 49 soul lamps, their flames flickering gently, boom. At a certain moment, one of the 49 soul lamps suddenly exploded. The celestial figure of Tianji sharply opened his eyes. A glimmer of sharp light flashing within his pupils. Who has shattered my divine consciousness? The celestial figure of Tianji immediately employed a method of divination, seeking answers, yet found no clues. The 49 soul lamps represented the 49 divine consciousnesses left by the celestial figure of Tianji in the mortal realm. He could have peered into the memories of any divine consciousness, but this time, the destroyed consciousness was utterly blank, as if it had been deliberately erased. This not only incited fury within the celestial figure of Tianji, but also piqued his curiosity about the identity of the perpetrator. After all, he was a cultivator at the core formation stage, and even a wisp of divine consciousness was not something an ordinary martial artist could contend with. Could it be that a cultivator has emerged in the mortal realm? With this speculation, the celestial figure of Tianji resolved to send someone to investigate the mortal realm that I in Luyuan City, at the Shin residence. Third junior sister, did Shin Liangkai really go to Kixuanzong? You aren't deceiving me. Are you? Yu Anan inquired upon finding Shin Liangkai absent from his room, intending to ask Wu Huiwei instead. Unexpectedly, before she could leave the courtyard, Wu Huiwei approached her, that I'm not lying. His intention was to take the initiative rather than wait for Qin Mingyuan to come to him. To prevent future troubles, Wu Huiwei assured her. Throughout that day, she had been filled with anxiety, worried for Shin Liangkai. This is sheer madness. Yu Anan's expression darkened. Kixuanzong is home to numerous experts, even if they do not assist Qin Mingyuan. A formidable opponent like him is not something Shin Liangkai can handle. Third junior sister, why didn't you stop him? Yu Anan asked, perhaps unaware that her concern for Shin Liangkai had begun to surface. Wu Huiwei replied, somewhat helplessly, of course I wanted to stop him, but how could I possibly do that? Surprisingly, second junior sister, you seem to care about him, quite a bit. Yu Anan's cheeks flushed slightly. Not at all, I simply don't wish to see him die in vain, she retorted. Upon hearing Yu Anan's words, Wu Huiwei felt a sense of foreboding. After all, Kixuanzong was a dominant force within a 1,000-mile radius. If Shin Liangkai were to brazenly intrude, the consequences would be dire. Second junior sister, what if Shin Liangkai truly perishes? What shall we do? Wu Huiwei suddenly asked. This. Yu Anan fell silent, and after a long pause, she finally spoke, I will remain at the Shun residence. For how long? Wu Huiwei inquired. Perhaps for a lifetime, just to help him accomplish what he could not. Yu Anan's expression grew somber, yet her clear eyes revealed a glimmer of determination as she continued. In truth, Shin Liangkai has always been quite pitiful. Our master and elder sister should not treat him in such a manner. I have harbored an inexplicable aversion toward our master since childhood. Even though she raised me, that aversion has never dissipated. Yu Anan had been taken in by Qirong since she was young, but Qirong had never treated her well. She had been mistreated in her youth, and later became a tool for Qirong's desires. Though she did not suffer as tragically as Shin Liangkai, who was exploited by Qirong and her daughter, they shared a bond of mutual suffering. Yu Anan could empathize with Shin Liangkai's plight, especially after they had shared intimate moments, leaving a deep imprint on her heart and fostering an inexplicable reliance and concern for him. Wu Huiwei gazed into the distance, taking a deep breath. Back then, we were still young. Many things were beyond our control. Now, I only hope Shin Liangkai returns safely. Should I return safely, will you two elder sisters bear me children? Just as the two women were opening their hearts to one another, a voice interrupted them. They turned to see a figure clad in white, a playful expression gracing his countenance. Realizing the implications of his words, both Yu Anan and Wu Huiwei's faces flushed crimson. Shin Shidi, is that truly you? You haven't died. Wu Huiwe could hardly believe her eyes. Well, why don't you come back to my room with me? One way or another, we shall ascertain whether I am a man or a ghost. Shen Liangkai replied, a mischievous grin on his face. Wu Huiwe quickly regained her composure, her youthful countenance flushing brightly. This is not something I can handle. Let second junior sister take care of it. Yuanen shot Wu Huiwe a glare. You silly girl. What are you saying? Wu Huiwe wore a knowing expression. Elder sister, considering how you and Shinshidi have been, why are you still shy? Yuanen was not oblivious to Wu Huiwe's insinuations. The mere thought of her entanglement with Shen Liangkai caused her cheeks to burn with embarrassment. Silly girl, if you say that again, I swear I will knock you out. The two young women began to playfully bicker, their laughter ringing out melodiously in front of them. The air vibrated rhythmically, particularly with Wu Huiwe, whose seemingly petite figure boasted an extraordinarily striking proportion, embodying a perfect blend of innocence and allure as they ceased their playful antics. Wu Huiwe wiped the fragrant sweat from her neck and asked, Shidi, how did you escape? Did Qin Mingyuan not lay a hand on you? Qin Mingyuan is dead, Shen Liangkai declared, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. At this revelation, both women's hearts trembled, filled with disbelief. Qin Mingyuan was a prominent elder within Kixuanzong, a sect known for its fierce protection of its own. The fact that Shen Liangkai could kill Qin Mingyuan within Kixuanzong raised the question. Did this imply he possessed strength that even the sect feared? It was utterly unfathomable. Yet Shen Liangkai's demeanor suggested he was not lying in that moment. Both women found themselves rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the astonishing events that had transpired around Shen Liangkai in recent days. Each occurrence had the potential to upend their understanding of him. Once a discarded individual, now transformed into a formidable force capable of challenging Qixin's own as night fell, Shen Liangkai returned to his room and eagerly retrieved the Ascension token, infusing it with a wisp of divine consciousness. With a hum, the surface of the token glowed, revealing an inscription within it. Turned out that the Ascension token originated from a sect known as Tianjizong within the realm of cultivation. Possessing this token allowed one to traverse the concealed teleportation array hidden within the mortal realm, granting passage to the cultivation world and enabling entry into Tianjizong to exchange it for a foundation establishment pill, thereby becoming a disciple of the sect. Thus, the Ascension token served as a key to the realm of cultivation. In the paradise of cultivators, the cultivation world far surpassed the mortal realm in terms of population, land area, prosperity, and resources for cultivation. To advance further along the path of cultivation, Shen Liangkai would inevitably need to journey to the cultivation world. However, according to the token's account, the teleportation array would completely close in 2 months. By then, with Shen Liangkai's current cultivation level, it would be nearly impossible for him to reach the cultivation world. Therefore, he must locate the teleportation array within the next 2 months. Moreover, the foundation establishment pill mentioned in the Ascension token was also documented within the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies art. In the hierarchy of cultivation, after Qi refinement comes foundation establishment, and consuming the foundation establishment pill is a necessary condition for achieving it. Due to the complexity of its refining process, the foundation establishment pill is exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Ordinary loose cultivators may never encounter it in their lifetime, and even within smaller sects, only the most elite individuals are entitled to possess it. More importantly, consuming a foundation establishment pill does not guarantee success in foundation establishment, as it also depends on various factors such as the consumer's innate talent and the solidity of their foundation. The innate talent of a cultivator is primarily assessed by the grade of their spiritual root, which can be categorized into 5 levels: ordinary, medium, superior, exceptional, and celestial. Ordinary spiritual roots, often referred to as mixed spiritual roots, are the lowest quality in the cultivation world. Those with mixed spiritual roots comprise a vast majority, at least over 90% of the total. Individuals with mixed spiritual roots possess mediocre qualifications, and most spend their entire lives lingering in the Qi refinement stage, unable to step in a foundation establishment. Although Shen Liangkai possesses a pure yang celestial body, he is nonetheless part of the mixed spiritual root majority. This implies that his future foundation establishment will be quite challenging. Nevertheless, Shen Liangkai remains undaunted. With the exceptional Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies art at his disposal, as long as he does not lack a dual cultivation partner, achieving foundation establishment is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, he could even refine the foundation establishment pill himself. The mortal realm is bereft of spiritual energy and resources. After avenging his parents, he must swiftly seek out the teleportation array, Shin Liangkai thought to himself. Now, he bears too many responsibilities, beyond avenging his parents. He must eventually journey to the Pure Yang Immortal Palace to slay the fairy Biao and assist the Pure Yang True Monarch in fulfilling his final wishes. This realization has only heightened Shin Liangcai's awareness of the importance of strength. Had it not been for his Pure Yang celestial body and the extraordinary Yin-Yang Six Harmonies art, he would have had no chance against the divine consciousness of the celestial figure of Tianji. Ultimately left at their mercy, whether in the mortal realm or the cultivation world, power reigns supreme. Shin Liangkai resolved to set off at dawn the following day to journey to the capital. On one hand, he sought to procure the materials necessary for concocting the nourishing spirit pill. On the other, he prepared to gather intelligence regarding the teleportation array. What troubled Shin Liangkai was the absence of any record pertaining to the location of the teleportation array within the Immortal Order. The vastness of the great Liang Kingdom was beyond imagination, and the entirety of the mortal realm was even more incomprehensibly immense. Where was he to begin his search, with not a single clue at hand? Shin Liangkai could only proceed step by step that on the morning of the second day, while Shin Liangkai remained in deep slumber, Yu Ainin quietly entered the room. Today, she donned a form-fitting plain dress that accentuated her alluring curves exquisitely. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and as she moved, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, refreshing the senses. Although she had not made any deliberate effort to beautify herself, she still appeared as picturesque as a painting. Captivatingly beautiful. Noticing that Shin Liangkai had yet to awaken, Yu Ainin intended to cover him with a quilt before leaving. However, just as she reached his bedside, her foot caught on something, causing her to lose her balance. "Oh no!" Accompanied by a startled exclamation, Yu Ainin's body tumbled down, landing squarely upon Shin Liangkai. Startled from his dreams, Shin Liangkai awoke with a jolt. The sharp pain sent him grimacing. "Senior sister, what are you doing? Quickly get up, it hurts." Seeing Shin Liangkai in evident pain, Yu Ainin became flustered, her expression reflecting her helplessness. It seemed she had not realized that her accidental fall had almost jeopardized Shin Liangcai's most basic masculine function. In a flurry of concern, she scrambled to her feet, her delicate hands supporting the pained Shin Liangkai as she anxiously inquired, "Junior brother, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Where does it hurt? Let me take a look." Chapter 11. When will I capture this woman? Shin Liangcai's expression darkened, and he tentatively asked, "Senior sister, are you sure you want to help me take a look?" Yu Ainin, oblivious to the implications, replied innocently, "Is there any doubt? Stop talking and let me see where you're injured." Her genuine concern stemmed from a fear that her earlier mishap had harmed Shin Liangkai. Shin Liangkai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation that in truth, this was not entirely his fault. It was a natural response that occurred in men upon waking. Before he could articulate this, Yu Ainin seemed to catch on, her face flushing crimson. "It's almost time for breakfast. I'll be waiting for you with third senior sister. Please wash up and come down quickly." With that, her cheeks rosy with embarrassment, she hurriedly exited the room. Observing her bashful demeanor, Shin Liangkai couldn't help but feel a surge of mischief that he pondered when he might finally capture this enchanting woman. Yu Ainin's gentle, neighborly charm was irresistibly alluring to him. Moreover, the essence of cultivating the yin-yang harmony technique lay in finding diverse partners for dual cultivation. Only then could one achieve rapid advancements in strength. Both Yu Ainin and Wu Huiwei had become potential targets for Shin Liangkai. However, adhering to the instructions of the figure in the black cloak, he was to refrain from any dual cultivation that contradicted the will of the women involved, leaving him to gradually cultivate a relationship with both until the opportune moment arose. Meanwhile, news of Qin Mingyuan's death reached Luoyuan City, instantly sparking an uproar. It should be noted that Qin Mingyuan was an elder of the Seven Xian sect and a formidable figure at the peak of the postnatal realm. Even the city lord of Luoyuan would treat him with deference. How could such a prominent figure simply die without explanation? Many sought answers but found none. The death of Qin Mingyuan prompted no explanation from the Seven Xian sect, and the Qin family hastily conducted his funeral without further comment, raising eyebrows regarding their attitudes. Speculation abounded that Qin Mingyuan had offended some powerful figures within the Seven Xian sect, leading to their choice to endure in silence. Yet, the identity of this powerful figure remained unknown. Various rumors circulated, some suggesting it was the doing of a reclusive master, while others claimed it was at the hands of a noble from the capital. In any case, the circumstances surrounding Qin Mingyuan's death gave rise to a plethora of gossip, becoming the primary topic of conversation among the residents of Luoyuan City in the aftermath of Qin Mingyuan's demise. The Qin family found themselves in dire straits. It was well known that the family's rise was largely attributed to Qin Mingyuan. With his death, the Qin family effectively lost their pillar of support. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Various factions in Luoyuan City began to mobilize, collectively exerting pressure on the Qin family. Within a day, they had appropriated over half of the Qin family's assets. Once a top-tier family, they now faced a steep decline. Due to the temporary cessation of ferry services to the capital, Xinliangkai had no choice but to procure alchemical materials in Luoyuan City. Wanbeige, the largest supplier of cultivation materials in the Great Liang Kingdom, had branches scattered throughout various cities that a year prior, Wanbeige had opened a branch in Luoyuan City. According to Wu Huiwe, this branch was relatively well-stocked, and the manager had a rapport with her, allowing Xinliangkai to benefit from a substantial discount. Naturally, Xinliangkai was not one to decline such an offer. After breakfast, he accompanied Wu Huiwe to the Wanbeige branch in Luoyuan City. Upon their arrival, they found a crowd gathered outside, engrossed in discussions regarding Qin Mingyuan's murder. I heard that Qin Mingyuan was killed. One bearded middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But I can't comprehend how such a powerful person could meet his end at someone else's hands. As Xinliangkai and Wu Huiwe approached, they overheard the murmurs. One voice among the crowd suggested, I heard that Qin Mingyuan's nephew, Qin Haoshuan, had his eyes gouged out by the Shin family. Could Qin Mingyuan's death possibly be linked to them? However, before he could elaborate further, another voice interjected, impossible. The Shin family is merely a second-rate family in Luoyuan City. What could they possibly do to kill Qin Mingyuan? You're overthinking it. In fact, with Qin Mingyuan's death, the Shin family no longer has to bear the responsibility for Qin Haoshuan's demise, effectively avoiding a calamity. This statement garnered agreement from several listeners. Xinliangkai paid little mind to the gossip and made his way toward the entrance with Wu Huiwe, only to be halted by the guards stationed at the door. Halt. Wanbeige is a distinguished guest present and is temporarily suspending operations. Wu Huiwe's beautiful eyes sparkled as she inquired, May I ask when the distinguished guest will depart? The guard shook his head, I cannot provide that information, if you have no urgent matters, you may wait outside for a moment. That moment, a youth stepped forth from the crowd, casting a scornful glance at Xinliangkai. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, the waste. You really think you can eavesdrop on matters concerning young Master Gu Zhanping? His disdainful tone dripped with mockery. This individual was named Zhang Ziyu, a mid-stage bone refining cultivator from an obscure family in Luoyuan City. Years ago, when Xinliangkai's eyesight was intact, he had encountered Zhang Ziyu at a private academy. Zhang Ziyu had always been domineering and often engaged in bullying others. During those days, Xinliangkai had been a frequent target of his harassment. The Gu Zhanping mentioned by Zhang Ziyu was the son of the city lord, Gu Changhe, essentially the prince of this city. Given Zhang Ziyu's status, he had no qualifications to interact with the city lord's son. He merely fawned over him from a distance. Recognizing Zhang Ziyu, Xinliangkai's expression turned cold. What does this have to do with you? Zhang Ziyu smirked arrogantly, stepping closer to Xinliangkai. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. I just find you, the waste, irksome. What are you going to do about it? Once a meek individual, Xinliangkai was now the subject of Zhang Ziyu's derision. Zhang Ziyu was certain that Xinliangkai would not dare retaliate, especially given the Shin family's indifference to any humiliation he faced. The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers, and upon recognizing Xinliangkai, amused expressions spread across their faces. His reputation as a waste was well established in Luoyuan City, and everyone was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Zhang Ziyu, my junior brother hasn't provoked you. Don't go too far. Wu Huiwe stepped forward, glaring angrily at Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu dismissed her with a wave, his gaze fixed provocatively on Xinliangkai. Speak up. Are you deaf? Do you need me to clarify things for you? As he spoke, he raised his hand, attempting to slap Xinliangkai across the face. However, before he could act, Xinliangkai delivered a thunderous slap in retaliation. Zhang Ziyu was caught off guard and sent flying, crashing several meters away with a pained scream, his face bruised and bloodied. a pitiful sight. Many stood in stunned silence, shocked that the once helpless waste had suddenly displayed such ferocity. More astonishing was the fact that Zhang Ziyu, a mid-stage bone refining cultivator, had showcased no ability to resist Shen Liangkai, which was indeed remarkable. Just as Zhang Ziyu was about to retaliate, the doors of Wanbeige slowly swung open, revealing Gu Zhangping accompanied by a contingent of powerful figures from the city lord's estate. Chapter 12. Enchantingly alluring Master Gu, I am Zhang Ziyu. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Ziyu felt as though he had found a lifeline and rushed forward to ingratiate himself. Get lost! Yet before he could approach Gu Zhangping, one of Gu Zhangping's subordinates kicked him down to the ground. The city lord's son is not someone you can approach casually, Gu Zhangping, without casting even a glance at Zhang Ziyu, seemingly did not recognize the latter. Surrounded by his subordinates, Gu Zhangping departed from Wanbeige with indifference. Damn it! Zhang Ziyu's countenance darkened further, realizing he had fallen victim to Shen Liangkai today, with a frigid gaze sweeping over Shen Liangkai. He gritted his teeth and declared, this matter shall not be left unresolved. Shen Liangkai, prepare yourself. I, Zhang Ziyu, will ensure you pay the price. After leaving this menacing remark, Zhang Ziyu retreated in disgrace. Many onlookers exchanged glances, pondering how this once ineffectual member of the Shen family appeared to have transformed entirely after years of absence. Junior brother, follow me. Shen Liangkai remained unfazed by this minor altercation, under Wu Huiyue's guidance. He met the steward of Wanbeige, only to be taken aback by the presence of a captivating matron. Before her arrival, the magnificent sight of her figure was already overwhelming, the delicate curves of her fair bosom evoking endless fantasies. This woman, surnamed Liu and named Hongxing, though having surpassed her 30s, bore no visible signs of aging. Instead, her maturity lent her an increasingly enchanting allure, particularly accentuated by her slightly voluptuous form, where every curve was perfectly proportioned, complemented by her bold and unrestrained attire that incited boundless imagination. Humaimai, may I inquire who this young gentleman is? Liu Hongxing asked, noticing Shen Liangkai's unfamiliarity. This is my junior brother, the young master of the Shen family. Shen Liangkai. Liu Hongxing's beautiful eyes glimmered. She was unaware that the Shen family had acquired another young master. Deep down, she scarcely regarded Shen Liangkai. However, being a shrewd woman, her years of navigating the business world endowed her with an exceptional emotional intelligence. With a charming smile, she remarked, Ah, so it is young Master Shen. Wanbeige is truly honored by your presence. Shen Liangkai waved his hand dismissively, responding, You flatter me. Madam Point One cannot deny that Liu Hongxing possessed a captivating charm. Every expression was irresistibly alluring, her figure both plump and elegantly curved. Shen Liangkai felt a stir within him, a burgeoning heat rising. Liu Hongxing naturally noticed the restless gaze Shen Liangkai cast upon her. She furrowed her brow slightly, but quickly relaxed, opting not to address the young man's audacious demeanor. Young Master Shen, feel free to specify which materials you wish to purchase, since you are Humaimai's junior brother. I assure you, I will offer the lowest possible discount. That Wu Huiyue expressed her gratitude. Nodding toward Shen Liangkai, he produced 2 lists of materials, handing them to Liu Hongxing, one for Yangshandan and the other for Guyuandan. The Yangshandan was intended to elevate the level of celestial consciousness, laying the foundation for the soul-searching technique. The Guyuandan, on the other hand, was essential for practicing the yin-yang hexagonal technique. Now, being in the mortal realm, he found it exceedingly challenging to gather the requisite materials for the elixirs exclusive to cultivators. The Guyuandan was a rare, spiritual medicine in the mortal world, highly coveted. Although the refining process was complex, the materials were not exorbitantly priced and were relatively easy to procure. Not only was it beneficial for martial artists, but it also had considerable effects for cultivators in the qi refinement stage, enhancing vitality and refining the body, making it a substantial boon for martial practitioners. However, due to the scarcity of those capable of refining it, it was exceedingly rare in the market, even in premier establishments like Wanbeige. Only a select few elite figures in the capital could occasionally procure it in limited quantities that I would like 100 of each list, Shen Liangkai stated confidently, though his aptitude was mediocre. Engaging in dual cultivation with a woman could indeed expedite the enhancement of his cultivation. Nevertheless, to establish a more solid foundation for his practice, it was necessary to supplement it with elixirs. 100? Are you certain? Lu Hongxing inquired after reviewing the lists. The materials on both lists were not particularly precious, yet 200 units combined amounted to an astronomical sum. She was baffled by the young man's audacity. Junior brother, ISN T100 a bit excessive. Perhaps we should consider purchasing a lesser amount first, Wu Huiyue gently advised. Shen Liangkai, however, disregarded her counsel, nodding resolutely at Lu Hongxing. I am certain. Lu Hongxing rolled her eyes. Inhaling deeply, her fair bosom rose and fell as she swiftly calculated using an abacus, then stated, for 100 of each, calculated at an 8% discount based on market price, the total comes to 1 million taels of gold. How does young Master Shen wish to proceed with the payment? Wu Huiyue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. 1 million taels of gold. Indeed, a staggering sum. No family in Luoyuan City could possibly produce such an amount all at once. Even for the top powers in the capital, it was not a trivial figure. She was utterly perplexed by her junior brother's intentions. Yet, Shen Liangkai seemed unconcerned, saying, I wish to propose a transaction with you. Madam, might you be interested? Lu Hongxing's eyes sparkled. Feel free to speak. For these 200 units of materials, I will initially pay you 100,000 taels of gold. The remaining 900,000 taels will be offset by good yuan dan. According to market value, 1 good yuan dan is worth at least 80,000 taels of gold, but I will only charge you 50,000 taels, leaving a profit of 30,000 taels for myself. Thus, after deducting the initial payment of 100,000 taels, I shall owe you 18 yuan dan. Would you be amenable to this arrangement? Shen Liangkai articulated calmly that he had completely mastered the refining methods for both Yangshan Dan and Guyuan Dan. Although he had not yet practiced with the assistance of the supreme Qian Kun furnace, he felt confident. Further cultivation would require an abundance of elixirs as support, and with limited funds, he needed to secure some money first. However, his proposal left Lu Hongxing and Wu Huiyue utterly astonished. Lu Hongxing, with a bemused smile, inquired, Young Master Shen, you do not mean to imply you wish to refine Guyuan Dan, do you? She hardly believed Shen Liangkai's words, dismissing them as mere bravado. Even the top alchemists in the Great Liang Kingdom could scarcely manage to refine Guyuan Dan. A 17 or 18-year-old youth claiming to require 18 Guyuan Dan was nothing short of ludicrous. Out of respect for Wu Huiyue, Lu Hongxing refrained from directly challenging Shen Liangkai. Is there an issue, madam? Shen Liangkai inquired candidly. Junior brother, refining elixirs is no trivial matter, especially not Guyuan Dan. How many individuals in the entire Great Liang Kingdom possess the capability to refine it? Aspiring to learn alchemy is commendable, but it would be prudent not to overreach. Wu Huiyue could no longer contain herself. Speaking bluntly to Ha, what issue could I possibly have? Young Master Shen can pursue his aspirations of refining celestial elixirs. It is of no concern to me, as I lack the authority to intervene, Lu Hongxing replied, a teasing smile gracing her lips, arms crossed before her chest. However, it is utterly impossible for young Master Shen to acquire 1 million taels worth of materials with merely 100,000 taels. For every 100,000 taels, you may acquire an equivalent amount of materials, while the remaining 900,000 taels shall require you to provide 18 Guyuan Dan in exchange. Lu Hongxing was astute. She would never engage in a losing proposition nor take unnecessary risks. Shen Liangkai furrowed his brow, a glint of determination in his eyes as he replied, that can certainly be arranged. However, if we proceed with this arrangement, the good yuan dan I provide will be sold at the original price of 80,000 taels. Lu Hongxing, without hesitation, concurred the pricing is entirely at young Master Shen's discretion. However, the prerequisite remains that young Master Shen must be capable of refining the Guyuan Dan. The enticing price of 50,000 taels was indeed tempting. Yet Lu Hongxing had no faith in Shen Liangkai's ability to produce Guyuan Dan. Under this premise, any claims of profit or performance were utterly insubstantial. The only reason she was willing to entertain Shen Liangkai was out of respect for Wu Huiyue. Had it not been for the 100,000 taels already paid for the materials, she would have been disinclined to waste her time on this individual. Chapter 13. I fear this young lady may not withstand it. Subsequently, the two engaged in a transaction, exchanging payment for goods. Shen Liangkai first procured some basic alchemical materials, then used 100,000 taels of gold to purchase materials for 20 yuan. Dan 100 units of low-grade alchemical materials were acquired for practice, while 20 units of Guiyuan Dan materials were intended for profit. Madam, that young master of the Shin family is notoriously known as a wastrel in Luoyuan City. You must not heed his words. After Shin Liangkai and Wu Huiwei departed, a shop assistant approached Lu Hongxing, his face laced with disdain. Having grown up in Luoyuan City, he had heard countless tales about Shin Liangkai and naturally doubted the transformation of a once ineffectual scion. In my view, Madam should not even consider granting him an 8% discount. He is merely a wastrel, incapable of providing any benefit to Wanbage or to you. Upon hearing the words of the shopkeeper, Lu Hongxing felt a twinge of regret. She should not have shown deference to Wu Huiwei. Nonetheless, she resolved that next time, if Shin Liangkai failed to produce the Guiyuandan, all discounts would be revoked. Within a cave of the Seven Xian sect, Gongliang Yuber's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, revealing his considerable weakness. After suffering severe injuries at the hands of Shin Liangkai, he had taken the finest healing elixirs, and with the assistance of the 9 elders, barely managed to cling to life. Even so, his condition remained grim. To regain his former peak, he would need at least half a year of recuperation. This stark reality instilled in him a profound awareness of Shun Liangcai's terrifying prowess that as an early-stage innate realm expert, Gongliang Yuber could maintain a degree of self-preservation even when facing a mid-stage opponent. Yet before Shin Liangkai, he was utterly powerless, defeated effortlessly like an ant. More alarmingly, even the celestial thoughts of the immortal master could not intimidate this young man, as they were easily dispelled. This shattered Gongliang Yuber's understanding of the world. Faced with such a formidable Shun Liangkai, even with deep-seated grievances, Gongliang Yuber felt no desire for revenge. Father, that Shin Liangkai wreaked havoc within our Seven Xian sect and severely injured you. Are we to simply swallow this indignity? Gongliang Yuber's eldest son, Gongliang Hong, entered the cave. Having just returned from the capital, he had heard about the sect's plight and sought to avenge his father, that a flicker of hatred flashed in Gongliang Yuber's eyes. But he quickly suppressed it. Your father seeks vengeance as well, but that Shin Liangkai is not a foe we can confront. I even believe that gathering the entirety of the Seven Xian sect would only lead to our total annihilation. Gongliang Hong's gaze sharpened, disbelief etched on his face. Our Seven Xian sect is at least the dominant force for 1,000 miles. Father, you are underestimating us. Gongliang Yuber inhaled deeply, speaking with gravity. No, it is not a matter of underestimating others. Given Shin Liangcai's strength, I contend that even in the capital, few could stand against him. If we wish to avoid the destruction of our sect, we must refrain from provoking him. Upon hearing this, Gongliang Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, that he understood that his father did not exaggerate. It seemed that Shin Liangkai was indeed no ordinary individual. What then shall we do? Gongliang Yuber paced the cave. Deep in thought, after a moment he halted, declaring, if we wish for the Seven Xian sect to endure, we must strive to mend our relationship with this individual. Relay my orders from this day forth. No member of our sect is to provoke Shin Liangkai, and we shall assign personnel to closely monitor his movements. Within the confines of Luoyuan City, should anyone dare to offend him, they need not report it. They may directly utilize the sect's power to suppress them. Gongliang Yuber's tone was resolute, exuding the authority befitting a decision-maker, but he had navigated the martial world for decades, well aware of human nature. That day, Shin Liangcai's forceful intrusion into the Seven Xian sect was merely to eliminate Qin Mingyuan, and he held no grudge against our sect. As long as we restore relations, our sect's safety could be assured. Gongliang Hong appeared unable to accept his father's reasoning. Just as he was about to retort, Gongliang Yuber interrupted, your father has made his decision. There is no need for further discussion. In time, you will come to understand my intentions. Seeing his father's unwavering resolve, Gongliang Hong, though begrudgingly, nodded in acquiescence. Junior brother, there is a marketplace nearby. Let us go take a look. After departing from the Wanbao Pavilion, Shin Liangkai and his companion strolled through a bustling marketplace filled with various cultivation materials. The crowd surged around them as Shin Liangkai grew intrigued. Leading Wu Huiwei to meander through the stalls, at one particular stall, Shin Liangkai spotted a rare herb. This herb, known as Longjin grass, was a crucial ingredient in the formulation of foundation-building elixirs, although he would eventually ascend to the Tianjizong in the cultivation realm. He could exchange for a foundation-building pill with the ascension token. Yet, due to his aptitude, the chances of succeeding in foundation establishment with a single pill were slim, making it likely that he would need to concoct it himself. In the mortal realm, however, the concept of foundation-building pills was virtually unheard of. Longjin grass was primarily used for enhancing male vitality, invigorating the kidneys, and promoting blood circulation. Its prominent effects made it quite popular among the men of the Dalian kingdom, leading to fierce bidding at the stall, with participants eagerly vying for it, their faces flushed and voices raised, that I bid 500 taels. I bid 800 taels. I bid 1,000 taels. The bidders were all elderly gentlemen, likely seeking to remedy some dissatisfaction in their lives, hence their fervent competition. Shin Liangkai, still young and accompanied by a beautiful young lady, immediately attracted the attention of many. Junior brother, what do you intend to do with this? Wu Huiwe, feeling the curious gazes of the crowd, blushed deeply, wishing to vanish into a crevice. You wouldn't be thinking of giving it to second senior sister, would you? Shin Liangkai wore a look of exasperation. Somewhat speechless. What are you thinking? This herb is for my own use. With that, he joined the bidding frenzy, ultimately securing the Longjin grass for the price of 3,000 taels of gold. The stall owner's gaze lingered ambiguously on Shin Liangkai and Wu Huiwe before leaning closer to Shin Liangkai, whispering, "Young man, is your body not keeping up at your age? You youngsters only indulge in pleasure, not realizing that health is the foundation of all endeavors." Just as Shin Liangkai intended to clarify. The stall owner patted his chest, assuring him, "Don't worry, all men understand this. Fortunately, you encountered me. I guarantee you'll be cured. This Longjin grass is 50 years old, so take it easy when consuming. Don't swallow it all at once. The potency is too strong, and I fear this young lady might not be able to handle it." Although the stall owner attempted to lower his voice, Wu Huiwe caught fragments of his words, causing her face to flush even more. She intended to explain but was pulled away by Shin Liangkai. "How about I consume this Longjin grass now, and we can test its effects together?" "Senior sister," Shin Liangkai jested. "Absolutely not." Wu Huiwe, blushing fiercely, rejected. "If you want to test it, do so with second senior sister." As they had not ventured far, they were abruptly intercepted by two figures. "That Longjin grass belongs to me." Chapter 14. Let this woman accompany me for a night. Shin Liangkai turned his gaze toward the voice and beheld a group approaching. The speaker, clad in luxurious attire and wielding a folding fan, exuded an air of arrogance. None other than Gu Zhantian, the son of the city lord of Luyan City, whom he had encountered previously at the Wanbao Pavilion. It's the son of the city lord. "Gu Zhantian, quickly let us steer clear. If we offend young Master Gu, we want to be able to bear the consequences." A palpable sense of trepidation swept through the crowd, as Gu Zhantian, having been pampered since childhood, was accustomed to being doted upon. In Luyan City, his father was akin to a local emperor. Who would dare provoke such a prince? Shin Liangkai had not anticipated encountering him again. However, he paid no heed to the young lord's identity, firmly replying, "I have my own use for this Longjin grass. I cannot part with it." Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the cultivation world, he considered the possibility that it might be difficult to find Longjin grass in the future. The crowd fell into stunned silence, unable to believe that Shin Liangkai had dared to reject Gu Zhantian publicly. The ramifications of Gu Zhantian's wrath would be dire. Upon hearing Shin Liangkai's words, Gu Zhantian sneered dismissively, his demeanor flippant. "Are you not merely seeking coin? Speak up. How much do you want? I can meet your demands." Simultaneously, Gu Zhantian's gaze lingered on Wu Huiwe, particularly fixating on her more delicate features. He added, "Moreover, if this lady were to accompany me for a night, I could offer you an even higher price that if I were pleased, you might find yourself free from worries for life." As he spoke, Gu Zhantian's expression grew increasingly arrogant, as though he were granting Shin Liangkai a tremendous favor. "You have 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Hearing Gu Zhantian's words, Shin Liangkai's brows furrowed deeply. Regardless of how brazen the other party was, he could choose to ignore it. However, the lewd remarks made about Wu Huiwe crossed a line he could not abide. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense. No one had anticipated that Shin Liangkai would dare to confront Gu Zhantian so boldly. Truly reckless. A mere ant dares to act so brazenly before my lord. Kneel and apologize, or I shall end your life this instant." One of Gu Zhantian's lackeys stepped forward, his gaze menacing as he glared at Shin Liangkai, his words icy as death. However, before the lackey could finish his threat, a resounding slap resonated through the air, smack. Before the lackey could react, he was sent flying, his teeth shattered, eyes bulging, his head a bloody mess, uncertain of his fate. Silence. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were engulfed in astonishment. No one had foreseen that Shun Liangkai would dare to strike Gu Zhantian's subordinate, and the ferocity of his actions was utterly shocking. Wu Huiwei could not help but cover her mouth with her small hand. Although a flicker of emotion stirred within her heart, she could not help but worry for Shun Liangkai. After all, Gu Zhanping's status in Luoyuan City was far too transcendent. Offending him was tantamount to offending the Lord's manor. In this Luoyuan City, you are indeed the first to dare challenge Gu Zhanping. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gu Zhanping's eyes as he commanded his subordinates, "Dismember this man and feed the pieces to the dogs in the back mountain. As for the woman, bring her to my room. Tonight, I shall indulge myself thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhanping's entourage swiftly surrounded Shin Liangkai and Wu Huiwei, their murderous intent palpable. How unfortunate it was that this fool dared to offend someone like Gu Zhanping. Not only would he meet his end, but he would also implicate this young lady. A voice emerged from the crowd, expressing regret, and many nodded in agreement that in Luoyuan City, the Lord's manor was akin to the heavens. Those who dared provoke it faced dire consequences, and Shin Liangkai was no exception. "You useless waste, why not obediently surrender?" One of the subordinates gritted his teeth, a large hand lunging towards Shin Liangkai. Possessing mid-stage bone refinement cultivation and a certain capacity to challenge those above him, he believed he could easily subdue someone like Shin Liangkai. However, before his hand could reach its target, he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen. Shin Liangkai delivered a light punch, sending the subordinate's body curling like a cooked shrimp, propelling him several yards away, his dantian shattered, rendered a cripple. Many were taken aback, astonished at Shin Liangkai's unexpected strength. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before Gu Zhanping's lackeys could react, Shin Liangkai took the initiative. As a Qi refinement stage cultivator, battling these bone refinement warriors was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In mere moments, those fearsome opponents were all felled by Shin Liangkai. Some suffered broken limbs. Others met their demise on the spot. Wails of agony echoed, a scene of utter despair. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Many had heard of the so-called useless young master of the Shun family in Luoyuan City, that in their minds, Shin Liangkai was nothing but a good-for-nothing. The entire Shin family yearned for his early demise. How could such a seemingly worthless individual suddenly exhibit such prowess? Shin Liangkai, however, had no time to ponder the thoughts of the crowd as he strode towards Gu Zhanping, too, was struck with fear at Shin Liangkai's strength, his eyes betraying terror. Though he usually exuded arrogance, his cultivation was only mid-stage bone refinement, inferior even to some of his own subordinates. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered. "I warn you, do not lay a finger on me. My father is the Lord of Luoyuan City. Should anything happen to me, I assure you, your life will not exceed 3 days." Shin Liangkai chuckled coldly. "Are you threatening me?" The mention of his father seemed to restore a measure of confidence to Gu Zhanping, who arrogantly replied, "What of it? Offending me means not just you, but the entire Shin family will suffer." This statement drew nods of agreement from many around, that in a radius of 1,000 miles. Only the 7 Shin sect could contend with the Lord's manor of Luoyuan City. The Shin family was indeed unworthy of comparison to the Lord's manor. They could not believe Shin Liangkai would dare act against Gu Zhanping. "A wastrel like you is beneath my notice, but if you dare to insult those around me, you may escape death, but the punishment shall be severe." Shin Liangkai, however, had no intention of granting Gu Zhanping any opportunities. He delivered a powerful kick to the latter's groin, bang. Gu Zhanping emitted a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, his groin reduced to a bloody mess, his manhood utterly destroyed. Gasps of horror rippled through the crowd. They never anticipated that Shin Liangkai would disregard the threats and deliver such a brutal blow. They all knew that Gu Zhanping was the only son of Gu Changhe, the Lord of Luoyuan City. Shin Liangkai had effectively severed the Gu family's lineage. This was nearly tantamount to courting death. Wu Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined Shin Liangkai would act so recklessly for her sake. Gu Zhangping's face turned ashen, trembling in pain as he gritted his teeth at Shun Liangkai. You dare to ruin my manhood? I, Gu Zhangping, vow to flay you alive and scatter your bones. After leaving this menacing remark, Gu Zhangping, with the assistance of several subordinates, fled the scene in a state of utter disarray. The crowd was left in a state of shock. They understood that with Gu Zhangping treated in such a manner, Shun Liangkai would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The Lord's manner would not let this transgression go unpunished. Shun Liangkai, however, remained unfazed as he turned to the dazed Wu Huiyue and said, "Let us leave." Wu Huiyue, lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing Shun Liangkai's words and hurriedly followed him, her heart now filled with worry for him. After all, this was the son of the Lord's manor. Shun Liangkai had essentially forged a bitter enmity with the manor by incapacitating him. The encounter with Gu Zhangping was merely a minor interlude. Shun Liangkai did not take it to heart. This man had relied on his father, Gu Changhe, to rampage unchecked in Luoyang City for years, bullying men and women alike, committing every kind of atrocity. Shun Liangkai's actions were, in essence, a service to the common folk. Now his mind was solely occupied with thoughts of alchemy as he quickened his pace. Upon returning to the Shun family, Shun Liangkai eagerly made his way to the back mountain, seeking out a desolate cave. He communicated with the supreme Qianquan furnace through a celestial will.in the next instant. The furnace above his dantian seemed to ignite, radiating dazzling light. The bean-sized furnace was summoned forth, expanding at a visible rate. Ultimately, it transformed into a golden alchemical furnace with a diameter of approximately 3 feet. An overwhelming aura of flame emanated, enveloping the entire cave in a scorching heat. Such a terrifying flame aura. Shun Liangkai had no choice but to channel his spiritual energy to resist it. The ultimate form of the supreme Qianquan furnace surpassed his expectations in its grandeur. The mere release of its internal flame aura was unbearable for ordinary individuals. Truly, it was a treasure once possessed by the pure Yang, true monarch. Shun Liangkai extracted 120 alchemical materials, categorizing them meticulously. Prior to this, he had thoroughly studied the alchemical formulas and methods. Now he was ready to attempt the refinement of his first batch of elixirs. With his celestial will unleashed, flames surged within the supreme Qianquan furnace. The lid of the furnace slowly opened, hovering in midair. Shun Liangkai attempted to introduce the materials for practice into the furnace, initiating the refining process as per his memories. Alchemy, aside from requiring superior formulas and furnaces, also posed a significant test to the alchemist's temperament. A lack of composure would render one incapable of adapting to the subtle changes occurring during the refining process, making timely adjustments impossible. The quality of an elixir often hinged on minute details. Some top-tier alchemical masters could move like shadows and remain as still as dead wood, completely integrating alchemy into their souls. Although Shun Liangkai possessed knowledge of over 10,000 alchemical methods from the outset, he still could not compare to those masters in terms of temperament and experience. All of this required countless trials to hone. His first batch of elixirs was somewhat awkward for Shun Liangkai, who struggled to control the supreme Qianquan furnace at will. What was meant to be a mind-clearing elixir ended up as a lump of charred blackened matter, emitting a burnt odor. It seemed that alchemy was indeed no easy feat. Shun Liangkai wiped the sweat from his brow, his once clean face now smeared with soot. Nevertheless, he did not become disheartened. He continued to embark on the refinement of a second batch of elixirs. However, the second batch also ended in failure. Though he consciously adjusted the heat, he still fell short of the ideal state. Yet through these 2 attempts, Shun Liangkai gradually found his rhythm. Over the next period, he became completely absorbed in the alchemical process. The 3rd attempt failed, the 5th attempt failed, the 12th attempt failed, the 29th attempt failed. Despite feeling utterly exhausted, he did not falter. With each failure, he gleaned valuable experience. Through countless trials and adjustments, Shun Liangkai's alchemical skills steadily improved. The 100 types of materials were not all for a single elixir. The first 50 were for one type, while the latter 50 comprised several others, with increasing difficulty. Thus, the cycle of failure and recommencement continued until the 47th batch of elixirs, when Shun Liangkai finally succeeded in refining the first elixir of his alchemical journey. A fragrant aroma wafted slowly from the furnace, and a dark red pill floated upward. He had succeeded. Shin Liangcai's face lit up with delight as he extended his hand, catching the elixir that fell into his palm. The elixirs can be classified into 5 grades: inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, and celestial. Judging by its appearance, this particular elixir could only be deemed inferior. Nevertheless, Shin Liangcai felt immensely satisfied. This success had significantly bolstered his confidence. For an entire night, he had not paused, wholly engrossed in the alchemical process. It was not until the dawn of the second day that he finally completed the refining of 100 batches of materials. Out of the first 50, he had failed 46 times and succeeded only 4. However, in the latter 50, he failed 5 times yet succeeded 45. Such a success rate is indeed remarkable for a novice, but of course, Shin Liangcai did not consider himself particularly gifted in alchemy. Without the supreme Qingquan furnace and this unparalleled elixir formula, he would not have achieved such a success rate. Seizing the momentum, Shin Liangcai took a brief respite before commencing the refinement of the returning essence elixir. With the elevated grade of the elixir, he approached the task with utmost seriousness. For 3 consecutive days, he remained within his secluded chamber, eventually producing 18 returning essence elixirs from 20 batches of materials, with only 2 failures. Furthermore, 3 of the elixirs reached the medium grade, a feat that could only be described as extraordinary for a first-time alchemist. After spending half a day to recuperate his strength, Shin Liangcai made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion, the city lord's mansion in Luoyuan City. Gu Zhanping lay on his bed, his complexion still pale. Beside him, a beautiful woman nearing her 50s was weeping as she tended to his body. Just then, the door swung open, and a tall, imposing figure clad in opulent attire strode in. This man, over 50 years of age, moved with a vigorous gait, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean. He was none other than Gu Changhe, the city lord of Luoyuan, who had just returned from the capital. Upon seeing his son frail and lying on the bed, Gu Changhe's expression darkened. "Then, my lord, you have finally returned." Zhanping, Gu Zhanping's mother, Madame Zhang, began to speak, but was interrupted by Gu Changhe. "There is no need to elaborate. I am already aware," Madame Zhang, wiping her tears, implored. "My lord, Zhanping is our only son. You must take responsibility for him." Chapter 16. The shock of Lu Hongxing. A flicker of rage flashed in Gu Zhanping's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, father." Gu Changhe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pacing the room before turning his back to Gu Zhanping and his mother, stating, "I have always said that one must act with discretion. Yet you refuse to heed my counsel. How could I, Gu Changhe, have a son so overbearing?" With that, Gu Changhe's gaze shifted to Madame Zhang, and upon seeing her tear-streaked face, his frown deepened. "Stop crying. Had you not indulged this rebellious child day in and day out, he would not have developed such a character." Chastised by Gu Changhe, Madame Zhang's legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and weeping even harder. "My lord, please do not blame Zhanping. It is my fault for not educating him properly. But with the injury he has suffered, my lord, can you truly swallow this grievance?" Gu Changhe's eyes sparkled with determination as he coldly replied, "As the saying goes, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. That if my son, Gu Zhanping, can be easily bullied by others, how can he establish himself in Luoyuan City? Inform that Shin Liangcai to meet me at the Xian Lu this afternoon. I wish to see this young man in person." Gu Zhanping's face brightened, and he assented. With his father's intervention, Shin Liangcai was surely doomed. Unbeknownst to Shin Liangcai, a significant event was unfolding at the city lord's mansion at that moment. He had already arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion. "What brings you here again?" The shop assistant greeted him, without courtesy, upon seeing Shin Liangcai. Previously, the madam had granted a discount to this waste, which the shop assistant found quite unsatisfactory to his surprise. Just a few days later, this waste had returned. "I am here to seek Madame Lu. Please inform her," Shin Liangcai stated. "The madam is busy right now and has no time to attend to you. Leave quickly and do not disrupt our business." The shop assistant held a clear disdain for Shin Liangcai. In his view, conversing with this waste was merely a waste of time. "Is this how you treat your customers at Wanbao Pavilion?" Shin Liangcai's eyes glinted as he scoffed. "And who do you think you are to claim to be a customer? Don't flatter yourself. If you do not leave, I will have someone escort you out." The shop assistant retorted, showing no respect for Shin Liangcai. As he spoke, the shop assistant clapped his hands, summoning several burly men who approached with cracking knuckles. That moment, Lu Hongxing appeared, gracefully swaying her hips, and gestured for the large men to step back. Though Lu Hongxing also found Shun Liangkai intolerable, she maintained a cordial smile on her face. These individuals are ignorant of proper conduct. If there is any offense, I hope young Master Shun will forgive them that in no harm done. Shun Liangkai waved dismissively, saying, I wish to purchase some alchemical materials. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxing instinctively rolled her eyes. Did this fellow truly think of her establishment as a wholesale market? Was he planning to take advantage again? Moreover, what did he intend to do with so many alchemical materials? Did he truly believe himself to be an alchemist? How utterly laughable! These were Lu Hongxing's inner thoughts, yet she maintained a facade of politeness towards Shun Liangkai. Have you exhausted the previous 120 batches of materials? Shun Liangkai nodded. Lu Hongxing took a deep breath and said, You may purchase materials, but our profits are thin, and the 8% discount will no longer be available. Last time, we were quite lenient with you. No more discounts? Shun Liangkai raised an eyebrow, unconcerned, and replied, If there are no discounts, I can sell my returning essence elixirs elsewhere. That he was well aware of the elixir's high demand in any city within the Dalian kingdom. Its price would not dip below 80,000 taels of gold. Moreover, once it hit the market, it would surely be met with a frenzy of buyers. 80,000 taels was the price for an inferior returning essence elixir. While he possessed 3 medium-grade ones, compared to the inferior grade, the medium-grade elixirs would fetch at least 5 times that amount. Yet, even at such exorbitant prices, medium-grade returning essence elixirs were still exceedingly rare. Shun Liangkai could discern Lu Hongxing's evident intention to make things difficult for him. He could easily seek another shop to sell his wares. Lu Hongxing's expression faltered as she asked, half in disbelief, Are you suggesting that you have refined returning essence elixirs? Shun Liangkai retorted, What does Madam doubt me? Madam, do not listen to his nonsense. Who does he think he is? Such a top-tier elixir as the returning essence elixir is rarely refined even in the entire Dalian kingdom. How could he possibly achieve it? The shop assistant immediately chimed in with mockery upon hearing Shun Liangkai's claim. Lu Hongxing could not help but smirk disdainfully, saying, Young Master Shin, do not jest. This joke is far from amusing. Unless there is something else, I shall take my leave. That as she spoke, Lu Hongxing prepared to exit. However, Shun Liangkai tossed a pouch in her hands. Lu Hongxing, taken aback, instinctively opened the pouch and was instantly petrified. Is this truly a returning essence elixir? 18 in total, and 3 of them are even medium grade. How could this be? How could this be? Lu Hongxing's face was a mask of disbelief. Having worked at Wanbao Pavilion for many years, she had never before encountered such an abundance of returning essence elixirs. Furthermore, those 3 medium-grade elixirs might not even be available at the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion. Lu Hongxing struggled to conceal her astonishment. She never expected that Shun Liangkai would genuinely produce 18 returning essence elixirs. It was simply incredible. Upon hearing Lu Hongxing's words, the shop assistant was equally astonished and hurried forward to inspect. His findings mirrored Lu Hongxing's, further altering his perception of Shun Liangkai. Shock, surprise, and bewilderment washed over him. In his eyes, Shun Liangkai was nothing but a useless waste, yet the latter's actions had delivered a resounding slap to his face. Have you seen enough? If so, please return it to me, Shun Liangkai said to Lu Hongxing. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Hongxing scolded herself for underestimating him. She quickly apologized to Shun Liangkai. I previously underestimated you. Young Master Shin, please do not take offense. Allow me to make amends. With that, Lu Hongxing slightly bowed to Shun Liangkai, her fair skin becoming more pronounced as she leaned forward, rather enticing. Could these returning essence elixirs be sold to our establishment? Whatever alchemical materials you require, I will do my utmost to procure them, and I shall still offer a discount of 8%. No, 6%. In the future, whatever young master wishes to purchase, this establishment will provide it at a 6% discount. Additionally, for these 18 returning essence elixirs, I am willing to offer 100,000 taels of gold each for the inferior ones, and 5 times that for the medium ones. I hope young Master Shin will overlook past grievances and consider a long-term collaboration with me. Chapter 17. Zui Xian Lou as she spoke, Lu Hongxing maintained her gaze fixed on Shun Liangkai. Her eyes filled with a hint of pleading, as if she feared he might refuse. That it was crucial to note that during her year in Luyan City, Lu Hongxing had not achieved significant accomplishments. Securing these 18 returning essence elixirs would not only enhance her personal performance, but could elevate the entire influence of the Luoyuan city branch. Liu Hongxing naturally did not wish to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, recalling the day when Shun Liangkai sold the Guyuan Dan for merely 50,000 taels of gold, she was suddenly engulfed by regret, feeling an overwhelming impulse to slap herself. She could only blame her own short-sightedness and her failure to recognize a towering figure when she saw one, since the lady was so sincere. The good Yuan Dan would indeed belong to Wanbage. Shun Liangkai was reasonably satisfied with Liu Hongxing's performance. After all, Wanbage was the largest materials merchant in the Dalian Kingdom, boasting not only competitive prices but also a comprehensive selection of goods. If all went as expected, Shun Liangkai would soon be in urgent need of a large quantity of alchemical materials, provided that the conditions offered by the other party were not too unfavorable. He would prioritize Wanbage. "Thank you, young Master Shin, for your generosity. I am immensely grateful." Upon hearing Shin Liangcai's agreement, Liu Hongxing was filled with delight. "How much alchemical material does young master require? I shall have someone prepare it immediately. I only need 500,000 taels of gold. The rest can be exchanged for alchemical materials," Shun Liangkai replied. Currently, aside from the pressing need to cultivate the soul-searching technique, enhancing his own cultivation was also urgent. He could not forget that he had destroyed the immortal consciousness of a core formation stage expert, that if his identity were revealed, his situation would become exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, Fairy Biao was persistently searching for the whereabouts of the supreme Qinkuan furnace. These matters compelled Shin Liangkai to devise every possible method to elevate his strength, that he planned to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement before locating the teleportation formation. Ensuring greater security, whether he ventured into the immortal realm or encountered enemies, that as for the 500,000 taels of gold, Shin Liangkai intended to inject it into the Shun family's account, which should suffice for their expenses over the next 2 years. Young Master only requires 500,000 taels of gold, and the remaining funds, calculated at 60%, will amount to 666 sets of alchemical materials. Liu Hongxing remarked, somewhat taken aback. Shin Liangkai nodded. He intended to retain 70% of the elixirs he produced for his own use, while the remaining 30% would be sold off. That my spirit root level is merely inferior grade, and my talent is as ordinary as can be. Thus, I shall compensate for my lack of innate ability with elixirs. While others revered elixirs as treasures, he would treat them as mere candies. He was determined to make a name for himself, believing that all the so-called prodigies and top talents would ultimately be trampled beneath his feet. That as he contemplated these ambitions, Liu Hongxing's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she tentatively inquired, "Young Master Shin, are you planning to continue refining elixirs with such a substantial purchase of materials?" "Indeed," Shin Liangkai replied without reservation, nodding slightly. "I have a request. Might young Master Shin consider it?" Liu Hongxing asked. "Speak." Taking a deep breath, with her delicate figure swaying slightly, she said, "In the future, if young master has surplus elixirs, could you prioritize selling them to Wanbage?" Shin Liangkai cast a fleeting glance at Liu Hongxing's alluring figure and replied, "That would depend on the lady's performance." Liu Hongxing's cheeks flushed, as if she had grasped the meaning behind Shin Liangcai's words. "That as long as young master is willing, I shall comply with any manner of performance you desire." After saying this, she deliberately threw Shun Liangkai a flirtatious glance, imbued with seduction. Soon after, the shop assistant returned, having been dispatched to prepare the goods, and handed a ring to Shun Liangkai. Shin Liangkai was somewhat astonished, but heard Liu Hongxing's voice follow. "This storage ring is a gift for young Master Shun, containing the 500,000 taels of gold and the 666 sets of alchemical materials." Raising an eyebrow, Shin Liangkai was surprised at Liu Hongxing's generosity. That in the Dalian Kingdom, storage rings were expensive, with the most ordinary ones costing no less than 50,000 taels of gold. Only individuals of significant status could afford to wear them. Although the storage ring before him was not of the highest quality, it was still valued at no less than 150,000 taels of gold. After receiving the storage ring, Shin Liangkai instinctively released his immortal consciousness to verify the contents, confirming the quantities were accurate. He departed from Boge. "That my lady, do you not find this young Master Shin somewhat unusual?" After Shin Liangkai left, the shop assistant approached Liu Hongxing and spoke in a hushed tone. What do you mean? Liu Hongxing inquired. 18, not yet 18. He is capable of refining the Guyuan Dan, a top-tier elixir. Even if he began learning alchemy in the womb, such an achievement would be unimaginable, the shop assistant continued. Liu Hongxing's beautiful eyes flickered. Are you implying? The shop assistant elaborated. I suspect that he must have an extraordinary figure backing him. Those elixirs likely originate from that remarkable individual. The shop assistant's analysis struck Liu Hongxing as entirely reasonable. This meant that Shun Liangkai was likely a disciple of some reclusive master. Regardless, he was someone she could not afford to offend. Such a person was worth cultivating a connection with, even at some cost. Young master, please wait. After leaving Wanbage, Shun Liangkai found his path obstructed by several figures in an alley. The speaker was an elderly man with white hair and beard. This old man appeared to be over 60. And judging by the imposing aura he emanated, his cultivation was at least at the acquired stage. Accompanying the old man were individuals clad in uniform attire, exuding an air of menace. What is it? Shun Liangkai halted and asked them why master requests your presence at the Zhe Xian Lu for a discussion. I have been instructed to escort you. Please allow me to be of service, the old man continued, gesturing for Shun Liangkai to follow. Who is your master? Shun Liangkai questioned that he had been imprisoned for many years and knew few people in Luyan City, so he could not fathom who would invite him to Zhe Xian Lu. You will find out upon arrival. Please follow me, the old man said, his voice aged yet laced with an air of danger as he gestured for Shun Liangkai to proceed, sensing the old man's unfriendly intentions. Shun Liangkai remained unconcerned and decided to follow the indicated path, eager to uncover the truth. Watching Shun Liangkai's retreating figure, the old man wore a wary expression, fearing that Shun Liangkai might seize the opportunity to escape. However, even upon reaching their destination, Shun Liangkai exhibited no intention of fleeing, appearing remarkably relaxed, much to the old man's astonishment. Zhe Xian Lu was one of the most prestigious taverns in Luyan City. Within a private room on the top floor, Gu Changhe and his son Gu Zhamping awaited. Beside them sat a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe, his countenance grim and gaunt. This man emanated a dangerous aura from his piercing eyes. And in his palm, 2 jadestone beads rotated alternately, producing a sound of friction. According to the master's instructions, I have brought Shun Liangkai here. Just then, the old man who had appeared in the alley entered the room and reported to Gu Changhe. Chapter 18. Severing the Life Root? Gu Changhe's eyes glinted with sharpness. Bring him in. The old man complied. When the door to the private room opened once more, Shun Liangkai's figure appeared. Jiyu Zhamping's eyes immediately sparked with hatred. The memory of their encounter at the marketplace ignited a desire for vengeance. He could hardly wait to flay Shun Liangkai alive. So it is you. Realizing Gu Zhamping's presence, Shun Liangkai finally connected the dots. However, he showed no signs of fear, pulling out a chair and sitting down nonchalantly. The Jiyu Zhamping's frown deepened. This worthless brat had dared to sit down. Did he believe he was here as a guest? Kid, upon meeting the city lord, should you not kneel and pay your respects? The grim middle-aged man coldly interjected, speeding up the rotation of the jade beads in his hand. His name was Luo Cha. A trusted general of Gu Changhe in the past, he had fought alongside Gu Changhe in numerous campaigns, earning great merit. Now he held the position of captain of the city lord's guard, Jiyu Changhe, however, waved his hand dismissively at Luo Cha. His gaze fixed on Shun Liangkai. That I did not expect you, at such a young age, to possess such courage in honoring our appointment. Truly, your Shin Qingtian's On It is no shame for my son to be defeated by you. However, you have caused my Gu family to face extinction that if this matter gets out, our family will lose all face in Luyan City. Therefore, you must provide this city lord with an explanation. Gu Changhe, as expected of a city lord, spoke with brevity, yet delivered each word with a resounding impact. The invisible pressure he exuded was enough to instill a sense of trepidation in others. Had it not been for Shun Liangkai's current strength, he might not have been able to withstand Gu Changhe's imposing presence. What explanation do you seek? Shun Liangkai inquired. Considering your youth, I shall not make things difficult for you. Gu Changhe stated coolly. You shall now waste your cultivation, sever your life root, and crawl to the southern gate of the city, where you will kneel in repentance for 7 days and nights. Only then may I spare your life. Upon hearing Gu Changhe's words, Gu Zhamping suddenly felt a surge of excitement, To waste one's cultivation and sever one's life root seemed even more agonizing than killing the person outright. Was this not a form of torment? He had not anticipated his father to be so cunning. Jiyu Zhangping eagerly anticipated Shun Liangsai's upcoming pitiful state. City Lord, you are truly magnanimous, Gu Changhe remarked. Young people are often passionate and impulsive. It is only natural they make mistakes. That I consider this a chance for him to reform. How can one reform after becoming a waste? Gu Zhangping drew in a sharp breath, realizing just how ruthless he truly was. For he had spoken of such matters with alarming nonchalance. Jiyu Changhe fixed his gaze upon Shin Liangkai and continued. For the next 7 days of kneeling, you must ensure that the passing citizens understand that your punishment stems from angering the majesty of the city lord's mansion. This affair shall not conclude until it has spread throughout Luyuan City. Do you comprehend? Gu Zhangping could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. This was the consequence of offending him. Surely, at this moment, Shin Liangkai must be filled with regret, on the verge of tears. Luo Sha, while toying with a jade bead, remarked, in my view, this punishment is still too lenient. With that, his gaze shifted back to Shin Liangkai, and he declared, the city lord is so merciful. You should be grateful. Take action yourself, or do not force me to intervene. As he spoke, Luo Sha retrieved a dagger from his waist and tossed it before Shin Liangkai, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Under the combined pressure of Gu Changhe and Luo Sha, Shin Liangkai, however, maintained an air of calm indifference. Unhurriedly pouring himself a cup of tea, he took a sip and stated, I was under the impression you would undertake something audacious. It seems this is merely a trivial trick. How disappointing! At these words, Gu Changhe and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Shin Liangkai would remain composed enough to drink tea even on the brink of death. Truly a case of ignorance about the gravity of his situation. An aura of coldness emanated from Luo Sha, his eyes glinting with malice as he said, Kid, I know you are feigning calmness. Yet deep down, you must be terrified that if you lack the courage to act, allow me to assist you. As he stepped forward, dagger in hand, attempting to strike at Shin Liangkai, a commanding voice suddenly rang out from outside. Halt! Moments later, several figures entered the room, led by a young man in his 20s, dressed in splendid attire and exuding an air of grandeur. None other than Gongliang Hong, the son of the sect leader of Kixuanzong. The appearance of Gongliang Hong took Gu Changhe and his companions by surprise. Gongzi Gongliang, what brings you here? Gu Changhe inquired with a welcoming smile. Within 1,000 miles, Kixuanzong was the undisputed overlord. And as the son of the sect leader, Gongliang Hong was accorded the treatment of a distinguished guest wherever he went. Even a city lord like Gu Changhe was compelled to greet him with utmost cordiality. Gong Lord, grant me a favor and release young Master Shun at once. Gongliang Hong seemed disinterested in pleasantries, directly stating the purpose of his visit. The Jiyu Changhe's expression hardened slightly, and with a hint of displeasure. He replied, this city lord would like to extend this favor to you, but this brat has caused my Gu family to face extinction. Today, regardless of who comes, I must ensure he pays the price. Gongliang Hong glanced back at Shin Liangkai, noticing his unscathed demeanor, which eased his worries somewhat, but he continued addressing Gu Changhe. City Lord Gu, it would be wise to heed my advice. Release young Master Shin immediately and offer him an apology. Otherwise, not only you, but the entire city lord's mansion shall face calamity. Upon hearing this, Gu Changhe, Gu Zhangping, and Luo Sha exchanged glances, then burst into mocking laughter that a former waste of the Shin family, even with some newfound strength. How could he warrant such exaggerated concern from Gongliang Hong? After their laughter subsided, Gu Changhe turned to Gongliang Hong, stating, Gongzi Gongliang, I have always regarded you as a close friend, yet you insist on defending this scoundrel. He has ruined my son's future. Must I apologize to him? What is your true intent? Are you deliberately here to ridicule me? Gu Changhe feared Gongliang Yuber, yet it was evident that Gongliang Hong did not possess his father's stature. Luo Sha, take action. With Gu Changhe's command, Luo Sha unleashed his murderous intent, a massive hand reaching toward Shin Liangkai. However, before Luo Sha's hand could descend, an invisible palm strike surged forth unexpectedly. Luo Sha, unable to evade in time, was sent flying. Gu Changhe, you have great audacity to offend young Master Shin. You are truly courting your own demise. An elderly voice echoed from afar as the door to the room was pushed open once more, revealing several figures. Leading them was none other than Gongliang Yuber, the sect leader of Kixuanzong. Gu Chang'e furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation had escalated to involve Gongliang Yuber. What was the true origin of Shin Liangkai? Lord Gongliang, what brings you here as well? Gu Chang'e quickly regained his composure and bowed to Gongliang Yuber. Despite being a city lord, he was of a lower tier in terms of strength, prestige, and seniority compared to Gongliang Yuber, that if I had not come, you would have committed an unforgivable blunder. Gongliang Yuber replied sternly. However, upon turning to Shin Liangkai, his face instantly broke into a smile that my apologies for the late arrival. Young Master Shun. As he spoke, Gongliang Yuber bowed deeply to Shin Liangkai, displaying utmost humility. To Jiu Changhe, Gu Zhanpeng, and Luo Sha were left in a state of disbelief, utterly perplexed by Gongliang Yuber's deference towards Shin Liangkai. What in the world was happening? This matter is mine alone. What crime is yours? Shin Liangkai remained casually seated. The arrival of Gongliang Yuber and his son had taken him by surprise, and he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation of being monitored, causing his expression to darken. However, I am curious how you both learned of my whereabouts. Seeing Shin Liangkai's tone grow colder, Gongliang Yuber began to sweat nervously, hastily explaining, Luoyun City is a place of chaos, and I feared that some blind fool might offend young Master Shin, which is why I sent someone to keep watched out of course. Young Master Shin possesses the ability to resolve any issue. I merely wanted to ensure your peace, and I hope you do not take offense. As he spoke, Gongliang Yuber bowed once more to Shin Liangkai. Shin Liangkai waved his hand dismissively, saying, Given your good intentions, I shall not hold it against you, but do not let it happen again. Gongliang Yuber wiped the sweat from his brow, immediately assuring, Thank you for your magnanimity, young master. The exchange between the two completely overturned the crowd's understanding of the situation. Even Gongliang Hong was left in shock, that he had been aware of his father's attitude toward Shin Liangkai, but had not anticipated such humility from his father in the presence of Shin Liangkai. He could even perceive the palpable fear in his father's eyes, an expression he had never witnessed before, akin to a child seeking forgiveness from a parent. Seeing his father bowing to someone younger than himself left Gongliang Hong feeling uneasy. Yet at that moment, he dared not interject, instead bowing alongside his father, awaiting Shin Liangkai's command. Lord Gongliang, have you mistaken the situation? This lad is merely a waste of the Shin family. What merits does he possess to warrant your respect? Gu Chang'e could not contain his incredulity. Silence. Before Gu Chang'e could finish, Gongliang Yuber interrupted. If you continue, not even the King of Heaven can save you. Taking a deep breath, Gongliang Yuber continued earnestly. Gu Chang'e, listen well. Young Master Shun is someone even I must treat with respect. Heed my words and kneel to young Master Shin and apologize immediately. Only then might you retain your position as city lord. Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'e's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he grasped the gravity of the situation, that he understood Gongliang Yuber's character well. He never exaggerated and was always resolute, that it was clear that he was not jesting. In other words, he had genuinely stumbled upon a formidable adversary today. Despite his reluctance and confusion, Gu Chang'e had no choice but to confront this harsh reality. Thank you, Lord Gongliang, for your earnest concern. I, Gu Chang'e, shall accept this humiliation today. With those words, Gu Chang'e turned to Shin Liangkai and slowly bent his knee. Father, no. Gu Zhanping's heart was heavy with rage, his blood boiling in his eyes. His father was like a mountain, the backbone of the Gu family. Yet now, he was compelled to kneel before another. This humiliation cut deeper than any wound, far more painful than death itself. With no regard for Gu Zhanping's turmoil, Gu Chang'e knelt before Shin Liangkai. This act shattered Gu Zhanping's pride completely. Even if they could evade this calamity, it would be a long time before Gu Zhanping could hold his head high again. I, Gu Chang'e, have failed to recognize the mountain before me and have offended young Master Shun. I implore you to overlook my son and my transgressions this once. Gu Chang'e spoke, his lips quivering incessantly as he did so. Ever since he ascended to the position of city lord, he had never humbled himself to such a degree before another. Little did he anticipate that one day he would find himself kneeling before a youth of little repute. Begging for forgiveness like a dog was undeniable that Gu Changhe was a man capable of bending and yielding. Shun Liangkai took a sip of tea and inquired, I have incapacitated your son. Yet you kneel and plead with me. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? Gu Changhe's countenance darkened, suppressing his inner fury as he replied, I dare not. I only seek your forgiveness, young Master Shun. Nonsense. Shun Liangkai suddenly rose, fixing his gaze upon Gu Changhe with a cold smile. Such hatred cannot simply be set aside. Out of respect for sect Master Gongliang, I shall spare your life. However, should you and your son wish to seek vengeance, you are welcome to come for me at any time. But let me be clear. If you make that choice, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Gu Changhe's gaze sharpened. Shun Liangsai's words were a testament to his confidence in his own power, indicating that he held little regard for Gu and his son. Should they not be grateful for Shun's mercy in sparing their lives? Gongliang Yuber sighed in relief, hastily cautioning Gu Changhe, fearful that Shun Liangkai might retract his mercy. Given his amicable relationship with Gu Changhe, he naturally did not wish to see him perish. The Gu Changhe expressed his gratitude immediately. Though Gu Zhanping was reluctant, he too knelt on the ground, deeply wounded in spirit. Are you satisfied with my handling of the situation, Sect Master Gongliang? Gongliang Yuber inquired cautiously. Shun Liangkai remained silent, his gaze resting on the long-silent Luocha. Did you not wish to sever my lifeline? Use this dagger to mutilate your own hand, Shun Liangkai coldly declared, kicking the dagger he had previously taken from Luocha towards him. Previously, Luocha had incessantly taunted and mocked, and Shun Liangkai had not forgotten his behavior. A chill swept through the crowd. Luocha's face turned ashen, his voice trembling as he stammered, Young Master Shun, I acknowledge my faults. Can I make amends in another way? He was the captain of the guards of Luyuan City. A formidable practitioner. Losing an arm would surely dim his martial path. Shun Liangkai said nothing, but his gaze was piercing, causing Luocha to shudder in fear. Luocha, take action. It was at this moment that Gu Changhe interjected. He understood that self-mutilation might be the best outcome for Luocha. Chapter 20. Dysmenorrhea. A person who could instill such fear in Gongliang Yuber could easily take the lives of the three of them. Luocha's face was ghostly pale, his eyes vacant, as he trembled and picked up the dagger, drawing it across his flesh with a fierce determination. With a splatter, a stream of crimson erupted. His severed arm fell to the ground. And Luocha's body convulsed in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his face. The Gu Zhanping trembled in fright. Today, they had set a trap for Shun Liangkai at the drunken immortal pavilion, expecting him to pay the price, only to find themselves hoisting a stone that crushed their own feet. Once Shun Liangkai departed, Gu Changhe slumped helplessly in his chair, feeling as though he had been hollowed out. After a moment, he regained his composure and turned to Gongliang Yuber, asking, Sect Master Gongliang, I wish to know what extraordinary qualities Shun Liangkai possesses that causes you such trepidation. Gongliang Yuber sighed, as if unveiling a festering wound. However, he did not hesitate to recount the events that transpired at Sichuan's sect that day. Upon hearing this, Gu Changhe and his companions, although somewhat prepared, felt a tumultuous wave of shock surge within them. Is this truly the case? Given the astonishing revelations, Gu Changhe felt compelled to seek confirmation once more that of course it is true. Do you think I would jest about my sect's honor? Gongliang Yuber replied. So you mean to say that Qin Mingyuan also perished at his hands? Gongliang Yuber refrained from divulging the cause of Qin Mingyuan's death, but Gu Changhe had already deduced the answer. Indeed, to Gu Changhe's mind was a void. If he had previously felt discontent regarding the events of the day, at this moment, all such feelings had evaporated that in fact, he felt a sense of relief that he had not resisted when Gongliang Yuber urged him to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Given Shun Liangsai's terrifying prowess in obliterating Sichuan's sect, eliminating the three of them would indeed be as simple as crushing an ant. Only someone of considerable stature from the capital could so effortlessly overpower sect Master Gongliang. This individual's cultivation had likely reached the late stage of the innate realm, Gu Changhe mused. The more he analyzed, the more formidable Shun Liangkai appeared. However, Gu Changhe could never comprehend why Shun Liangkai, who had recently been deemed a waste of the Shin family, had suddenly become so powerful. What had transpired within him? This question not only perplexed Gu Changhe, but had also troubled Gongliang Yuber for a considerable time. Gongliang Yuber's weary eyes flickered, and he said, even the late stage of the innate realm may not possess such overwhelming deterrent force that I even suspect he has grazed the threshold of something greater. Gu Changhe's body trembled, astonished as he asked, are you implying that Shen Liangkai is the legendary cultivator? Gongliang Yuber replied, cultivators stand high above, seldom treading upon mortal soil, that he has not yet entered that realm. Regardless, this individual is not someone of our humble status who can afford to offend. Moreover, achieving such accomplishments at his tender age implies a boundless future ahead. Thus, what we can do now is to diligently maintain this relationship. Should he soar to greatness in the future, he shall not allow us to languish in mediocrity. Gongliang Yuber was already astute and strategic. During his recovery from injuries, he had come to realize many things and gained a deeper understanding of managing his relationship with Shen Liangkai. Back at the Shen residence, Shen Liangkai intended to return to his room to sort through his supplies before heading to the back mountain to refine pills. Yet, Yuanen seemed to have anticipated his return. Having prepared a sumptuous feast that you've been out and about these past few days without a proper meal, you must be famished. Eat while it's hot, Yuanen said with a bright smile. Resembling a devoted wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return, that I am indeed a bit hungry, Shen Liangkai replied with a smile. Although cultivators could fast, it was still essential to indulge their appetites occasionally. Halfway through the meal, Shen Liangkai suddenly recalled something and asked Yuanen, where is senior sister San? Why isn't she here? Wu Huinyu was quite the foodie. It was unusual for her to miss such a lavish spread. Yuanen replied, she is feeling a bit unwell and has no appetite. She informed us in advance that she wouldn't be having dinner at a stomachache. What happened? Shen Liangkai felt a surge of concern. Skipping a meal seemed quite serious, but Yuanen chuckled, oh dear. Why are you so clueless? Shen Liangkai, still puzzled, pressed, what do you mean? Can you explain more clearly? If you don't, I might just have to resort to force. Yuanen quickly understood. No, I'll tell you. Every month, women go through a few days. Don't you know that? At that moment, Shen Liangkai realized that Wu Huinyu was experiencing her monthly cycle and suffering from dysmenorrhea. It seems she has a bit of cold in her womb. I'll go take a look. Without finishing his meal, he left those words behind and made his way to Wu Huinyu's quarters. Why is he so concerned about that girl? Yuanen thought, biting her lower lip, feeling a twinge of jealousy. What was happening to her? Previously, she had contemplated giving herself to him merely for survival. But now her sentiments had transformed. Arriving at Wu Huinyu's dwelling, Shen Liangkai knocked on the door. It's me. Shen Liangkai. Wu Huinyu's voice sounded weak. The door isn't locked. Come in. Shen Liangkai entered to find Wu Huinyu lying on the bed. Enveloped in blankets, her youthful face pale. Junior brother Shen, what brings you here? Wu Huinyu inquired, that I heard that you were unwell and had a stomachache, so I came to check on you. Shen Liangkai replied with a smile. I am fine. You need not worry, junior brother, Wu Huinyu said, her cheeks flushing. This was a sensitive topic for women, and she wondered how he knew that I'll take a look for you. Observing Wu Huinyu's condition, it was apparent that her pain was not ordinary dysmenorrhea. There were other issues at play. As Shen Liangkai approached Wu Huinyu's bed, he felt an unmistakable chill emanating from her. Instinctively, he lifted the blanket to investigate further. To his astonishment, the unexpected occurred. Wu Huinyu lay there, completely unclothed, her body bare beneath the covers. As Shen Liangkai lifted the blanket, the vivid and provocative scene was laid bare before him. Wu Huiyu let out a startled cry, hastily pulling the blanket around her body. However, in her flustered state and weakened condition, she nearly tumbled down. Fortunately, Shen Liangkai was quick-witted and agile, catching her delicate form just in time. Yet this only resulted in Wu Hui유's body remaining exposed to the air. Coming into intimate proximity with Shen Liangkai. Chapter 21. Full of resilience, visually snow-white and plump, with a soft and tender touch that Wu Huiyu murmured instinctively, curling up in Shen Liangkai's embrace like a small kitten. Gulialu. Shen Liangkai swallowed hard. He had often fantasized about Wu Hui유's figure, envisioning it as petite yet surprisingly ample. Upon seeing her for real, he realized he had underestimated her. Not only was her skin as fair and supple as if it could exude moisture, but the prominent features of her anatomy were astonishingly ample. How grand! Shen Liangkai couldn't help but exclaim, and almost as if compelled by some unseen force, he reached out to give it a gentle squeeze. Such resilience. Junior brother, you rogue. Let go of me. Wu Hui's face flushed deeper as she felt her sensitive areas being invaded, struggling to break free from Shun Liangsai's grasp and quickly wrapping herself in the blanket. Biting her lip and falling silent. Her bashful demeanor was surprisingly endearing. Shun Liangkai subconsciously inhaled the lingering fragrance on his palm and turned to Wu Huiwe, remarking, truly delightful, that he had never considered himself a good person. Yet in his past, he would not have been as shameless as he felt now. The practice of yin-yang six harmonies indeed seemed to cloud his mind with desires that Wu Huiwe was too shy to meet Shun Liangsai's gaze. Although he called her third senior sister, she was merely a year his senior, being 18 years old, still a budding young woman. She had never experienced such teasing before. Junior brother, you are so wicked, taking advantage of me when I'm unwell. Wu Huiwe said, her voice laced with grievance, that I came to treat you. Shun Liangkai replied, rubbing his nose and extending his hand once more that Wu Huiwe eyed him warily, instinctively retreating to the corner of the bed. Give me your hand. I shall take your pulse, Shun Liangkai said with a smile. Shun Liangkai, being adept in alchemy, surely possessed some medical knowledge. With this thought, Wu Huiwe cautiously extended her small hand to him. Taking her hand, Shun Liangkai began to check her pulse. The medicinal formulas within the Supreme Cauldron not only contained methods for concocting thousands of elixirs, but also recorded a portion of medical knowledge. While these techniques were merely rudimentary in the realm of cultivation, they could be deemed miraculous for ordinary mortals. Over the past few days, Shun Liangkai had memorized them thoroughly. Through his examination, Shun Liangkai discovered, as he had previously suspected, that the true cause of Wu Hui's abdominal pain was not merely dysmenorrhea, but rather an overwhelming chill deeply rooted within her. This icy attribute had long resided within Wu Huiwe. But due to her weakened state during her menstrual period, she was unable to suppress the frigid aura, leading to exacerbated abdominal pain. To investigate the source of this icy energy, Shun Liangkai had no choice but to release his celestial consciousness. Enveloping Wu Hui's body, under the cover of his celestial awareness, he discovered something resembling a spiritual root within her, dim and elusive. As he attempted to probe further, he found that this entity seemed to be shrouded in a certain restriction, preventing his celestial consciousness from approaching, lest it be consumed entirely. After several attempts, he had to abandon his efforts. He was now certain that the cold attribute emanated from this mysterious entity. Shun Liangkai tried to operate the yin-yang six harmonies technique, drawing that icy attribute into his own body and refining it through the practice. The cold air was of yin nature, which would be beneficial for cultivating yin-yang six harmonies in a mere moment. Shun Liangkai felt his cultivation level peak at the second level of qi refinement. After temporarily suppressing the icy attribute within Wu Huiwe, his cultivation breakthrough occurred, advancing him to the third level of qi refinement. Wu Hui's delicate face regained a hint of color, and her entire demeanor transformed. Do you feel better? Shun Liangkai inquired. Much better, thank you, senior brother Shin. Wu Huiwe nodded, her gaze toward him sparkling with appreciation. Throughout her life, she had been plagued by dysmenorrhea, trying countless remedies with little success. She never expected Shun Liangkai to be able to heal her. There's no need for thanks, Shun Liangkai waved his hand. Explaining the cause of her ailment to her, Wu Huiwe quickly asked, what should we do then? Shun Liangkai replied, I can only temporarily suppress that icy attribute. It will inevitably flare up again soon. To completely cure it, at least 3 days of proactive treatment will be required. Wu Huiwe bit her lip. Does that mean it will be difficult for you, senior brother? It's not difficult, as long as you're willing to cooperate. Shun Liangkai reassured her. Wu Huiwe obediently nodded. After chatting with her a little longer, Shun Liangkai took his leave, yet his mind lingered on the peculiarities within Wu Huiwe. Through their conversation, Shun Liangkai learned that she had been orphaned since childhood, taken in by a servant of the Shin family during a rainy night and raised to adulthood. Later, that servant passed away, and by chance, Chiurong discovered Wu Huiwe's talent, taking her as a disciple. Considering Wu Huiwe's background and the anomalies within her, Shun Liangkai could surmise that her parents were certainly not from the Great Liang Kingdom, and it was very likely they hailed from beyond the Qingyun realm. Of course, all of this was merely Shun Liangsai's speculation. Whether it held truth would require time to verify. Upon returning to his residence, Shun Liangkai took a brief rest before heading to the cave dwelling in the back mountains of the Shin family. embarking on his alchemical journey. Now he was eager to master the soul-searching technique to uncover the true murderer of his parents. Thus, for this round of alchemy, Shun Liangkai prioritized the concoction of spirit-nourishing pills. The materials for 333 spirit-nourishing pills took him a full 7 days and nights to complete, but he lost 13, successfully producing 320. Among these, there were 300 low-grade, 18 mid-grade, and 2 high-grade pills that in terms of speed, success rate, and quality, his performance had reached a remarkably high standard, even rivaling some masters of alchemy in the realm of cultivation. Such achievements would earn him godlike status in the mortal realm. Shun Liangkai, however, did not intend to sell these 320 spirit-nourishing pills. Instead, he began to consume them voraciously, as if they were mere candies. During the process of swallowing the spirit-nourishing pills, Shun Liangkai could distinctly feel his celestial consciousness level steadily rising. While refining the return-to-origin pills, he simultaneously consumed the spirit-nourishing pills, all while honing his celestial awareness throughout the alchemical process. This led to an unprecedented improvement in his celestial consciousness level within a mere half-month, reaching a stage that was difficult for others of the same realm to contend with. Once he finished refining all the materials for the return-to-origin pills, his celestial consciousness level had also risen to the point where he could practice the soul-searching technique. Rather than rushing into things, he chose to continue consolidating his progress for a while longer. For the next 3 days, Shun Liangkai opted for seclusion in the cave dwelling for cultivation in just 3 days. He consumed over 200 return-to-origin pills combined with the practice of yin-yang 6 harmonies, directly breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement it is noteworthy that just half a month ago. His cultivation had only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement in merely 10 days. He had made yet another breakthrough. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of monstrous. Shun Liangkai understood that this was entirely due to the 200 return-to-origin pills. Though their effects were relatively ordinary for cultivators, he treated the pills as if they were mere candies in 3 days. He had consumed 200 return-to-origin pills that if the top figures of the Great Liang Kingdom were to learn of this, they would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. After solidifying his cultivation, Shun Liangkai emerged from the cave and headed to the Wanbao Pavilion to prepare to liquidate the remaining return-to-origin pills. This time, Lu Hongxing not only greeted him immediately, but even declined several major clients to attend to Shun Liangkai personally. Young Master Shun, it has been half a month since we last met. Have you forgotten about me? Chapter 22. Women are meant to be conquered. In the room? Lu Hongxing smiled seductively, exuding charm in every way I've been busy with alchemy for the past half-month. Just finished and came to see you. Shun Liangkai replied nonchalantly, his gaze appraising her. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxing's interest was piqued, and she quickly asked, "May I inquire how many pills young Master Shun has concocted this time?" The previous 18 good yuan pills, once launched, were snatched up in an instant, causing quite a stir in Luoyuan City, and even attracting the attention of certain prominent figures in the capital. Lu Hongxing not only amassed a considerable fortune, but also garnered recognition from the headquarters of Wanbage. It is worth noting that the collective sale of 18 good yuan pills at a single shop had never occurred in the history of the Dalian Kingdom. This unprecedented event propelled the remote Luoyuan City into the spotlight for all in the Dalian Kingdom. Exceptionally, the route to the capital was reopened for this occasion, leading to a series of chain reactions that rendered Wanbage bustling with customers and skyrocketing orders in recent days. The sales figures even surpassed those of the headquarters in the imperial capital. Most of the guests Lu Hongxing received were drawn by the allure of the Guyuan pills. She understood that the current prosperity of Wanbage was rooted in those 18 Guyuan pills. If the stable sale of the Guyuan pills could not be sustained, the fervor would quickly fade. This anticipation made her eagerly await the return of Shun Liangkai. Shun Liangkai remarked, "The success rate isn't particularly high. Perhaps around 120 pills that he withheld the truth. For in reality, he had refined a total of 320 Guyuan pills, having consumed 200 himself, leaving 120 for sale." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Hongxing was left utterly astounded. Was 120 pills considered a low success rate? Surely, young Master Shin must be jesting. Shun Liangkai wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had perhaps revealed too much. What would Lu Hongxing think if she knew there were 320 Guyuan pills in total? Did young Master Shin still remember their previous agreement? Lu Hongxing gazed intently into Shun Liangkai's eyes as she refilled his teacup. Shin Liangkai took a sip and replied, "Of course, I remember." Lu Hongxing smiled radiantly. "In that case, I can now trade with young Master Shin." Faced with the temptation of 120 Guyuan pills, Lu Hongxing could hardly contain her eagerness. Shin Liangkai cast a lingering glance at Lu Hongxing's alluring form and said, "The trade can occur at any time. But I believe I mentioned that I must observe your performance, my lady." Lu Hongxing instantly understood his implication. She rose and approached, audaciously taking a seat upon Shun Liangcai's lap, her delicate hand caressing his cheek as her breath wafted softly like orchids. "I truly wish to impress young Master Shin, but I fear it might bring about dire consequences for you." That as she spoke, Lu Hongxing attempted to rise, only to find herself firmly restrained by Shin Liangcai. Unable to move despite her struggles, that's so. Shin Liangcai's eyes sparkled with intensity, clearly discerning the warning embedded in Lu Hongxing's words. "Young Master Shin, please cease this jest that I speak these words out of genuine concern for your safety." Shin Liangcai, unperturbed, chuckled, "I, Shin Liangcai, have little fondness for threats. Since you insist, I shall witness this so-called peril myself." She gasped for breath, the sharp pangs of pain eliciting a cry of anguish from her lips. In her heart, she cursed Shin Liangcai as a lecher, for no man had ever treated her in such a seemingly humiliating manner. Shin Liangcai wore a mischievous grin, realizing that being overly accommodating to women was counterproductive. Sometimes, it was necessary to adopt a firmer approach, employing unique methods to conquer them. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, shattering the peculiar atmosphere. "Damn it, who dares to interrupt my affairs?" Shin Liangcai muttered under his breath. Seizing the opportunity, while Shin Liangcai momentarily paused, Lu Hongxing swiftly rose, hastily adjusting her attire and hair, clearing her throat before declaring, "Come in." The shop assistant entered, noticing Lu Hongxing's flushed complexion and flustered demeanor. He seemed to piece together the situation but chose not to address it, instead informing Lu Hongxing, "Madam, 2 young ladies have arrived, claiming to be from the capital and specifically requesting your presence." The assistant added that, despite his insistence that she had pressing matters, they remained undeterred, with one maidservant stating that if Madam did not attend to them, they would cause a scene in the shop. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxing frowned. "What audacity! Have them wait a moment. I must conclude my transaction with young Master Shin first." The shop assistant, caught in a dilemma, said nothing further and withdrew. Shin Liangcai did not press Lu Hongxing. And soon they completed their transaction, that he accepted a small portion in cash while purchasing all the remaining alchemical materials. However, this time, he not only sought materials for the Nourishing Soul Pill and Guyuan Pill, but also added several new varieties of elixirs. "Who do these dog servants think they are to summon Our Lady? Didn't I mention before that they should wait for your arrival?" A young woman's voice drifted from outside. The shop assistant could only force a smile, as he recognized the 2 young ladies' significant status and dared not offend them. "Here I come, ladies, please wait a moment." Once Shun Liangcai's matters were settled, Lu Hongxing hastily pushed the door open and stepped out. With Shun Liangcai following closely behind, he observed that in the lobby, 2 young women stood out conspicuously. The one speaking was dressed as a maid, while behind her stood a lady clad in white. Her face veiled by a light gauze, though her features were obscured, her ethereal presence radiated an undeniable nobility, as if she were born to it. "Are you the proprietress?" Upon Lu Hongxing's emergence, the maid immediately inquired. "It is I. May I ask what brings you 2 young ladies here?" Lu Hongxing replied. "May we speak privately for a moment?" The veiled lady finally spoke, her voice delicate and cool, imbued with an otherworldly quality. Lu Hongxing led the 2 women into the inner chamber, with Shun Liangcai following, curious about their identities. To be candid, we have come to inquire about a certain individual, that if you provide the information truthfully, there will be a generous reward, the veiled lady stated. "Who are you inquiring about?" Lu Hongxing asked. "The master who refines the Guyuan pills," the veiled lady responded. Chapter 23. Unseeing Eyes. Lu Hongxing's gaze sharpened. Instinctively glancing at Shun Liangcai, pondering that the master alchemist stood before her, potentially accompanied by an even more formidable figure in the realm of pill refinement. Yet she maintained her composure, addressing the veiled lady. "Might I ask why you seek this master?" The veiled lady explained, "My father's old ailment has resurfaced, and we wish to invite the master to the capital to assist in his healing." This lady exhibited a decorum that surpassed that of the maid, her every gesture exuding the grace of a noble lineage. What affliction does your esteemed father suffer from? Could you elaborate? Shun Liankai interjected, having formed a favorable impression of the veiled lady and willing to offer assistance if needed. However, before the veiled lady could respond, the maid, Lanner, furrowed her brows in disdain, retorting, "How can we divulge our master's matters to a nameless upstart like you? Have you no sense of your own status? A most amusing notion, indeed," Shun Liankai scoffed. "How can you ascertain that I, this so-called nameless upstart, cannot save your master? I hope you won't come seeking my aid later." With that, he turned and departed, burdened with countless tasks ahead of him. Besides mastering the soul-searching technique, he also needed to elevate his cultivation level, and time was of the essence before the teleportation array closed. Observing Shun Liangsai's retreating figure, Lanner scoffed with derision. "Huh. As if I would seek his assistance. Does he truly believe himself to be that master? How laughable." Though Lanner displayed rudeness, the veiled lady remained unfazed. Not even glancing at Shun Liankai as she continued her inquiry with Lu Hongxing, "If the madam could kindly divulge the whereabouts of this esteemed master, I would be most grateful." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongxing couldn't help but roll her eyes to that moment. She comprehended the meaning of unseeing eyes. The master had just been driven away by their arrogance, and they still dared to question her. As her words echoed, both the veiled lady and Lanner appeared momentarily stunned, unable to process the implication of Lu Hongxing's statement. "Do you mean to say that the young man who just left is the master?" Lu Hongxing nodded affirmatively. Upon realizing this, both women were left utterly flabbergasted. Lana muttered in disbelief, "Impossible! How could a mere junior of the blood exchange realm be a master of refining Guyuan pills? It simply cannot be. You must be deceiving us, are you not?" Lanner challenged. Unperturbed by Lanner's skepticism, Lu Hongxing replied impatiently, "I've said all I need to say. Believe it or not, that is your choice." You, Lanner, visibly frustrated, opened her mouth to protest further, but was halted by the veiled lady. "Lanner, there's no need for more words. That we must pursue him immediately. Otherwise, that young man will be far out of reach." With that, they swiftly exited Wanbage, only to find no trace of Shin Liankai. "Miss, there are 3 paths here, and we have no idea which one he took. We likely cannot catch up." Lanner felt a pang of regret as she recalled her previous attitude towards Shin Liankai. If it weren't for Lu Hongxing's revelation, she would never have imagined that the legendary alchemy master could be so young. She resolved to gather more information about the master before paying a visit. The woman with the veiled face remarked that Shun Liankai was unaware of the events to come. That moment, he had returned to his residence. Prior to this, Shun Liankai had elevated his celestial consciousness to a level sufficient for practicing the soul-searching technique. Now, seated cross-legged upon his bed, he commenced an in-depth study of this technique, his celestial consciousness racing through his mind as he sought to comprehend the intricacies of soul-searching. With the support of his potent celestial consciousness, mastering the technique became significantly easier. After 2 days of relentless study, Shin Liankai had already grasped the fundamentals of the soul-searching technique, enough to deal with Qiu Rong in the Shun family's dungeon. Qiu Rong, Qiu Aoshue, and Qin Haoxuan had been imprisoned for half a month. This moment, they seized an opportunity to incapacitate the dungeon guards and prepare for their escape, cut off from the outside world. They were oblivious to the events that had transpired in Luyun City over the past fortnight. "Haoxuan, why hasn't your uncle shown up yet? I can hardly wait to eliminate that waste Shin Liankai," Qiu Rong asked Qin Haoxuan. After several days, she still fantasized about Qin Mingyuan coming to avenge them. "Rest assured, my uncle must be occupied. With him around, that waste cannot possibly survive. Perhaps he has already met his end at my uncle's hands," Qin Haoxuan replied confidently. The thought of Shun Liankai claiming Qiu Aoshue before his eyes and gouging out his own eyes ignited a seething hatred within him. As they spoke, the trio navigated through the narrow passage and successfully exited the dungeon. "After so many days apart, I never imagined you would still be so deluded." Just then, a familiar voice echoed. The 3 of them froze, instinctively looking towards the source of the sound, only to see a figure clad in white approaching them. "Shun Liankai, you are still alive." Qiu Rong's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of fury. "Qiu Rong, you can't possibly be hoping for Qin Mingyuan to come and exact vengeance for you. Can you?" Shun Liankai sneered. although Qin Haoshuan was blind. Hearing Shun Liangsai's voice once more filled him with venomous rage. Shen Liangkai, do not be arrogant. If my uncle arrives, you will undoubtedly die. Your uncle is already dead. Shen Liangkai retorted. Impossible. My uncle is a late-stage innate powerhouse, an elder of the Seven Xian sect. No one in Luoyuan City can touch him. Let alone you, a mere waste. Qin Haoshuan remained skeptical, viewing Qin Mingyuan as an insurmountable mountain, unshakable by anyone. You are endlessly verbose. With a single strike, Shen Liangkai knocked Qin Haoshuan to the ground, his voice filled with dominance that he then turned his gaze to Qiu Rong. Qiu Rong, I will ask you once more, how did my parents die? Qiu Rong let out a cold laugh that I stand by my words. Even in death, I will not tell you. She was a clever woman. With their escape thwarted, their fate was already sealed, faced with inevitable death. She refused to allow Shen Liangkai the satisfaction of an easy end. Then it shall not be your choice. Before she could react, Shen Liangkai stepped forward, his hand gripping her head. Chapter 24. The grudge of parents is greater than heaven. Qiu Rong was taken aback, instinctively attempting to evade. But it was too late. An overwhelming celestial consciousness erupted from Shen Liangsai's palm, instantly enveloping Qiu Rong's form. She trembled as if struck by lightning, feeling her very soul being forcefully extracted. With a face full of terror, she demanded, Brat, what are you doing to me? Shen Liangkai ignored her, directly invoking the soul-searching technique to delve into her memories. Qiu Rong's recollections were chaotic, filled with numerous debaucherous events that defied belief. Shen Liangkai sifted through them, intently searching for the memory of his parents' demise. Finally, a fragment of memory floated into view 6 years ago. The Grand Tutor Chun Xingzhou suddenly summoned beauties from various cities within the Great Liang Kingdom, announcing that those chosen would have the honor of accompanying the immortal master to appreciate flowers and tread upon snow, and that if they captured the immortal master's favor, their futures would be limitless. Initially, many young women eagerly signed up, filled with hope as they were sent to the capital. However, rumors soon spread that all the selected women had mysteriously died, and their deaths were grievous indeed. This led to widespread panic throughout the Great Xia Kingdom, and no woman dared to apply thereafter. In order to satisfy the immortal master's desires, Chun Xingzhou resorted to coercive measures. They arrived in Luoyuan City, initially targeting Qiu Rong to save her own life. Qiu Rong claimed that she was not as beautiful as Shen Liangsai's mother, successfully diverting Chun Xingzhou and his cohort's attention towards Shen Liangsai's mother. Shen Liangsai's mother refused to submit, and in a fit of rage, Chun Xingzhou attempted to forcibly take her to the capital. Shen Liangsai's father, in a fury, battled Chun Xingzhou but ultimately met a tragic end. Unable to bear the humiliation, Shen Liangsai's mother took her own life. Upon absorbing this memory, an overwhelming fury erupted within Shen Liangkai. His gaze turned crimson, and it felt as though a blaze of vengeance enveloped him. He had initially believed that his parents were slain by enemies, only to discover that they had been ensnared by Qiu Rong, becoming sacrificial pawns for the powerful. Shen Liangkai realized that the immortal master was indeed a cultivator, and it was evident that in the eyes of such beings, the lives of mortals were as insignificant as weeds that in this world, strength reigned supreme. The weak could only be slaughtered at will. However, what Shen Liangkai could not fathom was how this cultivator had crossed realms to reach the Great Liang Kingdom. He was eager to uncover the identity of this individual, yet Qiu Rong possessed no memories of this person. He immediately resolved to travel to the capital to seek out Grand Tutor Chun Xingzhou and unravel the final mystery. Chun Xingzhou, the murderer of his parents, must die. Qiu Rong and the immortal master, who played indirect roles in their deaths, were equally marked for extermination on Shen Liangsai's list. The ability to traverse realms and descend upon the mortal world indicated that the opponent's cultivation was undoubtedly unfathomable. Yet Shen Liangkai cared not for such details. Regardless of who they were or how formidable their power, the grudge for his parents surpassed all else. Once he uncovered the specifics of this individual, he would stop at nothing to exact vengeance, using their blood to honor the souls of his parents in the afterlife. As he withdrew the soul-searching technique, Qiu Rong awakened from her previous stupor. So it was you who conspired to cause my parents' demise. Shen Liangsai's gaze pierced through her, his voice icy. Qiu Rong furrowed her brow, appearing exceedingly astonished. Indeed, they all perished indirectly at my hands. And what of it? They deserve to die, and I bear no blame. As she spoke, Qiu Rong erupted in a manic laughter, her voice bordering on insanity. Die. However, before her laughter could cease, Shen Liangkai unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his strike, imbued with intense hatred, crashed down, boom. With a resounding explosion, Qiu Rong's head was obliterated, her body collapsing to the ground, fragments of her shattered skull littering the floor, the air steeped in a chilling, murderous aura. Witnessing her mother's head crushed, Qiu Aoshue did not shed a single tear, her face betraying no sorrow, only sheer terror. As she gazed upon the headless corpse of Qiu Rong, Shen Liangkai felt not a shred of compassion. Qiu Rong's death was no great loss, yet his parents would never return. His gaze fell upon Qiu Aoshue, causing her to tremble. Shen Liangkai, don't come any closer. Please spare my life. I will do anything you ask. Confronted with death, Qiu Aoshue relinquished her dignity, casting aside the enmity for her mother. Yet Shen Liangkai remained silent, advancing step by step towards her. Qiu Aoshue trembled uncontrollably, her heart filled with dread as she hurriedly spoke. Right, weren't you coveting my body? If you spare my life, I will accompany you every night, and you can do as you please. All right. Shen Liangkai's eyes gleamed with sharpness, suddenly feeling a wave of revulsion. Vile woman, you overestimate your worth. Go join your mother. With those words, a destructive beam of light erupted from Shen Liangkai's fingertips. Qiu Aoshue's expression shifted in horror. Before she could react, the beam pierced through her brow. Her eyes widened in despair, filled with a myriad of thoughts in her final moments. She never imagined she would meet such an untimely and unjust end at that instant, aside from her unwillingness. What filled her heart was profound regret for how she had treated Shen Liangkai. Had she acted differently, she would not have faced this fatal calamity. But now, it was all too late. The light pierced her brow, and life ebbed away from her. Thud. With Qiu Aoshue's lifeless body collapsing, both she and her mother received their rightful fates. Shen Liangkai was no saint. Though he harbored a certain cynicism, he was one to repay grievances. No matter who it was, should they trespass upon his bottom line, they would pay the price in blood. Though Qin Haoshuan was blind, he could still discern what had transpired from the sounds around him. He, too, was taken aback by Shen Liangkai's brutal demeanor. However, Shen Liangkai did not spare a glance at Qin Haoshuan and turned to leave to him. Qin Haoshuan posed no threat. Being blind, his existence might even be more torturous than death. Upon learning of his parents' demise, Shen Liangkai was relentless, eager to head to the capital and confront Chen Xingzhou. Yet, as he stepped out of the Shen family courtyard, he was halted by two figures. These two were young maidens, notably the veiled woman he had encountered previously at Wanbao Pavilion, accompanied by her maid, Lana. Are you here to see me? Shen Liangkai inquired, somewhat surprised. Chapter 25. Do you intend to use force? Young Master Shen, no, Master Shen, I apologize for my previous transgressions and humbly ask for your forgiveness. The veiled woman slightly bowed her head, her tone imbued with a newfound respect. There's no need for such formalities. Shen Liangkai replied, Speak. What is it that you seek? My father is gravely ill, and I beseech you, Master, to lend your assistance. Shen Liangkai flatly refused. You should seek help elsewhere. He had intended to offer guidance the day prior, but was met with scorn from Lana. Furthermore, upon discovering the identity of his parents' murderer, he lost all inclination to involve himself further in this matter. But if you would agree to help, I would be willing to meet any conditions. The veiled woman grew anxious, her gaze pleading that I do not wish to repeat myself. I take my leave. Shen Liangkai had no desire for further discourse and turned to depart. However, Lana blocked his path, her expression icy as she declared, The young lady is pleading with you, and you dare refuse? Truly ungrateful. Do you not realize the esteemed status of the young lady? How many in the entire Dalian kingdom are worthy of her courtesy? I shall speak plainly. Whether you agree or not, you must comply. There is no choice. Shen Liangkai's brow furrowed. What is this? Do you intend to force me? Lana held her head high. A blood exchange realm warrior. Even if I were to use force, what could you do? Before her words could fully settle, Lana swiftly reached out to seize Shen Liangkai with a lightning-fast grip, despite being merely a maid. Her strength was formidable, and her movements were like a flash of lightning. Yet before her delicate hand could reach him, Shun Liangkai casually grasped her wrist, halting her actions abruptly. Lanner cried out in pain as Shun Liangkai twisted her arm, her visage paling in shock. She had never anticipated Shun Liangkai's prowess to be so formidable. My apologies, Master Shun. Seeing Lanner in distress, the veiled woman furrowed her brows and in a swift motion catapulted herself towards Shun Liangkai, moving with the grace of a soaring swallow, arriving before him in the blink of an eye, her speed beyond mere mortal perception. With a palm strike akin to thunder, she unleashed a powerful blow. Imbued with tremendous force, this woman, of a similar age to Shun Liangkai, possessed the cultivation of the acquired realm, her combat prowess far exceeding that of others within the same realm, rivaling even mid-stage acquired realm warriors. Yet, Shun Liangkai remained unfazed. That a single glance from him unleashed a captivating light from his pupils, which instantly pierced into the woman's brow. Before her palm could land, her body froze in place, her soul seemingly struck by an invisible force. What is this technique? Her face drained of color, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably as she sensed an overwhelming force of death locking onto her. Shun Liangkai was like the Grim Reaper, fully capable of dictating her fate. Particularly, his eyes resembled the depths of hell, instilling within her an unprecedented terror. Do not provoke me again. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy. Shun Liangkai cast a fleeting glance at the woman before turning to leave. Her expression remained one of shock, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead, as if she had yet to emerge from the clutches of fear. His strength is astonishing. Who would have thought that such a figure could exist in this humble Luyuan city? Lanner, equally stunned, realized she had severely underestimated Shun Liangkai. Regaining her composure, she asked, "Princess, where shall we go now?" The veiled woman's beautiful eyes gazed into the distance, a hint of worry flickering in her pupils. "In 1 month's time, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament will commence. His Majesty has entrusted the organization to my father, yet he has fallen ill once more that we must return to the capital and devise a new plan." Due to the surging popularity of the Guiyuan Dan, many had flocked to Luyuan City, resulting in the vessels connecting the capital to Luyuan City setting sail earlier than usual. As Shun Liangkai arrived at the dock, he observed several dockworkers gathered, discussing the matter at hand. The news of the Guiyuan Dan has reached the capital. Not only have the ships set sail sooner, but the influx of visitors to Luyuan City has multiplied several times over. Who could have imagined that such a small place could produce so many Guiyuan Dan? From what I understand, it's not just the capital. Many prominent figures from other cities have come as well, causing the price of Guiyuan Dan to soar. Yet even so, many cannot obtain it. It is simply too popular. Indeed, I heard that several of our dock's overseers also visited Wanbao Pavilion but returned empty-handed. All I wish to know is the identity of that alchemist. Just think about it. For an alchemist of such caliber, not only us dockworkers but even the higher-ups of the merchant guild may not have the privilege to meet them. Moreover, Wanbao Pavilion has been tight-lipped about it. Clearly, that alchemist does not wish to reveal themselves, Sai. These matters are beyond our concern. We should focus on our work. As Shun Liangkai brushed past the dockworkers, one individual, engrossed in conversation, failed to notice and collided with him. "Ouch! That hurts. Watch where you're going. The line for the boat is over there." The man grimaced in pain, shot Shun Liangkai a glare, and then departed. Shun Liangkai paid it no mind. Just as he took a couple of steps, he noticed 2 graceful figures sprinting towards him. Shun Liangkai raised an eyebrow and asked, "What brings you here?" "I came to help you cook." Yuan Nan replied that I fear I might have a stomach ache soon. "Junior brother, you promised to treat me every 3 days. You must keep your word." Wu Huiwa seemed to have concocted her reason midway through. The 2 women had learned of Shun Liangkai's intention to travel to the capital and resolved to accompany him. Very well. With Chirong deceased, the 2 women remaining at the Shin residence served no purpose. Prompting their agreement, "Junior brother, you are so kind." Upon receiving Shun Liangkai's consent, both women's faces blossomed with radiant smiles as they approached the ticket booth to purchase their passage. An impatient voice came from within. "All tickets are sold out. Move along and do not linger here." "But the boat is not full. Why not continue selling tickets?" Wu Huiwa questioned. The vessel lay anchored nearby, and from their vantage point, the 3 could clearly see that the boat was not at capacity, indicating that there should be ample space available. "This is my call. If I say there are no tickets, Then there are no tickets. Now stop wasting your breath and go back from whence you came. The ticket seller shot Wu Huiwe a glare, his demeanor exceedingly unfriendly. The shipping business in Dalian Kingdom was monopolized by Hongyan Merchant Guild, from the captain to the sailors and ticket sellers. All were affiliated with this guild, and this dock was no exception. Even the Lord of Luoyuan City had no authority over it. Shun Liangkai merely wished to reach the capital swiftly and had no desire to stir trouble. He contemplated taking the next boat, but was informed that the next departure would not be for another 7 days. At that moment, a group approached from a distance, led by a slender young man with a sinister expression. They too made their way to the ticket booth. The ticket seller's demeanor immediately shifted to one of deference as he presented several tickets with both hands. Young Master Zhou, here are your tickets. Please accept them. As the Zhou youth accepted the tickets, he smiled and remarked, "We came uninvited and did not queue. I hope this does not disrupt your Dacus order." His words, though seemingly polite, were undermined by his haughty demeanor. Not at all. Rules are made for commoners. For esteemed guests such as young Master Zhou, exceptions are to be expected. The ticket seller wore a sycophantic smile, all the while casting a disdainful glance at Shun Liangkai and his companions. Witnessing this scene, Shun Liangkai and his companions could not help but furrow their brows. Chapter 26, Such a Disgrace. Who would have thought the ticket seller would be so brazenly powerful? Quickly arranged for young Master Zhou to board the first-class cabin. The ticket seller, however, paid no mind to Shun Liangkai's group, issuing orders to several nearby sailors. The sailors rushed forward, enthusiastically attending to the Zhou youth, who nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept over Shun Liangkai and his companions, a trace of contempt evident in his expression. Upon noticing Yuan Nan and Wu Yue's beauty, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. The it is Zhou Hao, son of General Zhou Hung from the Grand Tutor's residence. Zhou Hao has come to Luoyuan City as well. Indeed, it has been many years since such a prominent figure has appeared in our Luoyuan City. They must have come to Wanbao Pavilion to procure good Yuan Dan. In the distance, a few individuals were whispering among themselves. Upon witnessing that Zhou Hao and his companions had arrived late, yet still possessed tickets, Wu Huiwe could not restrain her curiosity and stepped forward to inquire. "Did you not just claim there were no tickets available? How is it that tickets suddenly appeared in your possession? Are you treating us differently?" The ticket seller, maintaining a stern countenance, impatiently retorted, "What of it if we do treat you differently? You ought to consider your own standing. What qualifications do you possess to be compared to young Master Zhou?" As he spoke, his gaze towards Wu Huiwe dripped with increasing sarcasm. One of Zhou Hao's companions scoffed. "You cannot blame her. Those who emerge from such a small place as Luoyuan City are inevitably unsophisticated. How could they possibly be aware of my master's esteemed reputation, faced with such blatant injustice and discrimination?" Both Yuanan and Wu Huiwe were seething with indignation. Wu Huiwe, unable to contain herself any longer, emphatically addressed the ticket seller. "Everyone here is paid for their tickets and deserves equal treatment. Today, you must provide an explanation for your actions regarding the three of us." Though Wu Huiwe appeared delicate and petite, she harbored a fierce aversion to such unfair treatment. Observing the unfolding scene, the ticket seller's expression darkened swiftly, declaring, "What right do you have to ruin my Hongyan merchant's business? I will count to 3. Get lost at once." Wu Huiwe, however, stood her ground defiantly. "Unless you present us with the tickets, do not expect me to leave." At this, a formidable figure from Hongyan merchant's crew grew incensed, stepping forward with a chilling demeanor. "You are courting disaster by provoking me. Let me show you what happens when you challenge me." Before he could finish his threat, his hand was raised high, aiming a slap directly at Wu Huiwe's fair face. Possessing late-stage bone-refining realm strength, the force behind that strike was formidable, and the consequences would be dire if it connected. Wu Huiwe's visage paled in terror, caught off guard by the audacity of the assailant. Yet before the merchant's hand could descend upon her, a figure swiftly intervened, placing himself protectively behind Wu Huiwe and seizing the assailant's wrist with lightning speed. It was none other than Shun Liangkai. The merchant's expression soured as he clenched his fist, preparing to retaliate against Shun Liangkai. However, Shun Liangkai swiftly delivered a kick to the man's knee, causing him to howl in pain as he collapsed to the ground, agony radiating from his knee and wrist. "How dare you, a burly man, bully a defenseless woman? Scum like you are unworthy of living in this world." Shun Liangkai glared down at the merchant's subordinate, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes, that we are all travelers under the stars, and there is no need to let trivial matters incite such fury. I will arrange for this gentleman's 3 tickets. I kindly ask the 3 of you to board the ship without delay. At that moment, a clear, authoritative voice rang out from a short distance away. The crowd turned to see a group approaching, led by a young woman clad in sleek black attire. With fair skin and exquisite features, she exuded an air of valiance that was not to be underestimated. Appearing merely 17 or 18 years of age, she was already a formidable practitioner of the acquired realm. Upon her arrival, the expressions of the Hongyun merchant's crew shifted to one of respect as they parted, creating a clear path for her, indicating her significant status that as she reached Shin Liangkai, she handed him 3 tickets without hesitation. Shin Liangkai accepted them graciously, and as the woman appraised him, a flicker of intrigue passed through her eyes, quickly masked by a smile and a nod before she led her companions aboard. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Hao and his companions bore expressions of disappointment. Their hopes of witnessing a spectacle had evaporated. Shin Liangkai disregarded Zhou Hao and his entourage as he boarded the vessel alongside Yu Anan and Wu Huiyue. Meanwhile, he recognized 2 familiar figures, the veiled woman and her maid, Lanner. The veiled woman approached Shin Liangkai with courtesy, and after responding politely, he entered the cabin. How dare those 3 question young master? They must be taught a lesson, one of Zhou Hao's companions expressed indignantly. Indeed, we must show them their place. Otherwise, what authority does my family hold in the capital? Zhou Hao, overhearing their conversation, chose not to intervene, tacitly endorsing their sentiments that in the capital of the Great Liang, Zhou Hao enjoyed privileges in every setting, and no one dared challenge him. Shin Liangkai and his companions' actions were perceived as a provocation, and he was determined to ensure they understood the repercussions of their insolence. The passenger ship soon set sail, traversing a sea expanse of thousands of miles. At the current speed, it would take at least 7 days to reach the capital. Should they encounter storms or assaults from formidable beasts, the journey could extend even longer. The veiled woman had intended to invite Shin Liangkai and his companions to the VIP cabin, but he declined, opting for 3 lower-tier rooms, one for Yu Anan, one for Wu Huiyue, and one for himself, to facilitate his training. However, as soon as Shin Liangkai settled in and prepared to cultivate, a knock resonated at the door. He opened it to find several sailors standing outside. One of them commanded imperiously, "This cabin has been requisitioned by young Master Zhou. Vacate it immediately and ensure it is cleaned thoroughly to do you understand?" Shin Liangkai raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you referring to Zhou Hao?" The sailors nodded. "Young Master Zhou is a valued guest of our Hongyun merchant, one you cannot afford to offend, that I advise you to comply. Otherwise, if young Master Zhou takes offense, you will regret it." At this, Shin Liangkai's brows furrowed, his deep-set eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Chapter 27. Self-inflicted punishment. What is the meaning of this? Why are you barging into our room and throwing our belongings out? Almost simultaneously, a voice called from outside. Shin Liangkai quickly exited his room to find Yu Anan and Wu Yue's door besieged by several individuals. As the door swung open, the 2 women's personal belongings were being unceremoniously tossed into the hallway. Clad only in their sleepwear, they had evidently just finished grooming themselves. Wu Huiyue, while gathering her scattered possessions, argued with the intruders, while Yu Anan attempted to intervene, leading to a scuffle that a loud slap echoed as one of the sailors struck Yu Anan, leaving half her face instantly swollen. "You wretched girl, dare to tussle with me? Do you wish to die?" the sailor bellowed, his eyes glaring as he delivered a vicious kick to Yu Anan's abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground in pain. The Hongyun merchant monopolized over 90% of the maritime trade within the Great Liang, commanding a fleet of thousands of vessels. Even the ordinary sailors aboard were above the bone-refining realm. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, was a practitioner of the acquired realm. Yu Anan and Wu Huiyue, both at the initial stage of bone refining, were clearly outmatched. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of many on the deck. Witnessing the humiliation of Yu Anan and Wu Huiyue, the onlookers felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Regular passengers were well aware of the Hongyun merchant's ruthless reputation, known for their domineering tactics and discrimination against ordinary travelers. Yet, when it came to individuals of higher status, they would not only refrain from offending them, but would also go out of their way to curry favor, such as offering free tickets and VIP accommodations to Zhou Hao. Simultaneously, The sailor who had attacked Yu Anan showed no signs of relenting, raising his foot to deliver another kick to the downed girl. "I do not harm my senior sister," Wu Huiwe cried out, throwing herself over Yu Anan in a desperate attempt to shield her from the blow. "Seeking death, are you?" The sailor sneered, increasing the force behind his kick, intent on making Wu Huiwe pay dearly for her interference. Just then, a figure clad in white appeared silently, intercepting the sailor's assault. The sailor's eyes widened as he recognized the newcomer, a youth at the blood exchange realm, and without hesitation, he launched a punch at him. Shen Liangkai simply reached out, capturing the sailor's wrist with pinpoint accuracy, in a swift motion. He pivoted and delivered a side kick, striking the sailor's calf with precision. With a sickening crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed as the sailor screamed in agony. His leg broken. The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden emergence of a blood exchange realm youth. "Let go of me," the sailor howled, baring his teeth in pain and fury as he glared at Shun Liangkai, who had not anticipated such strength from him. "To harm my senior sister. You will lose that arm." Shun Liangkai's gaze turned frigid as his words fell. He exerted pressure, snapping the sailor's arm with a sickening crunch. Shun Liangkai was not one to instigate trouble, but he was certainly not one to shy away from it. Yu Anan and Wu Huiwe willingly followed him, standing by his side as his loyal companions, refusing to allow any outsiders to bully him. Who is this young man? How dare he lay hands on the members of Hongyun Trading Company? His audacity is simply astounding. Indeed, judging by his attire. He appears to be a local of Luyuan City. It is surprising that such a small place as Luyuan City harbors a youth of such extraordinary courage. Alas, having offended Hongyun Trading Company, his fate is inevitably sealed. Many in the crowd murmured in astonishment, all captivated by Shun Liangkai's boldness, yet none believed he could survive. Given the modus operandi of Hongyun Trading Company, they would surely reduce him to mere fragments. Leaving onlookers in disbelief. With an arm broken, the sailor had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Shun Liangkai, akin to kicking a dead dog, sent the man sprawling away, and then approached Yu Anan and Wu Huiwe, inquiring with concern, "Second senior sister, are you all right?" Yu Anan slightly shook her head, replying, "I am fine. Merely some superficial injuries." Upon hearing the discussion swirling around them, her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she hastily warned Shen Liangkai. "Junior brother, Hongyun Trading Company is immensely powerful, far beyond the capabilities of Seven Xian sect. You have provoked them, and they will not let you go." She did not wish to implicate Shen Liangkai in her troubles. Wu Huiwen nodded in agreement. Although Shun Liangkai's strength had grown immensely, he now faced an organization that spanned the entire Qingyun realm, akin to a commercial empire. Even if Shen Liangkai prospered in Luyuan City, he could not possibly contend with the might of Hongyun Trading Company. "Rest assured, I will be fine," Shen Liangkai reassured the two women with a comforting gaze. He then turned his attention to the sailors of Hongyun Trading Company. Addressing them, "I had no intention of becoming enemies with Hongyun Trading Company, yet you have chosen to provoke me. Now, there is but one path for you to appease my wrath." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned, some even questioning if they had misheard. How audacious could this youth be? He openly injured a sailor from Hongyun Trading Company and yet demanded they quell his anger. Such hubris was indeed laughable. The leader among the postnatal realm practitioners had his gaze fixated on Shen Liangkai, a mocking expression on his face as he asked, "What path is that? Pray, enlighten us." The crowd leaned in, eager to hear. Shen Liangkai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance, and spoke calmly, "Bring Zhou Hao before me to kneel and apologize, allowing me to decide his fate. Furthermore, all those involved in today's incident must commit suicide as an act of contrition, and I shall no longer pursue the matter with Hongyun Trading Company. Otherwise, you shall all pay the price with your lives." Chapter 28, Kneel. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was taken aback, expressions of incredulity painting their faces. Though the youth displayed remarkable courage, he seemed to lack a grasp on reality. Was he truly threatening the members of Hongyun Trading Company? What a farce! Did he believe himself to be someone of significance? Clearly, he was a doomed man, yet he dared to speak such wild claims, truly absurd. Whether it was Zhou Hao or Hongyun Trading Company, neither could be offended by a mere practitioner of the blood exchange realm. They were eager to see how this arrogant and deluded individual would meet his end. Almost simultaneously, a sound of applause drew everyone's attention as Zhou Hao descended from the second floor of the ship's cabin, flanked by several subordinates. "Marvelous, simply marvelous," Zhou Hao exclaimed, clapping his hands mockingly. His gaze swept over Shin Liangkai, and with a cold smirk, he remarked, "I had no idea a mere practitioner of the blood exchange realm could create such a stir. It seems I have underestimated you." Before Zhou Hao could finish, one of his subordinates chimed in with derision. "Young master, your esteemed self is far too precious to waste breath on such a nameless wretch. Why not let us take care of him? Indeed, young master, this fool is not only ignorant but also overestimates himself. He deserves a lesson." Seeing Shun Liangsai's nonchalant smile, Zhou Hao, fanning himself with a folding fan, wore a sneering expression as he continued, "Listen closely, boy, if I wished to kill you, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. However, I could offer you a chance at survival, that if you allow these two young ladies to serve me, I shall spare your life. What say you?" At this, Zhou Hao's subordinates erupted in laughter, recognizing their master's intent to toy with Shin Liangkai. Zhou Hao licked his lips, his gaze provocative as he asked, "So, what will it be? Make up your mind. If you choose to comply, send them to my quarters clean and ready that I, Zhou Hao, am a man of my word. I shall not harm you." The crowd's attention flickered. Zhou Hao, the son of the general of the Grand Master's manor, exuded a natural air of dominance. Many speculated on what choice Shin Liangkai would make. Yet, Shun Liangkai regarded Zhou Hao with a look of incredulity. Astonished by his foolishness and the theatricality of his inner monologue, it was as if he were a deluded narcissist reveling in his own imagination. "I am speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Zhou Hao, though enjoying his performance, felt his temper flare as Shun Liangkai continued to ignore him. Just as he was about to vent his frustration, the crowd witnessed Shin Liangsai's hand execute a swift motion. And in an instant, an invisible palm print materialized in the air, descending upon Zhou Hao's back like a mountain. "Kneel," Shun Liangkai intoned coldly. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in Zhou Hao's ears like the tolling of a great bell, sending tremors through his very soul, that he felt as though his spirit were being wrenched from his body. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhou Hao could not withstand the pressure and collapsed. Kneeling before Shin Liangkai, a gasp of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, utterly shocked that Shun Liangkai possessed such power. Not only was his speed beyond comprehension, but his mere words instilled a sense of submission within them. Zhou Hao's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth, struggling to rise. Shun Liangkai, however, offered him no respite, channeling his spiritual energy into the invisible palm print, rendering Zhou Hao breathless. With a crack, the deck splintered under the immense pressure, and Zhou Hao's kneecap shattered into pieces. He screamed in agony, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue. All present were left in stunned silence. Zhou Hao, a practitioner of the early postnatal realm, endowed with exceptional talent and nurtured by the Grand Master's manor, possessed formidable capabilities to challenge those above his rank. Yet now, he appeared utterly powerless against the youth of the blood exchange realm. His knee destroyed, he was effortlessly subdued. It was simply unfathomable. Even Yu Anan and Wu Huiwe, familiar with Shin Liangkai, were left astounded by the scene before them. Who could have imagined that within just half a month, Shin Shidi's strength had surged to such a level? "You scoundrel, release young Master Zhou at once, or we shall not hesitate to take action," the leader of the postnatal realm practitioners bellowed at Shin Liangkai. Zhou Hao was the son of the general of the Grand Master's manor. Should anything happen to him aboard their ship, it would be a grave matter to explain to the Grand Master's manor. "You chose this path yourself. Do you think I would let him go now?" Shin Liangkai sneered. "You think Honyun Trading Company fears a nameless wretch like you?" The leader of the postnatal realm practitioners scoffed, and then ignited a flare that exploded above the ship's cabin. Instantly, the vessel was thrown into a state of emergency, with countless members of Honyun Trading Company rushing toward them. "Seize him! Take this brat down!" the leader commanded, waving his hand. Dozens of sailors surged forward, encircling Shun Liangkai. In an instant, various destructive attacks rained down upon him, leaving no opportunity for evasion. Shin Liangsai's eyes gleamed with determination as he activated the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique. With a casual wave of his arm, a beam of spiritual energy shot forth. As a practitioner of the fourth level of the Qi refinement stage, battling sailors of the bone forging stage was akin to a dimensional suppression. The beam of spiritual energy surged forth with unstoppable force, sending several sailors hurtling back, blood gushing from their mouths as they fell, unsure of their fates. The crowd exchanged glances aghast. What manner of strength was this for a practitioner of the blood exchange realm? Even a practitioner of the innate realm would struggle to maintain such composure. In less than 3 breaths, over a dozen sailors lay sprawled on the ground, subdued by Shun Liangkai, the leader of the postnatal realm practitioners. His expression darkening, attempted to flee, but Shun Liangkai was already upon him, that a powerful hand clamped around his throat, lifting him effortlessly. The postnatal realm practitioner felt a choking sensation, his face turning purple as he desperately struggled. Yet under Shun Liangkai's immense strength, no matter how he writhed, he could not escape. I warned you, having chosen this path, you shall serve as his burial companion. Shun Liangkai observed the terrified expression of the postnatal realm practitioner. Devoid of any compassion, that he had offered the man a chance. But it was not his fault that the man failed to appreciate it. Shun Liangkai's grip tightened. The postnatal realm practitioner felt his throat nearing collapse. His life hanging by a thread. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Just as Shun Liangkai was about to strike, a voice echoed from afar. Chapter 29. Miss Tang. The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the sound and beheld a young woman in her 20s. Beside her were several figures, all possessing innate cultivation levels. Although this woman was youthful, she had already reached the late stage of post-heaven realm, a remarkable achievement among her peers. More importantly, her beauty was truly stunning. With exquisite features, bright eyes, and a charming smile, her presence was particularly striking. Clad in a fitted plain garment, she exuded an air of competence, embodying the spirit of a woman who does not yield to men. This was Tang Min, a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Hongyan merchant group. To everyone's astonishment, Tang Min was indeed aboard this ship. It was rumored that she had just turned 20. Yet her cultivation had already advanced to the late stage of post-heaven realm, and she wielded the powers of both ice and fire, mastering the heavenly fire and cold ice palm, making her formidable beyond measure. I have also heard that Tang Min was to represent the Hongyun merchant group alongside other top talents from the headquarters at the upcoming martial arts tournament a month later. With her exceptional talent, she might even secure a place in the top 10. Such an extraordinary young woman had come to Luoyuan City, seemingly in pursuit of the Guiyuan Dan. Upon seeing her, many were visibly excited and began to murmur amongst themselves, nodding in agreement. Even if most of them were unable to procure the Guiyuan Dan, encountering Tang Min was indeed worth the trip. It appeared that the commotion had caught the attention of Tang Min and a few high-ranking individuals aboard the ship. Surely, this young man would not dare to act recklessly in their presence. Miss Tang, save me. Upon the arrival of Tang Min and her companions, the leader of the post-heaven strongmen cried out for help, as if he had found a savior. However, Shun Liangkai did not afford him the opportunity to continue. He swiftly crushed the man's throat. He had also noticed Tang Min and felt a hint of familiarity emanating from her. Yet he did not dwell on this, casually tossing the body aside. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and one expected that after Tang Min's arrival, the young man would still dare to kill. He seemed to regard her and her companions with utter disdain. How audacious! This man does not deserve death. Must you eradicate him entirely? Tang Min furrowed her brow as she questioned Shun Liangkai. Casting a glance at the corpse on the ground, he sought his own demise. How can he blame me? Shun Liangkai retorted with a cold smirk. The actions of the Hongyan merchant group had thoroughly infuriated him. You are the first to dare take a life aboard my Hongyan merchant group's vessel. And you did so multiple times. Do you not owe me an explanation? Tang Min's eyes gleamed with sharpness as she inquired that I have no interest in idle chatter, if it is a battle you desire. I am ever ready to oblige. Shun Liangkai replied, hands clasped behind his back. However, I must caution you. Do not play with fire, for the consequences are beyond what your Hongyan merchant group can bear. His voice resonated with authority, not loud, but imbued with undeniable confidence. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of Shun Liangkai's audacity. Faced with Tang Min, he displayed no fear. Rather, he threatened her directly. Could it be that he, aware of his impending doom, had decided to throw caution to the wind? Tang Min's lovely visage reflected her astonishment. She had not anticipated Shen Liangsai's arrogance. This impudent individual should be executed immediately to uphold the dignity of our Hongyun merchant group. An elder with a head of white hair, named Li Huaili, said through gritted teeth, his weathered face bearing an icy demeanor. As the captain of the vessel, he possessed profound martial arts skills. His words were quickly met with agreement from several other high-ranking individuals, who released their own formidable auras. The atmosphere on the deck became exceedingly tense, charged with hostility. Yu Anan and Wu Huinyu felt their hearts race and rose to their throats. They were utterly powerless to intervene in such a situation, silently praying for Shen Liangsai's safety. Before Li Huaili and the others could take action, Tang Min gestured for them to halt. Li Huaili and the others exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled by Tang Min's command. Yet they complied. Buzz! Almost simultaneously, they witnessed Tang Min stepping forward, arriving before Shen Liangkai with lightning speed. She then began to move her hands, summoning a swirling vortex in her palms that as she struck forward. The vortex surged toward Shen Liangkai with a howling force. Shen Liangsai's eyes shimmered with intensity as he casually struck out with his palm, unleashing his spiritual energy. The vortex erupted instantaneously, sending forth a terrifying gust of wind that struck Tang Min, causing her to stifle a grunt as she almost stumbled back, managing to steady herself through sheer willpower. That a flicker of surprise passed through Tang Min's eyes. It was evident that the vortex she had unleashed was not a genuine attack, but rather a probe. She had gleaned the answer she sought. Shen Liangkai could not help but cast a profound glance at Tang Min. Miss Tang, are you unhurt? One of the high-ranking individuals aboard inquired immediately. I am fine, Tang Min replied, waving her hand, her gaze still fixed on Shen Liang. Huaili's brow furrowed deeply. Let us not waste time. I shall slay this youth at once before he could make his move. However, Tang Min intercepted him. That Huaili's expression turned grim, his reluctance evident. This man has slain so many of our Hongyun merchant group. How can we simply let him go? Miss Tang, are you disregarding our reputation? Those willing to join me in avenging our fallen comrades, please step forward, Li Huaili declared. Having served in the Hongyun merchant group for over 40 years, his authority surpassed that of Tang Min. His call was met with immediate support from several other high-ranking individuals, who stepped forward in agreement. Unless Shen Liangkai is killed, their rage cannot be quelled by the decree of Hongyun. All of you step back. As the situation spiraled out of control, Tang Min brandished the Hongyun order, raising it high above her head. The Hongyun order, as its name suggests, represented the highest authority of the Hongyun merchant group. Typically bestowed by the leaders of various branches, the order was akin to witnessing the leader in person. To intimidate them, Tang Min had produced the Hongyun order, causing Li Huaili's expression to darken considerably. As expected, upon seeing the order, the high-ranking individuals aboard fell to their knees in reverence, refraining from any rash movements. Tang Min, for a mere scoundrel who has slain many of our Hongyun merchant group's members. You would dare to wield the Hongyun order to intimidate us. I wonder what your true intentions are. Is this truly worth it? Li Huaili questioned with a sardonic smile. Stand down, Tang Min commanded. Her demeanor transformed into one of authority as she held the Hongyun order aloft. There were matters she could not elucidate to Li Huaili and the others in such a short time, and thus she resorted to this desperate measure. Though Li Huaili and the others were discontent, the presence of the Hongyun order compelled them to temporarily withdraw. Witnessing this, the crowd was both shaken and perplexed, unable to comprehend why Tang Min had chosen to act in such a manner. Could it be that this young man possessed a background that even the Hongyun merchant group feared? Impossible. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. We have no desire to become enemies with you, but I must warn you, this individual hails from the Taisher mansion. It would be wise to spare his life. Tang Min pointed at Zhou Hao, who remained kneeling on the ground. Chapter 30. I wish to share a drink with you. Zhou Hao had recorded every moment of the preceding events that he could scarcely believe that a mere youth in the blood exchange realm not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also commanded such respect from Tang Min. At this moment, with his knees shattered, he faced a high probability of never standing again without the aid of a skilled physician. This filled Zhou Hao with immense rage toward Shen Liangkai. However, he no longer dared to exhibit the same arrogance as before. Instead, he cast a pleading glance at Tang Min. Tang Min merely glanced at Zhou Hao, and a fleeting look of disdain flickered in her eyes. Had it not been for him, the Hongyan merchant group would not have clashed with Shun Liangkai. She was willing to speak on Zhou Hao's behalf only to prevent him from coming to harm aboard the Hongyan merchant group's ship. I am disinclined to take his life, that if he can remain kneeling here until we reach the capital without dying, I shall spare him. Shun Liangkai sneered that as for the Taisher mansion, he would inevitably pay a visit. From Qiu Rong's memories, Shun Liangkai had learned that one of the culprits responsible for his parents' deaths was none other than the current Grand Minister, Chen Xingzhou. Thus, his journey to the capital was not solely to gather intelligence regarding the teleportation array to the immortal realm, but also to exact vengeance upon Chen Xingzhou for his parents' tragic fate. Moreover, he aimed to uncover the identity of the immortal who had caused his parents' demise, for that individual was the true architect of their suffering. To this revelation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The distance to the capital was no less than 10,000 miles. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than 7 days to arrive without any hindrances. Zhou Hao, with his knees utterly shattered, would be forced to kneel on the deck for at least 7 days and nights. Such a punishment was unbearable for most. This was utterly ruthless. Even Tang Min cast a sympathetic glance at Zhou Hao, whose face was ashen, his expression filled with resentment as he glared at Shun Liangkai. Yet he dared not utter another word. Kneeling until reaching the capital was undoubtedly a tormenting ordeal, but it at least afforded him a glimmer of hope for survival, that as long as he could endure until the capital. He would find a way to dismantle Shun Liangkai piece by piece. With Tang Min's intervention, this conflict reached a temporary conclusion, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Before long, the blood and bodies on the deck had been cleared away, as if nothing had ever transpired. Concurrently, all passengers aboard the ship were informed that today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. Failure to comply would mean becoming enemies of the Hongyan Trading Company. Naturally, everyone understood that Hongyan Trading Company sought to silence them. And no one would be foolish enough to provoke such an entity, deliberately leaking the matter, but if one wished to survive, they could only keep this incident buried deep within. Your Highness, who would have thought that fellow could be so audacious as to kill someone from the Hongyan Trading Company? Lamented Lana from a private box on the second floor of the cabin. She had previously witnessed Shun Liangcai's arrogance, but had never imagined it would escalate to this extent. In Lana's eyes, Shun Liangcai had completely offended the Hongyan Trading Company today. Once they initiated their vendetta, that fellow would undoubtedly struggle to survive. I too did not anticipate such an occurrence. The T.O. slay so many from the Hongyan Trading Company and escape unscathed. He must be the only one of his kind in the Great Liang Kingdom. No, he should be regarded as unique throughout the entire Qingyun realm, remarked the veiled woman, utterly captivated by Shun Liangcai's recent display. Your Highness, you are somewhat exaggerating, Lana retorted. Not only in the Qingyun realm, but even within the Great Liang Kingdom. He falls far short. At the very least, our senior brother is not a person he can compare to in the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Senior brother has essentially secured a spot in the top 10. And even the current emperor has praised him as having the demeanor of the founding emperor. Across the entirety of the Qingyun realm, there are countless prodigies, though this person's strength is formidable. He is ultimately merely at the blood exchange realm, and in comparison to those top figures, he remains inadequate. While the veiled woman could not entirely agree with Lana, she was compelled to acknowledge that there was some truth in her words. Among the 6 nations of the Qingyun realm, there existed an abundance of extraordinary talents. One could not simply equate this individual with those who had long been renowned across the land based on a few impressive battles. In a month, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament would convene in the capital of the Great Liang Kingdom. That time, prodigies from the 6 nations of the Qingyun realm would gather together to compete, promising to be an extraordinary martial arts spectacle. Unfortunately, with her father's old ailment resurfacing, it seemed unlikely she could attend in person to witness it. With the conflict on the deck concluded, Shun Liangcai ensured that Yu Anan and Wu Huiwei were settled before returning to his own quarters. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Shun Liangcai was enveloped in the swirling energies of yin and yang, performing the great cycle of the universe within. Despite the numerous events of recent days, he had never neglected his cultivation. Under the potent infusion of several good yuan pills, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement 4th layer, just a step away from breaking through to the 5th layer. According to his plans, he must elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer before locating the teleportation array leading to the immortal realm. Thus, upon arriving in the immortal realm, he would be able to gather foundation establishment pills in preparation for his foundation. His spirit root was of inferior quality, necessitating extensive preparation and foresight. After all, once he arrived in the immortal realm, the stark advantage he held over ordinary martial artists would cease to exist. Without sufficient trump cards, survival would become exceedingly difficult. Shen Liangkai had not been dazed by his recent triumphs, but he possessed a keen sense of crisis and disliked engaging in battles without confidence. Everything was aimed at maximizing his strength, ensuring he had adequate self-preservation abilities when faced with peril. Soon enough, evening approached and the sky gradually darkened. Having consumed dozens of Guiyuan pills, he fully utilized the effects of the medicine, operating the yin and yang unity technique to break through to the fifth layer of qi refinement. Just as he had stabilized his cultivation, a knock echoed at his door. Shen Liangkai raised an eyebrow slightly, descended from his bed, and opened the door, expecting it to be Yu Anan or Wu Huiwei, only to find Tang Min, whom he had encountered earlier in the day. "Did I ask there's something you need?" Shen Liangkai inquired, somewhat surprised. "That I would like to share a drink with you, if you would be so kind." Tang Min smiled, holding a wine gourd. "Please come in." Shen Liangkai gestured invitingly, that he found no aversion towards Tang Min. As they took their seats at the table, Tang Min proactively filled Shen Liangkai's cup and then downed her drink in one go. The wine flowed down her fair neck, exuding a certain carefree elegance. Prompting Shen Liangkai to follow suit, he then asked, "I am curious as to why you are assisting me, given that we are strangers." Tang Min's beautiful eyes sparkled as she took a sip, replying, "Rather than saying I am aiding you, it would be more accurate to say I am helping the Hongyun Trading Company avert a potential catastrophe that may arise in the future." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "I can discern that both you and I are kindred spirits, individuals driven by pursuits that set us apart from the ordinary. Many matters elude the understanding of most, and they fail to recognize the potential energy that those like us might unleash in the future." Chapter 31. Are you not even the slightest bit tempted? Upon finishing her words, Tang Min fixed her gaze intently on Shen Liangkai's eyes, seemingly in search of an answer. Shen Liangkai remained silent, yet he comprehended the implications of her words. Earlier on the deck, she had tested him with her spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is a gift only possessed by those who have cultivated immortal techniques. Although Tang Min wielded a trace of spiritual energy, she was not a true cultivator. Based on Shen Liangkai's assessment, she likely had either practiced or was currently practicing some form of introductory, immortal breathing technique. Such foundational techniques were widely circulated in the immortal realm, typically employed by common folk to enhance their physical health. However, in the mortal realm, they were treasures of immeasurable value. Even those without spirit roots could significantly boost their physical capabilities and prolong their lifespan through cultivation. Some individuals with high comprehension and innate talent might even have the opportunity to develop spiritual energy. Tang Min belonged to this category, judging by the cyclone of energy she had released earlier. Her spiritual energy level was on the verge of reaching the threshold of entry. With time and practice, she could harness her spiritual energy to unleash lethal attacks that in truth, Tang Min now stood at the intersection of a martial artist and a cultivator. Yet due to her lack of spirit roots, her ultimate achievement would not extend to the qi refinement stage. Clearly, she regarded Shen Liangkai as one of her kind. Little did she know that Shen Liangkai was a genuine cultivator, having already attained the fifth layer of qi refinement, a height she could never hope to reach. However, Shen Liangkai chose not to shatter her illusion, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Have you ever heard of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" Tang Min inquired, taking another sip of her drink. Perhaps feeling a special kinship with someone of like mind, her cheeks flushed, as if she had entered a state of mild inebriation. "That I have heard some whispers." Shen Liangkai responded, as a citizen of the great Liang Kingdom and hailing from a martial arts family, he naturally had some understanding of this grand martial arts spectacle in the Qingyun realm. However, given the remote location of Luoyuan City, historically speaking, neither the Shen family nor anyone from the entire city had participated in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. As a result, Shen Liangkai's knowledge of this event was rather superficial, lacking insight into its core aspects. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is held every 4 years, gathering prodigies from the 6 nations of the Qingyun realm. With your strength, if you were to participate, you would likely achieve commendable results. "Are you interested?" Tang Min asked, her long eyelashes fluttering that I in her mildly tipsy state. An alluring charm emanated from her, illuminated by the candlelight, making her extraordinarily captivating. Having donned a loose, light-colored gown that offered some freedom in certain areas, Shin Liangkai realized that Tang Min possessed far more allure than he had initially imagined, and she was quite well endowed. Cough, cough. Sensing Shun Liangcai's somewhat inappropriate gaze, Tang Min deliberately cleared her throat and adjusted her posture. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she asked, "Are you listening to me, friend?" Shin Liangcai's expression darkened, quickly averting his gaze that I have other matters to attend to in the capital and do not plan to participate in the martial arts tournament. At present, he was already a cultivator, with his primary objective in the capital being not only to eliminate Qin Xingzhou, but also to gather information regarding the teleportation array leading to the immortal realm. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament held little significance for him. Observing Tang Min's flushed cheeks, Shin Liangkai felt a hint of awkwardness that as his cultivation progressed, he increasingly realized that his desires had grown more pronounced. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the unique beauty and charisma emanating from Tang Min distinguished her from other women he had encountered, stirring a sense of conquest within him. This Grand Martial Arts Tournament is unlike any previous iterations. If you choose not to participate, it would indeed be a pity, Tang Min added, seemingly eager to witness Shen Liangcai's prowess at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. What distinguishes it? Pray enlighten me. Upon hearing this, Shen Liangcai felt a flicker of interest. Tang Min drained her cup and declared, "This martial arts gathering is not only the grandest of its kind, but I have also heard that those who secure a spot in the top 10 will gain the opportunity to venture into the Celestial Sea of Fallen Stars." The Celestial Sea of Fallen Stars, what place is that? Shun Liangcai inquired, his gaze sharpening as the term struck him as unfamiliar. It was indeed the first time he had heard of it. The Celestial Sea of Fallen Stars is an ancient secret realm within the Qingyun realm. It is said to be rife with opportunities and mysteries that in the past, the founding emperor of the Dalian Kingdom entered the Celestial Sea as a commoner and returned 20 years later, wielding unparalleled power to vanquish the Drought Demon, thus establishing the Dalian Empire. However, due to its enigmatic nature and the fact that it opens its gates only once every 500 years, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary folk to uncover its secrets. Yet despite its prolonged seclusion, many still seek to explore its depths. 20 years ago, Prince Kong of Dalian, accompanied by 8 companions, ventured into the Celestial Sea in search of fortune. Unfortunately, of that group of 9, only Prince Kong returned, barely clinging to life, while the other 8 met with calamity. Since then, the Celestial Sea has remained completely sealed, awaiting its quincentennial opening to allow seekers to enter. Remarkably, this coincides with the timing of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The high-ranking officials of the 6 nations in the Qingyun realm collectively decided to grant the top 10 contenders of the tournament access to the Celestial Sea for exploration. Tang Min elaborated on the Celestial Sea, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Shun Liangcai, too, developed a profound curiosity regarding the Celestial Sea, astonished to discover such a mysterious realm existed within the Qingyun realm. As a citizen of the Dalian Kingdom, he had heard tales of the founding emperor since childhood, but he had not realized that the establishment of Dalian was also intertwined with the Celestial Sea. Surely, during the 20 years the founding emperor spent in the Celestial Sea, he must have encountered significant opportunities, leading to a transformative evolution, which aligned with the popular belief that the emperor possessed celestial powers. Shin Liangcai even speculated whether the Celestial Sea might be connected to the realm of immortals, that if so, it would be imperative for him to embark on a quest for discovery, that I suspect there must be treasures within the Celestial Sea that individuals like us seek. My friend, are you not the least bit tempted? Tang Min inquired, her thoughts seemingly mirroring Shun Liangcai's, that if what you say holds true, then indeed, the Celestial Sea is no ordinary place. However, I must first return to the capital to attend to my affairs before making any decisions. Of course, that is entirely understandable, Tang Min replied with a smile. But should you wish to venture into the Celestial Sea, you must secure a position in the top 10 of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This task appeared rather daunting. However, considering your capabilities, you certainly have a chance. Shun Liangcai's gaze flickered, still reluctant to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The two engaged in casual conversation and shared a few more drinks. Tang Min seemed to struggle with the effects of alcohol, her demeanor becoming increasingly languid. "Miss Tang, You appear to be inebriated. Observing Tang Min swaying precariously, Shin Liangkai offered a gentle reminder. Tang Min placed her delicate hand against her forehead. Looking somewhat dazed, "It is getting late. I should take my leave. Thank you for your company today." With that, she slowly rose, unsteadily making her way toward the door. Twice she nearly stumbled, but Shin Liangkai was quick to catch her. "Junior brother, are you asleep? It is time for you to assist me with my treatment," came a voice from outside the door, as soft as a whisper. Chapter 32. Let me help you. Shin Liangkai tapped his forehead, realizing that in the past few days he had been preoccupied with other matters and had completely forgotten about helping Wu Huiyue with her treatment. But he opened the door to find Wu Huiyue's petite figure before him, clad in only a sheer short dress. Despite her small stature, her proportions were exquisite, particularly her long, slender, fair legs, now nearly fully exposed to Shin Liangkai's gaze. For a moment, he found it difficult to divert his eyes. Although he had seen her before, the suddenness of that encounter had left him no time to appreciate her beauty, and often, the more elusive the allure, the more it stirs one's imagination. "Junior brother, what are you staring at?" Wu Huiyue inquired. "Nothing, come in," Shin Liangkai replied. Redirecting his gaze, he wondered if she was intentionally dressing so scantily in the middle of the night, as if to tempt him into mischief. "Naughty boy, you mustn't look any longer." Just as they entered the room, Wu Huiyue seemed to realize something and tiptoed, her small hand reaching up to cover Shin Liangkai's eyes. However, due to her height, she nearly pressed against him, her contours causing a slight distortion. Feeling the pressure in front of him, Shin Liangkai's mind began to wander, memories of their previous treatment flooding back. Grasping Wu Huiyue's delicate hand, he asked, "If senior sister 1T let me see, how am I to treat you? Besides, I've already seen what there is to see, have I not?" At this, Wu Huiyue's face flushed crimson. "Stop it. That was not my choice." Shin Liangkai flashed a wicked smile. "Then I suppose I shall have to be a bit more insistent." Before she could react, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Sealing her lips with his own, Wu Huiyue's eyes widened, her body stiffening in shock, emitting muffled sounds of protest as she struck his back in vain. Yet, Shin Liangkai remained unfazed. The moment Wu Huiyue stepped through the door, his yin-yang harmony technique had activated instinctively. Under its influence, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses, rolling over to pin her against the bed, preparing to proceed to the next step. "Junior brother, I came to you for treatment. You cannot act this way." Wu Huiyue sensed something amiss and cautioned him to at that moment. She felt a foreign object pressing against her, making her exceedingly uncomfortable, her breath quickening. Wu Huiyue's words snapped Shin Liangkai back to reality. Despite his lecherous tendencies, he did not wish to force himself upon her. There were more pressing matters at hand. With that thought, he forcibly suppressed the lingering desires and withdrew from her body. Sitting upright, Wu Huiyue felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, her breath still rapid. After a prolonged moment, she finally addressed Shin Liangkai. "Junior brother, I am ready." Upon hearing this, Shin Liangkai resumed the practice of his yin-yang harmony technique, gently placing his palm on Wu Huiyue's lower abdomen. She felt a warm current flow from his hand into her body, instilling a profound sense of comfort. This sensation spread from her abdomen, enveloping her entire being, rendering Wu Huiyue unusually relaxed, causing her to slowly close her eyes. As Shin Liangkai activated the technique, he simultaneously released a celestial consciousness, enveloping Wu Huiyue's body to examine her condition. Having neglected her treatment for several days, the icy attributes within her body had intensified, gradually permeating her entire being that if left unaddressed, her upcoming menstrual cycle would undoubtedly be more agonizing. Moreover, the entity resembling a spiritual root remained within her, seemingly more active than before. Waves of icy energy gathered around it, radiating through her body, leaving her lower abdomen as frigid as a glacier. Shin Liangkai hastily employed the yin-yang harmony technique to absorb and refine that icy energy. This time, he navigated the process with ease, the entire absorption experience proceeding remarkably smoothly. Wu Huiyue kept her eyes closed, lost in the comfort of the moment, her lips parted slightly, occasionally releasing soft sighs. This proved to be quite distracting for Shin Liangkai, especially as he operated the technique at full throttle, his desires heightened to an extreme. Gazing at Wu Huiyue's alluring form before him, he was tempted to take her right then and there. The pressure building within him was quite unbearable. The treatment lasted approximately half an hour, during which Shun Liangkai endured considerable torment. Following the procedure, Wu Hui's complexion appeared rosy, her vitality markedly improved. Junior brother, your skills have truly advanced. I no longer feel discomfort. In fact, I feel quite splendid. Wu Hui fluttered her eyelashes, slowly opening her eyes, her expression one of surprise as she gazed at Shun Liangkai. Shun Liangkai, suppressing his own discomfort, managed a smile that was more painful than a frown. That is wonderful. Junior brother, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Noticing his unusual demeanor, Wu Hui inquired with concern that I'm fine. Merely experiencing a bit of discomfort. Shun Liangkai shook his head, and Wu Hui instantly understood his meaning, her delicate face flushing even deeper. After a moment of hesitation, she softly spoke, "It is all my fault. Junior brother, that if you are truly in distress, I shall assist you." Before Shun Liangkai could respond, Wu Hui knelt down. After a stick of incense had burned, Shun Liangkai lay back on the bed, thoroughly satisfied. Wu Hui wiped the corner of her mouth, her heart racing. This was her first time engaging in such intimate acts with a man, and she felt utterly mortified. Noticing that Shun Liangkai had fallen asleep, she quietly slipped out of the room. The following morning, Shun Liangkai awoke from his slumber, perhaps due to a bit of exhaustion from the previous night. Sleeping quite soundly, he prepared to rise. He saw Wu Hui entering with his toiletries. "Junior brother, you are awake," she greeted him with a sweet smile. "With a senior sister attending to me, how could I not have slept well?" Shun Liangkai replied. Wu Hui's face instantly turned crimson. "That I am not saying anything nonsensical." After speaking, she hastily placed down the items and fled from Shun Liangkai's room. Watching Wu Hui's retreating figure, a smile spread across Shun Liangkai's face. How had he not noticed before how charming this woman truly was? The subsequent days were spent aboard the ship, with Shun Liangkai and his companions facing the endless expanse of the sea, which grew quite monotonous over time. Most of Shun Liangkai's days were dedicated to cultivation, though he occasionally crafted some elixirs. During this period, Tang Min visited him several times, and their conversations ranged widely. Through Tang Min, Shun Liangkai learned many things previously inaccessible to him in the Qingyun realm, and their relationship gradually grew closer. Shun Liangkai held a favorable impression of this woman and would occasionally offer guidance on her cultivation path. As a cultivator, every word he uttered transcended Tang Min's prior understanding, proving immensely beneficial to her. Her practice of the breathing techniques broke through her previous bottlenecks, bringing her a step closer to mastery. This deepened Tang Min's admiration for Shun Liangkai, leaving her puzzled as to how this seemingly 17 or 18-year-old youth possessed such insight. Due to Shun Liangkai's growing closeness with Tang Min, Li Huili watched with a simmering resentment, determined to report this matter to headquarters upon their arrival in the capital of the Dalian Kingdom for further resolution. Additionally, during this time, Shun Liangkai had treated Wu Hui on 2 more occasions, greatly improving her condition. After each treatment, Wu Hui would not forget to offer Shun Liangkai some comfort. He was somewhat satisfied with this arrangement, yet each time he sought to advance their relationship, Wu Hui steadfastly held her ground, leaving him to wonder when her defenses might finally crumble. 7 days later, the ship finally docked at the bustling port of the Dalian Kingdom's capital. Chapter 33. The most beautiful woman of the Dalian Kingdom. The capital of the Dalian Kingdom boasted a thriving waterway transport system. It was not the only port, yet the vessels coming and going were incessant. Coolies, merchants, travelers, and laborers of all sorts converged here, creating a scene of bustling activity. "Junior brother, we have finally arrived at the capital," Wu Hui exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the scenery along the shore. Both she and Yu Anan were visiting the capital for the first time, their hearts filled with exhilaration. Every citizen of the Dalian Kingdom had an unquenchable yearning for the capital. Since childhood, as the sole central city of the Dalian Kingdom, it was immensely prosperous, surpassing Luoyang City in terms of population, area, economy, and other social indicators. Moreover, the martial arts scene in the capital thrived, with sects and top martial arts families flourishing, gathering over 90% of the kingdom's cultivation resources. The number of top-tier experts was countless. Shun Liangkai casually glanced towards a certain direction along the shore and effortlessly spotted a postnatal martial artist, likely a common dock manager, though older and of average talent. In Luoyang City, such a figure would at least be considered a head of a family, a notable figure in the local sphere. However, in the capital, this person could only remain an obscure small leader at the docks. Even more prevalent were those at the bone refinement stage. Even some laborers unloading cargo, possessed blood, exchange mirror cultivation. All of this served to demonstrate that the overall martial arts level in the capital was significantly higher than in other cities. Let us proceed. Shun Liankai instructed the two women behind him as the ship came to a complete stop. Both women nodded and followed closely. Upon entering the new city, they were filled with curiosity about their unfamiliar surroundings. Glancing around in a WAS, they ascended the steps and passed the deck. Shin Liankai noticed that Zhou Hao was still kneeling there. However, after enduring 7 days of torment, he had been reduced to a pitiful state. Though he had not perished, he had certainly lost half of his vitality. As Shin Liankai and the two women walked past, Zhou Hao weakly lifted his head, a flicker of rage appearing on his pale face. Yet Shun Liankai did not even spare him a glance, leading Yu Anan and Wu Huiwei away without a second thought to TO him. Zhou Hao was merely a clown. His existence or demise held no significance. What Shun Liankai had not anticipated was Zhou Hao's remarkable will to survive 7 days and nights without food or drink, reduced to kneeling on the deck, and yet he managed to remain alive, a true miracle. As the three of them prepared to disembark, Tang Min approached them, dressed in form-fitting attire, and whispered that Zhou Hao is the son of the Grand Master as Chief General. You must exercise caution in the capital. Shun Liankai nodded nonchalantly. Thank you for the warning. Tang Min clasped her hands in salute. Then, until we meet again, I look forward to crossing paths with you at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Shin Liankai returned the gesture. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Farewell. With that, he turned and departed. Not far off, Li Huili and several high-ranking individuals from the ship stood nearby, their eyes glinting with sharpness. Captain Li, although we have sealed the news, there are no walls that do not let the wind through that if we let this boy go, and word gets out, our Hongyan Trading Company's reputation will be utterly tarnished. One of the ship's high-ranking officials spoke to Li Huili, the others nodding in agreement. Having been part of Hongyan Trading Company for decades, they had never felt so humiliated. They watched as their colleague was killed while they could only allow the perpetrator to escape. This had led to significant discontent among the ship's higher-ups toward Tang Min. Even though she was a key talent nurtured by the company, with numerous contributions to its success, considering how she treated Zhou Hao. The Grand Master's side will surely not let this matter rest. We shall observe the situation for now. If he survives, we can take action later, Li Huili said, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Regardless of whether he lives or dies, I will report Tang Min to the helm. But as Shin Liankai and his companions disembarked, they noticed a procession approaching from one end of the street, led by 9 purple lightning lions, accompanied by a grand display of armor and weaponry. The crowd instinctively parted, their expressions solemn. The leader of the procession was a young man in his 20s, tall and imposing, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. His silver armor glistened under the sun, and he rode a powerful steed, radiating an air of dominance. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the innate realm. Upon his arrival, he immediately became the center of attention for everyone present. That it was clear that he was from the residence of Prince Kang, and the silver-armored youth at the forefront was likely Prince Kang's personal disciple, General Qi Yin, Jiang Qichuan. Indeed, it is he. Jiang Qichuan has returned to the capital. With the victory in the northwest, Prince Kang's old ailment had flared up again, and with the Grand Martial Arts Tournament approaching in a month, Jiang Qichuan's return was hardly surprising. Indeed, this Grand Martial Arts Tournament has been 4 years in the making for General Qi Yin, who represents the Dalian Kingdom and aims to secure one of the top 3 positions. Regrettably, it seemed that Prince Kang might not witness his beloved disciple's moment of glory. Many began to murmur among themselves, their gazes fixated on the silver-armored youth. Jiang Qichuan rode his steed with an intense gaze, exuding an inherent confidence. That moment, from the direction of the passenger ships, 2 graceful figures approached, capturing Jiang Qichuan's attention. That a smile appeared on his sharply defined face as he exclaimed, "Welcome back, County Princess." As the 2 figures emerged, the entire military contingent knelt in unison, their voices booming like thunder, resonating through the skies. The crowd trembled, realizing that General Qi Yin had come to welcome the Princess of Pingyang. "Princess, the senior brother has come to escort us," Lanner said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. However, the girl with the veiled face frowned slightly and remarked, "We set out secretly this time to avoid attracting too much attention." Lana replied, "The senior brother is also concerned for the princess's safety. You need not hold it against him." The veiled girl nodded. "All right, let us go." Having spoken, she proceeded towards a line of military horses. Upon noticing the arrival of Princess Pingyang, Jiang Qichuan's handsome visage blossomed with a radiant smile. Just as he was about to speak, he observed that the princess seemed to recall something, abruptly altering her course towards a certain direction, where, astonishingly, Shun Liangkai and his companions were situated. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qichuan felt a pang of being overlooked, especially as he noted the presence of 3 men among them, causing his brows to furrow even more deeply. Master has come to the capital, and Princess Pingyang initially intended to extend the hospitality of a host, yet someone else has come to greet you, that I must take my leave first. I hope the master does not take offense. Princess Pingyang addressed Shun Liangkai with a smile. Unexpectedly, "You are Princess Pingyang." Shun Liangkai expressed his surprise regarding her identity. The name of Princess Pingyang resounded throughout the entire De Liang kingdom, even as a mere daughter of a prince. Her fame eclipsed that of imperial princesses. This was due to her unparalleled martial talent, a rare gift in a century, and her beauty, which was deemed extraordinary, securing her title as the most beautiful woman in De Liang. "I did not intend to conceal my identity. I hope the master can forgive me," Princess Pingyang said, to which Shun Liangkai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No harm done. Who is this person, that my junior sister should personally bid farewell? I am quite eager to make his acquaintance." As Princess Pingyang lingered, Jiang Qichuan approached, his voice tinged with discontent. That it was well known that even in his presence, Princess Pingyang maintained a demeanor of cool detachment and had never been so proactive, which left Jiang Qichuan feeling quite unsettled and even a touch envious. Chapter 34. Daring to question Master Fenggu? "Brother, you have arrived at the perfect moment. This is Master Shin. My journey with Loner to Luyan City is to invite Master Shin to the capital to concoct medicine for my father's injuries." Princess Pingyang introduced Jiang Qichuan to Shun Liangkai. Jiang Qichuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished, and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this person specializes in alchemy?" Upon noting Shun Liangkai's youthful appearance, a flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Qichuan's eyes. Indeed, not long ago, the good yuan pill sold at the Wanbao Pavilion in Luyan City was produced by Master Shin, Princess Pingyang affirmed, admiration lacing her tone. "Are you implying that this individual can concoct the good yuan pill?" Jiang Qichuan replied with a sardonic smile, his tone growing increasingly flippant. Previously, having been embroiled in battles, he was unaware of the fervor surrounding the good yuan pill at Wanbao Pavilion. Princess Pingyang nodded in response. However, Jiang Qichuan was skeptical of her claims, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery. "That I am quite curious to learn how Master Shun concocts the Guyuan pill," he remarked, a challenge lacing his words. Just as Princess Pingyang was about to elucidate, Jiang Qichuan waved her off, declaring assuredly, "Sister, it is normal to be misled by some wandering practitioners. Just be cautious next time. Furthermore, I have already sought out Master Fenggu, a renowned expert in alchemy from the Qingyan realm, to concoct the Shaoyin reviving pill for our master, in a few days. He will restore health. This." Lana's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Elder brother has indeed invited Master Fenggu. The prince is saved. The Shaoyin reviving pill, long lost to time, is said to bring one back from the brink of death." Princess Pingyang, having heard of the Shaoyin reviving pill, intended to inquire further from Jiang Qichuan, but was interrupted by Shun Liangkai's voice. While the Shaoyin reviving pill is indeed remarkable, it possesses a strong backlash effect for the user. The Prince of Kong has already suffered damage to his vital organs. The pill may only temporarily save his life, but once the backlash occurs, he shall surely perish within 3 days due to organ failure. Shun Liangkai had initially wished to remain uninvolved, but upon learning that the patient was the Prince of Kong, his resolve softened. That it was not an act of seeking favor, but rather a testament to his admiration for the princess character. As the only surviving prince of De Liang, the Prince of Kong was known for his integrity and diligence, having valiantly defended the borders for over 20 years and reclaimed over 100 cities. Earning the deep respect of the citizens of De Liang, it is no exaggeration to say that the Prince of Kong secured half of De Liang's territory and is a true hero. Lana and Jiang Qichuan cast him peculiar glances. Lana scornfully interjected, cease your nonsensical ramblings. The Shaoyin reviving pill is a rare elixir, capable of restoring life to the deceased. How could it possibly have a backlash effect? Moreover, this formula was tailored specifically for the prince by Master Fenggu himself, a paragon of alchemy in the Qinyan realm. How could he be questioned by someone of your obscure status? You should hasten to silence yourself. Lan'er, do not be unreasonable. Princess Pingyang quickly interjected to halt her. Your Highness, you previously invited him to concoct medicine for the prince, yet he outright refused. Now that elder brother has summoned Master Fenggu, he continues to spout nonsense that I suspect he is deliberately causing trouble. Lan'er cast a disdainful glare at Shun Liangkai, her eyes brimming with animosity that Wu Huiyue could no longer bear the scene, frowning as she said, My junior brother is merely offering a well-intentioned warning that if you do not believe him, there is no need to heed his advice. Why respond with such hostility? Yu Anan also frowned, his gaze darkening. Jiang Qichuan held Shun Liangcai's words in contempt, addressing Princess Pingyang, Sister, do you see? This Master Shun, whom you invited, dares to question Master Fenggu. What audacity! I shall refrain from commenting on this. The decision rests with you. In the Qinyan realm, any individual possessing even a modicum of knowledge in alchemy regarded Master Fenggu as a paragon. Even Fenggu's disciples had long since gained renown. This was the first time Jiang Qichuan had heard of anyone daring to challenge Fenggu's expertise, leading him to equate Shun Liangkai with a charlatan. Brother, he is merely eager to save a life and means no harm. I hope the master does not take offense. Princess Pingyang, we shall part ways here. Until next time. Princess Pingyang cast an apologetic glance towards Shun Liangkai. With a flicker of his gaze, Shun Liangkai produced a small jade vial and handed it to Princess Pingyang, stating the backlash effect of the Shaoyin reviving pill is quite potent. If your esteemed father cannot endure it, he may consume the pill within this vial to temporarily preserve his life. Princess Pingyang accepted the vial, her expression slightly hesitant, yet she ultimately tucked it away. Expressing her gratitude, that moment, another troop of cavalry thundered towards them, raising clouds of dust and creating an imposing spectacle. The surrounding crowd showed signs of panic, swiftly clearing a path. The soldiers bore fierce expressions, their murderous intent palpable, most of them possessing post-heavenly cultivation, while the leader had even reached the early stages of innate cultivation. Where is Shun Liangkai? Come out and face your death, the leader shouted as he galloped forth. It is the people of the Grand Tutor's residence. If I am not mistaken, the leader should be the Grand Tutor's Deputy General, Wu Guozhong. Someone stammered, immediately recognizing the identity of the approaching figures. In the capital, the Grand Tutor's residence wielded immense power, rivaling that of the Prince of Kang's residence. Coupled with Grand Tutor Chen Xingzhou's habitual indulgence of his subordinates, these individuals often acted with impunity. As Wu Guozhong and his men descended with such force, many speculated about which unfortunate soul had incurred the wrath of the Grand Tutor's residence and would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. However, Shun Liangkai remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Wu Guozhong and his cohort, a cold smile playing on his lips that he understood that these individuals had come for Zhou Hao. General Wu, that man is Shun Liangkai. The commander has ordered that his head must be taken to avenge the young master. One person pointed towards Shun Liangcai's location. Chapter 35. The sun rises above the heavens. Wu Guozhong's gaze landed on Shun Liangkai. His pupils flickering with a chilling light, he commanded his companions. This scoundrel has grievously wounded the young master. You all must capture him and bring him back to the Grand Tutor's residence for the commander to deal with. Before he could finish speaking, the powerful figures from the Grand Tutor's residence advanced in unison, encircling Shun Liangkai and his companions. They all possessed post-heavenly cultivation and held a significant numerical advantage. Many in the crowd trembled in fear, never expecting the Grand Tutor's men to arrive so swiftly or to see Wu Guozhong leading a dozen or so post-heavenly experts. Such a formidable assembly left little hope for the young man's survival. Brat, surrender obediently, one of the mid-stage post-heavenly cultivators coldly declared, his sharp gaze radiating arrogance that in his view, the commander was indeed making a mountain out of a molehill, as there was no need for such a grand display to deal with a mere youth. Just as they prepared to seize Shun Liangkai, Princess Pingyang's voice rang out, "Halt!" Upon recognizing the speaker as Princess Pingyang, the group dared not move that Wu Guozhong furrowed his brow, dismounting and offering a slight bow to Princess Pingyang. "I am here on the command of the commander to apprehend a traitor. I wonder what orders the princess has." Princess Pingyang replied, "This matter I have witnessed in its entirety. Your young master instigated trouble first, while Master Shen acted in self-defense. Yet you persist in calling Master Shen a traitor. Truly, you are a deputy general of the Grand Tutor's residence, adept at twisting the truth. With 3 breaths time to spare, withdraw at once, otherwise this princess shall not hold back." Her words struck the air with undeniable authority, vividly showcasing the majesty of the princess. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that the Pingyang princess would so brazenly oppose the Grand Tutor's residence for the sake of a mere blood exchange realm youth. Though Prince Kong and Grand Tutor Chun belonged to opposing factions, their discord was typically veiled in secrecy, rarely brought to the forefront. The princess's audacious act would undoubtedly exacerbate the existing tensions. "I am merely following orders. If I do not return this individual to the Grand Tutor's residence, I cannot report back to the commander." That Wu Guozhong's eyes gleamed with resolve. Prior to this, the commander had issued him a death command, and he could not simply release this rebel on the princess's word. Moreover, as a general of the Grand Tutor's residence, how could he heed the princess's summons? The only person he might concern himself with was Jiang Qichuan, the illustrious general of the Crimson Flame, who commanded a healthy respect from Wu Guozhong. However, upon noticing that Jiang Qichuan remained silent, Wu Guozhong felt a sense of relief. "Seize him." With a sweeping gesture, he issued a lethal command to his subordinates. "Let me see who dares to move. If you wish to lay a hand on Master Shen, you must first pass through this princess." The Pingyang princess boldly shielded Shen Liangkai and his companions behind her. Her actions unsettled Jiang Qichuan, who could not comprehend why his junior sister would openly defy the Grand Tutor's residence for the sake of a mere charlatan of the blood exchange realm. What kind of beguilement had this fellow woven around her? It was worth noting that even he, as her elder brother, had never received such treatment, stirring an imbalance within him that he stepped forward, addressing the Pingyang princess. "Junior sister, it would be wise for us to refrain from involving ourselves in this conflict with the Grand Tutor's residence." Yet, the Pingyang princess paid him no heed, steadfast in her protection of Shun Liangkai and his companions. This only served to darken Jiang Qichuan's expression, his gaze toward Shun Liangkai tinged with a hint of frost. "What my elder brother says is true. This matter lies between myself and the Grand Tutor's residence, and I shall resolve it on my own." At that moment, Shun Liangkai, who had been silent for some time, finally spoke. That he stepped forward, bypassing the Pingyang princess to directly confront Wu Guozhong. "Did I ask you, are you truly willing to serve the Grand Tutor's residence while disregarding your own life?" Wu Guozhong appeared to grasp Shen Liangcai's words, responding with a mocking sneer. "As a general of the Grand Tutor's residence, I must obey its commands. That it is laughable to suggest that you possess the ability to kill me." Upon hearing this, the other formidable figures from the Grand Tutor's residence cast scornful glances at Shen Liangcai. "I grant you 3 breaths time to contemplate. Should you abandon the shadows for the light, I may spare your life," Shen Liangcai declared, beginning to count down. Had this man lost his senses? They wondered that it was incomprehensible how he could muster such audacity. Wu Guozhong was a powerful, innate realm warrior. How could an individual of the blood exchange realm, regardless of his capabilities, possibly stand against him? Furthermore, Wu Guozhong had a retinue of over a dozen postnatal realm warriors. One could only imagine how this fool would meet his end. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd, with nearly everyone convinced that Shun Liangcai's arrogance would only hasten his demise. The majority awaited the moment when he would face the consequences of his reckless bravado. Jiang Qichuan and Lana wore expressions of derision, unable to fathom that such a reckless individual existed in the world. They were eager to witness how this bold fool would meet his end. However, upon hearing Shun Liangcai's words, Wu Guozhong's gaze sharpened, as if he could scarcely believe his ears. Unable to contain his laughter, he bellowed, "Are you suggesting that my life is to be spared by a nameless brat like you? Truly, that is the most ludicrous thing I have ever heard." His laughter echoed, a cacophony of disbelief. Yet, just as the final count resounded, a brilliant, icy light erupted from the void, akin to a bolt of lightning. Cleaving through the heavens, Wu Guozhong felt the overwhelming radiance, as if the sun itself had descended upon him. That is an innate realm warrior. His instinct for danger was acute, and he immediately sensed the peril. However, before he could react, he felt a chill at his throat, his body quaking as if struck by lightning. Instinctively, he touched his neck, a warm torrent gushing forth, quickly erupting like a fountain. How could one of mere blood exchange realm possess such speed? Wu Guozhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Shun Liangkai, his voice slurred and indistinct. Yet he would never hear an answer in this lifetime. Life ebbed away swiftly, and in his final moments, Wu Guozhong could scarcely believe that he had perished at the hands of one of the blood exchange realm. Chapter 36. The Foundation of a Nation. Silence enveloped the space. All present stood in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting profound shock and disbelief that Wu Guozhong, a general of the Grand Tutor's residence and a formidable innate realm warrior, had been slain in an instant by a mere youth of the blood exchange realm. This utterly shattered the perceptions of everyone in attendance. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, none would have believed such an event could transpire. Even Pingyang Princess Yu Anan, Wu Huiwe, Lan'er, and those who had previously shared a ship with Shun Liangkai were left in awe. It was important to remember that while Shun Liangkai had previously displayed astonishing prowess, he had only taken down postnatal realm warriors. Now, against an innate realm initial stage opponent like Wu Guozhong, he had achieved a single strike kill. Such strength far exceeded what they could comprehend. Gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, Jiang Qichuan was equally astonished. He had always prided himself on his capacity to challenge those of higher realms. Yet he could not deny that Shun Liangkai surpassed him significantly in this regard. However, Jiang Qichuan dismissed the notion, acknowledging that had he not been suppressing his cultivation to prepare for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he would have reached the Master Realm long ago. In the realm of the Azure Clouds, it was said that a master was like a divine dragon, surveying the world from above. Once a warrior ascended to the Master Realm, a transformative change occurred. Innate realm warriors would appear as mere ants in their eyes. Though Shun Liangkai had garnered admiration, he still did not hold Jiang Qichuan's interest. In his view, the disparity between them remained vast. Unaware that Shun Liangkai had already embarked upon another supreme path, one that Jiang Qichuan would never be able to touch in his lifetime, the do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. It is you who failed to cherish it. Looking down at the corpse, Shun Liangkai spoke coldly. Then, under the gaze of all, he departed alongside Yu Anan and Wu Huiwe. Shun Liangkai and his companions left. The remaining dozen or so warriors from the Grand Tutor's residence wore ashen faces, none daring to step forward to obstruct them. Wu Guozhong had been obliterated in a single strike. For them to advance would be akin to courting death. What manner of person is he? As she watched Shun Liangkai's departing figure, Princess Pingyang murmured to herself. Previously, she had been concerned for Shun Liangkai, but it seemed her worries were entirely unfounded. When faced with Wu Guozhong, Shun Liangkai exhibited an absolute confidence that utterly overwhelmed his opponent. After leaving the dock, Shun Liangkai first sought a place to reside. Prior to this, he had learned that the Grand Minister Chen Xingzhou had been absent from the capital for some time, and his whereabouts were unknown. However, Shun Liangkai was not anxious. As long as Chen Xingzhou held his position as Grand Minister, there was little doubt he would eventually return to the capital. That time, it would not be too late to take action against him. Shun Liangkai planned to stay in this place for a while before making further plans. This was a courtyard situated on the outskirts of the capital. Although it was not large and could hardly be deemed luxurious, it was adequately furnished, boasting all the essential amenities. Indeed, it was a small but complete abode. The courtyard contained 3 rooms, 1 main room and 2 side rooms, perfectly sufficient for Shun Liangkai, Yu Anan, and Wu Huiwe to reside. The lotus flowers in the pond had already bloomed, and the water was crystal clear, with fish occasionally swimming about, beneath a flourishing ginkgo tree. Shun Liangkai reclined in a comfortable chair, his eyes closed in tranquility, that a gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, providing a sense of sheer contentment. While Yu Anan and Wu Huiwe sat by the pond, their fair feet occasionally splashing the water as they whispered to one another, their laughter ringing like silver bells. The arduous journey had left the 3 of them exceptionally weary, making this rare moment of relaxation all the more precious. Although Shun Liangkai had spent 50,000 taels of gold on this courtyard, it was a worthy investment to have such a serene and elegant residence in the capital. As the only living prince of the great Liang Kingdom and a distinguished minister of the current dynasty, The estate of Prince Kong was extraordinarily grand and imposing. The estate sprawled across a vast area, adorned with pavilions and terraces, and its majestic architecture commanded respect. Within a particularly lavishly decorated room, Prince Kong, Liang Wenjing, lay on his bed, his dignified countenance devoid of color. Due to a recurrence of an old ailment, Liang Wenjing had been on the verge of death for several days, appearing to be at the brink of his final moments. This had sent shockwaves through both the court and the populace, prompting various factions to stir restlessly, especially the Grand Minister's estate, which was particularly active, as the foundational pillar of the great Liang kingdom. The demise of Prince Kong would plunge the entire nation into a period of unprecedented turmoil. The royal family of the great Liang spared no effort in trying to save Liang Wenjing, but their attempts were in vain. Just when everyone believed that Prince Kong had little time left, his cherished disciple, General Qi Yin, Jiang Qichuan, invited the revered master of alchemy, Feng Gu, to the estate of Prince Kong. Upon the announcement of this development, a wave of excitement rippled through the court, even reaching the ears of the current third prince, Liang Juntian. With an appearance as refined as jade and clad in a yellow python robe, Liang Juntian exuded a gentle and cultured aura, yet retained an air of royal authority. Simply standing there, he commanded a presence akin to that of a towering mountain. "Dare I inquire, master, how confident are you in saving my royal uncle?" Despite being a prince, Liang Juntian remained exceptionally humble and courteous. Before questioning Master Feng Gu, he bowed deeply in respect as the third prince. Liang Juntian's gestures undoubtedly won him favor with Master Feng Gu, who confidently replied, "It is a mere trifling matter. Your Highness speaks too highly of me." As he spoke, Master Feng Gu produced a pill, preparing to administer it to Prince Kong. It was none other than the legendary Shaoyin reviving pill. This miraculous elixir, said to have been lost to the world for many years, was renowned for its life-restoring properties. Even Liang Juntian, a prince, had never encountered it before, and he regarded Master Feng Gu with newfound respect. However, before Master Feng Gu could proceed, the voice of Princess Pingyang interrupted. "Pingyang, whatever the matter, please postpone it. Do not delay the urgent affairs at hand." Liang Juntian addressed the princess. "Indeed, junior sister. Let us first have Master Feng Gu administer the medicine to our master." Jiang Qichuan chimed in. "I have heard that the Shaoyin reviving pill has a backlash effect and is unsuitable for someone as weak as my father. Is the master aware of this?" Princess Pingyang recalled Shun Liangsai's words at the dock and turned to Master Feng Gu with her inquiry. Chapter 37. This prince shall personally pay a visit. "Oh." Master Feng Gu's gaze sharpened as he inquired. "Backlash effect? I have never heard of such a thing. Please enlighten me, princess." Without hesitation, Princess Pingyang recounted Shun Liangsai's words at the dock. "Junior sister, that person is nothing but a charlatan. How could you trust his words? As the esteemed master of alchemy from the Qingshan realm, does Master Feng Gu not surpass some nameless individual?" Jiang Qichuan frowned at Princess Pingyang's insistence on bringing up Shun Liangkai. "I have studied alchemy for decades and saved countless lives. This is the first time I have heard of such a matter. If the princess doubts me, she can certainly invite the one who made the claim to save your esteemed father. I shall take my leave." Master Feng Gu's irritation was palpable, though he restrained himself due to his status. "Master, please wait." Liang Juntian quickly stepped forward, an apologetic expression on his face. Princess Pingyang is still young and lacks understanding of the treachery that lurks in the world. She has been misled by the words of certain charlatans. Please do not take offense, and I implore you to treat my royal uncle. As he spoke, Liang Juntian bowed deeply once more, earnestly beseeching. Jiang Qichuan also joined in the appeal. Seeing their pleas, Master Feng Gu reluctantly agreed to continue treating Prince Kong. Shortly after taking the Shaoyin reviving pill, a miraculous scene unfolded. Under the influence of the medicine, Prince Kang's complexion visibly improved, regaining a hint of color. Before long, he awoke, much to the delight of Liang Juntian and Jiang Qichuan. Master Feng Gu proved himself to be the master of alchemy from the Qingshan realm, effortlessly dispelling the ailment that had plagued Prince Kong for years. The Shaoyin reviving pill truly was a miraculous elixir capable of restoring life. Princess Pingyang was equally overwhelmed with excitement, but as she recalled Shun Liangsai's earlier words, a flicker of concern arose within her. With Prince Kang's condition improving, the estate erupted in jubilation, and everyone hailed Master Feng Gu as a benefactor. Jiang Qichuan basked in newfound glory, receiving adulation from all within the royal estate, elevating his status within the court. The third prince, Liang Juntian, even personally vowed to reward Jiang Qichuan handsomely. In gratitude to Master Fenggu, the estate of Prince Kong hosted a grand banquet. However, before the festivities could conclude, Prince Kong, after raising a toast, suddenly coughed up blood and fainted. Father! Princess Pingyang rushed to support Prince Kong Liang Wenjing, tears streaming down her face as she desperately channeled her internal energy into him, striving to awaken him. Yet, her efforts were in vain. That moment, Liang Wenjing's breath was weak, and he had slipped into a deep coma, enveloped by a sinister aura, in a state even more perilous than before taking the Shaoyin reviving pill. As if death were imminent. How could this be? How could this happen? Master, he had clearly recovered. Why has his condition taken such a drastic turn? The sight left Liang Juntian and Jiang Qichuan wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across their faces. Liang Juntian turned to Master Fenggu, exclaiming, "My royal uncle is the foundation of the great Liang kingdom. No matter the cost, Master, you must save him." I, Liang Juntian, am willing to pay any price. Master Fenggu's countenance darkened as he rushed forward to examine the situation. The Shaoyin reviving pill was supposed to restore him completely. How could it have turned out like this? Master Fenggu found himself flustered, unable to discern the cause of this unexpected turn of events. After several failed attempts to remedy the situation, he could only reluctantly declare the death of Prince Kong Liang Wenjing. "No, my father cannot die. He would not abandon me like this." Princess Pingyang was heartbroken. In a desperate attempt, she retrieved a small jade vial Shen Liangkai had given her, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, administered the contents to Prince Kong. "Master has already passed. Junior sister, what are you doing? Must you disturb his eternal rest?" Jiang Qichuan lamented, his expression one of grief. In his view, giving the pill from Shen Liangkai was akin to desecrating their master's remains. However, mere moments after Prince Kong Liang Wenjing took the medicine, a miracle occurred once more that he not only resumed independent breathing, but the ominous aura surrounding him began to dissipate rapidly. In that moment, although he had yet to regain consciousness, his breathing was steady and a hint of color returned to his complexion. The effect was instantaneous, leaving everyone present utterly astonished, their gazes fixated on the small jade vial. Liang Juntian, with a look of elation, turned to Princess Pingyang and asked, "Pingyang, what pill did you just give to my royal uncle? How is it capable of such remarkable effects?" Princess Pingyang responded with great excitement. "The elixir was a gift from Master Shen. I am uncertain of his identity. Which Master Shen is it? Quickly, tell this prince." The third prince, Liang Juntian, continued to inquire, and Princess Pingyang recounted in detail the events that transpired at the dock that day. Throughout her narration, her expression could hardly conceal her astonishment. Although she was aware of Shen Liangsai's extraordinary mastery in alchemy, she had never anticipated it to be of such an exceptional caliber. Not only had he accurately predicted the outcome of her father's consumption of the Shaoyin returning pill, but his casual offering of an elixir effortlessly resolved the issue. This entirely overturned Princess Pingyang's previous perceptions. The calmness with which he orchestrated events from afar was something she had never witnessed in anyone else. The third prince, Liang Juntian, displayed a look of shock and immediately exclaimed, "Where is Master Shen? Please summon him at once." "No, this prince shall personally visit him and implore him to treat my royal uncle. I shall accompany you, third brother." Princess Pingyang replied without hesitation to that moment. She fully understood that the only hope of curing her father lay in inviting Shen Liangkai to intervene. What was happening? Could it be that the so-called charlatan was truly a master alchemist? Jiang Qichuan thought to himself, still unwilling to accept such an outcome. Soon, several carriages departed from the residence of the Prince of Kong, heading directly to a secluded area on the outskirts of the capital, where Shen Liangkai and his companions resided. Thanks to the token gifted by Princess Pingyang, they pinpointed the location with remarkable accuracy. In merely half an hour, the carriages came to a halt on a quiet street, at the end of which lay the courtyard where Shen Liangkai dwelled. "Third brother, it should be right here," Princess Pingyang remarked. "Your Highness, please wait. I shall go and knock," said the armed attendant, but Liang Juntian stopped him. "This prince will go personally. You may step back." With that, Liang Juntian dismounted from the carriage and gently knocked on the old weathered door. "I am Liang Juntian, the third prince of the Great Liang, seeking an audience with Master Shin. Liang Juntian did not dare to be dismissive. As a prince, he adopted a very humble posture. "The door is not locked. Come in," came Shin Liangsai's rather languid voice from within the courtyard. Liang Juntian and Princess Pingyang entered, while Jiang Qichuan remained outside. Shin Liangkai had just finished his cultivation. Reclining under a ginkgo tree in a grand chair, eyes closed in meditation. Upon seeing Liang Juntian and Princess Pingyang arrive, his expression showed slight surprise. However, even in the presence of a royal prince, Shin Liangkai had no intention of rising. He remained lazily sprawled in his chair. The arrival of the third prince made both Yuan Nan and Wu Huiyu exceedingly tense, observing Shin Liangsai's continued nonchalance. The two women felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the third prince might impose some punishment. "You are the third prince, Liang Juntian?" Shin Liangkai inquired, noticing Shin Liangsai's youth and his utter lack of deference. Liang Juntian's gaze tightened slightly. Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment and replied with a smile. "Indeed, I am Liang Juntian, the third prince. That I apologize for the intrusion and hope for your understanding." "Master." Shin Liangkai sipped his tea and asked Liang Juntian, "Speak, what brings you to seek me?" Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Shin Liangsai's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. Titles, power, and status would eventually dissolve into nothingness in the passage of time. Only the supreme Tao remained eternal. Thus, in his eyes, even Liang Juntian, despite his royal status, was merely immortal. Liang Juntian responded, "I earnestly request Master Shin to come to the Prince of Kang's residence to treat my royal uncle's old ailment. I am deeply grateful." In his plea to heal the Prince of Kang, Liang Juntian set aside his royal identity. That as he spoke, he bowed deeply to Shin Liangkai. Yuan Nan and Wu Huiyu widened their eyes in astonishment. How many in the Great Liang could bear the honor of having a royal prince bow before them? Shouldn't my junior follow the third prince's command and go to the Prince of Kang's residence? Yet Shin Liangsai's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly replied, "I have just arrived. I will not be going to the Prince of Kang's residence." Liang Juntian's brows furrowed slightly, anxiety creeping into his heart. Only to see Shin Liangkai produce brush and ink, swiftly writing a prescription. Before long, he had crafted a formula and handed it to Liang Juntian, saying, "Take this prescription and prepare 7 elixirs according to its specifications. Consume 1 precisely at noon each day, and in 7 days, the ailment will be cured." Upon hearing this, Liang Juntian and Princess Pingyang exchanged shocked glances, both hastily accepting the prescription with gratitude. As a prince of the Great Liang, Liang Juntian possessed a certain knowledge of herbal medicine. Although the ingredients in Shin Liangsai's prescription were not particularly rare, the combination and proportions were extraordinarily intricate. This left Liang Juntian in awe. More importantly, the prescription was annotated with remarkable clarity, detailing every aspect of the herbal ratios and the intricacies of the refining process, including timing and temperature. Nothing was overlooked. With such a detailed and exquisite prescription, even an ordinary alchemist could easily concoct these 7 elixirs, a veritable alchemical miracle. "Master, this is the true mark of a master," the more Liang Juntian pondered. The more astonished he became that if he had previously harbored any dissatisfaction with Shin Liangsai's seemingly arrogant demeanor, it had all vanished, leaving only awe and admiration. For Shin Liangkai, this was merely a matter of slight effort. He possessed tens of thousands of prescriptions within the supreme Qian Kuan furnace, and any one of them could effortlessly heal the Prince of Kang's old ailments. After all, the prince was a distinguished figure in the Great Liang. Furthermore, given Princess Pingyang's repeated assistance, Shin Liangkai had no intention of turning a blind eye to her father's plight. Upon returning to the Prince of Kang's residence, Liang Juntian and Princess Pingyang had Master Feng Gu refine all 7 elixirs. During the process, Master Feng Gu raised numerous queries regarding the prescription, but as he entered the refining phase, he increasingly recognized its profound intricacies. The results of the Prince of Kang's treatment left Master Feng Gu utterly astonished. On the first day of consumption, Prince Liang Wenjing awoke from his coma. By the second day, he was able to walk unaided. On the 3rd day, his spirit was fully restored. On the 4th day, he moved with agility. By the 5th day, he was full of vitality. On the 6th day, he walked with the grace of a dragon. and by the seventh day, he was completely rejuvenated, as if reborn. This news swiftly spread throughout the capital of the Great Liang, leaving countless individuals in shock. Who would have thought that the ailing Prince of Kong, previously thought to be nearing his end, could recover completely in just 7 days? Have you heard? The Prince of Kong has been cured of his long-standing ailment. Is such a thing possible? I heard that the prince's disciple, General Qi Yin Jiangqichuan, invited the renowned Master Fenggu of the Qing Yun realm to treat him, and naturally, with Master Fenggu's intervention, the ailment was resolved. Master Fenggu truly lives up to his reputation. He is undeniably the foremost master of alchemy in the Qing Yun realm. Simply extraordinary. As this news spread throughout the capital, echoes of similar sentiments arose in every corner. Consequently, everyone naturally concluded that it was Master Fenggu who had healed the Prince of Kong. In a flash, Master Fenggu's reputation soared to unprecedented heights within the capital of the Great Liang. Pingyang, tell me about the master alchemist who saved your father. Who is he? Prince Liang Wenjing asked Princess Pingyang. It is Master Shun, but he seems to dislike being disturbed by outsiders, Princess Pingyang replied. The prince's eyes flickered with understanding. That is only natural that a person of Master Shin's caliber has transcended the mundane realm and is wholly devoted to the pursuit of the Tao. Naturally, he would wish to avoid disturbances. However, since the master has saved my life, I shall certainly repay this debt of gratitude. Unbeknownst to Shun Liangkai, events were unfolding in the outside world for the past 7 days. He had been immersed in diligent cultivation within the confines of his courtyard, refraining from venturing out. Thanks to the dual nourishment of Guiyuan-dan and Yangshan-dan, Shin Liangcai's cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of qi refining, while his celestial consciousness was steadily advancing as well. Although Shin Liangcai lacked a clear understanding of celestial consciousness levels, he was certain that in this regard, he had left his peers far behind. With a mere thought, he could unleash his celestial consciousness, enveloping a radius of several dozen miles. Every whisper of the wind and rustle of grass lay bare before his scrutiny. However, all of this was contingent upon the copious supply of elixirs, which had exhausted all the refining materials he had previously procured. He planned to visit the trading market the following day to acquire additional materials for alchemy. That as his cultivation progressed, Shin Liangcai noticed that the efficacy of Guiyuan-dan was diminishing, becoming less effective than the treatment he had provided for Wu Huiyue. This predicament vexed him greatly, as it seemed that mastering the Yin-Yang 6 harmonies technique relied heavily on dual cultivation with a female partner, a notion he was reluctant to entertain, not wishing to become a thief of hearts. Moreover, with the imminent approach of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the capital was increasingly bustling with activity. Young prodigies from various nations within the Qingyun realm began arriving in droves, transforming the capital into a vibrant spectacle. That on the morrow, just as Shun Liangcai intended to step out of his courtyard to head to the trading market, he noticed several figures materializing on the street outside. At the forefront stood an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, clad in a flowing gray robe that exuded an air of ethereal grace. This individual was none other than Master Fenggu, the esteemed alchemy sage of the Qingyun realm. Are you Shin Liangcai? Master Fenggu inquired, directing his question toward Shin Liangcai. Indeed, Shin Liangcai replied, having never encountered Master Fenggu before. And who might you be? I am Fenggu. He introduced himself, bowing deeply. It is an honor to meet Master Shin. Your prowess in alchemy has left me in awe, and I humbly request to become your disciple. Chapter 39. I do not wish for this child to see the light of tomorrow. Master Fenggu, with a venerable countenance, showed utmost respect as he bowed deeply before Shin Liangcai. Taken aback, Shin Liangcai inquired, You are the legendary alchemy sage of the Qingyun realm. Upon hearing this, Master Fenggu appeared visibly flustered, nearly bending at a 90-degree angle. With my master still present, I dare not claim such a title. That I earnestly beseech you to accept me. As he spoke, Master Fenggu bowed once more, demonstrating profound sincerity. Having been deeply impressed by Shun Liangcai's alchemical skills in healing Prince Liang Wenjing, he was convinced of Shun Liangcai's extraordinary talents, from reviving the poisoned Liang Wenjing to finally curing him. Shin Liangcai's methods were nothing short of miraculous. Master Fenggu had traversed the realm of alchemy for decades, yet he had never encountered someone with such remarkable abilities. His lifelong dedication to the art of alchemy bordered on obsession. And after witnessing Shun Liangsai's astonishing prowess, he had resolved at any cost to become this man's disciple, believing this was the only path to further his own understanding of alchemy. While to the world he might seem exalted, a sage of alchemy, he knew all too well how utterly insignificant he appeared in Shun Liangsai's presence. Thus, he had come without hesitation. However, Shun Liangkai waved a hand dismissively, stating, "I am but a carefree wanderer, accustomed to a leisurely life. I have no intention of taking on disciples." Upon hearing this, Master Fengu's expression fell, yet he remained bowed, continuing, "Regardless of your decision, I shall consider myself your disciple." Shin Liangkai glanced at Master Fengu, replying, "As you wish." With that, he turned and departed. Shun Liangsai's refusal was not born of cruelty, but rather from the multitude of responsibilities he bore. He simply lacked the time to impart his knowledge of alchemy. Furthermore, as a cultivator, he would inevitably journey to the realm of immortals, and that departure might very well be permanent. That IT was ill-advised to entangle himself in too many mortal affairs. Watching Shun Liangsai's retreating figure, Master Fengu's expression turned somber. He understood that gaining entry into the circle of such an extraordinary individual would not be an easy feat yet. He remained undeterred, believing that with sufficient devotion, he would one day fulfill his wish. Hongyan Merchant Association, the largest commercial organization in the Qingyun realm, had its operations spanning nearly every corner of the 6 nations within the realm. Its influence was unparalleled, and more importantly, the individuals behind Hongyan Merchant Association remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew their true identities. This enigmatic and deeply rooted organization represented a formidable force within the Qingyun realm, one that even the royal families of the 6 nations dared not provoke lightly. At the headquarters of the Hongyan Merchant Association in Dalian Kingdom, the Grand Hall exuded an ancient and imposing aura. The leader of the headquarters sat at the position of honor, with Li Huai, Tang Min, and several other high-ranking officials flanking him on either side. "Did I ask there anything else you wish to discuss? If not, you may disperse," the leader intoned with authority, preparing to take his leave to AT that moment. However, Li Huai stepped forward, slightly bowing. "Did I wish to report on an individual?" The leader raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Whom do you wish to report?" "On Tang Min," Li Huai declared. The assembly fell silent, their gazes fixed on Tang Min. As a promising young star cultivated by the Hongyan Merchant Association, it was perplexing what wrongs Li Huai believed her to have committed. The leader himself was taken aback by this revelation. Li Huai then detailed the events that transpired aboard the ship that day. Upon hearing this, the leader's brow furrowed, his gaze landing on Tang Min. Is what Li Huai claims true? Tang Min, slightly furrowing her brows, replied coolly, "Indeed, it is so." Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the leader, descending upon Tang Min as a member of the association. "You disregarded the lives of your comrades and aided the enemy. You are guilty." Tang Min's complexion paled as she struggled against the weight of that pressure. "But Shin Liangkai is no ordinary individual. My actions were entirely for the benefit of the association. Should we establish enmity with him, we shall create a potential formidable foe, and it is only reasonable that we should not act impulsively." Li Huai, however, scoffed. "He is merely a junior in the blood exchange realm. Even if he possesses some strength or is backed by a powerful figure, what does it matter? He brazenly murdered members of our Hongyan Merchant Association. If we turn a blind eye, how can we maintain our standing in the Qingyun realm?" As he spoke, Li Huai bowed deeply to the leader, imploring, "I beseech you to issue a kill order for Shun Liangkai, to honor the spirits of our fallen comrades." "Absolutely not," Tang Min interjected loudly. "I can assure you that Shin Liangsai's strength is far beyond what it appears. That if we provoke him rashly, it will undoubtedly bring catastrophic consequences to our association. That I urge the leader to tread carefully." At her words, the expressions of the leader, Li Huai, and the others shifted, caught off guard by her seemingly absurd claims. The Hongyan Merchant Association was the largest commercial organization in the Qingyun realm, a behemoth that even the 6 nations dared not provoke. Its depth of influence was unfathomable, and the idea that a junior in the blood exchange realm could disturb such a colossal entity was ludicrous. Some high-ranking officials could not contain their laughter, while the leader's expression shifted from derision to arrogance. "Tang Min, do not speak nonsense. Considering your past contributions to the association, I shall overlook this matter." Tang Min's face turned grim. Just as she opened her mouth to argue, the leader interrupted. No need to say more. Regardless of your relationship with Shin Liangkai, he has dared to offend our Hongyan Merchant Association. He can only meet a dead end. With that, the leader turned to Li Huaili, commanding, You shall handle this matter. I do not wish for this child to see the light of tomorrow. Li Huaili accepted the order, casting a provocative glance at Tang Min. Her expression turned ashen. She knew that conflict was now inevitable, and all she could do was strive to minimize the losses on both sides. Meanwhile, Shin Liangkai had arrived at the nearest trading market, purchasing materials to refine hundreds of Guyuan Dan and Yangshindi An. It was undeniable that the capital boasted far richer resources for cultivation than Luoyang City. In any given shop, one could easily procure the materials for these two types of elixirs, and even higher-grade materials were available in larger establishments. This abundance provided Shin Liangkai with a plethora of options in his alchemical endeavors. He intended to complete refining the materials he had on hand before embarking on the creation of other elixirs. Consuming higher-grade elixirs would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation speed. Before venturing into the realm of immortals, Shin Liangkai aimed to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refining to enhance his self-preservation capabilities. Buzzing with anticipation, he had not yet stepped into his courtyard when several figures clad in black flitted into view from the other end of the street. Chapter 40. To kill a chicken to scare the monkey. The aura exuded by these individuals is extraordinarily formidable, with the leader having attained the realm of a master. The rest of the group also boasts cultivation levels above the mid-stage of the innate realm. Shin Liangcai's gaze flickered as he spotted a familiar figure among the ranks. Li Huaili. You wish to kill me? Shin Liangcai inquired, hands clasped behind his back. I Huaili let out a cold laugh, stating, You have slain members of my Hongyan merchants. Had it not been for Tang Min's protection that day, I would have already taken your life. Allowing you to live a few more days is a mercy. Previously, Li Huaili had witnessed Shin Liangcai's strength, dispatching an innate realm expert with a single strike, which had genuinely astonished him. To ensure his victory, Li Huaili had specially invited a master from the merchant guild to assist him. With this, Shin Liangcai would find it nearly impossible to escape. One could argue that it was Tang Min who saved your lives. Shin Liangcai retorted with a cold smile. Arrogant, Li Huaili roared, his eyes filled with derision. He had encountered many arrogant individuals, yet none had matched Shin Liangcai's level of hubris and ignorance. That I will ask you once more. Does your Hongyan merchants truly wish to be my enemy? Shin Liangcai questioned Li Huaili. After several days of interaction, he had formed a certain camaraderie with Tang Min, and if it were not absolutely necessary, Shin Liangcai would prefer to avoid conflict with the Hongyan merchants. Enough of your prattle, prepare to die, Li Huaili replied coldly. The other strong members of the Hongyan merchants also released their powerful auras, sharp and lethal. This space is too constricted for a proper confrontation. Let us find a more spacious location to settle this, Shin Liangcai suggested, not wishing to spill blood near his own abode. With that, he headed towards another direction on the street. I Huaili signaled to those beside him, and several of them followed closely behind Shin Liangcai, fearful that he might take the opportunity to flee. However, their concerns were unfounded, as Shin Liangcai not only refrained from escaping, but led them to an open area, barren and devoid of human presence. Upon stopping, Shin Liangcai scanned them with his gaze and casually remarked, Who among you wishes to come forward and meet their demise first? At this proclamation, the eyes of Li Huaili and the other Hongyan merchants glimmered with intent. One individual stepped forward, addressing Li Huaili and the others, a mere junior in the blood exchange realm. I alone can easily take his life. Watch how I will slay him. This individual possessed a mid-stage innate realm cultivation and wielded immense power, mastering two elemental forces, wind and thunder. He stepped forth. The forces of wind and thunder swirled around him, distorting the very air. Having killed a member of my Hongyan merchants, I must obliterate you into 1,000 pieces. To die by my hand is your honor. He sneered, unleashing a punch imbued with overwhelming wind and thunder energy, the space around him trembling as it hurtled toward Shin Liangcai. What a terrifying wind-thunder fist. Even I might struggle to withstand it. That junior in the blood exchange realm is surely doomed. One of the Hongyan merchants remarked, astonished by the ferocity of the attack, that Li Huaili's eyes were filled with mockery. The officer, Wu Guozhong, whom Shin Liangkai had slain previously, had only been at the initial stage of the innate realm and had recently advanced. His strength was in no way comparable to the one now attacking. Thus, Li Huili believed Shun Liangkai would be unable to withstand such a blow, given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. However, as the Wind Thunder Fist was unleashed, Shun Liangkai responded with a single palm strike. His palm infused with spiritual energy bursting forth in an instant. Their attacks collided, producing a deafening sound of impact, to the astonishment of all present. One figure was sent flying, blood spewing from their mouth midair. Li Huili and the others were filled with scorn. The suddenness of the event, perhaps coupled with their overconfidence in the strength of the Hongyun merchant, led them to mistakenly assume that the one sent flying was Shun Liangkai. "Is this the extent of your Hongyun merchant's prowess? Pathetically weak," they scoffed. However, when Shin Liangcai's voice rang out, their smiles froze. This fellow, clearly only in the blood exchange realm, exhibited such formidable strength. It seemed we must treat him with caution. One of the Hongyun merchants remarked that a cold light flickered in Li Huili's eyes as he ominously commanded, "Altogether now. Do not give him another chance." Upon hearing this, the Hongyun merchants nodded in agreement. In that moment, save for the master realm expert, the others moved their bodies, quickly surrounding Shun Liangkai. Yet he remained calm and composed, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression as light as a breeze. As a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, facing these mortal warriors was akin to a strong man confronting a group of toddlers just learning to walk. This disparity in dimensions could not be compensated for by mere numbers. Soon, at Li Huili's command, several Hongyun merchants launched their assault on Shun Liangkai. He weathered their onslaught. Regardless of how violent or skilled their techniques were, they proved utterly ineffective under the spiritual energy attacks of the cultivator. The efforts of all mortal warriors appeared feeble and futile. Within mere moments, every member of the Hongyun merchants lay defeated on the ground. Some suffered internal injuries and died on the spot, while others were obliterated, their bodies torn asunder. The air became thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was strewn with dismembered limbs, creating an exceedingly gruesome scene. Even the Master Realm expert furrowed his brow, casting a deep glance at Shin Liangkai as he inquired, "What technique are you employing? Do you possess some sort of treasure? Regardless, you are destined to die today." As a Master Realm expert, he held absolute confidence. Even though Shin Liangkai had just established a clear advantage over the innate realm experts, he remained convinced he could eliminate him. While speaking, this master from the Hongyun merchants unleashed a deadly strike against Shin Liangkai. This attack, devoid of arrogance and fully committed, aimed to directly suppress Shun Liangkai to death. However, even in the face of such a terrifying assault from a Master Realm expert, Shin Liangkai remained unfazed. He merely flicked his finger, and a beam of spiritual energy tore through the fabric of space, producing a resounding shockwave. The Master Realm expert's attack was instantly shattered, yet the beam of spiritual energy descended with unrelenting force. No! In despair, the Master Realm expert's head was crushed, resulting in his instantaneous demise. The entire process was even more decisive than the slaying of the innate realm experts. This left Li Huili, who had narrowly escaped death before, in a state of frantic disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Shun Liangcai's strength was so terrifying. Killing a Master Realm expert was akin to slaughtering livestock. Such power was something even some of the higher-ups within the Merchant Guild could scarcely achieve. Chapter 41. The 9-Tripod Rune Record. Shin Liangcai's gaze shifted to Li Huili, causing the latter to tremble slightly, fear flickering in his weary eyes. "That it seems I have underestimated your strength," he admitted. Watching as Shin Liangkai approached him with deliberate steps, that he attempted to bargain. "If you would spare my life, I would be willing to fulfill any request you have." Shin Liangkai responded with a cold smile. "I have offered you opportunities before, yet you remained obstinate. Now you come to plead for mercy. Do you think that is possible?" Li Huili's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Suddenly, he retrieved a yellowed piece of parchment from his pocket, its surface engraved with intricate red runes that exuded an air of ancient mystery. With a forceful flick of his fingers, the parchment ignited, unleashing a surge of spatial power that enveloped Li Huili's form. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight under the influence of this spatial force. Shun Liangcai's gaze sharpened. He understood that Li Huili had just shattered a talisman imbued with spatial attributes. Such talismans, through their unique runes, draw energy from the heavens and earth, allowing for instantaneous bursts of spatial power, thereby facilitating rapid movement that in critical moments that can safeguard one's life. Typically, these talismans are widely utilized within the cultivation realm, making it exceedingly rare for ordinary martial artists in the mortal world to possess the skill to inscribe such talismans. Thus, this item is quite uncommon in the mundane realm. That it was astonishing to discover that a mere innate realm martial artist like Li Huili could possess such a talisman, revealing a much closer connection between the Qingyun realm and the cultivation world than Xun Liangkai had previously imagined. From the celestial thoughts summoned by Gong Liang Yuba, a powerful golden core cultivator, to the enigmatic meteor sea, and now to the spatial talisman that Li Huili had just shattered, all were intricately linked to the cultivation world that Li Huili attempted to utilize the spatial talisman to escape. Albeit of low rank, it nonetheless transported him 100 feet away. Under normal circumstances, such a distance would suffice for his retreat. However, misfortune befell him as he encountered Xun Liangkai, a cultivator capable of commanding formidable celestial thoughts. Upon releasing his celestial thought, Xun Liangkai easily enveloped an area spanning several hundred feet that Li Huili was instantly locked onto. And before he could flee far, a beam of spiritual energy shot toward him like an arrow from behind. Li Huili's face drained of color, and before he could evade, his body was pierced by the spiritual energy. With a gasp, Li Huili's eyes widened, filled with despair and unwillingness, as life was stripped from him. Observing the corpse on the ground, Xun Liangkai felt no compassion that he disliked the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, yet he never showed mercy to those who sought to kill him. After collecting the storage rings of Li Huili and the others, Xun Liangkai departed the scene. These individuals, with the weakest among them being innate realm cultivators, surely possessed considerable wealth. This was his spoils of war, and he intended to take it all. That it appeared that I have arrived too late. Not long after Xun Liangkai's departure, a slender figure clad in tight-fitting attire appeared, surveying the gruesome battlefield before her. Tang Min could not help but sigh upon seeing the corpse of the master realm cultivator. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes that a dozen innate realm cultivators, along with a master, had been effortlessly obliterated. This display of strength surpassed her earlier assessments by a significant margin, filling her with shock and concern for the Hongyun Trading Company. In Tang Min's view, the Hongyun Trading Company still possessed the capability to eliminate Xun Liangkai, but it would come at a tremendous cost. Moreover, if they failed to eradicate him swiftly, once he grew stronger, he would pose an even greater threat to the Hongyun Trading Company. As a member of the Hongyun Trading Company, Tang Min naturally wished to avoid any devastating losses. Simultaneously, as a friend of Xun Liangkai, she did not wish to witness him meet a tragic end. In the days that followed, Tang Min found herself in a state of inner turmoil, struggling profoundly. Xun Liangkai did not linger and returned directly to his residence. He took out the recently acquired storage rings and began to unravel their contents. As anticipated, just as Xun Liangkai had predicted, each individual from the Hongyun Trading Company was exceedingly wealthy. Particularly, the Master Realm Cultivator's ring contained several million taels of gold, alongside countless medicinal pills, weapons, and materials. However, the quality of these items was not particularly high, offering little utility for Xun Liangkai, that he planned to sell them at the next trading market for profit. In total, the collection of storage rings yielded over 10 million taels of gold for Xun Liangkai, undoubtedly a substantial fortune that perfectly aligned with his needs for concocting higher-grade medicinal pills. Yet he estimated that this 10 million taels would only suffice for half a month's worth of cultivation expenses. The pleasure of using medicinal pills like candy was indeed enjoyable, but it was also exorbitantly expensive. Had it not been for this unexpected windfall, Xun Liangkai would have been preparing to concoct pills for profit once again. In addition to the gold, medicinal pills, and various materials, two items within Li Huili's storage ring caught his attention. They were two yellowed books. One was a book, while the other was Li Huili's handwritten notes. Xun Liangkai picked up the manuscript and skimmed through it. It roughly documented Li Huili's significant experiences and insights throughout his cultivation journey. Astonishingly, the book was a tome on runes, titled 9 Tripod Rune Records, containing various techniques for inscribing runes, remarkably profound in nature. Merely skimming through the 9 tripod rune records captivated Xun Liangkai's interest in rune inscription. According to its contents, runes could not only be inscribed onto talismans, but also applied in weapon forging, formation arrangements, and other areas that a skilled rune master could even manipulate the very earth and seas through their runes. Shin Liangkai was deeply impressed and developed a keen interest in the art of rune inscription. However, a slight disappointment lingered as the 9 tripod rune records was only a fragment of the original text. Shin Liangkai estimated that this version represented merely 1/5 of the original. Nevertheless, even this fraction of content would provide ample material for him to study for some time. Furthermore, Shin Liangkai could ascertain that the 9 tripod rune records belonged to the cultivation world. Huili must have studied its contents to inscribe the spatial talisman. Although he had only just begun, it was already quite remarkable for an ordinary person. Shin Liangkai speculated that Li Huili must have expended tremendous effort to create that spatial talisman. How could a mere mortal martial artist possess a rune tome from the cultivation world? Shin Liangkai pondered to himself. Later, he found the answer within Li Huili's handwritten notes. According to the records, 20 years prior, Li Huili had ventured to the fringes of the Meteor Sea, where he obtained the 9 tripod rune records. This indicated that, aside from Prince Kong and his few friends, many others had secretly visited the Meteor Sea region, though it remained largely unknown to outsiders. What secrets does the Meteor Sea conceal? Just as Shin Liangkai was engrossed in reading the 9 tripod rune records, a heavily armored cavalry unit advanced, swiftly surrounding the courtyard where he was located. Chapter 42. To accuse without evidence. What need for pretext? The leader, clad in gray armor and appearing to be in his 50s, was robust and imposing, wielding a golden-backed broadsword at his back, exuding an air of lethal intent. His eyes were sunken, revealing an unusual pair of heterochromatic irises, one blue and one black, which glimmered with a hint of eeriness that it was none other than Zhou Heng, the commander of the Grand Master's residence, previously aboard the ship. His son Zhou Hao had been suppressed by Shin Liangkai, kneeling for 7 days and nights. Although renowned physicians had managed to save his knees, Zhou Heng, as the commander, could not swallow this humiliation. After the ship docked, he dispatched his deputy, Wu Guozhong, to the pier to apprehend Shin Liangkai. That Wu Guozhong met a tragic end at Shin Liangkai's hands, igniting Zhou Heng's fury. Zhou Heng, not only the commander, but also a mid-stage master realm cultivator, had sent countless powerful foes to their demise with his golden-backed broadsword. This time, he personally led his men, determined to slay Shin Liangkai on the spot. Shin Liangkai, the commander has arrived. Come forth and meet your demise, shouted a powerful figure beside Zhou Heng. Shin Liangkai frowned, stowing away the 9 tripod rune records, and stepped out of the courtyard, followed anxiously by Yu Anan and Wu Huiyue. Are you Shin Liangkai? Zhou Heng's icy gaze swept over him, demanding an answer. Upon discovering that Shin Liangkai was merely at the blood exchange stage, Zhou Heng was taken aback, even suspecting that a formidable figure was guiding him from behind. However, he did not dwell on it further. That in the great Liang kingdom, the Grand Master's residence held authority, and no matter how powerful the figure, few would dare to easily become enemies with the Grand Master's residence. This was the source of Zhou Heng's confidence to boldly bring his troops. You are Zhou Heng? Shin Liangkai replied calmly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, unfazed even in the face of an army. Presumptuous! How dare you address the commander so casually? A figure beside Zhou Heng immediately rebuked Shin Liangkai for his lack of respect. However, before the words could fully escape his lips, an invisible palm print descended from the void, sending him flying off his horse, landing with a series of pained cries. I am conversing with him. When did it become your turn to interrupt? Shin Liangkai remained motionless, relying solely on a thread of spiritual energy to send a postnatal realm expert tumbling from his horse. This spectacle caused the onlookers to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Zhou Heng, too, was taken aback. As a mid-stage master, he had failed to discern how Shin Liangkai had executed his maneuver. You dare to injure someone in public despite the presence of my troops. Such audacity is commendable, yet it may very well become the death knell that seals your fate, Zhou Heng declared coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Spare me the pleasantries, that I shall ask you directly. When will your esteemed master, Chen Xingzhou, return? Shin Liangkai inquired, disinterested in Zhou Heng's banter. He had been closely monitoring news concerning Chen Xingzhou, and as soon as the latter returned to the master's residence, he would not hesitate to confront him and take revenge for his parents. You truly overestimate your own significance, young man. The affairs of the master are not for an inconsequential person like you to meddle in. Zhou Heng's eyes glinted with icy disdain upon hearing Shen Liangsai's words. He waved his hand dismissively, commanding his subordinates, "Seize this lad and take him back to the master's residence for judgment." Zhou Heng's entourage consisted of seasoned warriors, each having faced life and death in battle. Even if Shen Liangkai demonstrated remarkable prowess, there would be no escape for him. As the words left Zhou Heng's lips, the disciples of the master's residence immediately sprang into action, their weapons gleaming ominously as they attempted to apprehend Shen Liangkai on the spot. "Zhou Heng, with Master Chen absent, I had not anticipated your audacity to grow so bold." At that moment, a voice laden with chilling authority echoed from a short distance away. The sound, though soft, carried a weight of dignity that sent shivers through the hearts of all present. An invisible pressure seemed to envelop the space, rendering it unbearably oppressive, causing many to break into a cold sweat as they turned toward the source of the voice. They beheld a group approaching, led by a middle-aged man clad in a yellow python robe, his long beard swaying in the wind, and his chiseled features exuding a formidable presence. Each step he took resembled that of a dragon or tiger. Radiating an air of undeniable authority, "It is Prince Kong. Prince Kong has arrived," murmured voices among the crowd, their gazes flickering with uncertainty, especially Zhou Heng, whose expression betrayed his confusion at the unexpected appearance of Prince Kong. Accompanying Prince Kong were Princess Pingyang and Jiang Qichuan. "Did I, Zhou Heng, mobilize my troops for a just cause? What transgression have I committed that requires your royal intervention?" Although Zhou Heng was uncertain of Prince Kang's intentions, he sensed the latter's disapproval. With Master Chen Xingzhou as his backing, Zhou Heng showed little deference to Liang Wenzheng, the only living prince of the great Liang nation. Instead, he met the prince with a confrontational demeanor. "Your troops is every soldier not under the banner of the great Liang nation. You have unlawfully mobilized troops, and that is a crime. As the commander of the master's residence, you are well aware of your guilt. Yet you persist. This warrants an even graver sentence." Prince Kang's piercing gaze and robust spirit suggested a complete transformation from his previous state. After 7 days of treatment, not only had his long-standing ailments been healed, but he had also experienced a slight advancement in his cultivation level, a remarkable feat, considering he had been stagnant at a bottleneck for many years. This newfound vitality only deepened Prince Kang's gratitude toward Shen Liangkai, compelling him to express his thanks in person. Arriving just in time to witness the confrontation between Zhou Heng and Shen Liangkai, he felt it was only natural to intercede on Shen Liangkai's behalf. As he spoke, Prince Kong ordered those beside Zhou Heng, Commander Zhou Heng of the master's residence, in flagrant disregard for the laws of the Great Liang, has unlawfully mobilized troops on a grand scale. Do not delay. Apprehend him at once. No one is permitted to mobilize troops on a large scale without authorization during peacetime, and Prince Kong had ample justification for his decree. Zhou Heng's subordinates exchanged glances, momentarily caught off guard by Prince Kang's decisive maneuver. Although they hesitated to follow through, the morale among the ranks had been shaken. Zhou Heng, wary of his surroundings, retorted coldly, "To fabricate charges is an easy task. Even if I, Zhou Heng, am guilty, it is not for you, your highness, to concern yourself with the matters of the master's residence." Zhou Heng's pride swelled as he spoke, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with defiance. "Your royal uncle may not have the authority to intervene, but what of the prince?" Just then, another voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a lavish palanquin had appeared from an unknown direction. The third prince, Liang Juntian, descended from the palanquin and approached with measured steps. Chapter 43. Imprisoned in the dungeon. The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated the arrival of the third prince, who seemed equally intent on confronting the commander. It was well known that the commander belonged to the master's residence, and previously, both Prince Kong and the third prince had treated him with utmost respect. What had transpired to shift their attitudes so drastically? Realizing the potential gravity of the situation, Zhou Heng attempted to speak, only to hear Liang Juntian declare, as an official of the Great Liang, "You, Zhou Heng, have not only broken the law, but have also publicly defied the prince. Are you aware of your crimes?" Zhou Heng's expression darkened. The moment the third prince arrived, he had been thrust into a precarious position. If Prince Kong had no authority to interfere in the affairs of the Master's residence, the third prince, as a governing royal, certainly possessed that right. Before Zhou Heng could offer an explanation, Liang Juntian commanded the crowd, "What are you all waiting for? Seize this man at once. Do you wish to share in his punishment?" Upon hearing these words, Zhou Heng's subordinates turned pale, caught between loyalty and the threat of punishment. Reluctantly, they complied with the order. Zhou Heng's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet he dared not resist, allowing himself to be bound and taken away. "Take him away! Imprison him in the dungeon," Liang Juntian commanded, his voice cold and unyielding. Zhou Heng was forcibly dragged away by the guards. Today, he had intended to kill Shun Liangkai to avenge Zhou Hao and Wu Guozhong, yet he found himself thrown into the dungeon. His plans foiled. It was a classic case of self-sabotage. Zhou Heng recognized that both Prince Kong and the third prince were aligned against the Master's residence. Any hope of escaping this predicament was futile. He could only await the Master's intervention. Yet one question lingered in Zhou Heng's mind. Why had Prince Kong and the third prince appeared together with such resolute intent against him? The crowd shared a similar sense of bewilderment. Just as they grappled with their confusion, they witnessed the third prince, Liang Juntian, stride towards Shun Liangkai. Before the eyes of all present, he respectfully bowed to Shun Liangkai, saying, "I, Liang, have arrived late and apologize for causing Master Shun any distress." Master Shun. The young man appeared no older than 17 or 18, that despite his impressive abilities, how could he be deemed a master? More astonishing was the fact that someone as esteemed as the third prince displayed such deference toward this youth, speaking humbly and even bowing in respect. What could possibly explain this? It was utterly unfathomable. However, the surprises were far from over. As Liang Juntian concluded his words, Prince Kong Liang Wenjing stepped forward as well, clasping his fists in salute to Shin Liangkai, "That I have heard my daughter Pingyang speak highly of Master Shin's talents. Today, I am fortunate to meet you in person. Indeed, you are young and promising." Shin Liangkai raised an eyebrow. Having already surmised the intentions behind their visit, he replied coolly, "If there is something to discuss, please do so inside." With that, he led the way into the courtyard, followed closely by Yu Ainen and Wu Huijue. Recalling a month prior, when Shin Liangkai had been a blind, crippled wretch, it was astounding to witness how he had risen so dramatically. Not only had he gained the respect of Prince Kong and the third prince, but the contrast was striking. Even though the two women had borne witness to Shin Liangkai's rapid ascent, they struggled to fully comprehend the transformation. As Shin Liangkai and the others entered the courtyard, the third prince ordered the troops to withdraw. The onlookers remained engulfed in shock, unable to extricate themselves from the extraordinary events that had just transpired. "Bring them forth." As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Prince Kong gestured for his subordinates. Moments later, a dozen robust men entered, carrying several enormous wooden chests. These chests were filled not only with gold and jewels, but also with numerous spirit stones, herbs, and other precious items. "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness?" Shin Liangkai inquired. "My old ailments have resurfaced, and my life was hanging by a thread. Had it not been for Master Shin's miraculous healing hands, I would have long since departed this world. I have come today to express my profound gratitude for saving my life," Prince Kong stated, bowing deeply to Shin Liangkai, his expression brimming with appreciation. He then added, "Such a life-saving grace cannot merely be repaid with gold and silver. This is but a token of my appreciation. I implore Master Shin to accept it." Shin Liangkai remarked, "It is merely a trifling matter. Your Highness need not take it to heart that I ask for these items. It would be best for Your Highness to take them back." Upon seeing Shun Liangkai's unwillingness to accept, Liang Juntian hastily interjected, "Your Highness's kind intentions should certainly be accepted by Master Shun. Otherwise, my uncle's heart will be troubled. Indeed, Master Shin, please accept them." At that moment, Princess Pingyang also spoke up. "In that case, I shall accept these items." Faced with the insistence of the three, Shin Liangkai found it difficult to refuse any further. A rough estimation revealed that the wooden chests contained several million taels of gold, not to mention other treasures. It could be said that Prince Kang's visit was filled with sincerity. Although he had acquired quite a few spoils from slaying Li Huiri and others, considering Shin Liangkai's extravagant consumption of elixirs like candy, Those gold coins would only suffice for about half a month's expenses. With the financial support from Prince Kong, he would not need to worry about money for at least a month. More importantly, the chests also contained a considerable amount of spirit stones. Spirit stones are a type of, or birthed by the heavens and earth, often containing powerful spiritual energy that greatly benefits martial artists in their cultivation. Additionally, spirit stones can be used for formations, alchemy, talisman crafting, and activating large magical artifacts. However, in the mortal realm, spiritual energy is scarce, and spirit stones are exceedingly rare, mostly held in the hands of the affluent. Due to their scarcity, the price of spirit stones is exceptionally high. To express his gratitude towards Shun Liangkai, Prince Kong had even taken out all the spirit stones he had accumulated over the years, which greatly surprised Shun Liangkai. Whether the spirit stones from the mortal realm would aid Shun Liangkai in his cultivation remained to be verified. Your Excellency's visit to my humble abode is not merely to deliver gifts. Is it? Shun Liangkai inquired. Prince Kong and the third prince exchanged glances, and Prince Kong spoke. To speak candidly, I am preparing to host a banquet for Master Shun tomorrow evening at my residence, and I sincerely hope Master Shun will grace us with your presence. I would be most grateful. The third prince quickly added, my uncle's invitation aligns with my own. I earnestly request Master Shun to attend the banquet. Though the two had arrived here at different times, it was indeed a coincidence. With a master of alchemy like Shun Liangkai present, it would surely cause a considerable stir not only in the Great Liang Kingdom, but in any corner of the Qingyun realm. Major forces, including royal families from various nations, would compete to pay their respects. This is because they are acutely aware of what a formidable alchemist signifies. For example, Master Fenggu, revered as the paragon of alchemy in the Qingyun realm, is admired by countless individuals, even commanding respect from royal families. Yet Shun Liangkai is even more exceptional than Master Fenggu. With such a person in their midst, it is only natural for them to strive to cultivate a good relationship. If they could draw him into their camp, it would undoubtedly enhance their chances against the Crown Prince and Shun Taishi's faction. Chapter 44. The banquet. Shun Liangkai initially intended to decline the invitation. Yet upon recalling the matter of the Meteor Sea, he ultimately acquiesced. This was solely because Prince Kong was the only survivor of the expedition to the Meteor Sea, and Shun Liangkai wished to glean some information from him. Upon hearing Shun Liangkai's agreement, Prince Kong, the third prince, and Princess Pingyang all expressed their delight, while Jiang Qichuan remained sullen, observing Shun Liangkai being treated with such importance by his master and the third prince. Jiang Qichuan felt a sense of imbalance within. Furthermore, the occasional adoring glances that Princess Pingyang cast towards Shun Liangkai felt like daggers piercing his heart, provoking an inexplicable resentment towards him. After a brief exchange, Prince Kong, the third prince, and the others took their leave. Once they departed, Shun Liangkai returned to his chamber and retrieved the 9-tripod rune record, beginning his study to at present. He bore an immense burden of pressure. Even if he did not actively seek revenge for the pure Yang true monarch, he could not guarantee that he would not be discovered by Fairy Biao one day. Learning an additional skill equated to an extra means of survival. Through his study, Shun Liangkai discovered that the 9-tripod rune record was far more conducive to the cultivation of immortals from multiple perspectives. The 1/5 of the content obtained by Li Huairi was merely an introductory section. In less than an hour, Shun Liangkai had read through all the material and committed it to memory. Subsequently, he began experimenting with rune engraving. After 2 hours of relentless attempts, during which he faced countless failures, he finally succeeded in inscribing his first talisman. With a pinch of his fingers, the talisman shattered immediately, and vivid crimson patterns floated in midair that in an instant, a ball of flame erupted forth, igniting a nearby wooden stool, which was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. This was merely a simple fire attribute talisman. Due to Shun Liangkai's lack of proficiency in engraving, the talisman's power was considerably limited. Nevertheless, it still exhibited such formidable offensive capability. This indicated that if he mastered more advanced talisman engraving techniques, the power would undoubtedly be even more terrifying, potentially achieving the earth-shattering might recorded in the 9-tripod rune record. Li Huairi had devoted over a decade to talisman crafting before achieving success. Yet Shun Liangkai accomplished in 3 hours what took Li Huairi many years. Of course, his identity as an immortal cultivator played a significant role in this. But excluding that, Shun Liangkai's innate talent was also remarkably impressive. In the following period, Shen Liangkai immersed himself in the art of rune engraving. After becoming familiar with the fire attribute talismans, he began learning to inscribe runes onto weapons. According to the 9-tripod rune record, runes not only enhance the grade of weapons, but can also inscribe elemental powers within them. For instance, once a fire attribute rune is inscribed on a weapon, it gains fire properties that end battle. In addition to the weapon's inherent attack power, the fire attribute strength would inflict considerable damage upon the opponent. Coincidentally, Prince Kang's wooden chest contains several weapons. Shen Liangkai retrieved a long sword and began inscribing it. Within a short incense stick's time, he completed the engraving. The surface of the long sword shimmered with an aura of fire attribute power as ancient and majestic crimson runes flickered into existence. Accompanied by a gentle glow, the runes disappeared into the blade, ultimately vanishing from sight. Shen Liangkai raised the long sword and swung it casually. With a swish, a sword chi erupted, descending like a shooting star. Silently cleaving a nearby scroll in two, the sword chi dissipated. Flames erupted once again, illuminating the entire room in a brilliant red hue. Had Shen Liangkai not responded swiftly to extinguish the flames, a catastrophe would have ensued. The power of this rune is indeed formidable, Shen Liangkai exclaimed, his eyes alight with astonishment. He never anticipated that a fortuitous act of slaying would open the door to his path of runes. It seems that collecting spoils of war post-battle is truly essential. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the second day. During this period, Shen Liangkai had inscribed an innumerable amount of runes. As time progressed, not only did the quality of his engravings improve, but his success rate also increased, and it was not until the afternoon of the second day that Shen Liangkai reluctantly concluded his training. Through a day and night of study, his mastery of rune powers had reached a new level, allowing him to inscribe with ease while unleashing tremendous might. Shen Liangkai was in high spirits. As the sun set, nearing the time for the banquet, he stepped out of the courtyard and made his way toward Prince Kang's residence. The Hongyun Trading Company, a high-ranking individual, sought an audience. The authoritative voice of the head of headquarters resonated. Has Shen Liangkai been dealt with? When are Li Huairi and the others expected to return? The high-ranking individual's expression turned grim as he replied. I regret to inform you, but the operation has failed. Li Huairi and the others were all brutally slain on the spot. Upon hearing this, a glint of sharpness flashed in the head's eyes as he inquired. Is this true? Absolutely true, the high-ranking individual confirmed. From the battlefield, it appears that his methods were exceedingly brutal, and Li Huairi and the others met a most tragic end. However, the assailant left no traces behind. The head's expression darkened as he questioned. A master and over a dozen innate beings have all perished. Could it be that this individual has a powerful ally? The high-ranking individual responded. It is indeed a possibility. Yet we lack sufficient evidence. Hearing this, the head's face revealed a hint of ferocity as he declared, regardless of the existence that stands behind Shen Liangkai, he must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly bring endless troubles to our Hongyun Trading Company. Unbeknownst to Shen Liangkai, he was presently traversing the bustling streets of the capital. As dusk fell, the thoroughfares were lined with vendors peddling an array of goods, while throngs of people surged to and fro, creating a cacophony of life that was palpably vibrant. Upon reaching a street corner, he was suddenly aware of the sounds of a scuffle nearby, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, their murmurs occasionally rising above the din. To brazenly engage in violence on the territory of our great Liang nation, these bullies from the Great Way truly overstepped their bounds, one voice exclaimed. Indeed, emboldened by their nation's might, these Wei individuals dare to rampage unchecked in our lands. Thankfully, Li Hongyun intervened. Otherwise, that elderly man would surely have been beaten to death by the Wei aggressors, another added. Although Li Hongyun was often seen as frivolous and arrogant, he had proven himself commendable in this instance of moral righteousness. Shen Liangkai stepped forward, peering through the gaps in the crowd, and beheld the unfolding scene. Several individuals from Great Liang were engaged in a fierce struggle with a group clad in Wei attire. The Wei combatants, exhibiting superior strength, swiftly gained the upper hand, leaving only a young man in splendid robes still standing defiantly. Chapter 45. The Dragon General. The young man, resembling Shen Liangkai in age, possessed an extraordinary countenance, yet his features bore an unmistakable air of irreverence. It is often said that one should not judge by appearances, yet the accounts from those around suggested that his character was closely aligned with his striking visage. His name was Li Hongyun, the son of the esteemed dragon general, Li Xiuda. Raised in privilege, Li Hongyun had developed a reputation as a notorious scion, known for his lack of scholarly pursuits and his haughty demeanor. Unable to tolerate the Wei's brazen violence, he had boldly confronted them. However, at this moment, his subordinates lay defeated, and he himself bore the marks of a thorough beating, his face bruised and battered. The strength of the great Liang has waned. Relegated to the lowest echelons of the Qingyun realm. If you are all such worthless beings, it would be no surprise if your nation were to fall. A young Wei swordsman remarked, his gaze sweeping over Li Hongyun with derision. Though not yet 20, he possessed silvery hair and emanated an aura of sword intent that swirled about him, indicating his advanced cultivation. But as he continued, another Wei individual sneered at Li Hongyun, "Fool, what are you staring at? With your meager abilities, you dare to stand up for others? If your great Liang is filled with such incompetent fools, it is truly disappointing." With that, he erupted into mocking laughter, exuding arrogance to the extreme. "Curse it, I will fight you!" Li Hongyun roared, charging at the Wei men. Despite his usual flippant nature, there was a commendable bloodlust within him. Even knowing he was outmatched, he was determined to make a stand. Confronted by opponents of greater strength, Li Hongyun was soon outmatched, receiving a flurry of blows. "You truly seek death, fool. Were it not for our pressing matters, killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant." The silver-haired youth scoffed, brushing off the dust from his clothes, "that I can only hope that those from Great Liang participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament are not as pathetic as you." With that, the Wei men turned and departed, leaving the crowd seething with anger. Yet none dared intervene. Li Hongyun, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggled to his feet. "Young master, are you unscathed?" one attendant asked, wincing from his own injuries. Li Hongyun, though hurt, remained silent. Just then, a pill was tossed his way, which he instinctively caught and consumed to heal his wounds. Shun Liangkai addressed Li Hongyun, who, though initially surprised, did not recognize him. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he noticed Shin Liangkai had already moved on. Unfazed, Li Hongyun swallowed the pill. In mere moments, he felt a powerful surge of medicinal energy coursing through him, rapidly alleviating his injuries. Astonished, he realized that this seemingly inconspicuous youth possessed such miraculous elixirs. "The banquet at the Wang residence is about to commence. We must hurry," Li Hongyun instructed his attendants. The servants, seemingly oblivious to his urgency, moved ahead. "You lot, return at once. Carry me, or I swear I will break your legs if I miss my meeting with Master Shin," Li Hongyun bellowed, reverting to his haughty persona. The attendants, frightened, quickly scrambled back, lifting him and hastily making their way. For Shun Liangkai, the earlier altercation was merely an inconsequential episode, and he paid it little heed as he ambled towards the residence of Prince Kong. Outside the Prince Kang's residence, a procession of nobility awaited, including Liang Wenjing, the prince, the third Prince Liang Jun, Princess Pingyang, and Jiang Qichuan, all standing in line to greet the arrival of Shun Liangkai. Among them was Li Xiuda, the dragon general, who, as a key figure in the prince's court, was acutely aware of Shun Liangcai's healing prowess. With reverence, they awaited the arrival of the master alchemist, whose abilities to resurrect the dead and transform decay into the extraordinary inspired immense respect. Even in Shun Liangcai's absence, the officials maintained a solemn demeanor, standing erect with gravity. That moment, Li Hongyun appeared, being carried by his attendants, a sight that elicited laughter among the gathered dignitaries, especially given his disheveled state from the earlier conflict. Li Xiuda's expression darkened, nearly choking on his indignation. This disgraceful child, not only is he unlearned, but he has now brought shame upon the prince's residence, he thought, wishing he had not permitted Li Hongyun to attend. Had he not insisted on witnessing Master Shin's abilities? "Father, I haven't arrived late, have I? Where is Master Shin?" Li Hongyun asked, seemingly oblivious to his own disarray as he rushed over. "You are not late," Li Xiuda scolded, pulling Li Hongyun aside and whispering urgently, "When Master Shin arrives, you will conduct yourself properly, speak little, and do not embarrass me further, understood?" "Fear not, father, I understand," Li Hongyun assured him, puffing out his chest with pride. At that moment, a figure clad in white entered the crowd's view, a young man of approximately 17 or 18 years, tall and handsome, radiating an ethereal calmness. It was none other than Shun Liangkai. Seeing him, Liang Wenjing, the third prince, and Princess Pingyang prepared to approach in greeting. However, Li Hongyun rushed forward, greeting Shin Liangkai with a broad smile. "Brother, what brings you here? I must say, that pill you provided was remarkably effective. By the way, I didn't catch your name earlier. My father is the Dragon General Li Shioda, and once I tell him about your generosity, he will surely reward you handsomely." With pride, Li Hongyun mentioned his father, leaving the onlookers, including the prince and the nobles, momentarily stunned. Chapter 46. A bold incursion into the prince's residence. When did this arrogant fellow become acquainted with Master Shin? He not only patted Shun Liangcai's shoulder, but also spoke to him as if they were old friends, displaying an audacity that was nothing short of astounding. Even figures as esteemed as Liang Wenjing and Liang Jun would not dare to be impolite in Shun Liangcai's presence. Yet here was Li Hongyun, on the verge of courting disaster. Witnessing this, Li Shioda felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Nearly fainting from disbelief, that he rushed forward, seizing Li Hongyun and pulling him aside, admonishing him fiercely, "You fool! Silence yourself. If you utter another word, I will have your tongue severed." Li Hongyun, bewildered and feeling unjustly treated, protested, "Father, I was merely expressing gratitude to my brother for his assistance." "Brother?" Li Shioda nearly laughed in exasperation. "Do you even know who he is?" "Not at all," Li Hongyun admitted, shaking his head that he has yet to reveal his name. Li Shioda took a deep breath and declared, "This is Master Shin." "You ungrateful child. Do not hasten to kneel and apologize to Master Shin." Boom! These words resonated in Li Hongyun's ears like a thunderclap. "Master Shin, you are indeed Master Shin." Li Hongyun stared at Shin Liangcai, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Prior to this, he had only heard of Shin Liangcai's miraculous feats of resurrection and was unaware that Shin Liangcai was a youth of similar age to himself. Consequently, upon hearing his father's words, Li Hongyun felt as if struck by lightning. His knees buckled, and he sank to the ground. However, before his knees could touch the floor, he sensed an invisible force gently lifting him back up. "My son, lacking in discernment, has offended Master Shun and failed to recognize his true visage, that I hope Master Shun can forgive this transgression." Li Shioda's forehead was slick with cold sweat as he bowed deeply to Shin Liangcai. This was a person revered even by Prince Kong and the third prince. Should he provoke any displeasure, his position as a general in the court would be at stake. There is no need for such formality. "Your son is quite commendable," Shin Liangcai replied to Li Shioda. He did not harbor any ill feelings towards Li Hongyun, for the latter had not yielded in the face of an assault by several from Dawei. His character was rather bold and forthright. More importantly, Shin Liangcai had discovered that although Li Hongyun was born in the mundane realm, he possessed spiritual roots of a high grade, specifically superior spiritual roots. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. Even in the realm of cultivation, that Li Shioda was taken aback, momentarily perplexed by Shun Liangcai's words, yet he could discern that Shun Liangcai was not angered, which eased his anxiety. Subsequently, accompanied by Prince Kong, the third prince, and Princess Pingyang, Shun Liangcai entered the residence of Prince Kong, that moment. The estate was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, a clear indication of meticulous preparation. Within a grand hall, an array of exquisite food and fine wines awaited. Although Prince Kong intended to relinquish the principal seat, he was graciously declined by Shin Liangcai. Li Hongyun, alongside his father, took a seat at the same table as Shun Liangcai. Prince Kong and Princess Pingyang, in the presence of such prominent figures, Li Hongyun no longer dared to exhibit his previous brashness. He kept his head lowered, refraining from speaking. Prince Kong, the third prince, and Princess Pingyang took turns toasting Shin Liangcai. Expressing their gratitude, the hall was alive with song and dance, creating an atmosphere of harmony and celebration. However, at that moment, a guard hurriedly burst into the hall, reporting to Prince Kong, "Your Highness, envoys from the Five Kingdoms have arrived, accompanied by the prodigies of their respective nations." At this announcement, everyone present was momentarily stunned. The Five Kingdoms were Dawei, Deqin, Deqi, Deyin, and Dezhao, all of which were collectively known as the Six Kingdoms of Qingyun alongside DeLiang. As the current World Martial Arts Conference was being hosted by DeLiang, individuals from various nations had been arriving to witness this grand event. The envoys were responsible for leading their nation's prodigies to participate in the conference. Upon their arrival, they received a high-level reception from De Liang, being settled into the most luxurious inns in the capital, attended by dedicated staff. It was unexpected that the representatives from the five kingdoms would collectively visit Prince Kang's residence today. Many sensed an unusual tension in the air. On the surface, the six kingdoms of Qingyun appeared relatively harmonious, but in truth, disputes were incessant, each striving to gain the upper hand and secure the greatest benefits for their own nations. Among these, Dawei boasted the strongest overall strength, surpassing the other five in territory, population, economy, and military scale. De Qin, De Qi, De Yin, and De Zhao possessed comparable overall strength, while De Liang was the weakest. Because of this, the other five kingdoms frequently instigated disputes along De Liang's borders. Had it not been for Prince Kang's presence, De Liang might have already been ousted from the six kingdoms of Qingyun. Hearing the guard's report, Prince Kang Liang Wenjing furrowed his brow and said, "Inform them that I have important guests to entertain tonight and that they should come another day." The guard complied. Just as he was about to exit the hall, bang! A sudden kick sounded, and the door burst open. Many gazes turned towards the commotion, only to find that the envoys from the five kingdoms had barged in without waiting for Prince Kang's consent, eliciting frowns from those present, their eyes glinting with animosity. The uninvited arrival of the envoys was already a sign of disrespect towards Prince Kang, and intruding into his residence in this manner was a blatant provocation to the authority of De Liang. "What is the meaning of your intrusion into Prince Kang's residence?" Jiang Qichuan immediately rose, his eyes scanning the envoys with hostility as he spoke coldly. "We have heard that your highness has recovered from your old ailments and have come to congratulate you. Is this how De Liang's Prince Kang treats his guests?" The envoy from Dawei sneered, revealing that the silver-haired swordsman was also part of Dawei's contingent. Upon seeing him, Li Hongyun's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Though Prince Kang felt a similar rage, he maintained an air of calm composure, gesturing for Jiang Qichuan to take a seat again. Jiang Qichuan's eyes flickered with reluctance, but he complied. "Guests are here. Prepare the wine." With a command from Prince Kang, the servants quickly arranged additional tables and chairs in the hall, along with fine wines and delicacies. The envoys from the five kingdoms showed no hesitation, taking their seats and first toasting Prince Kang Liang Wenjing and the third Prince Liang Juntian. Soon after, the envoy from Dawei proclaimed, "It is well known that De Liang is a land of martial prowess, where even the elderly of 80 and the infants taking their first steps aspire to the martial way. Surely, their strength must be astonishing. Let us engage in a contest of martial skills. On one hand, it would allow us to witness the talents of De Liang's youth, and on the other, it would serve as entertainment to accompany our drinks. What does your highness and the third prince think?" Chapter 47. Not a turtle hiding in its shell. Prince Kang Liang Wenjing, the third Prince Liang Juntian, and Princess Pingyang exchanged glances, immediately realizing that the envoys from the five kingdoms had come prepared. This was evident from the prodigies they had brought with them. For instance, the short-haired woman from Dian, the burly youth from Daqin, and the silver-haired swordsman from Dawei were all exceptional talents. Notably, the silver-haired swordsman not only possessed a mid-stage postnatal cultivation level, but also exhibited extraordinary prowess in the sword arts. Simply sitting there, he exuded an overwhelming aura of sword intent, as if he were a sword himself. Sharp to the extreme. In contrast, aside from General Qian, Jiang Qichuan, and Princess Pingyang, De Liang had few noteworthy individuals. "Your Highness, third prince, have you heard my words?" Seeing that Prince Kang and the third prince had yet to respond, the Dawei envoy prompted them. "What manner of contest do you propose?" Prince Kang inquired. "It is quite simple. The contest will follow a challenge system. The prodigies from the five kingdoms may take the stage to challenge, and the challenge party must accept unless they concede. The battles will be fought to a conclusion, but since martial arts can be unpredictable, should there be any casualties, they will be treated as special cases, and neither side will pursue accountability. What do your highness and the third prince think?" The Dawei envoy spoke confidently, as though he had everything under control, although this rule appeared fair at first glance. In reality, it heavily favored the stronger side. The powerful could freely challenge at will, while the weaker had no choice but to accept. Regardless of the outcome, it would greatly benefit the stronger party. The Dawei envoy was particularly astute. The stipulation that casualties would not be pursued meant that even if their people injured or inadvertently killed someone from De Liang, the latter would not be able to seek retribution, a clear disclaimer. Under these circumstances, even if one recognized the overt bias in the rules, they could only brace themselves for battle. After all, if they were to shrink back like a turtle, it would only invite ridicule. Where would the Liang's dignity lie? Once Prince Kong and the third prince agreed, a warrior from Dawei immediately stepped onto the platform to issue a challenge. This individual had dark skin and a robust physique. Wielding a mountain-splitting axe, exuding a fierce aura that in his 20s, he had already reached the initial stage of postnatal cultivation, placing him among the upper echelon of Dawei's ranks. His gaze was sharp. And upon stepping onto the stage, he directed his attention toward the Liang's camp, his expression filled with arrogance. "You, step forward for a battle." The challenger was a youth of comparable cultivation to the Dawei warrior. A fight was imminent. Yet within just 3 exchanges, the youth from De Liang was sent flying by the horizontal swing of the mountain-splitting axe, crashing to the ground while spitting blood. Had it not been for his protective armor, that strike would have certainly cost him dearly. Useless, not even worth a single strike. The young man from the Great Way, wielding a mountain-splitting axe, spoke with a cold smirk, his gaze fixed upon the youth from the Great Liang, who had just been sent flying by his blow. There was a hint of mockery in his expression. The Great Liang youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Witnessing this scene, the coalition of 5 nations erupted in cheers, applauding the Great Wei youth, while the faces of Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingyang, and the civil and military officials of the Great Liang turned grim. In the very first battle, their side had suffered a defeat, and it was a thoroughly humiliating one, being knocked away in less than 3 moves. The young man with the mountain-splitting axe seemed undeterred. His gaze locked onto the direction of the Great Liang camp as he swiftly selected a second opponent. In this encounter, the Great Wei youth appeared to be even more at ease. Not even needing to wield his axe, with a single punch, he sent his opponent reeling, forcing an early concession. This was far from the end in a series of 5 battles. The young man from Wei was like a force of nature, sweeping through with an overwhelming momentum, achieving victory in all 5 matches. Even more astonishing was that none of his 5 opponents could withstand 3 exchanges before being effortlessly crushed. Only in the 6th battle did the Great Liang dispatch a mid-stage postnatal warrior, who barely managed to emerge victorious. It is worth noting that this young man from Wei was merely at the initial stage of postnatal cultivation and had just endured 5 grueling fights, suffering significant fatigue. Even though the opponent triumphed, it was hardly a fair victory. Consequently, the victory brought little joy to the people of the Great Liang. The envoy from Wei sneered and remarked, "I had thought that the people of Great Liang were blessed with both exceptional talents and a rich heritage, producing a generation of outstanding youths. Yet, it seems that in such a grand nation, they can only rely on their realm superiority to secure a victory, and that too only when their opponent is exhausted from consecutive battles. Truly lamentable." The envoy from Great Qin immediately chimed in. Indeed, as one of the 6 nations of the Qinyan realm, it is thought-provoking to consider how Great Liang has fallen into such decline. Listening to the mocking remarks from the 5 nations, the people of Great Liang were seething with anger. Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingyang, and Jiang Qichuan all clenched their fists, their faces betraying intense indignation. However, the arena upheld the principle of strength. Unable to match their opponents, they could only swallow their grievances. The young prodigy from Great Liang could hardly endure such disdain and humiliation. His face was aflame with fury as he scanned the formidable figures of the Great Wei camp. Ultimately fixing his gaze upon the silver-haired sword cultivator, that he boldly declared, "Our realms are comparable. Let us battle." He sought a victory against an opponent of equal standing to prove himself and demonstrate that not all from Great Liang were inept. The silver-haired sword cultivator's expression turned serious as he asked in surprise, "Are you certain you wish to challenge me?" The youth from Great Liang replied, "If you lack the courage, you may concede now." The silver-haired cultivator's expression twisted into one of bemusement as he retorted, "Concede? I truly do not understand where you derive your confidence to utter such foolish words that if you desire death, then I shall oblige." As he spoke, the silver-haired sword cultivator moved with astonishing swiftness, casually stepping forward as if he were a flying sword, appearing before the young man from Great Liang. The latter's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated such incredible speed. Instinctively, he launched a powerful punch. However, the sword cultivator merely smiled coldly, and before the punch could land, a flash of sword light erupted like lightning that in the next instant. An arm was severed, and the great Liang youth let out a cry of agony. According to the rules, if someone was unexpectedly injured, the fight should be halted immediately. Yet, the silver-haired sword cultivator seemed disinclined to adhere to such rules. A playful smile danced upon his lips as he seized the body of the great Liang youth, lifting him above his head and taunting, "You, a worthless individual, dare to challenge me. Is there truly no one of worth in great Liang?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted from his body, transforming into a barrage of sword light that enveloped the great Liang youth. With a series of sickening slashes, the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed as the body of the great Liang youth was gruesomely shredded, remnants of him scattering across the ground. Blood saturating the air. With such a sword, I shall defeat him. For a wretch like you to exist in this world is a waste of resources. The silver-haired sword cultivator sneered, showing no concern for the act of murder before the crowd. The people of Great Liang were incensed. Such sparring was meant to be controlled. Yet this silver-haired sword cultivator had deliberately taken a life, showing utter disdain for their nation. The outcome was clear. Yet why the need for such brutality? Jiang Qichuan glared icily at the silver-haired cultivator, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" As one of the foremost prodigies of Great Liang, he could have easily bested the silver-haired sword cultivator. However, as the renowned General Qi Yin, a pre-heaven expert, he would find it beneath him to bully a mid-stage post-natal warrior. The silver-haired sword cultivator merely scoffed, "You misunderstand. I had no intention of killing. This individual simply lacked the strength to withstand even a mere wisp of my sword energy," leading to his unfortunate demise. Upon hearing this, the people of the five nations wore mocking smiles, their gazes filled with contempt towards the individuals of Great Liang. Jiang Qichuan, filled with fury, was about to speak again when Prince Kong intervened, saying, "Qichuan, no need for further words." Jiang Qichuan's eyes sparkled with dissatisfaction, but he had no choice but to sit down again. Prince Kong then surveyed the young prodigies of Great Liang and announced, "Whoever among you can defeat this individual shall receive a generous reward." This proclamation ignited the fighting spirit within the youths of Great Liang. They had already been outraged by the silver-haired sword cultivator's actions, and with the prince's support, they felt emboldened to act without reservation. Immediately, someone stepped forward to challenge him, but the outcome was even more tragic. The battle had scarcely begun when the silver-haired sword cultivator swiftly severed the challenger's throat, resulting in an instant death. Yet, the silver-haired sword cultivator showed no signs of relenting. In the following 3 battles, not a single opponent managed to land a blow. Each was dispatched with a swift strike to the throat. Not only was the speed of the silver-haired sword cultivator akin to lightning, but his timing was also impeccable. His battlefield instincts were extraordinarily acute. Particularly, the sword he wielded captured the attention of Shun Liangkai. Though the sword appeared ordinary, it harbored a latent power of runes within. While this rune power was relatively low in grade, its presence was undeniable, providing a significant boost to his combat prowess. For runic energy was not of the mundane realm. It was a technique favored by cultivators that in the mundane world, even the most rudimentary form of runic power could yield transformative effects. 5 battles. 5 rounds, 5 lives extinguished. The results showcased a stark imbalance. The silver-haired sword cultivator wiped the blood from his blade, his eyes gleaming with pride and arrogance. "You couldn't withstand even a single move. Yet dare to call yourselves prodigies? It is truly lamentable that Great Liang cannot produce even one worthy opponent." Upon hearing this, the anger of the people from Great Liang ignited fully, yet none dared to step onto the stage. Weakness, such profound weakness. Had they no one willing to fight? If this was the caliber of Great Liang, how could they possibly compete in the prestigious martial arts tournament? A bunch of timid turtles. The silver-haired sword cultivator declared derisively, reaching the peak of arrogance. Seeing this, Li Hongyun, standing beside Shun Liangkai, could no longer contain himself. He pointed an accusatory finger at the silver-haired sword cultivator, exclaiming, "Is winning a few matches enough to make you forget your place? My Great Liang boasts countless formidable talents. They simply do not stoop to engage with the likes of you." Though Li Hongyun was brash, he possessed a strong sense of national pride. Otherwise, he would not have clashed with the people of Great Wei over a complete stranger. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards him, and the expression of the great Liang people turned peculiar. Their side had suffered 5 consecutive defeats. What was this bold individual trying to prove? Li Xiota furrowed his brow, attempting to pull Li Hongyun down, fearing that this reckless child would cause further embarrassment for Great Liang. That moment, the silver-haired sword cultivator finally noticed Li Hongyun, his expression shifting from surprise to mockery as he said, "I never anticipated encountering you, a worthless fool here. It seems the previous beating was rather lenient." He glanced at the faded bruises on Li Hongyun's face, a smirk playing on his lips. Li Hongyun's face turned ashen. The crowd now realized that the injuries on Li Hongyun's face had indeed been inflicted by the silver-haired sword cultivator. "What? Are you dissatisfied? If so, I shall grant you an opportunity for revenge. Be a man and come fight me. If you lack the courage, then silence yourself. This is no place for cowards to speak," the silver-haired sword cultivator taunted. Others who had previously clashed with Li Hongyun were also present in the Great Wei camp. Witnessing this scene, they wore mocking smiles, and one remarked, "This individual is a good-for-nothing second-generation heir. Brother, why waste your breath on him? It's a disgrace to your image. Indeed, this fellow couldn't even withstand our blows. How could he possibly dare to challenge you? It is nothing short of a joke." Upon finishing their remarks, the people of the Great Wei erupted into a chorus of mocking laughter. Li Hongyun clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. His eyes were filled with fury, for this was the first time he had been subjected to such humiliation throughout his life. In a fleeting moment, he nearly succumbed to the urge to confront the silver-haired swordsman in a reckless frenzy. However, the thought of his father quickly quelled that impulse. It mattered little if he were to perish. Yet his father had but one son, and the task of continuing the family line remained unfinished. The weight of such a loss would undoubtedly be unbearable for his father. How does it feel to be humiliated? At that moment, Li Hongyun heard Shun Liangsai's voice calling to him, that he paused momentarily, instinctively replying, "Not good. I want nothing more than to ascend the stage and slay that wretched individual." Shun Liangkai responded, "Come with me." With that, he turned and strode towards the Great Hall's exit. Though Li Hongyun did not fully grasp Shun Liangsai's intentions, he followed closely behind. "Bring me your weapon," Shun Liangkai commanded once outside the hall. Li Hongyun's gaze sharpened, and he promptly drew a long sword from his waist, handing it to Shun Liangkai. This was the defensive weapon gifted to him by his father, though not a legendary artifact. It had been a faithful companion for many years, never discarded. In the next instant, Shun Liangkai flicked his fingers with fluid grace. Within the span of a tea break, he inscribed a rune upon the blade. Intricate patterns emerged, merging seamlessly with the sword's body. Empowered by the rune's force, the long sword emitted a soft hum, shimmering with ethereal light. "Use this sword to vanquish your opponent," Shun Liangkai instructed as he returned the weapon to Li Hongyun. Although confusion lingered in his heart, Li Hongyun nodded firmly, trusting in Shun Liangsai's judgment. The two re-entered the Great Hall, where the silver-haired swordsman immediately taunted, "I thought you, a worthless coward, had fled without a fight. To my surprise, you dare to return. I challenge you." With unwavering resolve, Li Hongyun declared, "I accept your challenge." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar, perplexed by the audacity of this arrogant individual. Li Xiota turned pale, intending to intervene. Yet Li Hongyun had already positioned himself before the silver-haired swordsman. Chapter 49. A Sword's Execution. The silver-haired swordsman had effortlessly dispatched 5 prodigies from their ranks. Was this audacious fool seeking his own demise? Many spectators exchanged whispers, eager to witness the downfall of Li Hongyun, whom they deemed a mere pawn. Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingyang, Jiang Qichuan, and others held little hope for Li Hongyun. They were well aware of his reputation. How could he possibly contend with the silver-haired swordsman? Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Li Xiota braced himself for the inevitable need to rescue his son. Li Hongyun, gazing at the sword in his grasp, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. "Damn it, I will fight. If I must perish, then so be it." With that thought, Li Hongyun raised the long sword high above his head and brought it crashing down. The blade traced an arc through the air, aimed directly at the silver-haired swordsman. Truth be told, this strike was neither swift nor skillful. It lacked any semblance of form. Compared to others of the same realm, it was glaringly inferior, especially against a powerhouse like the silver-haired swordsman that it posed no genuine threat. The people of the great Liang nation felt disheartened. Many turned their heads away, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. Conversely, the spectators from the five nations regarded Li Hongyun with scorn. How could he dare to challenge with such feeble strength? The great Liang was truly bereft of capable warriors. I had expected some threat from your swordplay, given your initial cultivation level, yet it seems I have overestimated you. The silver-haired swordsman sneered, raising his own long sword, poised to swiftly eliminate Li Hongyun. However, before he could make a move, the crowd beheld an astonishing sight. A brilliant radiance erupted from Li Hongyun's long sword. Fiery red runes flickered along the blade, emanating an overwhelming binding force that ensnared the silver-haired swordsman's body. With a furrowed brow, the silver-haired swordsman instinctively struggled, but it was futile. The binding force, invisible yet relentless, tightened with alarming speed, rendering him utterly immobile. What is happening? He thought, but before he could seek an answer, Li Hongyun's sword surged with newfound power. Accompanied by a resounding whoosh, the runes on the blade transformed, coalescing into a terrifying inferno. The temperature in the surrounding space soared, engulfing the silver-haired swordsman's form in flames. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. None could have anticipated that Li Hongyun's seemingly inept strike concealed such formidable might. The expressions of the five nations shifted dramatically. Before they could process the unfolding events, the fiery force consumed the silver-haired swordsman's body. Ah, he screamed, his voice piercing the air as he struggled in vain against the overwhelming blaze. Within mere breaths, his resistance ceased, and once the flames extinguished, a charred corpse lay upon the ground. Everyone stood frozen, their faces etched with disbelief. The silver-haired swordsman had perished, slain by Li Hongyun's sword. The absurdity of the situation left them in shock. How had such a seemingly clumsy strike unleashed such devastating power? Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingyang, Jiang Qichuan, and others were equally stunned, grappling with the reality before their eyes. The silver-haired swordsman, a formidable force of the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, had effortlessly dispatched 5 of the great Liang's warriors only moments before, yet was now felled by a single blow from Li Hongyun. A complete upheaval of their understanding. Li Shoda rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was in a dream. That he won. Hongyun has triumphed. Once the truth settled in, tears of joy streamed down his face. That a celebrated general of the great Liang nation, Li Shoda had long endured scorn due to the reckless nature of his son. Now, in this moment, all past ridicule and grievances seemed to evaporate. Li Hongyun surveyed the scorched remains of the silver-haired swordsman and the sword in his hand, utterly dazed. Though he had unwavering faith in Shun Liangkai, he had not anticipated that a mere flick of the wrist could elevate the sword to such heights. That Li Hongyun realized that this victory was not a testament to his own strength. It was entirely attributable to Shun Liangcai's intervention. The members of the Great Wei stared at Li Hongyun with icy glares, demanding, "What sorcery did you employ to slay him?" In the wake of victory, Li Hongyun felt a surge of confidence. Standing tall, he replied to the people of the Great Wei, "The techniques I employ are of no concern to you. He killed 5 of my compatriots. His demise is simply poetic justice. That you dare question me is truly laughable." As soon as these words were spoken, many individuals from the Great Liang nodded in agreement. Regardless of how overbearing Li Hongyun had once been, he had indeed provided them with a sense of relief, and many had even begun to alter their perceptions of him. The representatives of the Great Wei were left with flushed faces, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Chapter 50. Donggong Xiangwen. Due to the overwhelming power of Li Hongyun's sword, no one from the 5 nations dared to step forward and challenge him. The silver-haired sword cultivator had been defeated in a single move, and they were reluctant to repeat that fate. Some perceptive individuals had already discerned that Li Hongyun's sword was no ordinary weapon. Yet despite its seemingly common materials and unremarkable forging techniques, its strength was beyond comprehension. Leaving them puzzled, that moment, a sharp and resounding cry echoed through the heavens. The crowd turned to follow the sound, discovering a colossal figure soaring from the distant sky towards the residence of Prince Kong. It was a massive obsidian statue, its wings spanning several yards, with piercing crimson eyes that surveyed the world below like a sovereign of the skies. As it passed, it stirred up a chilling gale, and the creature let out another cry, its demonic presence enveloping the earth, causing all creatures within its vicinity to tremble in awe and submit. That on the back of this giant statue stood a figure, a young man clad in a black robe. Bearing an ancient sword, he stood tall and dignified, his long, inky hair billowing in the wind. His features were chiseled, with deep-set, sharp black eyes that exuded an innate pride and confidence. His very presence radiated the aura of an unrivaled powerhouse, evoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation in those who beheld him. Upon seeing this youth, expressions of shock illuminated many faces, while others were filled with admiration and reverence. That it was Donggong Xiangwen. Indeed, he had arrived. A voice emerged from the crowd, trembling with excitement. Despite many from the Great Liang harboring feelings of awe upon his arrival, they could not help but feel a sense of respect for Donggong Xiangwen, the nephew of the Empress of the Great Wei, recognized as the foremost prodigy of the nation. At merely 20 years of age, he had attained the late stage of the innate realm, mastering 3 elemental forces. His prowess in swordsmanship was unparalleled among the younger generation of the Qingyun realm, making him the most formidable contender for the title of champion at the current martial arts conference. Even the top talents from the Great Qin, Great Yin, Great Qi, and Great Zhao, such as Chao Hongyi, Ke Yuan, Ling Gaofei, and Feng Qingwen, paled in comparison to him. Now, as Donggong Xiangwen descended upon the Prince Kang's estate, his aura had transformed once more. He had not only reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the innate realm, but had also elevated his mastery of the 3 elemental forces to a new level. Compared to a month prior, his presence was markedly more formidable. The arrival of Donggong Xiangwen stirred the hearts of the Great Wei's faction, invigorating their spirits. That it was no exaggeration to say that he was the pride of the Great Wei. Originally the strongest contender for the title at the martial arts conference, his recent breakthroughs rendered the competition for the championship almost a foregone conclusion. As the colossal statue flapped its wings and hovered above Prince Kang's residence, a powerful gust swept through the hall, compelling the audience to shield their eyes. Donggong Xiangwen, standing atop the giant statue, surveyed everything below like a sovereign. Great Wei, Donggong Xiangwen has come to pay his respects. His voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity, reverberating in the ears of the crowd. Despite claiming to visit in a spirit of respect, he remained positioned on the back of the giant statue, adopting a condescending stance. The grandeur of Prince Kang's estate was unparalleled, and no one had ever dared to approach it in such a manner. Donggong Xiangwen's actions were undeniably audacious, showing a blatant disregard for the dignity of the Great Liang. Indeed, it was a provocation. The people of the Great Liang were incensed. How could Donggong Xiangwen be so lacking in decorum? This was, after all, Prince Kang's estate, that if the Donggong Scion truly wished to pay his respects, he should descend and speak properly. Jiang Qichuan stepped forward, frowning as he spoke. Donggong Xiangwen remained aloof, gazing down at Jiang Qichuan. That depends on whether Brother Jiang possesses the capability. His words dripped with provocation and exuded dominance. In the Qingyun realm, martial prowess was revered above all. Strength was the ultimate currency. That descending upon Prince Kang's estate on the back of a giant statue, disregarding the presence of esteemed figures like Prince Liang Wenjing and the 3rd Prince Liang Jun, and directly challenging his peer, General Jiang Qichuan. Donggong Xiangwen was showcasing his absolute superiority. Faced with this challenge, Jiang Qichuan's expression darkened, but he stepped forward, unleashing the full extent of his late-stage innate realm power. A formidable punch imbued with destructive force hurtling towards Donggong Xiangwen. The crowd gasped. They had not anticipated that Jiang Qichuan would confront Donggong Xiangwen directly. After all, both were the most elite prodigies of their respective nations, often compared by those in the Qingyun realm. Their rivalry was expected to unfold upon the grand stage of the martial arts conference. Yet here it was, unfolding prematurely. Jiang Qichuan's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, reaching Donggong Xiangwen in the blink of an eye. However, with a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes and an expression as tranquil as a still lake, Donggong Xiangwen raised an arm and made a swift motion before him. A surge of unparalleled sword energy coalesced, transforming into an invisible giant sword that struck out with lightning speed. In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed through the air as Jiang Qichuan's punch disintegrated under the might of the intangible sword. The ensuing shockwave surged forth like a hammer, sending Jiang Qichuan staggering backward in utter disarray. He could feel the tumultuous flow of blood within him, and a taste of iron rose in his throat, which he forced back down. Donggong Xiangwen showed no intention of pursuing further aggression. Instead, he smiled at Jiang Qichuan and remarked, "Months have passed, yet it seems Brother Jiang's strength has not improved in the slightest." Truly disappointing. The crowd trembled at this exchange. They could discern that Jiang Qichuan's punch had been nothing short of earth-shattering, nearly exhausting his full strength. Yet before Donggong Xiangwen, it had been effortlessly neutralized. The disparity between them was beyond mere words. Jiang Qichuan clenched his fists, seething with fury. The rapid advancement of Donggong Xiangwen's power had exceeded all his expectations. That he understood that if he were to recklessly engage again, the outcome would be even more disastrous. "I have heard that this banquet is in honor of a master alchemist. Might I inquire who it is?" Donggong Xiangwen turned his gaze from Jiang Qichuan, focusing instead on Prince Kong and the others. Chapter 51. The 36 Cities of the North. Upon hearing this, a member of the Great Liang turned to Xin Liangkai and introduced him to Donggong Xiangwen, saying, "We are honoring Master Xin, whose alchemical skills are so esteemed that even the renowned alchemist Master Fenggu of the Qingyun realm holds him in high regard." Donggong Xiangwen's gaze fell upon Xin Liangkai, noting his youthful appearance and the fact that he was only at the blood exchange realm. A hint of disdain crossed his features as he remarked, "A blood exchange realm alchemist? This is the first time I have encountered such a thing. Your nation's actions are becoming increasingly surprising." With that, the giant statue flapped its wings once more, accompanied by a powerful gust that swept through the air, and Donggong Xiangwen's figure vanished into the distant sky. The crowd was left trembling. The first prodigy of the Great Way was indeed extraordinary, that he had arrived at Prince Kang's estate on the back of a giant statue, effortlessly subduing General Jiang Qichuan before departing with unruffled grace. As the saying goes, one man, with a sword, traverses the world, illuminating the land. The appearance of Donggong Xiangwen rendered all that had transpired prior to his arrival insignificant. Prince Kang's expression darkened to an extreme. The provocation from Donggong Xiangwen left Liang Wenjing simmering with suppressed rage. However, as Prince Kong of the Great Liang, a man of stature and wisdom, he could not afford to act impulsively or engage in behavior unbecoming of his position. Given the ease with which Jiang Qichuan had been subdued, Prince Kong Liang Wenjing had no choice but to swallow his indignation. With merely half a month remaining before the commencement of the martial arts conference, a Great Way envoy inquired, "Might I ask if your nation is prepared, my lord?" At nearly the same moment, the envoy's gaze settled upon Prince Kong, prompting him to respond, "What do you wish to convey? Please speak plainly." The Great Way envoy smirked, "I would like to propose a wager with you, my lord. Are you interested?" Prince Kang's countenance darkened, having discerned the ulterior motives behind the words spoken. Yet under such circumstances, he felt compelled to inquire, "What manner of wager do you propose, my lord?" The envoy from the Great Way chuckled lightly and replied, "It is quite simple. Should your nation be defeated by the illustrious champions of the Great Way upon the arena of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, then the 36 cities of the northern frontier shall be governed by us. I am confident that with the flourishing national strength of the Great Way, we shall ensure the prosperity of these cities, allowing the populace to live in peace and contentment. What say you, Prince?" This proposition caused the assembly to exchange glances, their expressions tightening with disbelief. None had anticipated that the envoy would dare to propose such terms. The 36 cities of the northern frontier, vast and fertile, were the economic lifeblood and resource fulcrum of the Great Liang, accounting for over 60% of the nation's resource extraction and taxation. Strategically, these cities served as the last bastion against the Great Way's advances. Should they relinquish control, the Great Way could mobilize its forces southward at any moment, striking directly at the heart of the Liang Empire. It was evident that the envoy harbored ambitions as fierce as a wolf. Upon hearing these words, many from the Great Liang were consumed with rage. The envoy, emboldened by the presence of the formidable Xiang Wan from the Eastern Palace, brazenly proposed a wager that was nothing short of an affront. Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingyang, Jiang Qichuan, Li Xiuda, and others wore grim expressions, uncertain of how to respond to the envoy's audacious demands. I have heard that the prince's health has been poor of late. I am merely considering his well-being. Should you wish to avoid the wager, you may simply surrender the 36 cities of the northern frontier to spare the prince undue strain. The Great Way envoy continued, his tone dripping with arrogance as he observed the silence from Prince Kong and his companions. Prince Kong furrowed his brow, forcing down his simmering fury, and stated, "The 36 cities of the northern frontier have always belonged to the Great Liang. There is no need for your nation to concern itself with them. What if by some stroke of luck the Great Liang were to win, even by a mere move?" At this, the representatives from the 5 nations laughed derisively. How could the Great Liang possibly contend with the overwhelming strength of Xiongwen? Was Prince Kong lost in delusion? The Great Way envoy responded with a mocking grin, his disdain evident. "If your nation should prevail, I can assure you that the Great Way will return all lands previously claimed from the Great Liang." He then shifted his tone, exuding haughtiness. "However, the odds of such an outcome are nearly non-existent. It would be wise for the prince to temper his expectations. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment." With that, the envoy took his leave, followed by the representatives of the other 4 nations. As they departed, Prince Kong, the 3rd prince, Princess Pingyang, Jiang Qichuan, Li Xiuda, and Li Hongyan wore expressions of utter despondency. With half a month remaining until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the looming threat of surrendering the 36 cities weighed heavily upon them, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Shun Liangkai observed the entire exchange, his attention drawn more to the impending battle between Xiang Wen and Jiang Qichuan than to the envoy's dismissive remarks, although the two had only exchanged a single bout. Shun Liangkai had already discerned numerous issues. "Qichuan, do you possess the confidence to defeat Xiang Wen within this half-month?" Prince Kong turned to Jiang Qichuan, his weathered visage shadowed by concern. The 3rd prince and Princess Pingyang's gazes also settled upon Jiang Qichuan, eager for his response. After all, Jiang Qichuan was among the last few in the Great Liang capable of contending with Xiang Wen. Jiang Qichuan, brimming with self-assurance, hesitated, for he was aware that his opponent was none other than Xiang Wen, a figure whose prowess was nearly unparalleled. "Rest assured, master, I shall exert every effort in this endeavor," Jiang Qichuan declared, though a trace of uncertainty crept into his tone. While Xiang Wen's strength was formidable, he was not invincible to that moment. Shun Liangkai interjected, commanding attention, "That I have a perspective to share." Prince Kong was the first to direct his gaze toward Shun Liangkai, inquiring, "What insights do you possess, Master Shin?" Shun Liangkai's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Qichuan as he elaborated. "Xiang Wen, besides his mastery of the sword, wields powers of flame, thunder, and hurricane. These 4 abilities, whether in swordsmanship or in the other elemental forces, are renowned for their ferocity. This results in an attack power that appears insurmountable, rendering opponents of the same realm nearly helpless against him. However, his greatest flaw lies in the chaotic abundance of elemental powers he has grasped, preventing him from mastering any one fully. That if one possesses a cultivation level comparable to his and specializes in the same savage martial arts, there exists a possibility of victory by focusing solely on the cultivation of those techniques." Upon hearing Shun Liangkai's words, the assembly regarded him with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Although Shun Liangkai was renowned for his unparalleled alchemical skills, his cultivation level was merely at the blood exchange stage. How could he possibly provide guidance to a top-tier prodigy like Jiang Qichuan? Even Princess Pingyang, who had witnessed Shun Liangkai's undeniable capabilities, harbored doubts about his suggestions. Jiang Qichuan furrowed his brow further and remarked, "I acknowledge your exceptional talent in alchemy, but you are merely at the blood exchange stage. Do you not think it inappropriate to advise me, having previously suffered a public defeat at the hands of Xiang Wen?" Jiang Qichuan felt a pressing need to maintain his dignity, especially with his junior sister in attendance. In his eyes, Shun Liangkai's actions seemed to serve as a platform to elevate his own scholarly reputation, which only deepened Jiang Qichuan's disdain for him. Witnessing his junior sister's lingering glances toward Shun Liangkai ignited a spark of jealousy within him. Shun Liangkai, unfazed, offered a brief glance at Jiang Qichuan and replied, "I am merely offering a well-intentioned suggestion. Whether you choose to heed it is entirely up to you." He then turned his attention back to Prince Kong, stating, "I have come here to discuss certain matters with the prince. Might I inquire if you have a moment to spare?" As the sole survivor of the expedition to the Starfall Sea, Prince Kong was undoubtedly privy to some information regarding that realm. Shun Liangkai had intended to seek his insights even before arriving at the royal residence. Upon hearing this, Prince Kong immediately smiled and said, "Of course, I have ample time. However, I must first attend to some matters. Would you be willing to wait a moment?" "Certainly," Shun Liangkai nodded, for his primary objective was to learn about the Starfall Sea. Soon after, Prince Kong led Shun Liangkai to a private chamber within the palace. As Princess Pingyang prepared to accompany them, she was halted by Jiang Qichuan. "Sister, stay your ground." Confused by Jiang Qichuan's actions, Princess Pingyang inquired, "Master Shun is a guest. Should we not treat him with respect? Why do you seek to prevent me from doing so, brother?" Jiang Qichuan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Though Shun Liangkai has indeed achieved some success in alchemy, do you not think you are being excessively amiable towards him?" This sentiment had long simmered within Jiang Qichuan, and he finally found the courage to voice it. Princess Pingyang's brow furrowed even more deeply. "Master Shun is my benefactor. Is it not natural for me to express my gratitude?" "What do you mean by that, brother?" Jiang Qichuan asserted, "Natural. Your enthusiasm for him has surely crossed the bounds of gratitude, compelling me to intervene." His words were blunt enough, and it was evident that Princess Pingyang grasped their implication. A rare chill flickered across her typically graceful visage. "Whether my enthusiasm aligns with your assessment is of no concern to you. It is my own affair. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to manage your own matters instead." With that, Princess Pingyang turned on her heel and departed, leaving Jiang Qichuan standing in stunned silence. Her reaction had all but confirmed his suspicions. Jiang Qichuan found himself perplexed, pondering what qualities Shun Liangkai possessed that could elicit such admiration from his junior sister. This only intensified his resolve, igniting a fierce determination within him to demonstrate his worthiness at the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament. He vowed to make it abundantly clear that he, Jiang Qichuan, was the one most deserving of Princess Pingyang's affections, and that no one could rival him. Meanwhile, Prince Kong and the third prince had summoned Li Xiuda and his son Li Hongyun to a private chamber. "I wish to inquire about the origins of your sword," Prince Kong began. Prince Kong gazed at Li Hongyun and inquired about the long sword that had enabled him to vanquish the silver-haired sword cultivator with a single strike. Both Prince Kong and the third prince had taken note of this remarkable feat and decided to ask further. Replying to your highness, "This sword was gifted to my son for self-defense. I can attest that it is merely an ordinary weapon, devoid of any extraordinary attributes." Li Xiuda promptly stepped forward to report that as a seasoned veteran of the court, he understood that at this moment, nothing was more prudent than complete honesty, that if it is an ordinary weapon, then why does it exude such formidable power? "Are you attempting to deceive the royal uncle, Li Xiuda?" The third prince, Liang Juntian, queried with a frosty gaze. Li Xiuda trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground, cold sweat glistening on his forehead. "With 100 lives, I would not dare deceive your highness, esteemed third prince. My words are the absolute truth. I implore your highness to discern wisely." Seeing his father on the verge of punishment, Li Hongyun immediately interjected, "I can attest that my father has spoken no falsehood. The reason this sword has suddenly become formidable is entirely due to Master Shun." Upon hearing this, both Prince Kong and the third prince exchanged astonished glances. Li Hongyun then recounted in detail his interactions with Shun Liangkai, elucidating every aspect of their time together. "Are you implying that Master Shun merely traced the blade and thus transformed it?" Prince Kong inquired incredulously. "That I speak only the truth and would not dare to lie." Li Hongyun bowed respectfully. The miraculous scene from earlier remained vivid in his memory. In Li Hongyun's eyes, Shun Liangkai was akin to a deity. He was the only one present who believed in Shun Liangkai's guidance to Jiang Qichuan. Could it be that Master Shun was not only adept in alchemy, but also proficient in the power of runes? That would indeed be terrifying. Prince Kong murmured, his weathered eyes glimmering with uncertainty. The third prince's heart trembled. Yes, a prince of the great Liang kingdom. He was well aware of the legends surrounding rune masters. In Liang Juntian's understanding, rune masters were typically reclusive figures, elusive as dragons. Yet here was Shun Liangkai, merely 17 or 18 years of age, already achieving unparalleled heights in alchemy and wielding such formidable rune power. Truly astonishing. This left both Prince Kong and the third prince utterly speechless. That Li Xiuda had also heard whispers of rune masters. Were it not for witnessing his son's remarkable sword strike, he would find it hard to associate Shun Liangkai with such masters. The power of that strike suggested an overwhelming likelihood of rune influence. And if Master Shun could achieve such might with mere casual inscriptions, it was evident that his mastery of runes had reached an extraordinary zenith. It is hard for this prince to fathom that such feats could be accomplished by a mere youth of 17 or 18. The third prince, Liang Jun Tian, sighed after a moment of reflection. Shin Liangkai had bestowed upon them far too many surprises and shocks. Prince Kong took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions that in another chamber within the royal residence. Shin Liangkai sipped tea while awaiting the arrival of Prince Kong. Liang Wenjung. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Enter, he called. The graceful figure of Princess Pingyang appeared before Shun Liang. As she entered, a waft of delicate fragrance enveloped the air, refreshing and delightful. What brings you here? Princess? Shun Liangkai inquired. With a charming smile, Princess Pingyang replied, I have come to wait for my father alongside Master Shin. Her voice was melodious, and her bright, expressive eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters as she spoke. She gracefully took a seat across from Shun Liangkai and poured tea for him. Shin Liangkai regarded the princess, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the great Liang kingdom, with both admiration and curiosity. For she always veiled her face and never revealed her true appearance. Sensing Shin Liangkai's gaze upon her, Princess Pingyang felt somewhat self-conscious and asked, Is there something on my face, master? Why do you look at me so? With a slight smile, Shin Liangkai responded, Indeed, there is, and it obscures certain exquisite aspects. His words. Princess Pingyang's fair complexion flushed a delicate pink that I didn't expect Master Shin to be so flattering, she retorted. Shun Liangkai chuckled. The princess is hailed as the most beautiful in the kingdom, yet she never reveals her true visage. That not a waste of such beauty? Princess Pingyang's enchanting gaze flickered as she lowered her head, saying, I am but an ordinary woman. The world is mistaken. The reason I veil my face is merely to avoid startling you, master. Shun Liangkai remained silent, his gaze fixed on Princess Pingyang. Feeling the warmth of his intense stare, she began to feel flustered. Upon reflection, Shun Liangkai's words seemed to hold some truth. Concealing her face could indeed be considered impolite. Just as she was about to remove her veil, the door swung open, and Prince Kong entered. Princess Pingyang promptly halted her movements, and this scene did not escape the keen eyes of Prince Kong. Why, my dear daughter, were you about to unveil your face? How rather unusual. Prince Kong mused, contemplating the possibility with a knowing smile. Yet he did not voice his thoughts but instead turned to Shin Liangkai, saying, I apologize for my tardiness, Master Shin. Thank you for your patience. Shin Liangkai waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Though I did not behold the beauty's true form, I must admit, it leaves one somewhat disappointed. What matters would you like to discuss, Master? I shall be forthright in my answers, Prince Kong stated, getting straight to the point that I wish to inquire about the fallen star sea and hope your highness can enlighten me. Shin Liangkai replied that the mention of this term. Prince Kang's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling and a flicker of uncontainable dread shone in his eyes. After a moment's pause, Prince Kong sighed heavily, saying, This is a matter I would prefer to avoid, but since Master Shin seeks knowledge, I shall recount it briefly. Years ago, several friends and I faced a series of bottlenecks in our cultivation. After numerous failed attempts, we were compelled to contemplate venturing into the forbidden realm of the fallen star sea. Before our departure, we made ample preparations and secretly entered the forbidden area in early spring. According to our original plan, we intended only to explore the fringes of the forbidden land for opportunities before returning. However, a streak of fortune led us astray, prompting us to delve deeper into the abyss. Little did we know, an impending calamity was silently approaching. Prince Kang's narration was vivid, evoking a sense of being there in the moment. What kind of calamity was it? Please, your highness, elaborate. Shun Liangkai urged eagerly. Upon venturing further into the depths of the fallen star sea, we were drawn to a towering altar. The instant we made contact with the altar, it was as if a divine revelation struck us, allowing our cultivation to surge. Yet, as soon as we stepped onto the altar, all but myself were swept away by an unfathomably terrifying force. It was as though they had never existed in this world, utterly vanishing. Were it not for my slight delay in ascending the altar, I too would have met a similar fate. Even now, the chilling echoes of their desperate cries before being taken away haunt my mind, tormenting me for years. Upon hearing these words, Shin Liangkai appeared to be deep in thought. After a brief moment, a glimmer of clarity flickered in his eyes, and he felt a surge of excitement within. Based on Prince Kang's description, Shin Liangkai's interest in this forbidden area intensified, particularly regarding the towering altar at its heart, which could very well be the great teleportation array leading to the realm of immortality. That if that were the case, Prince Kang's friends must have succumbed to the chaotic spatial currents unleashed by the teleportation array. However, as the Meteor Sea is situated within the mortal realm, and since the populace has had no contact with spatial forces, they have mistakenly deemed this place to be a site of great peril. Through meticulous contemplation, Shin Liangkai had nearly unraveled the mystery. According to the records of the Ascension Order, there remained less than 2 months until the closure of that teleportation array. This meant that if Shin Liangkai wished to venture into the realm of immortality, he must reach the depths of the Meteor Sea within this time frame. Given that the Meteor Sea has long been classified as a site of great danger by the Qingyun realm and remains under strict prohibition, it would only reopen after the conclusion of this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Shin Liangkai planned to seize that opportunity to delve into this enigmatic place. Subsequently, Shin Liangkai engaged in casual conversation with Prince Kong for a while before taking his leave from the prince's residence. Prince Kong did not pry into his inquiries about the Meteor Sea, which only served to enhance Shin Liangkai's fondness for him. He appreciated individuals who maintained a sense of boundaries. That as Shin Liangkai departed from the prince's estate, night had already descended, and a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Holding an oiled paper umbrella, he strolled along the streets of the capital, his mind consumed with thoughts of the Meteor Sea. At a street corner he had just passed, 2 figures cloaked in black appeared. Both were women, one an elderly crone with a face etched with wrinkles, and the other a young woman in her early 20s. Grandmother, this person exudes the aura of divine, demonic blood. Could it be that he has encountered the lady? The younger woman remarked, her dark eyes flashing with a hint of suspicion. The elderly woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she replied, "Indeed, it is the essence of divine, demonic blood. Let us follow him." With that, the 2 figures flickered and trailed Shin Liangkai. Naturally, Shin Liangkai sensed that he was being followed. However, he paid it no mind and continued on his path toward his residence. Half an hour later, upon returning to his courtyard, he was taken aback to find that both Yu Anan and Wu Huijua were no longer present, that a note was left on the ginkgo tree, inscribed with blood-red characters. "If you wish for the lives of the 2 women, come alone to the headquarters of the Hongyun Merchants Guild." Upon witnessing this scene, a cold glint flashed in Shin Liangkai's eyes. Chapter 54. The Blood Flame Celestial Slaughter Array. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself, but the Hongyun Merchants Guild had repeatedly crossed his boundaries. Now, with Yuanan and Wu Huijua taken hostage, even Shin Liangkai's patience had worn thin, compelling him to head straight to the guild's headquarters. As for the elderly crone and the young woman who had been following him in the shadows, Shin Liangkai had no time to concern himself with them. The only certainty was that they were practitioners of immortality, likely far exceeding his own cultivation, at the headquarters of the Hongyun Merchants Guild. In a secret chamber, Yu Anan and Wu Huijua were bound to stone pillars, their bodies marred with injuries. Several members of the guild continued to subject the 2 women to severe torture. Though they appeared delicate, they exhibited remarkable resilience in this dire situation. "To think you would resort to such despicable means to deal with my junior brother. You are truly the epitome of villainy." Yu Anan exclaimed in anger at the guild's enforcers. Slap. One of the elders of the Hongyun Merchants Guild struck Yu Anan across the face, sneering as he spoke. "Silence, you wretched woman. Your junior brother has slain numerous members of my guild, and we shall not allow him to escape unscathed. In no time, your junior brother will arrive here to reunite with you too," he chuckled. The other guild members joined in his laughter, reveling in their triumph. Previously, Shin Liangkai had killed over a dozen of the guild's strongmen, inciting the wrath of their leader, who had issued a kill order against him. This time, they had not only captured Yu Anan and Wu Huijua, but had also laid an intricate trap within the guild. Should Shin Liangkai dare to show up, they were determined to ensure he would not return. Reporting to the elder, "Shin Liangkai has arrived," a subordinate announced at that moment. The elder of the Hongyun Merchants Guild inquired, "How many have come?" "Only Shin Liangkai alone." "All 9 elders, including the leader, have mobilized," the subordinate replied, his tone tinged with excitement. The elder's eyes gleamed with interest as he remarked, with the leader and all 9 elders in attendance. I shall go see how Shun Liangkai meets his end. With that, the elder disregarded Yu Anan and Wu Huijue, stepping out of the secret chamber, in a training ground at the Hongyan Merchants Guild headquarters. Shun Liangkai arrived at the scene. The leader of the Hongyan merchants and all 9 elders had gathered, presenting an imposing force. "Kid, I didn't expect you to dare show up," one of the elders sneered. His gaze filled with mockery as it swept over Shun Liangkai. "I advise you to hand over my senior sister at once. Otherwise, none of you shall live," Shun Liangkai declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His icy gaze sweeping over the high-ranking members of the Hongyan Merchants Guild. Since Yu Anan and Wu Huijue had accompanied him, they were under his protection. Anyone who dared to harm those dear to him would have to pay a grievous price. "Ha ha!" The 9 elders of the Hongyan Merchants Guild responded with derisive laughter, their expressions imbued with scorn. "Do you not think that by killing some of our guild's strongmen, you have earned the right to challenge us? Now that you are here, there will be no chance for you to survive." Before the words had even left their mouths, one of the Hongyan Merchants Guild elders waved his hand, and the 9 elders moved in unison. Encircling Shun Liangkai, the 9 figures positioned themselves in various formations, unleashing powerful auras of blood flame that erupted from their bodies. Waves of intense heat surged forth, casting the heavens in a blood-red hue, rendering the scene as terrifying as a hellish inferno. It is the Blood Flame Celestial Slaughter Array. They had actually set up the Blood Flame Celestial Slaughter Array to deal with Shun Liangkai. It was an overestimation of his capabilities. Indeed, the Blood Flame Celestial Slaughter Array is our guild's most formidable formation. Shun Liangkai is undoubtedly doomed. Many members of the Hongyan Merchants Guild had gathered to witness the confrontation. Engaging in animated discussions, they had heard whispers of Shun Liangkai's exploits, his ability to break through the siege of their guild's strongmen, and his ruthless annihilation of masters, his strength deemed monstrous. Yet, the 9 elders before them were all at the late stage of the Master Realm. None could be compared to the masters previously slain by Shun Liangkai. With all 9 joining forces, their combat strength would multiply. Coupled with the enhancement of the Blood Flame Celestial Slaughter Array, it seemed impossible for Shun Liangkai to survive. Kill. Almost simultaneously, one of the Hongyan Merchants Guild elders launched an attack on Shun Liangkai. The others following suit, unleashing their most potent auras from 9 directions in a desperate bid to strike him down. Empowered by the Blood Flame Celestial Slaughter Array, their attacks resembled a sea of blood flame, intense and otherworldly, immediately enveloping Shun Liangkai's figure. Were it an ordinary martial arts master, they would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow. However, Shun Liangkai remained unfazed. His cultivation had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Against ordinary martial artists, regardless of their strength or the means they employed, it would all be futile. The chasm between ordinary martial artists and practitioners of immortality could not be bridged by external factors. In the blink of an eye, the attacks from the Hongyan Merchants Guild elders descended upon him. The terrifying force of annihilation surged forth, seemingly intent on utterly consuming Shun Liangkai. He activated the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique, delivering several palm strikes to collide with the incoming assaults that in the next moment. A series of thunderous explosions echoed, the void erupted, and amidst the splintering light, figures were sent flying as if they were dried leaves in a storm. In mere breaths, the Hongyan Merchants Guild's pride, the Blood Flame Celestial Slaughter Array, was shattered by Shun Liangkai, leaving them in disarray. In fact, 2 of the guild's elders were unable to withstand even a single strike from Shun Liangkai and were directly annihilated. This scene left all present dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in shock. Even though they were aware of Shun Liangkai's formidable strength, none had anticipated him to be this powerful. To be aware, the Blood Flame Slaughter Array is the treasured gem of their merchant guild, intricately arranged by 9 elder figures at the late stage of the Grand Master realm. Even a formidable early-stage Grand Master would find it impossible to escape its clutches. Yet before Shun Liangkai, the Blood Flame Slaughter Array was as fragile as paper, effortlessly dismantled. Witnessing this scene, the leader of the Hongyan Merchant Guild's headquarters wore a grim expression. Nevertheless, Shun Liangkai showed no signs of ceasing his assault. Unleashing several palm prints, these palm strikes, though seemingly unremarkable, were executed with a level of precision that was terrifyingly accurate. The elders of the Hongyan Merchant Guild were struck with horror, having witnessed Shun Liangsai's formidable prowess. Their will to fight had vanished. However, at that moment, escape was utterly impossible. Shun Liangsai's palm strikes descended like death warrants, mercilessly striking the elders, leading to their immediate demise. Rogue, you tread too far. The leader of the Hongyan Merchant Guild could no longer remain composed. Before his words had fully escaped, the audience beheld him unleashing his aura, that a wave of oppressive force enveloped the surrounding space, rendering everything within it stiflingly heavy, as if time itself had ceased to flow. A mid-stage Grand Master. The leader's cultivation had indeed reached the mid-stage of the Grand Master realm. Many felt a tremor within their hearts. It was their first encounter with the leader's released aura, and it was utterly terrifying. Although Shun Liangsai's strength was formidable, he was surely no match for a mid-stage Grand Master. Chapter 55, The Corpse Puppet. I had no intention of intervening. It is you who has forced my hand to this extent. So do not blame me. The leader spoke coldly, his gaze toward Shun Liangsai, filled with an unmistakable murderous intent. Even though Shun Liangsai's strength exceeded his wildest expectations, he did not regard him with any concern. With a furious roar, an endless wave of blood flames surged from the surroundings, coalescing before him into an immense whirlpool of blood flames, capable of devouring all in its path that I end the next moment. The leader struck out with his palm, and that terrifying whirlpool howled toward Shun Liangsai, intent on engulfing him. The power of this strike was already immense, and combined with the blood flame whirlpool, its might surpassed the imaginations of all present. Shun Liangsai slightly raised an eyebrow. As the leader of the Hongyan Merchant Guild's headquarters, this individual was indeed extraordinary, though merely a mortal martial artist. The attack he unleashed transcended the realm of ordinary martial practitioners. Were it not for his identity as a cultivator, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand. The terrifying blood flame whirlpool descended with lightning speed. Yet Shun Liangsai merely executed a casual punch. This seemingly mundane strike was imbued with an astonishingly powerful destructive force. With a thunderous explosion, the two attacks collided in the void, and in an instant, the punch surged forth like a tidal wave, shattering the blood flame whirlpool into fragments. The terrifying force of the punch remained undiminished, barreling directly toward the leader's position. The onlookers trembled in shock. None had anticipated that Shun Liangsai's seemingly casual punch would possess such overwhelming power. The leader's countenance darkened considerably. Even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying destructive force contained within that punch. This realization rendered him reluctant to confront it head-on, forcing him to evade with all his might. The punch grazed past him, and under the influence of the powerful airflow, the leader's body was jostled, nearly toppling to the ground. His face was ashen, and he looked at Shun Liangsai with an unprecedented gravity, asking, "Who are you, truly? Are you concealing your cultivation?" In his mind, it was inconceivable that someone of Shun Liangsai's age could possess such strength, indicating that his origins were anything but ordinary. "You lack the qualifications to know," Shun Liangsai replied coldly with a sneer, stepping forward. His form was enveloped in a glow of spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the leader once more, delivering another punch. The punch, unadorned and simple, yet harboring incredible destructive power, instantly enveloped the leader. Realizing the terrifying might contained within this strike, the leader's expression turned to one of dread. He attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The punch was mere inches from him, forcing him to hastily unleash a counterattack. With a deafening crash, the leader's body was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his complexion turned deathly pale. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly shocked. They had never expected that Shun Liangsai would completely dominate the leader, a mid-stage Grand Master. The leader trembled as he rose, blood still seeping from the corner of his mouth. The force of Shun Liangsai's punch had far exceeded his expectations. Had it not been for his blood flame armor, that blow could have easily claimed his life. "I offer you a chance. Release my two senior sisters immediately, and I shall allow you to keep your life." Shun Liangsai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the leader with icy resolve. The leader wiped the blood from his mouth, his sinister eyes radiating a dangerous glint. "I must admit, I have indeed underestimated your strength. However, do not rejoice too soon. The Hongyun Merchant Guild has thrived in the Qiyun realm for centuries, and its profound foundation is not something you can fathom. Even with your extraordinary identity, even as a cultivator, killing me will not be so simple. As he spoke, Shun Liangkai observed a sudden shift in the leader's aura, that a potent aura of death erupted from his body, his hair flying wildly, and his already sinister eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Almost simultaneously, a soul banner appeared in the leader's hand. The soul banner was entirely black, inscribed with a multitude of mysterious runes, that an incomprehensibly terrifying aura of death swirled around the soul banner. And the air was filled with the haunting wails of lost souls, sending chills down one's spine. Shun Liangkai furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed on the soul banner. He could ascertain that this soul banner was not a mere artifact of the mortal realm. With a wave of the leader's arm, the soul banner fluttered in the gale, that a series of esoteric incantations poured forth, that in the next moment, all the doors of the surrounding buildings opened wide, and figures resembling mindless puppets emerged from within. They were devoid of color, their eyes hollow and lifeless, moving in an extremely mechanical fashion, reminiscent of the legendary corpse puppets. This is Shun Liangkai's eyes narrowed, as he instantly recognized that these figures were indeed the fabled corpse puppets. Corpse puppets, as the name implies, are puppets crafted from corpses through special secret arts. They possess no souls, no perceptions, are unafraid of life or death, feel no pain, and lack any autonomous consciousness, obeying solely the commands of their creator. Some particularly skilled creators can retain the cultivation level of the corpse puppet from their life. Thus, a Grand Master who becomes a corpse puppet retains their Grand Master cultivation. Their creator effectively gains a Grand Master level aid. One who will follow their orders without question, never betraying them. Unfeeling and undeterred by death, at a mere command, this aid will assist in any task. This is undeniably terrifying. Shun Liangkai knew that the creation of corpse puppets was not uncommon in the world of cultivation. Yet this leader, merely a mortal martial artist, possessed the knowledge to craft corpse puppets, and the number surrounding him was easily in the hundreds, including several Grand Master-level figures. The Hongyun Merchant Guild was indeed formidable. Roar! Before Shun Liangkai could contemplate further, the first wave of corpse puppets surged forth from the doors, launching an all-out assault against him. Though Shun Liangkai was a cultivator, he could not afford to underestimate these utterly reckless corpse puppets, compelling him to treat them with utmost seriousness, unleashing even more straightforward and direct attacks. Hundreds of corpse puppets encircled him. Even with all his efforts, it would take a considerable amount of time to clear them. Yet, before Shun Liangkai could break through their ranks, the leader once more wielded the soul banner. Buzz! The soul banner radiated a brilliant light, the runes shifting and transforming, that an overwhelming force of devouring energy erupted from the soul banner, enveloping the entire training ground. Subsequently, a scene that sent chills down the spine unfolded. Under the influence of this devouring power, the onlooking strong members of the Hongyun Merchant Guild widened their eyes in terror, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as their souls were rapidly drawn away. Chapter 56. Tang Min shocked the souls that were absorbed merged entirely into the soul banner, causing it to glow even more brilliantly, its aura of death intensifying, becoming even more sinister and eerie. Meanwhile, the expressions of those whose souls were extracted vanished, replaced by a dullness and confusion. To go, kill him for me, with a command from the leader. Those who had just lost their souls rushed towards Shun Liangkai in a mechanical manner, just like the corpse puppets. Shun Liangkai's brow furrowed deeply as his gaze fell upon the soul banner, finally comprehending the origins of those corpse puppets. Although he was not a paragon of virtue, he held a profound disdain for such malevolent entities. With a swift motion, he summoned a long sword from his storage ring, its cold gleam radiating fiercely. The blade emitted a soft hum, as if a runic inscription subtly shimmered across its surface, that a wave of fiery energy enveloped the vicinity, causing the temperature to surge dramatically. This sword, a gift from Prince Kong, had been inscribed by Shun Liangkai with runes of fire, enhancing its potency to an extraordinary level. As the corpse puppets launched their assault, Shun Liangkai showed no mercy. A brilliant beam of sword light cleaved through the air, sweeping down upon several of the puppets with an overwhelming force. Instantly, they were severed in twain, the terrifying fiery energy accompanying the blades sweeping outward, engulfing the remaining puppets behind them. In mere moments, those puppets were reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, from behind Shen Liangkai, a master-level corpse puppet lunged forth with a terrifying swiftness and power. Yet, Shen Liangcai's reflexes were remarkably swift. He countered with a backhanded stroke of his sword. With a resounding thud, the head of the master-level puppet was sent flying, black blood gushing from its neck, releasing a foul stench into the air. The sheer number of these puppets was staggering, their combat prowess equally formidable. For an ordinary person, resisting them would be nearly impossible. However, Shen Liangkai remained unperturbed as a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement. He had mastered the bizarre technique of yin-yang unification and wielded the power of runes. Slaying these animated corpses was merely a matter of time, as the puppets fell one after another before him. Akin to cutting through vegetables, the captain's expression morphed into one of horror, disbelief filling his eyes. These puppets were his greatest trump card. He harbored no fear even in the face of the imperial family of De Liang. Yet now, before a mere youth of 17 or 18, they proved utterly impotent. With each swing of the sword, several puppets were dispatched on the spot. This obliteration extinguished the captain's desire to fight. Seizing the opportunity as the puppets occupied Shen Liangkai, he attempted to flee, darting away like a specter into the distance. Shen Liangkai seemed to have already discerned the captain's intentions. With a single stroke, he dispatched the puppet before him and pursued after the fleeing figure. Nowhere to run, he bellowed, as his spiritual energy transformed into an invisible hand, descending from the heavens in an attempt to capture the captain entirely. The captain's face turned pale with fear. In his desperation, he scrambled to evade the grasping hand, managing to slip past it. However, Shen Liangkai swiftly transformed his hand into a palm, striking the captain's back with precision. The captain let out a muffled groan, blood spewing from his mouth. Simultaneously, a wave of pitch-black smoke erupted behind him, rapidly dispersing. Shen Liangkai furrowed his brow and reached out again, but only managed to grasp the captain's clothing. As the smoke cleared, the captain's figure had vanished without a trace. He had escaped. Frustration welled within Shen Liangkai as he noticed the captain had inadvertently left behind the Black Soul banner in his frantic retreat. Extending his hand, an invisible force lifted the banner into his palm, and an aura of death began to seep into his being. Instinctively, Shen Liangkai unleashed his spiritual sense to probe the banner, only to discover it contained countless tormented souls. In response to Shen Liangcai's spiritual inquiry, the souls emitted mournful wails, seemingly pleading for his assistance. Withdrawing his spiritual presence from the banner, Shen Liangkai unlocked its restrictions, allowing the souls to surge forth in a chaotic exodus. He realized these souls were all victims. If bound within the banner, they would be condemned to eternal suffering while liberating them. He granted them the chance for rebirth, indeed. A noble act. Shen Liangkai could scarcely fathom the nefarious depths required to forge such a sinister artifact as the Black Soul banner. By trapping human souls within it, the drained bodies were transformed into corpse puppets. The dealings of the Hongyun Trading Company were far more malevolent than he had initially imagined. Though the captain had fled, the remaining corpse puppets continued their relentless assault against Shen Liangkai. He systematically severed their heads, all the while searching for the whereabouts of Yu Ainin and Wu Huiwei within the Hongyun Trading Company. Meanwhile, all that transpired was meticulously recorded by a lithe figure clad in tight-fitting attire, none other than Tang Min. Witnessing Shen Liangkai bravely infiltrate the Hongyun Trading Company, shatter the blood flame heavenly annihilation array, slay 9 esteemed elders, and decisively defeat the captain left Tang Min utterly speechless. She had always suspected Shen Liangkai was no ordinary individual. Repeatedly cautioning the captain against provoking him to AT that time, Tang Min had only perceived Shen Liangkai as a practitioner of a certain cultivation method, someone who might one day threaten the Hongyun Trading Company. Now, however, she realized that she had gravely underestimated Shen Liangcai's capabilities. This was far beyond the realm of mere cultivation. She was certain that even a true cultivator would find it challenging to match such might. Tang Min chose to remain hidden, silently departing the scene. Half an incense stick later, Shen Liangkai finally discovered the secret chamber where Yu Ainin and Wu Huiwei were imprisoned. Upon seeing the two women bound to stone pillars, battered and bruised, A profound sense of guilt washed over him. Their joy at his arrival was palpable, yet they were deeply shaken. What immense power did the Hongyun Trading Company possess that it failed to harm their junior brother even slightly? To what level had his strength ascended? For a moment, they found no answers. Noticing their injuries, Shun Liangkai produced 2 pills, assisting the women in their consumption, within the span of a single incense stick. The effects of the medicine began to take hold to their astonishment. The wounds on their bodies healed at a visibly rapid pace. The visual impact of this transformation rendered them awestruck, deepening their admiration for Shun Liangkai. Junior brother, it is our inadequacy that has burdened you, Yuanin said remorsefully upon exiting the chamber. I do not speak thus. It is I who failed to protect you, but I vow it shall never happen again. Shun Liangkai replied, shaking his head, that he had already made too many enemies, and in their inability to exact revenge on him, Yuanin and Wu Huiwe had evidently become prime targets from this experience. Shun Liangkai understood that no matter where he went, he must always consider the safety of the 2 women. Meanwhile, atop a towering pavilion of the Hongyun Trading Company, 2 figures cloaked in black capes stood shrouded in mystery and intrigue against the night sky. Chapter 57, Multiple Shockwaves. The setting cast an enigmatic and eerie aura, revealing the old crone and the young woman who had previously appeared at the street corner. Who would have thought this individual was a cultivator? The young woman remarked, her gaze flickering as she beheld Shun Liangkai single-handedly vanquishing so many formidable figures of the Hongyun Trading Company. Currently, the barriers between the cultivation world and the mortal realm are loosening, resulting in certain entry-level cultivation methods seeping into the mortal domain. Furthermore, some sects are infiltrating the mortal world to expand their influence and extract resources. All of this may lead to the emergence of a new generation of cultivators among mortals. This individual, merely at the chi refinement stage, is likely the type I surmised. Nothing to scoff at, the old crone observed, her gaze sweeping over Shun Liangkai below. Has the young lady suffered quite a bit while following this individual? The mysterious woman inquired. Given that the young lady is under constant scrutiny from the eldest lady, now is not the time to bring her back to the cultivation realm, the old crone replied, her weary gaze resting on Wu Huiwe beside Shun Liangkai, a flicker of helplessness in her eyes. That makes sense, the young woman nodded, feeling fortunate. It is already a stroke of luck that we managed to uncover the young lady's whereabouts this time. This matter must not be disclosed to the young lady. The old woman nodded, and soon after, the figures of the 2 vanished into the rain-soaked night. Shun Liangkai immediately sensed the surveillance from the old woman and the young lady. He was uncertain of their intentions in tailing him, but one thing was clear. They did not harbor any immediate ill will towards him. Nonetheless, the events of the day left Shun Liangkai on high alert. It is well known that there exists a certain barrier between the realms of cultivation and the mortal world, which prevents ordinary cultivators from easily traversing between the two for a long time. Cultivators were regarded as mythical beings in the mortal realm. However, recent occurrences suggest that this status quo is beginning to shift, from the initial encounter with a figure cloaked in black to the presence of a formidable golden core expert from the Seven Shin sect. And now to the old woman and her companion following him. Shun Liangkai has unwittingly forged connections with the world of cultivation in a remarkably short span of time. This realization has made him increasingly aware that, although he resides in the mortal realm, the realm of cultivation is not as distant as he once believed, that in the present Qinyun realm, there must be other cultivators lurking in the shadows. Shun Liangkai understood that while the old woman and her companion appeared harmless, this did not extend to others. With his current cultivation at merely the 6th level of Qi refinement, he remained too feeble in the eyes of genuine cultivators. To ensure his self-preservation, it was imperative that he hasten his cultivation progress that in addition to mastering the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique, he must also thoroughly study the 9 tripod rune record that in his recent confrontation with the powerful figures from the Hongyan Merchant Guild. Had it not been for the power of runes, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to vanquish those corpse puppets that if he could achieve a comprehensive understanding of the 9 tripod rune record. Even a mere fraction of its contents could significantly enhance his combat prowess. Furthermore, Shun Liangkai needed to concoct more elixirs. Apart from possessing the pure yang celestial body, he had little else to boast in terms of talent. With even his spiritual roots ranking among the lowest that in such circumstances, he could only resort to consuming a considerable number of elixirs to compensate for his deficiencies in innate gifts. with an unrestrained supply of elixirs. What could mere prodigies and chosen ones hope to achieve but kneel before him? Junior brother, why do you keep glancing back? Is there something behind us? Noticing Shun Liangsai's unusual demeanor, Wu Huiwei inquired curiously. Nothing, Shun Liangkai replied with a slight shake of his head, choosing to withhold the details about the old woman and her companion. Although he was unsure of their intentions, he could surmise that their presence was likely related to Wu Huiwei. The night was as dark as ink, with visibility reduced to nothingness as the rain intensified. The downpour mingled with the blood on the ground, seemingly rekindling the once dormant stench of carnage that pervaded the air. Crack! A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the night momentarily. It was this brief flash that allowed Yu Anan and Wu Huiwei to behold the current state of the training grounds. Corpses lay strewn about, and the rain fell like blood, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming aura of death. Upon witnessing this scene, the two women could not help but widen their eyes, their delicate faces etched with fear. This gruesome tableau spoke volumes of the ferocity and brutality of the previous battle. Though they had contemplated such a possibility, the reality before them left them profoundly shocked, simultaneously instilling them with awe towards Shun Liangsai's capabilities. On the following day, news of the Hongyun Merchant Guild being ruthlessly slaughtered and annihilated spread like wildfire throughout the entire Dalian kingdom, shaking countless souls. Even the imperial family of Dalian was stirred. Dispatching individuals to investigate the Hongyun Merchant Guild, it is worth noting that the Hongyun Merchant Guild stands as the foremost commercial organization in the Qingyun realm, akin to an empire of trade, with an unfathomable depth of resources. Even the headquarters of Dalian Kingdom harbored dozens of master-level experts. The guild's leader, a Grand Master, was a formidable force, the shocking news of such a colossal entity being wiped out overnight, with no survivors, was akin to a bombshell that reverberated across Dalian Kingdom and began to infiltrate other nations within the Qingyun realm, becoming a topic of conversation for many. The Hongyun Merchant Guild's headquarters in the Qingyun realm swiftly caught wind of the news and promptly dispatched powerful figures to the capital of Dalian Kingdom. With the full support of the Dalian imperial family, they initiated an investigation into the incident, yet the identity of the assailants remained elusive. Numerous individuals offered analyses and speculations regarding the matter, leading to a plethora of theories. Some claimed that the Hongyun Merchant Guild had been annihilated by competitors, while others suggested that they had offended a formidable figure. Some even posited that only a cultivator could achieve such a feat in one night. As a result, a myriad of rumors flooded every corner of Dalian Kingdom. Half a day later, another piece of news ignited further intrigue. That night, witnesses reported seeing a man and two women exiting the Hongyun Merchant Guild. One witness even sketched the likeness of the trio. Based on the timing of their appearance, it coincided precisely with the aftermath of the Merchant Guild's demise. Did this imply that the man and the two women were indeed the perpetrators? In the residence of Prince Kong, the Princess of Pingyang entered the Grand Hall and presented a sketch to Prince Kong. "Father, this is the image of the alleged perpetrators circulating in the outside world. I implore you to examine it." Prince Kong took the image and scrutinized it closely. Upon recognizing the three figures depicted, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Did I ask this Master Shin?" The Princess of Pingyang took a deep breath and replied, "It bears a striking resemblance that if the rumors hold any truth." Simultaneously, Jiang Qichuan approached, casting a cursory glance at the sketch before dismissing it. What sort of entity is the Hongyun Merchant Guild? While Shin Liangkai possesses some strength, how could he possibly contend with the guild? Even a single master-level expert could easily eradicate him. Junior sister, do not be swayed by such rumors. Chapter 58. The reaction of the woman after cultivating the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique. The Princess of Pingyang's beautiful eyes flickered as she took a deep breath. But Master Shin indeed has a grievance with the Hongyun Merchant Guild. Moreover, the timing aligns perfectly with the incident. Is it truly a mere coincidence? Prince Kong pondered momentarily, listening as Jiang Qichuan continued. It is true that he has a grievance with the Hongyun Merchant Guild, but it is utterly impossible for Shun Liangkai to be responsible for this incident. After all, the disparity in their strengths is far too great. Upon hearing this, although the Princess of Pingyang harbored lingering doubts, she could not deny the validity of Jiang Qichuan's reasoning. The Hongyun Merchant Guild was a force that even the imperial family of Dalian dared not provoke lightly. The entity capable of wiping it out in a single night must be an exceedingly terrifying figure. It seems this sketch must be a forgery. Although Prince Kong remained silent, he leaned toward Jiang Qichuan's viewpoint. Indeed, people are often unwilling to believe in matters beyond their comprehension. Shen Liangcai's slaughter of the Hongyun Merchant Guild had shattered their perceptions. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Liangcai not only decimated the Hongyun Merchant Guild, but also annihilated hundreds of corpse puppets. Forcing the guild's leader to flee for his life to the Hongyun Merchant Guild's headquarters in the Qingyun realm. In an opulent chamber, Tang Min was recounting certain events to a venerable elder with white hair. The elder, despite being well past his twilight years, retained a youthful visage, exuding an aura of vitality, particularly evident in his sharp, piercing eyes that shone with brilliance demeanor. Are you certain of what you speak? The elder's face was filled with astonishment, disbelief coloring his features as he absorbed Tang Min's words. Grandfather, when have I ever deceived you? Tang Min took a deep breath. Shen Liangcai's prowess far exceeds my expectations. Initially, I believed he was akin to myself, merely a practitioner on the verge of touching the threshold. However, after witnessing his true abilities yesterday, I realized I was gravely mistaken. He is not merely on the cusp of that threshold. In my estimation, he has likely already embarked upon that path. The elder's eyes flickered as he stroked his beard. One man acting alone, effortlessly dismantling the blood flame, heavenly slaughter formation, slaying the 9 elders, and dispatching corpse puppets as if they were mere vegetables, not to mention easily overcoming a grand master-level leader. This level of power transcends that of mere mortal warriors. Given his age, he is undoubtedly a cultivator. Though she had already guessed the answer in her heart, Tang Min remained unable to conceal her astonishment upon hearing her grandfather's deductions. Despite having practiced breathing techniques since childhood in an attempt to tread a different path from ordinary warriors, she had never truly encountered anyone on that path. Little did she expect that a singular journey would grant her such profound experiences that in hindsight, Tang Min felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Grandfather, what shall we do now? Tang Min inquired, pulling her thoughts back to the present. The elder placed his hands behind his back and paced the room. After a moment, he halted and turned to Tang Min. This youth, having embarked on the path of cultivation at such a tender age, must have a formidable figure supporting him from behind. Such a person should never be trifled with. I shall promptly seek counsel from our leader and disengage from this matter entirely. Should we continue to provoke this youth, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Upon hearing this, Tang Min immediately nodded her head in agreement. She and her grandfather shared a completely consistent stance on this matter. It was not an act of betrayal, but rather a desire to prevent the Hongyun merchant group from becoming ensnared in turmoil. However, despite the heartfelt intentions of the grandfather and granddaughter duo, their sentiments failed to garner the recognition of the sovereign. Prior to this, the leader of the Hongyun merchant group's headquarters in the Dalian kingdom had returned, bringing forth accusations against Shen Liangcai for his misdeeds. As the largest commercial organization in the Qingyun realm, the Hongyun merchant group could hardly tolerate such a blatant affront to its dignity. It is vital to understand that the foundation of the Hongyun merchant group extends far beyond mere affairs in the mortal realm. Unbeknownst to Shen Liangcai, the events surrounding the Hongyun merchant group had instilled in him a profound awareness of the importance of safeguarding those around him. Yet, with an overwhelming number of responsibilities occupying his daily life, it was impossible for him to remain by the sides of Yu and Nan and Wu Huijue at all times. Thus, the only feasible solution was to assist the 2 women in enhancing their own capabilities. However, both were merely ordinary martial artists, and Shen Liangcai had made little progress in martial arts himself. Hence, he sought to approach the matter from a different angle, through the study of the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique. Shen Liangcai discovered that its applications were far more extensive than he had initially imagined, that in addition to serving as a cultivation method for immortals, there existed a simplified version of the technique that could cater to the needs of ordinary martial artists seeking rapid advancement in their realms. This revelation perfectly addressed Shen Liangcai's dilemma that he approached Yuan Nan and Wu Huijue, imparting the simplified version of the technique to them. Although this adaptation was merely a fraction of the complete Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique, it was an extraordinary boon for women of their cultivation level. More importantly, the 2 women exhibited not only acceptance but also enthusiasm toward the practice. Under Shen Liangcai's meticulous guidance, within just 3 days, both women had mastered the core principles, with the exceptionally talented Wu Huijue even reaching an introductory level, advancing her cultivation to the later stages of the bone refinement realm. This remarkable pace was equivalent to the results she had achieved over several months of prior training. In their elation, the two women immersed themselves even more fervently in their studies of the yin-yang six harmonies technique. Throughout several days, they remained completely absorbed in their cultivation, whenever they encountered uncertainties. Shin Liangkai would patiently clarify their doubts that by the seventh day, Yuan Nan had also attained an introductory level, elevating her cultivation to the later stages of the bone refinement realm. However, as their training progressed, the two women gradually stumbled upon a matter they found difficult to articulate. Every time they practiced the yin-yang six harmonies technique, they experienced a sensation of restlessness and emptiness within their bodies, even feeling an uncomfortable heat coursing through them. Being inexperienced, they were oblivious to the true nature of these sensations. Initially, they believed that enduring it would suffice, but as time passed, they realized their assumptions were overly simplistic. The more they cultivated, the more intense these feelings became. Particularly at night, the sensation of emptiness would envelop their entire beings, rendering each training session a form of torment. Yet, Shin Liangkai remained unaware of these tribulations. He had assumed that the yin-yang six harmonies technique's effect on men would be the only concern regarding these matters, not realizing that its impact on women was equally potent. Even the simplified version of the technique was still tormenting the two women. Yet their modesty prevented them from confiding in Shin Liangkai about their plight. One day, oblivious to the situation, Shin Liangkai prepared to assess the results of their training after his own practice. He approached Yuan Nan's door, but as he neared, he heard a series of alluring sounds emanating from within the room. Shin Liangkai raised an eyebrow, curiosity compelling him to peek inside. The door was not fully closed, and through a narrow crack, he could discern the scene within. In Chapter 59, Sister. Why does your voice sound hoarse? Inside the room, Yuan Nan reclined on the bed, her delicate form draped in sheer fabric. Yet her enchanting curves remained tantalizingly visible. Her complexion was flushed, and her elongated eyes glimmered with a hint of haze that as she twisted her slender waist, her fair legs lay partially exposed, provoking a whirlwind of thoughts. Witnessing this, Shin Liangkai could not help but swallow hard, instantly understanding that her condition was a result of practicing the yin-yang six harmonies technique. While Yuan Nan had not been included among the top 4 beauties of Luoyuan City during her stay at the Shin residence, her beauty was in no way inferior to that of Qiu Aoxue and others. In fact, her gentle, neighborly demeanor aligned perfectly with Shin Liangkai's aesthetic preferences. Thus, upon encountering such an alluring scene, the yin-yang six harmonies technique within Shin Liangkai's body instinctively activated, igniting a fervent heat in certain areas and stirring an uncontrollable impulse within him. Realizing the predicament, Shin Liangkai thought to retreat, but was halted by Yuan Nan's voice from inside. "Junior brother, I know it's you. Please don't leave just yet." Hearing this, Shin Liangkai found it difficult to decline and gently pushed the door open. "Junior brother, you're so bad," Yuan Nan remarked, her eyes fluttering seductively as she spoke. Breathless, "What have I done that's so bad?" Shin Liangkai responded, utterly perplexed. "You taught me and the third senior sister what kind of technique? Why does practicing it make me feel this way?" Yuan Nan inquired. Recalling the humiliating experiences of the past few days, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What way?" Shin Liangkai feigned ignorance. "Why do you have to ask when you clearly know? It's so infuriating." Yuan Nan pouted. Flustered, daring not to meet Shin Liangkai's gaze, "That if sister is annoyed with me, then I shall take my leave," Shin Liangkai said, turning to depart. However, Yuan Nan seized his arm, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow as she gazed at him. "I've already come to this point. Do you not understand my feelings? Do you not like me at all?" If Yuan Nan had previously offered herself to protect her life, now her feelings were genuine. The powerful prowess Shin Liangkai had displayed recently had captivated her. She was a woman who admired strength. As the saying goes, beautiful women love heroes that a man like Shin Liangkai, who possessed both strength and the ability to care for others, was even more deserving of her admiration. In the past, Yuan Nan had longed to express her feelings but had hesitated. Now, in a moment of emotional turmoil, she found herself emboldened. Yet a woman in love often possesses a highly sensitive heart. When she noticed Shin Liangkai's prolonged silence, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she began to cry softly. "Sister, Please don't cry. Allow me to explain, Shun Liangkai stammered, feeling a pang of panic at the sight of her tears. He had always been incapable of witnessing a woman weep, and in his flustered state, he could only gently embrace you and Nan. That I understand now. You must not like me, which is why you have never dared to touch me. She lamented, her face a picture of sorrow, tears streaming down like rain on a pear blossom. You despise me for my humble origins, believing I am unworthy of you, that I know that a man is exceptional, as you cannot belong to just one person. And I have never wished to monopolize you. All I desire is to be by your side, taking care of your daily needs. That I ask that too much to ask. Yu Ainan's eyes were rimmed with red, and every word she spoke was imbued with genuine emotion. Though born into a humble background, she possessed a remarkable clarity of thought regarding many matters. That why Yu Ainan understood that someone like Shun Liangkai would inevitably soar to great heights. She harbored no desire to possess him. She merely wished to experience what it meant to have him. Suddenly, Shun Liangkai felt a pang of sympathy and hastily wiped away her tears. However, Yu Ainan firmly grasped Shun Liangkai's hand and pressed her lips against his. In that fleeting moment, Shun Liangkai felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind blank. Driven by the forces of yin and yang, he could no longer suppress the impulses within him, and he turned to press the enchanting woman beneath him. What followed was an indescribable blend of joy and intimacy within the room, given Yu Ainan's inexperience and Shun Liangkai's lack of gentleness. The ensuing commotion was filled with various sounds. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Wu Huiwei was deeply engrossed in her cultivation of the yin and yang harmony technique. However, a sudden flurry of urgent and high-pitched sounds wafted through the walls, causing Wu Huiwei's beautiful eyes to widen slightly. The practice of the yin and yang harmony technique was already challenging, and upon hearing those sounds, her delicate face flushed crimson, instantly realizing what was transpiring next door. She had thought that the tumult would soon subside, but to her surprise, it continued unabated until the early dawn of the following day. For her, that night was sheer torment. She had intended to ignore the noises and sleep, yet sleep eluded her. Each time she closed her eyes, unspeakable images would invade her mind. The Wu Huiwei had even resolved to rise and cultivate, but the technique itself invoked some unspeakable thoughts, compounded by the incessant sounds from next door, which became a form of torment. Consequently, she tossed and turned in bed, hardly sleeping a wink throughout the night. The following morning, as the sun rose high in the sky, Shun Liangkai finally awoke from his slumber, only to find that Yu Ainan was no longer in the room. Perhaps due to the wildness of the previous night, he had slept soundly. Stretching lazily, he got out of bed, noticing the conspicuous crimson stain on the sheets. Last night, he had not only indulged in pleasure. While dual cultivating with Yu Ainan, he had also exerted his full strength in the yin and yang harmony technique, resulting in a significant breakthrough to the 7th level of qi refinement. It was indeed true that dual cultivation with a woman yielded the most potent effects. The numerous pills he had consumed previously paled in comparison to the immediate results of a single session of dual cultivation. Feeling the changes within his body, Shun Liangkai could not help but exclaim in wonder, especially given that his partner was a maiden, which amplified the effects even further. This session of dual cultivation had also greatly benefited Yu Ainan, solidifying her mastery of the yin and yang harmony technique and elevating her cultivation to the acquired realm. It was noteworthy that Yu Ainan's talent was rather unremarkable. Prior to practicing the yin and yang harmony technique, she had only reached the mid-stage of bone tempering. Yet in just a few days of cultivating the technique, she had remarkably leaped 2 levels, achieving the acquired realm. Such a speed of advancement was indeed extraordinary, even when compared to the most gifted prodigies of the Qingyun realm. "Junior brother, are you awake? It's time for breakfast," at a voice from outside, belonging to Yu Ainan, called out. Shun Liangkai opened the door to find her dressed in a simple white gown. Her graceful figure accentuated beautifully. Perhaps due to the fulfilling experiences of the previous night, her complexion appeared rosy, and she looked radiant. However, out of shyness, she dared not meet Shun Liangkai's gaze. "Senior sister, why does your voice sound hoarse?" Shun Liangkai inquired, somewhat puzzled. Usually, Yu Ainan's voice was melodious and clear, but now it was noticeably raspy. Could this be a consequence of practicing the yin and yang harmony technique? Why had he not experienced such a reaction? Perhaps it was a matter of gender difference. Just as Shun Liangkai pondered various possibilities, Yuanin's face flushed. That why you know very well why. So why ask? The young woman, gentle and innocent, combined with her bashful demeanor, stirred within Shun Liangkai an impulse to kiss her again. Yet, Yuanin did not afford him the opportunity to speak, hastening her steps to escape his grasp. However, for some unknown reason, her movements appeared rather peculiar. Typically, she walked with her legs tightly together, but now her gait resembled a clumsy shuffle, as if she were enduring some form of pain. Biting her lip. What is wrong with her today? Why is she acting so strangely? Shen Liangkai scratched his head, feeling bewildered. Third senior sister, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not rest well during breakfast? Shen Liangkai noticed that Wu Huiwe looked rather listless and expressed his concern. At his words, Wu Huiwe appeared somewhat uneasy, forcing a smile as she replied, No, it's nothing. Perhaps I just stayed up late practicing last night and didn't rest well. While she said this, her thoughts were quite different. How could I possibly rest well with the two of you causing such a ruckus? Oh, as long as you're fine. Unaware of Wu Huiwe's thoughts, Shen Liangkai felt relieved upon hearing her response to Wu Huiwe's surprise. Despite the tumultuous night, Yuanin's cultivation had indeed broken through to the acquired realm. It was astonishing, considering Yuanin's relatively average talent. Since following Shen Liangkai, she had consecutively advanced her cultivation, which was quite incredible. That it must be a coincidence, Wu Huiwe thought to herself. After all the commotion from the previous night, she believed she could finally enjoy a good night's rest tonight. To her dismay, however, her troubles were only just beginning. In the following days, the disturbances from next door were relentless, especially at night when those tantalizing sounds would subtly filter through the walls. This not only severely disrupted Wu Huiwe's rest, but also made her cultivation feel half-hearted. She could not comprehend how Shen Liangkai had such boundless energy to engage in such activities all day long without feeling fatigued. To Wu Huiwe's astonishment, in just a few days, Yuanin's cultivation had once again advanced, now reaching the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Her speed of cultivation had surpassed that of Wu Huiwe, who possessed better innate talent. It was not that Wu Huiwe was envious. She was merely curious. Why was it that Yuanin, with her ordinarily modest talent, could cultivate at such an astonishing rate? All of this seemed to have begun with the escapades of the two of them. Additionally, the feelings of shame that arose from practicing the yin and yang harmony technique only deepened Wu Huiwe's suspicions. Seizing the opportunity when Yuanin stepped out to buy groceries, Wu Huiwe could no longer restrain herself and entered Shun Liangkai's room. Third senior sister, is there something you need? Shun Liangkai was currently studying the 9 tripod rune record. In the days that had passed, aside from dual cultivating with Yuanin, he had not neglected his studies of the record. Now, Shun Liangkai was not only well-versed in weapon runes and talisman carving, but had also dabbled in rune formations. Through his recent studies, he discovered that utilizing runes to set up formations was vast and profound. A skilled formation master could even conjure a formation with a mere thought, striking enemies from afar. Just relying on formations could establish one as a formidable power. Although the 9 tripod rune record in his possession was incomplete, it still contained hundreds of rune formations, each serving different purposes, all of which were beyond what he could have accessed in the mortal realm. If Li Huili had truly mastered the 9 tripod rune record, then even with his innate cultivation, it would not have been so easy for Shun Liangkai to defeat him. In addition, during the day, he would concoct some elixirs for his own cultivation needs. With an increasing number of concealed cultivators appearing in the Qingyan realm, the situation had grown more complex, coupled with the potential enemies he had inadvertently created. Shen Liangkai aimed to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement before the commencement of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This would ensure he had greater self-preservation capabilities when venturing into the Meteor Sea. Moreover, the current Grand Tutor, Chen Xingzhou, had yet to return to the capital. This individual had previously had some connection with cultivators. Seeking vengeance for his parents might not be as straightforward as he had initially imagined. Ultimately, everything was aimed at providing himself with more trump cards, whether it be avenging his parents, journeying to the realm of cultivation, or claiming what belonged to him when assisting the pure Yang true monarch. All of it would enable him to stand invincible. Everything stemmed from strength. Shun Liangkai's singular goal now was to exhaust all efforts to become stronger, and I want to know why second senior sister's cultivation has improved so rapidly lately. Wu Huiwei got straight to the point that why Yu Ainan's recent changes had left her feeling envious that Dou genuinely wished to know. Shin Liangkai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Strangely enough, ever since practicing the yin and yang harmony technique, the coldness within Wu Huiwei had not manifested again, which meant Shin Liangkai had not had to treat her for quite some time. Come on, junior brother, stop keeping me in suspense. Teach me as well. I want to be like second senior sister. I don't want to be a burden to you, that Wu Huiwei spoke with unwavering determination, her youthful face resembling a delicate porcelain sculpture, seemingly only 15 or 16 years old, yet possessing an unusual fullness in certain areas. Although Shin Liangkai had seen everything he needed to see, each encounter with Wu Huiwei still stirred his most primal thoughts. Shin Liangkai found himself at a loss for words. But Wu Huiwei grasped his arm, playfully urging, "Shitty, please tell me." Faced with this situation, Shin Liangkai felt a twinge of embarrassment, but had no choice but to reveal the reason upon hearing his explanation. Wu Huiwei's charming face flushed crimson, and she softly inquired, "Does the dual cultivation with Shitty mean I can enhance my cultivation like that?" "You mustn't deceive me." Shin Liangkai nodded. Initially, when he first acquired the yin-yang unity technique, he struggled to accept its existence, bewildered by the presence of such an outrageous practice in the world. However, as time passed, his perspective shifted. For cultivators, the physical body was merely a vessel, compared to reaching the pinnacle of existence and sharing longevity with the heavens. What did it matter? As long as he did not act against the will of others, there was nothing inherently wrong with it. Then I wished to experience the pleasures of dual cultivation. Shitty, let us engage in it together. Upon receiving Shin Liangkai's affirmative response, Wu Huiwei blushed shyly. This was not due to her inherent promiscuity. After all, she had shared physical intimacy with Shin Liangkai before. Moreover, her admiration for him was genuine, and entrusting herself to such a man left her with no regrets. Chapter 61. Shitty, you are so wild. More importantly, she yearned to elevate her strength swiftly, not wanting to become a burden to Shin Liangkai. Wu Huiwei's sudden boldness caught Shin Liangkai off guard. What is Shitty unwilling? Seeing Shin Liangkai's silence, Wu Huiwei looked somewhat disappointed. Before he could respond, she placed his large hand upon a soft area. Shitty is the only man who has seen my body. From the moment you helped me heal, I have considered myself yours. Her clear eyes fixed intently on Shin Liangkai's, her youthful face bearing a serious expression. Then, she leaned down. How could Shin Liangkai possibly resist? He forcefully tossed Wu Huiwei onto the soft bed, and she exclaimed, "Shitty, you are so wild, but I like it." With a sultry gaze and a soft voice, Wu Huiwei surprised Shin Liangkai. The seemingly innocent and adorable girl transformed into someone so enticing once she let go of her inhibitions. The yin-yang unity technique had already reached its zenith. Until then, the two had never fully consummated their union, but this time, Shin Liangkai experienced a sensation entirely distinct from that with Yu Ainan. While Yu Ainan was gentle and demure, exhibiting a more reserved character, Wu Huiwei was the complete opposite. Though she appeared youthful, she was exceptionally fervent, akin to a voracious wolf or tiger. Without the enhancement of the yin-yang unity technique, it would have been impossible to subdue her. Naturally, Shin Liangkai would not miss this golden opportunity, channeling the technique with all his might, losing himself in the experience. This silent battle continued until an hour had passed before finally subsiding. Under the influence of the yin-yang unity technique, Shin Liangkai's cultivation broke through to the 8th level of qi refining, resulting in a qualitative change in his aura. Although it was merely a minor breakthrough, its impact on his combat prowess was substantial. Previously, when Shin Liangkai infiltrated the Hanyun merchant's headquarters in Daliang, he would have needed a rune-etched sword to defeat the corpse puppets, expending considerable effort. Now, even without any weapons, he could easily annihilate all the corpse puppets with greater efficiency than before. It could be said that after advancing to the 8th level of qi refining, Shin Liangkai had effectively transformed into a new person. As the second beneficiary, Wu Huiwei also reaped significant rewards. With just one session of cultivation, her level elevated to the mid-stage of postnatal realm. It was worth noting that although Yu Ainan also possessed mid-stage postnatal cultivation, she had undergone several dual cultivation sessions to achieve her breakthrough. Wu Huiwei, however, attained comparable results in a single instance, indicating her innate talent far surpassed that of Yu Ainan. This was understandable, given that Wu Huiwei's background was likely more complex than it appeared. The elderly woman and the young girl who had been shadowing Shin Liangkai were likely there because of Wu Huiyue. Both individuals clearly belonged to the ranks of cultivators, with cultivation levels above the foundation establishment stage. Which spoke volumes. After an hour, Wu Huiyue was utterly spent, her complexion flushed, dewy with fragrant perspiration, her cherry lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids. Shin Liangkai found himself once again longing for her. "Shitty, may I ask you a question?" Wu Huiyue's large, watery eyes sparkled as she posed her inquiry. "Go ahead." Shin Liangkai encouraged that Wu Huiyue fixed her gaze on Shun Liangcai's eyes and asked, "Between me and second senior sister, whom do you prefer more?" "I like you both," he replied. "Tell me, whom do you favor more?" "I promise I won't be upset," that Wu Huiyue pouted, shaking Shun Liangcai's arm, "that I truly like you both. I'm not lying, that I actually hope you prefer second senior sister more." She said, her cheeks flushed. "Why?" Shin Liangcai asked, somewhat puzzled. "Because you are too formidable. I find it hard to keep up, that I really don't know how second senior sister managed to handle it these past few days." Wu Huiyue said, biting her lip, her eyes suddenly brightening. "How about we all spend time together another day?" Shin Liangcai was left speechless. It seemed this woman was bolder than he had imagined. They had only just begun. And already such brazen words were exchanged that in the blink of an eye, another 7 days slipped by, leaving only 3 days until the commencement of the first martial arts tournament in the world. Throughout these 7 days, Shin Liangcai had not stepped outside the courtyard. Ever since he and Wu Huiyue had broken through that barrier, he found little opportunity to return to his own room at night, often alternating between rooms each half of the night. Had it not been for his cultivation of the extraordinary yin-yang unity technique, he would have surely succumbed to exhaustion. First, Shin Liangcai worried that the two women might become jealous of one another due to his presence. But he soon realized his concerns were unwarranted. The two seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, distributing their time with him quite evenly to Shin Liangcai's astonishment on a night of the full moon. Wu Huiyue truly fulfilled her promise. That night, the three of them enacted scenes Shin Liangcai had never dared to dream of before. 7 days later, both women's cultivation levels had ascended to the late stage of postnatal realm. Such cultivation levels qualified them as experts among ordinary martial artists. Considering their ages, both under 20, they would rank among the top talents even in the capital. This astonishing rate of advancement was something neither of them had ever envisioned. On this day, as Shin Liangcai prepared to venture out to procure materials for refining elixirs, Prince Kong Liang Wenjing and Princess Pingyang arrived for a visit. Liang Wenjing came uninvited and interrupted Master Shin's seclusion. "I hope Master Shin will not take offense," Prince Kong said, clasping his hands in greeting. "Not at all," Shin Liangcai replied nonchalantly from his seat beneath the ginkgo tree. "What brings you here, Your Highness?" Prince Kong and Princess Pingyang exchanged glances, their expressions turning to astonishment upon witnessing the current levels of cultivation achieved by Yuanin and Wu Hu. It was noteworthy that they had seen these two women just half a month prior and distinctly remembered their mid-stage bone, refining realm cultivation. Yet, in merely 15 days, both had advanced directly to the late stage of postnatal realm. Such a rate of cultivation was utterly astonishing. Even seasoned individuals like them had never encountered anything like it. They found it hard to fathom how the two had achieved this. That it was evident that Shin Liangcai must have played a significant role. After briefly calming their astonishment, Princess Pingyang produced a portrait. Revealing Shin Liangcai's likeness from the night he had bloodied the Hongyan merchants. "That I hope you don't mind my bold inquiry. Is this person Master Shin?" Shin Liangcai raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't anticipated this incident to be depicted. However, he did not conceal the truth, nodding to the two and stating, "No need to ask. The bloodbath at the Hongyan merchants was my doing." Chapter 62. The Fifth Realm. Upon hearing this, both Prince Kong and Princess Pingyang were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief. Princess Pingyang couldn't help but seek confirmation from Shin Liangcai, her voice trembling slightly. "Master, you are not jesting, are you? This was truly your doing. My shitty never lies. That day, both I and second senior sister were present and can vouch for him," she added, before Shin Liangcai could utter a word. Wu Huiyue took the initiative to speak. Ever since they had broken through that layer of pretense, Wu Huiyue regarded Shin Liangcai as her own and no matter what Shin Liangcai did, she wholeheartedly supported him and felt immense pride in his accomplishments. Yuanin also chimed in nearby, and upon hearing this, Princess Pingyang was completely struck dumb. her mind a blank slate. Prince Kong widened his eyes, a tumultuous storm brewing within his heart. It is crucial to note that the Hongyan Trading Company is the largest commercial organization in the Qingyan realm. Even the headquarters in the Great Liang Kingdom is filled with formidable talents, including several masters of their craft. A prince of the Great Liang Kingdom. Liang Wenjing took this matter very seriously and had previously speculated on the identity of the perpetrator alongside Princess Pingyang and the third prince. Even when Princess Pingyang presented a portrait that day, Liang Wenjing did not believe that Shun Liangkai could be the culprit. This was because, in Liang Wenjing's mind, although Shun Liangkai's strength far surpassed that of his peers, he could never reach a level where he could contend with the Hongyan Trading Company. In fact, Liang Wenjing believed that even a single master dispatched by the Hongyan Trading Company would be beyond Shun Liangkai's capability to rival. However, at this moment, Shun Liangkai openly confessed to being the perpetrator, completely overturning Liang Wenjing's understanding that he found it hard to fathom that a youth who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 could possess such extraordinary power, acting alone. He had slaughtered the Hongyan Trading Company and slain masters as easily as cutting through vegetables. Even Liang Wenjing, a master himself, felt he lacked such combat prowess that he even suspected he was dreaming or hallucinating. Yet, no matter how he confirmed it, the scene before him was undeniably real, forcing Liang Wenjing to accept the truth. Liang Wenjing earnestly implored the master for assistance. Suddenly, he bowed deeply to Shun Liangkai, his demeanor grave and sincere. Shun Liangkai raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "What is it?" "Please speak, Your Highness." Prince Kong took a deep breath, visibly excited, and said, "This prince wishes to ask Master Shun to represent the Great Liang Kingdom at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I hope Master Shun will agree." Prince Kong had initially come with Princess Pingyang to seek Shun Liangkai's help in inscribing weapon runes for Jiang Qichuan in preparation for the tournament 3 days hence. At the previous banquet at the royal palace, envoys from the 5 nations had collectively arrived. Prince Kong had made a wager with the envoy from the Great Wei. If they lost at the World Martial Arts Tournament, they would cede 36 cities in the Northern Territories. The crown prince of the Great Wei, Xiang Wen, was recognized as the premier prodigy of the Qingyan realm, far surpassing the other prodigies from the 5 nations. Even with Jiang Qichuan representing the Great Liang, it was highly probable they would not stand a chance against Xiang, when that a loss would mean relinquishing half of the Great Liang Kingdom. Should such a calamity occur, Liang Wenjing would be deemed a historical villain of the Great Liang Kingdom. After exhausting all options without success, Prince Kong turned to Shun Liangkai's extraordinary rune abilities, hoping to leverage them for a victory and thereby resolve the wager. Yet now, with the confirmation of Shun Liangkai's massacre of the Hongyan Trading Company, Prince Kong altered his approach and directly invited Shun Liangkai to represent the Great Liang Kingdom at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Even if Xiang Wen were to defy the heavens, Prince Kong had every reason to believe that Shun Liangkai possessed the strength to subdue him. This was far more reliable than asking Shun Liangkai to assist in inscribing runes. What a jest! How could someone capable of slaying masters with such ease possibly be inferior to Xiang Wen? If Shun Liangkai were to agree, not only could the crisis facing the Great Liang Kingdom be resolved, but by continuing to fulfill the wager, they could also reclaim territories invaded by the Great Wei. Such a mutually beneficial outcome was not something Prince Kong wished to miss upon hearing her father's words. Princess Pingyang also came to her senses, bowing deeply to Shun Liangkai with sincere eyes and saying, "I implore Master Shun to fight for the Great Liang Kingdom." Shun Liangkai's gaze flickered. He was quite taken aback by the actions of this father-daughter duo and replied coolly, "I am but a wandering cloud and wild crane, with no desire to partake in the disputes of nations, nor have I ever contemplated joining the World Martial Arts Tournament." Seeing Shun Liangkai's hesitation, Prince Kong quickly added, "Master Shun is a transcendent figure, and such sentiments are entirely understandable. This prince can arrange for Master Shun to attend the World Martial Arts Tournament as an esteemed guest. Should we miraculously win even a single match, Master Shun would not need to participate in any arena battles. That if we are defeated, Master Shun may take the stage to conclude matters. That if Master Shun is willing to agree, the Great Liang Kingdom will certainly offer generous rewards." Shun Liangkai took a sip of tea, contemplated briefly, and then responded, "I require no rewards. That if your highness is willing to grant me a single condition, I will assist you in this matter." Upon hearing this, Prince Kang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired, "What condition? Please speak freely." Shun Liangkai stated, "I seek 2 spots to the Meteor Sea." Prince Kong and Princess Pingyang exchanged glances. Utterly astonished that Shin Liangkai would propose such a condition. The top 10 of the World Martial Arts Tournament would each receive a spot to the Meteor Sea, but Shin Liangkai asked for 2. Unclear who the second was intended for. However, this was not a difficult request for Prince Kong, who immediately agreed. The 2 parties reached an accord with mutual satisfaction. Based on Prince Kang's previous descriptions, Shin Liangkai had essentially confirmed that the Meteor Sea contained a teleportation array, likely the very one he had been desperately seeking. According to the records of the Ascension Order, the array leading to the realm of cultivation would completely close in 1 month. This meant Shin Liangkai had to locate its precise location within that time frame. Thus, the Meteor Sea became his foremost objective. As for the other spot, Shin Liangkai sought it for Tang Min of the Hongyuan Trading Company. Had it not been for her enlightenment, he might still be unaware of the Meteor Sea's existence. Now that he had the opportunity to venture there, he certainly would not forget her. Just then, a resounding cry echoed from the distant sky. The crowd turned their gazes toward the sound, witnessing a colossal figure soaring from afar, a gigantic eagle. Entirely cloaked in black, upon its back stood 2 figures, both youthful and striking. The young man exuded a robust demeanor, his straight posture and flowing ink-black hair dancing in the wind, his sharply defined facial features and a pair of deep, piercing black eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of power. It was none other than Xiang Wen, hailed as the greatest prodigy of the Qingyun realm from the Great Way. Beside him stood a tall young woman, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her fair skin glowing with a rosy hue, and her exquisite features resembling those of a painting. Clad in a striking red phoenix tail gown, she emanated an air of grace and splendor, captivating all who beheld her. Particularly remarkable was the unique aura she exuded, a blend of nobility and elegance, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. Although she appeared to be of similar age to Xiang Wen, her presence utterly overshadowed the famed prodigy of the Qingyun realm. "I have heard that the great Liang Kingdom has produced a young rune master, and I, Di Wuran, have come to seek guidance." A voice emerged from the young woman, and her elongated eyes sparkled as they fixed upon Shun Liangkai. Chapter 63, Resolving Matters in the Blink of an Eye. Her gaze, seemingly calm, concealed a sharpness that seemed intent on piercing through Shun Liangkai entirely. It was she. She had indeed come to the great Liang Kingdom. Observing the elegant figure swaying on the back of the giant eagle, Princess Pingyang's eyes shimmered with astonishment. The Di Wuran. This name may not resonate with the common folk of the Qingyun realm, but among the true elite, it carried significant weight. At merely 23 years of age, she had already reached the late stage of the Master Realm, becoming the youngest elder of the Great Way as foremost sect, the Qixia sect, and was appointed by the emperor as the national guardian deity. Gifted with extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty, she stood unrivaled among her peers. More importantly, Di Wuran not only possessed remarkable martial prowess but also excelled in rune mastery, earning her the title of the foremost rune prodigy in the Great Way. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, she was regarded as the undisputed goddess in the hearts of the Great Way's people. From a young age, Di Wuran exhibited an exceptional gift for runes, cultivating an obsession with their power. 5 years ago, having achieved notable success in her rune studies, she began to traverse the world in search of opponents, challenging various rune masters under the guise of seeking guidance. And remarkably, she remained undefeated. As the World Martial Arts Tournament approached, Di Wuran arrived in the Great Liang Kingdom and soon learned of the banquet at Prince Kang's residence. Through extensive investigation, she discovered that the silver-haired sword cultivator had perished due to rune power, and the seemingly simple runes could unleash such terrifying might. This revelation ignited her interest profoundly. The Di Wuran was certain that the one capable of inscribing such intricate weapon runes must possess rune mastery comparable to her own. Through her inquiries, she ultimately set her sights on Shun Liangkai. "Are you the rune master?" Fifth Ran turned to Shun Liangkai, and, upon noticing that he possessed only the cultivation of blood exchange realm, felt her heart plummet. She never anticipated that the formidable challenger she had sought after with great difficulty would be merely a youth with such limited capabilities. "You have mistaken the person. For I am but a wandering cloud, not a rune master. You may leave, esteemed guests," Shun Liangkai replied coolly, issuing a clear dismissal, although fifth ran may hold significant weight in the eyes of the world. Shun Liangkai was unimpressed that he despised those who considered themselves above others, regardless of their identity or status. Upon hearing these words, Donggong Xiangwen furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze falling upon Prince Kong, as he remarked, "My esteemed uncle has traveled a long distance. Will your highness not invite us to sit?" Previously, at Prince Kang's estate, Donggong Xiangwen had encountered Shun Liangkai, and his haughty demeanor then mirrored his current attitude, mocking Shun Liangkai from the outset. This time, he entirely bypassed Shun Liangkai and directly engaged with Prince Kong, clearly disregarding Shun Liangkai. "This is Master Shin's private residence. I have no authority to make decisions on his behalf." "I beg your pardon," Prince Kong said, glancing dismissively at Donggong, Xiangwen, and Fifth Ran. He scoffed at their blatant rudeness that he asked the foremost prodigy of the Great Wei Kingdom and the entire Qingyun realm. Donggong Xiangwen, a disciple of the Red Cloud sect, had to address Fifth Ran as master and according to their seniority. "Since you refuse to acknowledge this, do not blame me for my impudence," Fifth Ran retorted almost simultaneously. From the moment she arrived, her attention had been entirely fixated on Shun Liangkai, revealing her profound obsession with the power of runes. Before her words could fade, Fifth Ran summoned a cerulean long sword into her palm, its blade shimmering with an eerie luminescence. With a delicate cry, she swung the sword toward Shun Liangkai's position. The strike appeared unadorned, yet rapidly transformed in the void. In an instant, an endless surge of rune power erupted, manifesting a colossal cauldron in the air. This immense cauldron radiated brilliance, exuding an overwhelming force of suppression that bore down upon Shun Liangkai. This scene left Prince Kong and the Princess Pingyang slightly aghast. They had previously heard of Fifth Ran's extraordinary mastery of runes, but witnessing it firsthand was even more terrifying. With a single stroke, she could transmute rune power into a giant cauldron capable of exerting immense pressure. Even Prince Kong, who had seen much in his time, had never encountered such a formidable display of rune power. Even Donggong Xiangwen, who was intimately familiar with Fifth Ran, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Months have passed, and it seems Master Ant's mastery of runes has advanced to an extraordinary degree. "Master Shun, be cautious," Prince Kong warned loudly, prepared to rescue Shun Liangkai at any moment. Yet, Shun Liangkai remained unfazed. He first sipped his tea, then casually flicked his finger that a beam of light, no larger than a broad bean, shot forth from his fingertip, faint traces of rune power emanating from it. Soon after, they witnessed the light swiftly morph into a razor-sharp arrow, colliding with the colossal cauldron with a speed that was almost blinding. The earth-shattering sound reverberated through the heavens, as the terrifying rune power intertwined and distorted the void. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the massive cauldron, which ultimately shattered into countless fragments. Prince Kong, Princess Pingyang, and Donggong Xiangwen were all astounded. None could have anticipated that Shun Liangkai would effortlessly neutralize Fifth Ran's formidable attack with such ease. His mastery of runes seemed to approach Fifth Ran's level. Fifth Ran cast a deep gaze at Shun Liangkai. The rune attack she had unleashed, though considered ordinary among her repertoire, was something many self-proclaimed rune masters struggled to withstand. To her surprise, this young man had handled it with such grace, compelling her to reassess him that I did not expect such a rune genius to emerge from the great Liang kingdom. My journey here has not been in vain. With that, Fifth Ran's attention shifted back to Donggong Xiangwen. "Let us depart." Donggong Xiangwen nodded, preparing to command the giant eagle to take flight. "Wait." However, before they could act, Shun Liangkai's voice rang out. Fifth Ran furrowed her brow and inquired, "Do you have more to say?" Shun Liangkai toyed with the teacup in his hand, casting a calm glance at Fifth. Did I ask my abode a place where you may come and go at your leisure? Since you have come, you must provide me with an explanation." As his words fell, Shun Liangkai rose to his full height, a faint aura of rune power enveloping him. With each gesture he made, intricate patterns emerged in the air. Within mere moments, he had inscribed a primitive rune totem, approximately 2 feet in diameter, its inner patterns complex and seemingly resonating with the natural forces of the world. "Go!" With that singular command, the rune totem floated outward, its pace appearing leisurely yet imbued with the power to traverse dimensions, swiftly descending upon Fifth Ran's head. Fifth Rant's expression shifted to one of alarm as she instantly sensed the terrifying force contained within the rune totem. She leaped into the air, attempting to evade its grasp, but the totem expanded exponentially in an instant, unleashing an overwhelming binding force that enveloped her completely. Fifth Ran felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon her, rendering her utterly immobile. This is a rune formation. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Fifth Rant's elongated eyes. That as a fervent practitioner of rune power, she understood the significance of being able to inscribe a rune formation independently. Runes are generally categorized into weapon runes, talismans, and rune formations, the latter being the most intricate. Only those with a certain mastery could engage with the realm of rune formations, in the Qingyun realm. It was rare to find anyone capable of independently inscribing a complete rune formation. Even Fifth Ran, renowned as the most gifted rune master, could not accomplish such a feat alone. The youth before her not only inscribed an entire rune formation independently, but did so with such effortless fluidity. His movements clean and graceful. More importantly, the power of the rune formation he inscribed was astonishingly formidable. This realization sent a tremor through Fifth Rant's heart, altering her perception of Shun Liangkai entirely. Under the influence of the rune formation's binding force, she felt as if her body was being violently compressed, her bones cracking, and her breathing became labored. As a late-stage master, she had confidence in her ability to forcibly break the formation due to her cultivation level. Yet, Fifth Ran refrained from doing so, attempting to counter the formation solely with her rune power. However, the rune formation crafted by Shun Liangkai was far more powerful than she had anticipated despite exhausting all her efforts. She could not break free. The fearsome binding force only intensified. This spectacle left Prince Kong, Princess Pingyang, and Donggong Xiangwen utterly petrified. They could scarcely fathom that Shin Liangsai's mastery of runes had reached such unparalleled heights. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Shin Liangkai took another step forward. His foot met the ground. The rune formation glimmered brightly, and an even greater oppressive force descended, akin to a mountain pressing down upon Fifth Rant's back. Fifth Ran let out a muffled groan, her body quaking violently, the sound of dislocated bones echoing in the air. Unable to withstand any longer, she was forced to kneel, causing the stone slabs beneath her to crack and sink under the weight. At that moment, Fifth Rant's visage turned pale, blood trickling from her lips as she found herself in a most undignified state. As she raised her head, she discovered Shun Liangkai standing before her, looking down upon her. Even the rune formation I casually inscribed is beyond your capabilities to dismantle. Henceforth, it would be wise for you to refrain from parading about. His words struck Fifth Rant's confidence like a thunderclap. She looked at Shun Liangkai, her beautiful eyes reflecting defiance and tenacity. I admit my defeat, but that does not signify my perpetual failure. Before long, I shall surpass you and trample you beneath my feet. Shin Liangkai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze level as he regarded Fifth Ran. Do not waste your energy. You have no chance of succeeding. Arrogance, it was simply beyond belief. With a mere flick of his hand, he had subdued the most esteemed rune master of the Qingyun realm, Fifth Ran, to her knees. Who else but Shun Liangkai could achieve such a feat? Especially the final proclamation he made resonated with Prince Kong and Princess Pingyang, filling them with awe. Do not waste your energy. You have no chance of succeeding. This statement undoubtedly attests to Shin Liangsai's absolute confidence in his mastery of runes. Fifth Ran's complexion turned ashen. Just as he was about to speak, Shun Liangkai had already taken his leave. Master Uncle, how are you? Donggong Xiangwen stepped forward to support Fifth Ran, only to be rebuffed. Fifth Ran offered no response, his gaze fixed on Shun Liangsai's retreating figure, gritting his teeth as he declared, "The humiliation of today, I, Fifth Ran, shall remember it. One day, I will repay it tenfold." Shin Liangkai strode into the courtyard, with Prince Kong and Princess Pingyang following closely behind. The shocking scene still reverberated in their minds, recalling the royal banquet days prior, where Shin Liangkai had utilized his rune power to assist Li Hongyun in slaying the silver-haired sword cultivator. At that moment, Prince Kong had recognized Shun Liangsai's remarkable rune proficiency, yet he never anticipated that even the renowned Fifth Ran of the Qingyun realm would be no match for Shun Liangkai in the art of runes. A mere boy of 17 or 18, not only adept in alchemy, but also possessing the prowess to effortlessly eliminate masters of the realm, coupled with an almost transcendent mastery of runes. This was a figure the prince had never encountered in his lifetime. If his previous respect for Shun Liangkai stemmed largely from a debt of gratitude for saving his life, at this moment, Prince Kong was utterly captivated by Shun Liangkai's extraordinary abilities that he was willing to follow closely behind Shun Liangkai. Akin to a subordinate, Princess Pingyang perceived nothing amiss in this scene. Having witnessed Shun Liangkai's rune mastery, she had already come to regard him as a deity. She even believed that Shun Liangkai might very well not belong to this world. As for the earlier rune competition with 5th Ran, Shun Liangkai had not given it much thought. Runes were originally conceived by cultivators and were inherently more suited for their cultivation in this regard. He possessed an insurmountable innate advantage over 5th Ran. Even though 5th Ran was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius of runes in the Qingyan realm, he still could not be compared to a true cultivator. Moreover, the 9-tripod rune record that Shun Liangkai practiced originated from the world of cultivation. Even if it contained only 1/5 of the content, it was more than sufficient to deal with a mundane martial artist like 5th Ran. Buzz as Shun Liangkai stepped into the courtyard, he felt himself unexpectedly locked onto by a powerful celestial consciousness. Though distanced, it enveloped the entire courtyard. This made Shun Liangkai's brow furrow tightly, as he instantly comprehended that trouble might be looming. He turned to Prince Kong and said, "I must step out for a moment. I kindly asked the prince to accommodate my 2 senior sisters within the royal residence. His greatest concern lay with you Anan and Wu Huiyue." Very well, Prince Kong nodded, not inquiring further into the matter, that he was eager for Shun Liangkai to engage him in more affairs, as this would solidify their relationship. After conveying this message, Shun Liangkai leaped away, swiftly moving in the opposite direction of the celestial consciousness, attempting to shake off the pursuer. However, the celestial consciousness seemed to possess intelligence, tracking him relentlessly no matter where he went. By gauging the level of the celestial consciousness, Shun Liangkai could roughly deduce that the opponent's cultivation must exceed the 9th level of qi refinement, and they were likely a foundation establishment cultivator. Before long, Shun Liangkai had exited the capital city. He found himself at the foot of a desolate mountain, where the celestial consciousness did not wane, but rather grew nearer. Shun Liangkai quickly realized that his aura had likely been locked onto. Once his aura was detected, he would be traceable no matter where he fled. Thus, he decided to halt his escape. This individual's cultivation likely surpassed his own, if he wished to remain undefeated. It was best to prepare promptly. Shun Liangkai's eyes flickered as he internally resolved, estimating that given the speed of the celestial consciousness's movement, it would not take half an hour for the pursuer to catch up. Shun Liangkai first sought out a secluded spot and began to inscribe a rune array. With his current proficiency in the 9-tripod rune record, inscribing several rune arrays was relatively effortless for him. In less than half an hour, he completed 4 rune arrays, each possessing distinct effects, perfectly embodying the elements of water, fire, earth, and wind. Should the pursuer arrive, with the enhancement of these 4 rune arrays, even if the opponent were a foundation establishment cultivator, he would still have a fighting chance. Chapter 65. Ample Curves. Having accomplished all this, Shun Liangkai did not attempt to evade. Instead, he sat cross-legged upon a nearby piece of bluestone, entering a meditative state. Approximately 1 incense stick later, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens, instantly enveloping this space. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures descended. Shun Liangkai's brow furrowed slightly. Dealing with a single cultivator was already challenging, yet here were 2. Moreover, both were foundation establishment cultivators, one of whom, a voluptuous woman with ample curves, had even reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As soon as they arrived, their gazes fell upon Shun Liangkai, noting that he showed no intention of fleeing and was instead cultivating in place. Their expressions grew solemn. The voluptuous woman let out a cold sneer and mockingly remarked, "I never expected this little brat to be so calm, not even attempting to run." The man scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Ha, sister, you don't understand. What can a qi refinement brat do? This is called knowing the times." He realizes his life is nearing its end and has no thoughts of resistance left as he spoke. The man's gaze shifted back to Shun Liangkai, a hint of seriousness creeping into his demeanor. "Speak, did you destroy a fragment of my master celestial consciousness within the 7 Xian sect of Luoyuan City?" You had best not quibble. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay a far more painful price. This individual was named Gao Fiyu, a disciple of the Tianji sect from the cultivation world, and a student of Lingguang Zuanzhang, a direct disciple of the Tianji Shangren. Beside him, the voluptuous woman was named Ling Zhiwei, who had also been trained by the Tianji Shangren, upon learning that her celestial consciousness had been destroyed. The Tianji Shangren had been furious and immediately ordered his disciple, Ling Zhiwei, to investigate in the mortal realm. Since Gao Feiyu had previously ventured into the mortal realm, he volunteered to guide her. Through extensive inquiries, they had pinpointed Shun Liansai's location and pursued him here. Shun Liansai's expression grew somewhat peculiar, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "Who said I was going to quibble? It was indeed I who destroyed that celestial consciousness." The moment these words left his mouth, both Ling Zhiwei and Gao Feiyu were momentarily taken aback, not expecting that Shin Liankai, a Qi refinement cultivator, would exhibit no fear in the face of two Foundation establishment experts. "Little brat, I never anticipated you to possess such audacity. Truly, a fledgling unafraid of tigers." Gao Feiyu appraised Shun Liankai anew and continued, "Considering your arduous training in the mortal realm, you should now take your own life as atonement. Upon your death, you may still enter the 9 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, I shall ensure your soul is scattered, leaving you forever unable to transcend." Gao Feiyu's tone was filled with arrogance. In his eyes, Shun Liankai was no different from a fish on a chopping board, destined to be slaughtered at their leisure. However, just as his words fell, a chilling glimmer sliced toward his throat. This sudden turn of events caught Gao Feiyu off guard, and his body instinctively recoiled. Swoosh! The cold light grazed his throat, leaving a shallow cut upon his neck. Were it not for Gao Feiyu's Foundation establishment cultivation, this strike could have sealed his throat. At the same time, Shun Liankai, wielding a long sword, had already retreated several paces, with blood faintly dripping from the sword's tip. Seeking death, Gao Feiyu's pupils narrowed, and the might of a Foundation establishment cultivator erupted entirely, as he unleashed a palm strike towards Shun Liankai's location. The palm strike had yet to arrive, but the terrifying destructive air current had already begun to howl. Feeling the power contained within Gao Feiyu's palm, Shun Liankai was greatly shaken that in his first battle against the cultivator, his opponent already possessed Foundation establishment cultivation, far surpassing the strength of a Qi refinement cultivator. Even though he practiced the perverse yin-yang 6 harmonies technique, it was still exceedingly difficult for him to contend with Gao Feiyu at his current 8th level of Qi refinement. Therefore, as soon as Gao Feiyu unleashed his palm strike, Shun Liankai, as if prepared, again retreated. Simultaneously, he swung his long sword horizontally. This strike, seemingly unadorned, was nonetheless exceedingly sharp, executed at an exceptionally cunning angle. The moment the sword light surged forth, the weapon runes erupted with power, enhancing the sword's might to an even greater level. The force of this strike was sufficient to threaten Gao Feiyu. Gao Feiyu dared not meet it head-on, opting instead to evade to the side. Seizing this moment, Shun Liankai retreated yet again. Meanwhile, Ling Zhiwei also moved. Launching a palm strike from behind Shun Liankai, that is a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, Ling Zhiwei's strength exceeded that of Gao Feiyu. This palm strike, both in speed and power, surpassed Gao Feiyu's. Shun Liankai sought to evade, but it was already too late. He could only retaliate with a sword strike, attempting to withstand the force of her palm. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the sword light collided with the palm print. Despite the weapon runes inscribed upon the sword, the immense disparity in cultivation levels caused Shun Liankai to be jolted, his arm going numb, nearly dropping the long sword. The overwhelming shockwaves surged through his arm and body, causing his blood to churn violently, and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his lips. "I wonder how long you can endure." Gao Feiyu seems unwilling to grant Shun Liankai any respite, launching yet another fierce attack. The terrifying spiritual force rushes through the air, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Even without employing any techniques, the might of this strike is still sufficient to claim Shun Liansai's life. Caught off guard, Shun Liankai retaliates with a palm imprint. Boom! At the moment of collision between the two palm imprints, Shun Liankai is jolted back, staggering. Just that one clash has inflicted significant injury upon him. Shun Liankai understands that if this continues, it won't be long before he faces certain death. After all, the disparity in cultivation levels between them is far too great, and he is outnumbered. It appears that the only glimmer of hope lies in luring them into the rune array. A grave expression crosses Shun Liangsai's face as he contemplates this. Almost simultaneously, Ling Zhiyue's attack arrives once more. Her jade-like hand dances through the void, summoning endless streams of spiritual light from all directions. Coalescing in her palm to form a vibrant, multicolored vortex. With a swift motion, she unleashes the vortex, which shoots forth at a visible speed, blossoming into countless lotus flowers in the air. Each petal of the lotus is as sharp as a blade. Frantically slicing towards Shun Liangsai's body. Shun Liangsai's expression turns to one of horror as he desperately slashes out several beams of sword light. The sounds of explosions erupt in succession as several lotus flowers are cleaved from the air. Gritting his teeth, Shun Liangsai forces his way through a narrow gap. Although he successfully breaks free, his body is still marred by several deep lacerations, with trickles of blood seeping out. Ling Zhiyue furrows her brow and coldly remarks, "I never expected that a mere chi refinement stage brat would prove to be so troublesome. Junior brother, it seems we have underestimated him." Feeling a sharp pain in his throat, Gao Feiyu's aura becomes menacing. The more desperate the struggle, the more tragic the end. That I will surely rip this person to shreds. Shun Liangsai, with the tip of his sword touching the ground, gasps for breath, trying to regain his strength while the two have yet to launch their next assault. Seeing Ling Zhiyue and Gao Feiyu approach, he quickly conjures several talismans and hurls them towards them. In an instant, the light of the talismans bursts forth, various elemental powers erupting in the air, showering down like rain and enveloping Ling Zhiyue and Gao Feiyu. Their brows furrowed. They had not anticipated that this chi refinement stage youth possessed such a plethora of talismans. More importantly, the levels of these talismans were quite high, crafted with exceptional skill, likely by a master of runes. However, since these talismans are suitable only for chi refinement stage cultivators, their lethality is limited as long as they proceed with caution. They pose no threat to their lives. Taking advantage of Ling Zhiyue and Gao Feiyu's focus on the talismans, Shun Liangsai retreats to the central position of the 4 rune arrays. Chapter 66. Killing a mid-foundation establishment expert. Die. Ling Zhiyue presses the attack, her jade hand waving, causing countless fiery lotuses to coalesce in the void, cascading down from above Shun Liangsai, intent on reducing him to ashes. Sensing the terrifying power contained within these fiery lotuses, Shun Liangsai's expression becomes exceedingly grave. Compared to the mid-foundation establishment Ling Zhiyue, his cultivation is simply too weak, making it impossible for him to confront her directly. Yet if he doesn't engage in close combat, he cannot draw her into the rune array. In that moment, Shun Liangsai finds himself in a deadlock. Faced with the terrifying fiery lotuses, he can only continue to unleash talismans in defense. The booming sounds of explosions resonate continuously, and with the assistance of the talismans, Shun Liangsai barely manages to withstand the onslaught of the fiery lotuses. Thankfully, he had previously cultivated the 9-tripod rune record and crafted numerous talismans for self-defense. Otherwise, facing the assault of 2 foundation establishment experts, he would have been doomed. "Little brat, let me see how many more talismans you have to counter me." Seeing that Shun Liangsai can only defend with talismans, Ling Zhiyue scoffs. 2 foundation establishment cultivators are unable to subdue a chi refinement stage boy and must resort to such despicable means. It is truly laughable. If you have the ability, come and fight me hand to hand. Otherwise, kindly shut your mouth. Shun Liangsai retorts while releasing talismans. Ling Zhiyue's brow furrows as she says, "A chi refinement stage junior truly believes I cannot kill you, since you wish to die quickly. I shall grant you that wish." With that, Ling Zhiyue attempts to directly suppress Shun Liangsai to death, but Gao Feiyu hesitantly interjects, "Sister, do not act rashly." Ling Zhiyue narrows her gaze. "I fear this person may be deceitful. It is better to be cautious," Gao Feiyu warns. Ling Zhiyue sneers, "A chi refinement stage junior. Even if he tries to play tricks, what can he do? If I want to kill him, it is as easy as pie." Seeing Ling Zhiyue so confident, Gao Feiyu dismisses the lingering doubts in his heart. "Then I shall join you, sister." With that, the 2 of them soar towards Shun Liangsai's position. "Junior, prepare to meet your end." Ling Zhiyue's voice is cold as she unleashes a devastating palm imprint towards Shun Liangsai. This palm is filled with an overwhelming killing intent. shaking the very fabric of space as it passes, producing a series of terrifying explosive sounds. Witnessing this scene, a resolute glint flashes in Shun Liancai's eyes. Rather than evade, he swiftly channels his yin-yang harmony technique to its utmost, gathering all his strength to unleash an attack and counter. Seeking death. Seeing Shin Liancai daring to meet her attack with his physical body, Ling Zhue's lips curl into a mocking smile. The instant their attacks collide, Shin Liancai feels his body enveloped by an indescribable force of destruction. His form shakes violently, his meridians and bones feeling as though they might be utterly shattered. As he stumbles backward, he spits out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Ling Zhue and Gao Feiyu arrive at the core area of the four rune arrays. Shun Liancai dares not delay for a moment. With a flick of his right hand, the light of the runes bursts forth, and he snaps his fingers in a flash. The four rune arrays are fully illuminated. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, countless ancient patterns appear on the ground, converging into four independent rune totems. Each rune totem possesses its own unique power, with water, fire, earth, and wind attributes intertwining like ferocious beasts, enveloping the heavens above. Containing the power to annihilate all, Ling Zhue and Gao Feiyu find themselves surrounded by an overwhelming aura of destruction. Their expressions turn to one of horror as they are stunned by the scene before them. Not good. It's a rune array. We've walked into a trap. Sister, retreat. Gao Feiyu shouts. However, before his words can even settle, the four rune arrays unleash a wave of destructive attacks towards them. In an instant, the area of the rune arrays is engulfed by the four elemental powers, the terrifying might of destruction descending like divine retribution, akin to a hell on earth. Ling Zhue's body is the first to be enveloped by the elemental forces, desperately releasing her spiritual energy to counter. The sounds of explosions erupt continuously, but under the suppression of the water, fire, earth, and wind powers, her attacks are as fragile as paper, quickly suppressed and annihilated. Her expression turns to one of panic as she desperately tries to break free with Gao Feiyu. Yet it is utterly futile. Even with her mid-foundation establishment cultivation, she finds herself powerless against the combined assault of the four rune arrays. Junior brother, save me. Ling Zhue cries out for help, her body completely submerged in the torrent of destruction. Upon witnessing Ling Zhue being engulfed, Gao Feiyu's expression grows even more horrified. With no time to concern himself with her, he frantically flees toward the perimeter of the rune array. Ling Zhue emits piercing screams as she struggles within the rune array. But as the torrent of destruction intensifies, her voice fades into silence, her voluptuous figure swallowed whole, never to be seen again. Gao Feiyu, too, is not faring well, under the onslaught of the four destructive torrents. His clothes are tattered, his body riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth in a miserable state. Yet perhaps due to Ling Zhue absorbing most of the destructive force of the rune array, Gao Feiyu miraculously breaks free from the siege. Though he has lost half his life, he dares not linger, desperately fleeing towards a safer area. At this moment, his mind is solely focused on survival. Nothing else matters. The image of Ling Zhue's recent demise haunts him, and he casts a glance at Shun Liancai within the rune array, his expression filled with deep resentment, tinged with a hint of fear. Gao Feiyu could never have imagined that a mere chi refinement stage youth could set up such a terrifying rune array. Such scenes are exceedingly rare, even within the realm of cultivation. Yet, Shun Liancai is merely a cultivator who has emerged independently from the mortal world. Individuals of this kind are referred to as loose cultivators within the cultivation community. Typically occupying the lowest echelons, Gao Feiyu finds it difficult to fathom how Shun Liancai has accomplished this. Observing Gao Feiyu's hasty retreat, Shun Liancai refrains from pursuing him, although the opponent is gravely injured. As a foundational realm powerhouse, his combat prowess remains formidable. More importantly, Shun Liancai himself bears severe wounds, and without the support of the rune formations, it would be arduous to eliminate Gao Feiyu. Nevertheless, Shun Liancai believes that at this moment, Gao Feiyu is akin to a startled bird. Having fled, he is unlikely to return for a considerable time. Just as Shun Liancai surmised, Gao Feiyu appears to be utterly terrified, even after escaping a great distance from this area. He continues to flee, glancing back frequently, as if fearful that Shun Liancai might pursue him. With my injuries, it would be arduous to withstand crossing the spatial barrier to return to the realm of cultivation. It seems I must seek out Qinshengzhou again, to assist in procuring a few mortal women as nourishment. I should be able to recover swiftly. Gao Feiyu muses silently. Chapter 67. Countless beauties to indulge in after Gao Feiyu's departure. Shen Liangkai cannot help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The previous battle has left him severely wounded, and having just activated for rune formation simultaneously has drained an immense amount of energy, leaving him utterly exhausted. This compels Shen Liangkai to drag his weary body in search of a secluded place to tend to his injuries. Fortunately, he possesses the supreme Qinkuan furnace and has previously concocted numerous healing elixirs. Otherwise, such injuries would be exceedingly challenging to recover from. Shen Liangkai silently acknowledges this as the Yin-Yang Six Harmonies technique begins to circulate within him, the forces of Yin and Yang flowing around his body. He then consumes several healing elixirs, combining them with the Yin-Yang energy to continuously mend his internal wounds. Once he has completely exited this area, Gao Feiyu retrieves a magical artifact. This artifact takes the form of a disc, resembling a compass, with its reverse side intricately engraved with numerous ancient and exquisite patterns. The front displays the 8 trigrams: Kun, Sun, Duai, Jin, Jin, Li Kan, with the central 9 palace numbers. The compass emanates a profound light. As if capable of communicating with the myriad phenomena of the universe, Gao Feiyu recites an obscure incantation. The various scales on the compass begin to spin wildly. The mysteries of heaven and earth, the 5 elements, and the primordial universe unfold within in just a few breaths. The surface of the compass accurately reveals a location. Gao Feiyu's eyes shine with determination as he produces a leaf from his storage ring. The leaf hovers in midair, and Gao Feiyu steps onto it, finding himself soaring through the skies. Several hours later, Gao Feiyu has ventured beyond the borders of the Great Liang Kingdom, arriving in a mountainous region in the southern part of the Great Wei Kingdom. Piercing through layers of mist, he descends upon a sheer cliff, where a deep cavern lies hidden. Within the cave, 2 figures can be discerned, an elder clad in a black robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, and a graceful woman with an exquisite visage. The elder sits cross-legged on a green stone, his eyes shut, surrounded by swirling dark energy, while the woman stands nearby, resembling a guardian. This moment, Gao Feiyu steps inside. Seeing the elder seated upon the stone, he stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor instantly becoming haughty. Qinshengzhou, why have you left the Great Liang Kingdom? You have made it exceedingly difficult for me to find you. Hurry, assist me in capturing some mortal women. I require sustenance to restore my strength. Gao Feiyu's tone carries an air of command. Many years ago, when he and his master, the revered Ling Guang, descended to the mortal realm, it was Qinshengzhou who welcomed them. That time, Qinshengzhou collected beauties from all corners of the world to please his master. Now, Gao Feiyu yearns to indulge in the pleasures his master once enjoyed, envisioning the ecstasy of countless beauties at his disposal, a thought that makes it hard to resist. This renders Gao Feiyu momentarily oblivious to his recent brush with death, his heart brimming with anticipation. However, as soon as Gao Feiyu's words fall, Qinshengzhou, seated in meditation, slowly opens his eyes, a fleeting crimson glow flashing within his pupils. Are you commanding me? Gao Feiyu's gaze sharpens. What else would you have me do? Yet, Qinshengzhou does not cast another glance at him, instead addressing the woman beside him. Seize him. Upon the utterance of these words, the woman moves with uncanny swiftness, her steps appearing casual, yet leaving behind countless afterimages. In an instant, she stands before Gao Feiyu. Before he can react, her right hand clasps around his throat. Gao Feiyu's brows furrow as he attempts to retaliate, yet under the woman's grip, he finds himself utterly immobilized. How do you possess late-stage foundational realm cultivation? Realizing the aura radiating from her, Gao Feiyu's eyes widen in disbelief. Before he can speak further, the woman strikes his dantian, a resounding thud echoing as a terrifying force penetrates within. Gao Feiyu's body trembles violently. This strike shatters his dantian, rendering him utterly incapacitated. The woman maintains her grip on Gao Feiyu's neck, treating him as one would a lifeless creature, before tossing him at Qinshengzhou's feet. Throughout the entire ordeal, she utters not a single word, her beautiful visage devoid of any emotion, resembling a mere automaton. As Gao Feiyu struggles to rise, he suddenly feels a dreadful force of devouring energy enveloping him. At this moment, Chun Xingzhou gazes at him with a demonic intensity, his crimson eyes radiating a malevolent light, that as he opens his mouth, the terrifying force of absorption intensifies, the dark energy completely binding Gao Feiyu. Gao Feiyu feels the energies within him surge forth uncontrollably, streaming into the gaping maw of Chun Xingzhou. The latter's expression grows exceedingly ferocious, his red eyes gleaming with insatiable fervor as he devours Gao Feiyu's essence. In utter despair, Gao Feiyu never imagined he would meet such a fate, nor could he have foreseen that Chun Xingzhou, once a mere mortal warrior, would metamorphose into this abomination after several years. Under the influence of the terrifying devouring force, Gao Feiyu's eyes gradually lose their luster, his skin and flesh withering at a visible rate. Within less than half a stick of incense, he is completely consumed. Reduced to a lifeless husk. Content. Chun Xingzhou licks his lips and commands the woman, "The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. I must return to the Great Liang Kingdom to go and seek out more nourishment for me. I intend to re-enter the path of cultivation before the teleportation array closes." The woman remains silent, lifting her feet and striding towards the cave's exit. Unbeknownst to all this, Xin Liangkai is still in the process of healing. After consuming several healing elixirs, his meridians are filled with potent medicinal energy. Yet even so, by the time Xin Liangkai fully recovers from his injuries, it is already the third morning to at this moment. He places his hands upon his dantian and exhales a breath of turbid air. Following his healing, Xin Liangkai's cultivation has advanced to the 9th level of qi refinement, which takes him by surprise that he did not expect that surviving such a dire predicament would unexpectedly grant him a fortuitous elevation in his realm. However, upon rereading certain passages of the Yin-Yang 6 Harmonies technique, he becomes enlightened that it is clearly recorded that in dire circumstances, individuals can tap into potential beyond their usual capabilities, unleashing their utmost potential. It is through this slight awakening of potential that Xin Liangkai has achieved his breakthrough. Considering the time, today marks the commencement of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, that I must hasten my return to the capital. Xin Liangkai reflects silently. Having previously pledged to Prince Kong to represent the Great Liang Kingdom at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he would never go back on his word that as the Grand Martial Arts Tournament draws near. Powerful figures from all corners of the Qingyun realm have begun to arrive in the capital of the Great Liang Kingdom. Chapter 68. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This has caused the capital of the Great Liang Kingdom to experience unprecedented prosperity. With inns, tea houses, and taverns overflowing, and the streets bustling with activity, a veritable procession of carriages and pedestrians hosts this Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The royal family of the Great Liang Kingdom has placed great importance on the event, mobilizing vast resources, manpower, and wealth, with Prince Kong Liang Wenjing personally overseeing the arrangements that the governing prince, the third Prince Liang Juntian, is also involved in the preparations. The supreme peak looms to the north of the capital. Sprawling over 1,000 miles, its height reaching several thousand zhang. The mountain stands steep and majestic, soaring into the clouds, a true pinnacle where one can survey the surrounding peaks. According to legend, it was the allure of the royal peak that drew the founding emperor of the Great Liang dynasty to establish his capital here. Even to this day, many inhabitants of Great Liang regard the royal peak as a sacred dragon vein. At the foot of the royal peak, dozens of colossal battle platforms have been erected, each towering 2 zhang, measuring 10 meters on each side, exuding a palpable aura of combat, serving as arenas for contestants to showcase their prowess. Surrounding these platforms are circular spectator stands, densely packed, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of onlookers simultaneously. The decision to construct the arena for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament upon the nation's dragon vein underscores Great Liang's profound respect for this grand event. This iteration of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is the largest in history. With all metrics surpassing previous records, the 6 nations of the Qingyun realm, including the host nation of Great Liang, have dispatched their most illustrious delegations. The Great Wei, Great Qin, Great Yin, Great Zhao, and Great Qi are all represented by their respective princes. The foremost martial sects from each nation, such as the Red Cloud sect of Great Wei and the True Origin sect of Great Qin, have also sent their most formidable figures to Great Liang. Given the unprecedented overall strength of the competitors, the level of competition for this tournament has reached an unparalleled height. The top 10 positions not only promise substantial rewards, but also grant entry into the mystical realm of the Meteor Sea. A place steeped in mystery, rumored to be filled with extraordinary opportunities that ignite endless yearning among the populace. With the allure of the Meteor Sea, the stakes of this martial arts tournament have ascended to new heights. Among the elite figures from the 6 nations of the Qingyun realm vying for the top 10 positions are the Great Wei's Crown Prince Yongwen, the Great Qin's Chao Hongyi, the Great Yan's Ke Yuan, the Great Qi's Ling Gaofei, the Great Zhao's Feng Qingwen, and the Great Liang's Jiang Qichuan, all of whom are formidable contenders. Among these, Crown Prince Yongwen is widely acknowledged as the strongest, a veritable paragon of the Qingyun realm, anticipated by many to claim the top position in this tournament. That in the days leading up to the tournament, news of the 6 individuals breaking through to the Master Realm has emerged, intensifying the competition and promising spectacular battles. During this time, while inns, tea houses, and taverns buzz with activity, the most trafficked places are undoubtedly the gambling houses. Most patrons are placing bets on the outcomes of the tournament's battles, eager to capitalize on the opportunity for profit. The frontrunner for the top position, Crown Prince Yongwen naturally attracts a considerable number of bettors, with many willing to wager extravagant sums on his success. Some even going so far as to sell their possessions to place their bets. This is seen as a surefire investment. The more one bets, the greater the potential returns, with Crown Prince Yongwen's acknowledged strength. He is regarded as the most formidable contender for the top spot, and few can rival him. Thus, even with the significant wager involving the 36 cities of the northern frontier between Great Liang and Great Wei, many citizens of Great Liang opt to place their bets on Crown Prince Yongwen. When I wager 500,000 taels of gold on Great Liang, proclaimed a young man in a lavish outfit, exuding an air of nobility as he placed a silver note on the counter. His handsome visage, however, bore a hint of a roguish smile. The moment these words were uttered, a hush fell over the crowd in the gambling house. Though the tournament had yet to commence, the outcome seemed almost predetermined. That in recent days, no one had chosen to bet on Great Liang. And here was this youth, not only betting on Great Liang, but wagering an astonishing 500,000 taels of gold, an act deemed utterly reckless. Consequently, the onlooker sought confirmation from the young man, who nodded resolutely before departing. Who is this spendthrift, wagering such a sum on Great Liang? Surely, it's money down the drain. Indeed, with Crown Prince Yongwen in the fray, Great Liang stands no chance. Even the renowned General Jiang Qichuan cannot compete with him. I can't shake the feeling that this young man looks familiar. I've remembered. This youth must be Li Hongyun, the son of the esteemed General Li Xiota, and no wonder he is so audacious. It seems General Li will be footing the bill for his son once again. 500,000 taels of gold is no trivial amount. And indeed, Li Hongyun is a true spendthrift. After Li Hongyun left, the patrons of the gambling house buzzed with chatter, all convinced that he was merely donating money to the house. However, Li Hongyun's thoughts were entirely contrary to theirs. Upon learning that Shun Liangkai would be participating in the tournament, he felt confident that Great Liang would seize the top position. That in his eyes, Shun Liangkai was an omnipotent being, and even with a top-tier figure like Crown Prince Yongwen in the competition, he believed Shun Liangkai would still prevail. Li Hongyun could not explain why he felt such unwavering faith in Shun Liangkai, yet his heart was filled with an inexplicable trust, fueled by this conviction. He implored his father to stake all their family assets on Great Liang at this moment. As the hour passed, the area beneath the royal peak was teeming with spectators, with the stands already filled with attendees from various nations. In the upcoming moments, they would witness the grandest martial arts event in the entire Qingyun realm. On the main platform sat the dignitaries from each nation, as hosts. Prince Kong and the high-ranking officials exchanged pleasantries. Among them were the third prince, Liang Jun Tian, the Pingyang princess, and the esteemed General Li Xiota. Li Hongyun stood beside his father, his gaze sweeping through the crowd below, seemingly waiting for a particular individual to appear. Li Hongyun would also participate in the tournament, but given his limited personal talent, General Li did not set high expectations for his son. Even a top 100 finish would be a cause for gratitude. The crown prince Liang Junhong had also arrived, and although still young, he emanated an aura befitting a sovereign, commanding the respect of those around him. Accompanying him were 2 figures, an elderly man clad in black robes with snow-white hair, and a graceful young woman of striking beauty. This young woman was none other than the current Grand Tutor, Qin Xingzhou, alongside the lady who had previously appeared beside him in the Great Wei's caves of the Wild Mountains. Chapter 69. Timeless charm. The woman possessed late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Yet she stood beside Qin Xingzhou, her identity as a cultivator unnoticed by outsiders, who paid her little mind to the Grand Tutor. Qin Xingzhou held immense power and was highly esteemed in Great Liang. However, due to differing political stances, he often found himself at odds with Prince Kong Liang Wenjing, as Qin Xingzhou was aligned with the Crown Prince faction, while Liang Wenjing supported the third prince, Liang Juntian. Upon Crown Prince Liang Junhong's arrival, he immediately became the center of attention. Many approached to pay their respects and express their admiration. Additionally, numerous high-ranking members of the Red Cloud sect were present on the main platform, led by the inner elder Dai Nianjin, garbed in a gray Taoist robe with her hair elegantly styled, though over 40, retained an extraordinary allure, exuding an air of the extraordinary. She was also the mentor of Crown Prince Xiangwen, the first prodigy of the Qinyan realm. Dai Nianjin, possessing Grand Master level cultivation, had already achieved remarkable renown, and having instructed Crown Prince Xiang when only elevated her status further. Fifth Ran was also part of the Red Cloud sect delegation, and as the most exceptional rune talent in the Qinyan realm, her presence sparked considerable excitement. Perhaps accustomed to excessive adulation, Fifth Ran appeared indifferent to the reactions of the crowd, her gaze frequently drifting towards the Great Liang camp, seemingly searching for a particular figure. Having long heard of the remarkable talents and auspicious land of Great Liang, she was not disappointed upon witnessing it firsthand from the direction of the Great Wei camp. The leading prince surveyed the outstanding talents of Great Liang and offered a compliment. Before Prince Kong Liang Wenjing could respond, the Great Wei prince continued, "Today, both of your esteemed nation's princes are present. I hope Prince Kong will not forget the wager we settled with your envoy." Upon hearing this, the eyes of those on the main platform sharpened. They were well aware of the events that transpired at Prince Kang's residence, particularly the significant wager that had drawn much attention. According to the terms of the wager, should the people of Great Liang fail to defeat those of Great Wei in the tournament, they would have to cede the 36 cities of the northern frontier that, if realized, such a fate would spell catastrophic consequences for Great Liang. Thus, this wager has become a focal point of the current martial arts tournament. Beyond the two primary nations, the other 4 countries were also keenly interested. Given the overwhelming strength of the Great Wei delegation, combined with the presence of Crown Prince Yangwen, the outcome of this wager seemed almost predetermined. Hearing these words, Prince Kang's expression darkened slightly as he replied, "I certainly remember." Initially, he had held some confidence regarding this wager when Shun Liangkai agreed to compete. However, the absence of Shun Liangkai now weighed heavily on his heart. "Since you remember, I hope your nation will honor the wager when the time comes." The Prince of Dawei, with an air of self-satisfaction, remarked, "That is only natural." Liang Wenjing nodded, taking a deep breath as he stated, "In the vast realm of Liang, the pride of our nation rests upon the hope that the Prince of Dawei will honor his pledge." The wager made at that time included another clause. Should the kingdom of Liang emerge victorious, Dawei would return all territories it had once occupied. However, due to the stark disparity in strength between the two sides, this latter condition was all but disregarded. Thus, as soon as the words were spoken, a wave of laughter erupted from various corners of the main viewing platform, filled with overt mockery, and no one believed Liang could win. They were merely waiting to witness the host's humiliation. Observing this, Li Hongyun, standing beside his father, wore a face of indignation, ready to confront the mockers, but was restrained by Li Xiuda, who feared this unruly youth might incite further trouble. Subsequently, the representatives from the 5 nations took their seats. Anticipating the commencement of the martial arts conference that in the Liang camp, the Crown Prince, Liang Junhong, turned his gaze toward Prince Kong, sneering as he said, "Knowing fully well our disadvantage, Uncle has wagered the fortunes of Liang. Should we fail, the millennia of our foundation may be obliterated. Can you bear such a responsibility?" Liang Junhong presented himself as if he were on a righteous crusade, primarily aiming to undermine Prince Kong. It was a matter of necessity that compelled the emperor to agree to the wager. Did the crown prince wish to see Liang bow before the other nations? The third prince, Liang Juntian, With piercing eyes, continued, should the wager fail, I am willing to share the burden of responsibility with you, uncle. At these words, Crown Prince Liang Junhong could not help but applaud, exclaiming, good, splendid, truly remarkable, although Chun Xingzhou remained silent. A barely perceptible smirk graced his lips upon hearing the exchanges that, at a certain moment, Liang Junhong's gaze fell upon the empty space between Prince Kong and the third prince, his brow arching slightly as he inquired. May I ask, uncle, for whom is this position reserved, and why has that person not yet arrived? It was evident that this spot was elevated above both Prince Kong and the third prince, and was not inferior even to that of Crown Prince Liang Junhong himself, who indeed possessed the qualifications to occupy such a place. This inquiry piqued Liang Junhong's curiosity. Upon hearing this, many others too grew curious. It was well known that in the kingdom of Liang, apart from the emperor, few could stand on equal footing with Crown Prince Liang Junhong. They were equally eager to discover who the reserved position was intended for. It is for Master Shen. He must have been delayed by some matters and will arrive shortly, replied Prince Kong. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of surprise, as the name Shen seemed vaguely familiar. Yet most could not place it. Previously, Shen Liangsai's healing of Prince Kong had indeed caused quite a stir in the capital, but due to the lack of follow-up and the rarity of anyone having seen Shen's true visage, the excitement quickly waned. Many had even forgotten the existence of such a figure, with some speculating that Prince Kang's recovery had other explanations. That as time passed, the commotion surrounding Shen Liangkai was nearly forgotten, and thus hearing the name again from Prince Kong felt somewhat alien. Even more astonishing was that this individual was bestowed such an esteemed position, on par with the Crown Prince. This was indeed remarkable. Crown Prince Liang Junhong's eyes flickered briefly, recalling, he is merely a wandering sorcerer, yet my uncle treats him with such deference. How can this not provoke laughter from the foreign nations? Prince Kong asserted. Master Shen is a remarkable person of our time. To sit here is already a slight against his honor. Even if he were to take the seat of highest respect among us, I would see nothing amiss. When Master Shen arrives, Crown Prince, please do not provoke him intentionally. At these words, Crown Prince Liang Junhong's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak, a young man in white robes strolled through the entrance of the venue. Witnessing this, Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingyang, Li Xiuda, and others rose in unison to greet him. Chapter 70. I must make you remember. The master has finally arrived. As Shen Liangkai made his appearance, a long-lost smile surfaced on Liang Wenjing's face. I have promised the prince, and I shall not go back on my word, Shen Liangkai declared with a smile, his white robe fluttering in the breeze, exuding a calm demeanor. After 3 days of recuperation, his injuries had mostly healed, and with the consumption of potent medicinal pills, his cultivation had advanced to the 9th level of Qi training. Compared to his previous 8th level, his strength had surged dramatically, resulting in a complete transformation, though he still had a way to go before reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. If Shen Liangkai were to encounter Ling Zhiyue and Gao Feiyu now, he would not find himself in such a dire situation as before. Master, please do take your place. Prince Kong gestured eagerly for Shen Liangkai to proceed. Shen Liangkai stepped forward, nodding at the third prince, Princess Pingyang, and Li Xiuda, before ascending to the main viewing platform. All eyes were riveted on him. None had anticipated that Prince Kong Liang Wenjing would show such deference to this young man, to the point where it could be described as reverent. The princes leading the 5 nations bore expressions of scorn, puzzled as to why such a young lad would merit Liang Wenjing's subservience. Crown Prince Liang Junhong focused on Shen Liangkai, noting his mere blood, exchange realm cultivation, and a flicker of derision crossed his eyes. However, Shen Liangkai paid him no mind, directing his attention instead to Qin Xingzhou and the woman beside him. Instantly, he sensed something amiss with Qin Xingzhou. Although merely an ordinary martial artist, he was surrounded by a faint, sinister aura that hinted at a bloodthirsty essence, entirely irregular. More alarmingly, a late-stage Foundation Establishment expert accompanied him. This realization struck Shen Liangkai as troubling. With his current strength, he would not stand a chance against them unless he resorted to some unorthodox tactics. Thus, he decided against making a rash move, opting to wait until the conclusion of the first martial arts conference to seek an opportunity for reckoning. Meanwhile, Qin Xingzhou and the woman seemed to have also taken note of Shen Liangsai's uniqueness, their spiritual senses sweeping over him. Yet Shen Liangkai deliberately concealed his aura, preventing them from gleaning any insight. Simultaneously, in another corner of the Dawei camp, the fifth Ran had also noticed Shin Liangkai, recalling the scene where she had been subdued by him. A wave of humiliation surged through her. She was eager to see what this man had come to do at the first martial arts conference that in her view, while Shin Liangkai's mastery of runes was extraordinary, it did not imply that his martial prowess was equally formidable. Should he foolishly take to the stage, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, as she envisioned Shin Liangkai's pitiful state upon stepping onto the platform. A sense of satisfaction coursed through her. "Junior brother, where have you been these past few days? We were so worried." A melodious voice chimed in. Shin Liangkai turned to see Yu Anan and Wu Huiwei approaching swiftly, their faces alight with excitement. Before he departed, Shin Liangkai had entrusted Prince Kong with the task of bringing the two women back to the prince's residence. Seeing them safe and sound filled him with relief. And he replied with a smile, "What is there to worry about? Am I not here and well?" Before he could finish his sentence, both women launched themselves into his embrace. Both were stunning beauties, and their affectionate gesture toward Shin Liangkai ignited envy among many present. After taking their seats, Shin Liangkai spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, Tang Min from the Honyun Trading Company, seated among its representatives. Upon noticing his gaze, Tang Min smiled and nodded in greeting. After several days apart, it was apparent that her aura had undergone significant change. Not only had her martial prowess improved, but her presence also bore hints of a nascent spiritual energy, indicating further advancement in her cultivation of the breathing technique. This suggested that even without spiritual roots, practicing the breathing technique yielded remarkable results. Before long, after the officiating minister announced the rules, the first martial arts conference officially commenced. With the first batch of prodigies taking to the stage for competition, the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. Following several rounds of combat, champions and losers emerged from the five nations. Yet on the side of Liang, apart from General Qi Yin, Jiang Qichuan, who surged ahead with resounding victories, the others struggled to secure wins. Particularly against the warriors of Dawei, they suffered near total defeat. This prompted some members of the Dawei contingent to involuntarily smirk. As their earlier predictions were confirmed, Liang had only Jiang Qichuan capable of standing a chance. And although Jiang Qichuan was indeed a prodigy, facing off against the Eastern Palace's Xiang Wen, he would still have little opportunity for success that in a grand nation. Lacking even a single contender worthy of battle was indeed a source of lamentation. The Dawei prince scoffed, his words dripping with arrogance. Many followed suit, wearing expressions of derision. After numerous bouts, Liang's victories amounted to less than a mere 2/10 of those of any of the other five nations, a truly humiliating spectacle. The expressions of Prince Kong and the others were grim. Yet they heard the Great Wei Prince continue. "In my view, there is no need to proceed with the wager. The great Liang might as well cede the 36 cities north of the pass and withdraw from the martial arts conference to avoid further embarrassment." This statement was laden with profound disdain and contempt, inciting deep resentment among the representatives of great Liang present. Unable to contain himself, Li Hongyun stepped forth from behind his father, Li Xiuda, and angrily addressed the Great Wei Prince. "The battle is not yet over, and you demand that great Liang relinquish its cities? Truly shameless. Allow me, Li Hongyun, to experience the prowess of the Great Wei's prodigies." No sooner had he spoken than he leapt onto a nearby combat stage. Observing this, the Great Wei Prince let out a cold laugh and issued a command to a young man beside him, who immediately complied and confronted Li Hongyun on the stage. This young man possessed a cultivation level comparable to Li Hongyun's, yet exuded a chilling aura that unmistakably marked him as a seasoned warrior. Such individuals were typically survivors forged through countless battles, their combat techniques, experience, and fighting spirit far surpassing that of a pampered youth like Li Hongyun. As the battle commenced, Li Hongyun found himself thoroughly overpowered, forced to retreat under the relentless tide of the Great Wei youth's assaults. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his expression grim, even as he summoned a fierce courage that defied death and momentarily regained the upper hand. He could not withstand the Great Wei youth's ferocious offensive tactics. With a resounding thud, Li Hongyun was sent flying by a powerful punch, nearly tumbling off the stage, just as he attempted to rise. The Great Wei youth descended upon him, pressing his foot down with unyielding force, pinning Li Hongyun firmly to the platform. "Such a waste dares to disrespect a prince. I must teach you a lesson." The Great Wei youth intensified the pressure, causing Li Hongyun to spit out another mouthful of blood. "Do see? Before me, you are nothing more than an insect. I in the future, it would be wise not to boast in front of those of Great Wei." "Begone!" The Great Wei youth, with a sneer of derision in his eyes, kicked Li Hongyun off the stage, leaving him in a pitiful state. Witnessing this, Li Shioda on the main platform was beside himself with rage. And the other representatives of Great Liang seethed with indignation. The audacity of the Great Wei youth was appalling, as he clearly held them in contempt. Struggling to rise from the ground, Li Hongyun cast a defiant glance at the Great Wei youth on the stage. His eyes shimmering with unyielding resolve, he remained silent. The words of a defeated foe are but hollow echoes, and only by vanquishing his opponent could he deliver a true retort. "Master Shin, I have disappointed you." Upon returning to the main platform, Li Hongyun approached Shin Liangkai first, his handsome features tinged with a hint of shame. "Do you now understand the importance of your own strength?" Shin Liangkai inquired. Leisurely sipping his tea, "I understand." Li Hongyun nodded emphatically. Earlier, at the Grand Master's residence, he had relied on Shin Liangkai's talisman to swiftly defeat a silver-haired youth from Great Wei, which had inflated his ego slightly. In hindsight, it had all been an illusion. Only by becoming truly powerful could one stand unassailable. Failure is the mother of success. Your innate talent surpasses that of all present. Do not be disheartened. Shun Liangkai patted Li Hongyun on the shoulder. His words were not mere consolation. He had discerned that this youth possessed exceptional spiritual roots, such talent, not only in the mortal realm, but even in the cultivation world. Marked him as a top-tier prodigy. It was simply unrecognized in the mundane world. "Thank you, Master Shin, for your guidance. After the martial arts conference, I shall personally ensure my son's training." Li Shioda stepped forward, bowing to Shun Liangkai. "Humph, just him, an utterly ineffectual waste, and yet he dares to speak of talent. Truly absurd." At that moment, a mocking voice emerged from the Great Wei camp. Many nodded in agreement, amusement dancing in their expressions. A Great Wei expert fixed his gaze on Shun Liangkai, sneering. "What credence can we give to the words of a mere blood exchange realm practitioner? Such cultivation level, and yet he is revered by Great Liang? I wonder how much ability he truly possesses. With a blood exchange realm cultivation, what real capability can he have? At best, he is a charlatan." Numerous individuals from Great Wei turned their eyes toward Shin Liangkai, their words dripping with scorn. However, Shin Liangkai chose not to engage with such trivialities, continuing to savor his tea while keeping an eye on the ongoing battles. "Your Highness, what should we do next?" A young man from Great Wei leaned in to consult the Great Wei prince. The prince's eyes gleamed with determination as he declared, on the combat stage, "Should we encounter anyone from Great Liang, we shall incapacitate them if possible, and slay them if necessary." Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes sparkled with fervor as he accepted the command that I end the ensuing battles. Every Great Wei prodigy displayed extreme ruthlessness whenever they faced a member of Great Liang. After dozens of contests, at least a dozen prodigies from Great Liang perished on the stage, while the others who managed to survive suffered grievous injuries, some losing limbs and others rendered incapable of further cultivation. Many gasped in shock at the brutality displayed by the Great Wei prodigies, showing no mercy to their adversaries from Great Liang. The faces of Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingyang, Li Shioda, and Li Hongyun turned ashen. Yet they were powerless to intervene. The age-old rule of the martial arts conference dictated that life and death were inconsequential in these contests. Before the Great Wei prodigies, all representatives of Great Liang appeared utterly feeble, save for General Qi Yan, Jiang Qichuan, who maintained an unbeaten record, previously suppressed by the East Palace's Xiang when at Prince Kong's residence. Jiang Qichuan's fighting spirit had been ignited, propelling him to strive for excellence. In just half a month, he broke through to the Master Realm and comprehended 2 martial arts principles, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. In the subsequent battles, Jiang Qichuan consistently defeated top-tier prodigies like Qiao Hongyi, Ke Yuan, Ling Gaofei, and Feng Qingwen, astonishing all spectators. He ascended to the forefront as the leading contender against Xiang Wen of the East Palace. This revelation invigorated the people of Great Liang, as hope began to glimmer anew. Should Jiang Qichuan triumph over Xiang Wen, not only would he usurp the latter's position as the foremost prodigy of the Qingyan realm, But Great Liang would also emerge as the ultimate victor of this martial arts conference. With a resounding crash, Jiang Qichuan vanquished his final opponent, standing atop the stage, his robes billowing as he gazed at the distant Xiangwen, proclaiming, "It is now just the two of us. Whoever wins shall claim the top position in this martial arts conference. Come, let us engage in battle." With these words, the crowd trembled with anticipation, their eyes glimmering with fervent expectation as the battle for the top position was about to commence. A pinnacle confrontation that would determine the rightful heir to the title of the greatest prodigy of the Qingyun realm. However, many were taken aback by Jiang Qichuan's ascent to this stage, including his mentor, Prince Kong Liang Wenzheng, who wore a satisfied expression. Yet, despite Jiang Qichuan's miraculous achievements and his presence on this pinnacle battleground, no one believed he possessed the qualifications to contend against Xiangwen of the East Palace, as the foremost prodigy of the Qingyun realm. Xiangwen consistently maintained a commanding lead over the other exceptional figures, a disparity that Jiang Qichuan's recent insights could not hope to bridge. Thus, even as Jiang Qichuan triumphed over all his opponents, the Great Wei contingent remained unfazed. Like Jiang Qichuan, Xiangwen had also maintained a flawless record. However, his victories differed, for since the inception of the martial arts conference, he had yet to engage in battle. All who encountered him recognized their inferiority and voluntarily forfeited, including renowned figures like Chao Hongyi, Ke Yuan, Ling Gaofei, and Feng Chengwen, all of whom surrendered without contest. At that moment, Xiangwen sat cross-legged on another combat stage, surrounded by an aura of profound mystery. Upon hearing Jiang Qichuan's challenge, he slowly opened his eyes. "Brother Jiang, considering our past camaraderie, I advise you to concede voluntarily that I do not wish to embarrass you. Please recognize the futility of your efforts and avoid unnecessary sacrifice." His voice was soft yet clear, resonating with an unmistakable confidence. Even in the face of Jiang Qichuan's formidable strength, Xiangwen remained unfazed, as if the first position had been tailored for him alone. With no one capable of rivaling him, Jiang Qichuan's brow furrowed deeply. Feeling as though his dignity had been trampled upon, he roared, "Xiangwen, how can you be so arrogant? I concede that your strength is indeed formidable. But I, Jiang Qichuan, shall ascend to the first position by stepping upon your head. Prepare yourself." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Qichuan took a bold step forward, leaping into the air, unleashing a handprint imbued with devastating force that hurtled towards Xiangwen. Chapter 72. I shall be the first to object. The handprint surged with overwhelming might, manifesting in the void as an incomprehensibly terrifying hand that seemed to overshadow the entire combat stage, stirring fierce winds in its wake. Feeling the might of Jiang Qichuan's palm print, many were gripped by trepidation. The power of this strike was evidently far superior to any attack he had previously unleashed in battle. Yet, Donggong Xiangwen remained seated cross-legged upon the arena, his expression remarkably calm and unperturbed as Jiang Qichuan's palm print descended. A soft radiance enveloped Donggong Xiangwen's body, seemingly ordinary, yet as if it could commune with the very forces of nature itself. The power of heaven and earth became his to command, transcending the realm of martial artists. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying sound of reverberation, Jiang Qichuan's palm print came crashing down, only to be thwarted by that layer of luminescence surrounding Donggong Xiangwen's form. Unmoved, Donggong Xiangwen remained steadfast while Jiang Qichuan staggered backward, his complexion pale and his breath unstable, sustaining even a slight injury. The crowd trembled in disbelief. Such a formidable palm print from Jiang Qichuan had failed to breach Donggong Xiangwen's defenses. It was simply astonishing. They could scarcely fathom the extent of Donggong Xiangwen's current prowess. "Brother Jiang, I have no desire to harm you. It is not too late to reconsider. Concede now." Donggong Xiangwen slowly rose, his chiseled features devoid of emotion, his black robe billowing gracefully in the wind. Although his words were intended as counsel to someone like Jiang Qichuan, who held personal honor in such high regard, it was nothing short of an affront. "If you wish for me to concede, then defeat me on the arena." With a resounding clang, Jiang Qichuan's body surged forward once more, his footsteps heavy as he charged toward Donggong Xiangwen like a fierce tiger. A terrifying fist radiated forth, entwined with two distinct martial arts principles, one of ice and one of fire. The intertwining of these elements resembled two colossal dragons coiling around Jiang Qichuan's fist. tearing through the void and distorting reality itself. The force unleashed rivaled that of a mid-stage master. Even from a distance, the spectators could feel the dread emanating from Jiang Qichuan's fist. Incredibly, Jiang Qichuan had comprehended 2 martial arts principles in a mere fortnight. This was undeniably impressive. Even members of the Great Wei faction were taken aback by the might of Jiang Qichuan's strike. Yet, Donggong Xiangwen exhibited no intention of evasion. His features remained impassive as Jiang Qichuan's fist approached. In that fleeting moment before impact, Donggong Xiangwen raised his right hand, delicately pointing his index finger forward. In the next instant, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Jiang Qichuan's fist, infused with the principles of ice and fire, came to an abrupt halt. Everything froze, as though time itself had ceased to flow. Jiang Qichuan's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. He was utterly baffled by the technique Donggong Xiangwen had employed to so effortlessly nullify his dual-principled strike. More significantly, he found himself immobilized, unable to move. The onlookers were engulfed in astonishment. An elder from the Great Qi faction, his voice trembling, declared, "It is the force of heaven and earth. Donggong Xiangwen has actually comprehended the force of heaven and earth. This is simply unfathomable." At this remark, the crowd gasped once more. The force of heaven and earth transcended martial arts principles, a mysterious power that throughout history had been grasped by no more than 3 individuals in the Qingyun realm. Each of these figures was a legendary icon of unparalleled prowess. Now, on the stage of the first martial arts tournament, Donggong Xiangwen revealed this power before all, leaving the audience utterly petrified, their eyes brimming with shock and incredulity. If martial arts principles were the distilled essence of elemental power, yielding the mightiest of strikes, then the force of heaven and earth was the ability to harness the grand momentum of nature itself. The two were not even remotely comparable. That it was no exaggeration to say that regardless of how many martial arts principles Jiang Qichuan had comprehended, they were utterly useless in the face of the force of heaven and earth. At this moment, Jiang Qichuan found himself utterly defenseless against the force of heaven and earth unleashed by Donggong Xiangwen. Yet, he seemed unwilling to yield, struggling with all his might. However, no matter how fiercely he fought, it proved utterly futile. Donggong Xiangwen cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Qichuan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Brother Jiang, to comprehend 2 martial arts principles in a fortnight is indeed remarkable. Alas, you have encountered me. One might say you are simply out of time." As his words fell, an invisible force erupted from Donggong Xiangwen's body, crashing into Jiang Qichuan in an instant. Bang! Jiang Qichuan let out a muffled groan, his body akin to a kite with its strings severed, hurtling off the arena as blood gushed from his mouth, his complexion pallid. Witnessing this, the faces of the Great Liang faction darkened. Previously, Jiang Qichuan's meteoric rise had kindled their hopes. They had believed that with his mastery of 2 martial arts principles, he possessed the strength to contend with Donggong Xiangwen. Yet, they had not anticipated the chasm between the two was still so immense. Arguably, they were not even on the same plane. Throughout the entire match, Donggong Xiangwen had effortlessly nullified Jiang Qichuan's most powerful attack with a single move, sending him tumbling from the arena with an invisible force. Such grace was truly deserving of the title of the greatest prodigy of the Qingyun realm. Who among the onlookers could achieve such a feat? The Great Wei faction erupted in cheers. Although they had long expected this outcome, none anticipated that Donggong Xiangwen would triumph so effortlessly. It was akin to a dimensional strike. After vanquishing Jiang Qichuan, Donggong Xiangwen faced no further challengers, ascending to the throne of the first martial arts tournament. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, even as all eyes were upon him, his expression remained placid. Perhaps for him, this was merely the natural order of things, hardly warranting elation. Donggong Xiangwen's gaze fixed upon Prince Kong at the main viewing platform, his voice resonating. "May I inquire, Your Highness, do you still recall the wager made between our 2 nations?" Liang Wenjing's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth in acknowledgement. "Of course I remember." "Then, according to our prior agreement, the 36 cities in the northern region of the Great Liang will henceforth be governed by the Great Wei, and from this day forward, there shall be no further ties with the Great Liang." Donggong Xiangwen continued. Although he did not covet the title of champion in the martial arts tournament, he was nonetheless eager to secure benefits for his nation. The Great Liang is simply outmatched. I hope your highness will not renege. Otherwise, I shall personally lead an army southward to reclaim what is just. The Prince of Great Wei spoke with an air of triumph, laced with veiled threats. Upon hearing this, many began to murmur. They understood the significance of the 36 cities in the northern region to the Great Liang. Should they lose this natural bulwark, the annihilation of the Great Liang would merely be a matter of time. The expressions of the Great Liang representatives turned grim, revealing a mixture of panic and helplessness. Who says the Great Liang is outmatched? I, for one, refuse to accept that. However, just then, a calm voice rang out amidst the crowd. All eyes turned to discover that the speaker was Shun Liangkai. Upon hearing Shun Liangkai, Prince Kong, the third prince, the princess of Pingyang, and Li Hongyan all appeared invigorated, as if hope had rekindled within them. Yet, the Prince of Great Wei merely smiled derisively, his expression one of disdain, refused to accept. Do you intend to challenge Donggong Xiangwen on the arena? As these words fell, the crowd fell silent for a moment before a wave of mocking smiles spread across their faces. Two young men from the Great Wei faction began to laugh heartily. Your Highness, what a jest! This fellow is merely at the blood exchange stage. What could he possibly use to challenge Donggong Xiangwen? Even Zhang Qichuan is no match for him. He wouldn't dare step onto the arena even if you gave him 100 chances. Indeed, a mere blood exchange waste dares to show his face in public. Who does he think he is? He has no right to even approach a figure of Donggong Xiangwen's caliber. However, Shun Liangkai paid no heed to their reactions, his demeanor remaining tranquil and unruffled as he addressed the Prince of Great Wei. Your Highness is indeed astute. I, Shun, harbor such intentions that I tee this. The Prince of Great Wei's gaze sharpened, scarcely able to believe his ears. Before he could fully process this, he witnessed Shun Liangkai lightly tapping his toes against the ground, his body gracefully descending onto the arena to is this fellow mad. As this scene unfolded, many gazes froze, surprise flickering in their eyes. Among the ranks of the Qixia sect on the main platform, Di Wu Ran wore a sly smile. Though she recognized Shun Liangcai's unparalleled prowess in the realm of symbols, she believed that the first martial arts tournament was a contest of martial strength that in her view, Shun Liangkai could not possibly stand against Donggong Xiangwen. With his ascent onto the arena, he was effectively courting death. She almost began to anticipate the scene of Shun Liangkai being subdued by Donggong Xiangwen. Donggong Xiangwen shared a similar sentiment, in terms of sheer martial prowess. He was confident he could subdue Shun Liangkai within a single exchange. Upon witnessing Shun Liangkai willingly court death, Donggong Xiangwen smirked coldly. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Shun Liangkai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Gazing intently at Donggong Xiangwen, you have two choices. Concede or be subdued by me. The choice is yours that I tee these words. Donggong Xiangwen chuckled, a smile filled with mockery. I cannot fathom where your confidence stems from to speak to me in such a manner. Do not assume that merely possessing some mastery in symbols grants you the right to contend with me. Here lies the martial arts tournament, a contest of martial prowess. Even if you possess unparalleled mastery of runes, it will avail you nothing. Prepare to meet your demise. As the words lingered in the air, the crowd beheld Donggong Xiangwen once more raise his hand, his fingers curling in a decisive gesture. An invisible force pierced through all barriers, hurtling towards Shun Liangkai with astonishing speed. What appeared to be a mere commonplace action was, in truth, an exquisite manipulation of the cosmic energies, imbued with a terrifying intent to sever Shun Liangcai's life. The representatives of the five nations stood astounded, their expressions mingling shock with derision. Shun Liangkai, in his ignorance of the heaven's vastness, had provoked their curiosity to witness his demise. A flicker of scorn danced in Fifth Rant's beautiful eyes as she sensed the magnitude of Donggong Xiangwen's strike. Despite being merely at the master level, his inherent ability to transcend his own rank, augmented by the forces of heaven and earth, rendered this blow capable of endangering even a late-stage master. Even if Shun Liangkai harbored concealed powers, given his youth, he could not possibly withstand such an assault. Do you see? This cosmic force is not something ordinary individuals can command. Not even the mightiest grandmasters can hope to reach this threshold. To witness such mysterious power in the face of death, be grateful if you must perish. Donggong Xiangwen taunted, unleashing his attack with a sardonic smile that he stood upon the battle platform, seemingly fused with the very fabric of the cosmos, signifying his profound comprehension of the celestial forces. Yet, no matter how potent the cosmic energies, they could not veil his identity as a mortal martial artist. Before the cultivators, all was rendered trivial. In response to Donggong Xiangwen's unleashed force, Shen Liangkai merely raised his hand and pressed down lightly. In an instant, the spiritual essence of the heavens converged, manifesting an invisible hand in the void. As Shen Liangkai's palm descended, that ethereal hand descended with an unrivaled might. In the next moment, the onlookers gasped as Donggong Xiangwen's proud attack crumbled effortlessly under the weight of the invisible hand, obliterated without resistance. The hand remained unscathed, continuing its relentless descent upon Donggong Xiangwen's form. With a resounding thud, the air reverberated as Donggong Xiangwen let out a muffled groan, feeling a colossal force bearing down upon his spine, his bones creaking under the strain. Unable to withstand it any longer, he was compelled to kneel before that unseen hand. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath him splintered, fissures radiating outward from his kneeling form, a testament to the overwhelming force in that moment. Every gaze was frozen, awash with disbelief and horror. No one had anticipated that a seemingly mere youth, at the blood exchange level, could wield such terrifying power. Even Donggong Xiangwen, a paragon of excellence, was rendered helpless by Shen Liangkai's strike. Truly inconceivable. How is this possible? You are but at the blood exchange level. How could you so easily dismantle my cosmic force? What sorcery is this? Donggong Xiangwen, now kneeling, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity that he had never imagined that Shen Liangkai, with his seemingly inferior cultivation, could possess such formidable might. Yet, he seemed unwilling to accept defeat. With a fierce roar, he summoned every ounce of his spirit, striving to rise. But Shen Liangkai's hand pressed down once more. An even more terrifying force of suppression descended like divine retribution. Before Donggong Xiangwen could regain his footing, he was once again forced to the ground. In that moment, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging upon his forehead as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. A pitiable sight indeed. The once proud Donggong Xiangwen, hailed as the foremost genius of the Qingyun realm, had fallen, brought low by Shen Liangkai's casual gesture. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, none would dare believe such a reality. You wretch! How dare you harm my disciple? Prepare to pay with your life. Observing Donggong Xiangwen's humiliating state, his master, Dai Nianjun, could no longer remain seated. He soared into the air, exuding the overwhelming presence of a grand master. Even before his form settled in the void, he unleashed a ferocious palm strike, imbued with an immense destructive power. The air around him quaked and twisted as he sought to obliterate Shen Liangkai. The expressions of King Kong and the others darkened. They had not anticipated that Dai Nianjun would disregard the tournament's rules to strike at Shen Liangkai. Elder Dai has made his move. As expected of a grandmaster, that palm is terrifying. No matter how strong Shen Liangkai may be, he cannot withstand such a blow. Murmurs spread through the crowd as this sudden turn of events unfolded. Voices of concern resonated among the spectators. Many nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the sentiment. The most esteemed elder of the Qixia sect, Dai Nianjun's prowess ranked among the top 5 in the Great Way. A true master of his generation, Shen Liangkai's humiliation of his disciple would certainly demand retribution. Chapter 74. I shall claim your flesh. How dare you boast before me, unworthy as you are? Witnessing Dai Nianjun's intervention, Shen Liangkai's brow furrowed, but he chose to disregard Dai Nianjun's palm strike, extending his own hand with fierce intent. In an instant, that hand transcended all limits. No matter how formidable Dai Nianjun's strike, it was rendered futile. As it passed, everything shattered and disintegrated, aiming directly for Dai Nianjun's throat. Dai Nianjun's expression turned to one of terror. She attempted to evade but found it too late. That hand clamped down upon her throat like an iron vice, freezing her in midair. No matter how she struggled, it was of no avail. Beneath that overwhelming power, Dai Nianjun felt utterly insignificant, a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. As a grandmaster, you breached the tournament's rules by intervening in battle. Do you not see your transgression? Shen Liangkai stood with hands clasped behind his back, eyes sharp as he regarded the reddening face of Dai Nianjin, his voice icy. "Who are you to possess such strength?" Dai Nianjin clutched her throat, a mask of terror etched upon her face. "Asa Grandmaster." She had never before felt such a crushing despair. She could not fathom that this power could be wielded by a mere youth. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd, hearts trembling with trepidation. Previously, Shen Liangsai's suppression of Donggong Xiangwen had already left them reeling, yet they could hardly believe that it was merely an appetizer. Even Dai Nianjin, a Grand Master, had been effortlessly vanquished, truly astonishing. Fifth Ran clenched her delicate fists, her expression grim. She had never anticipated that Shen Liangsai's rune mastery would be so earth-shattering, his personal strength equally formidable. Even her senior sister was no match for him. Easily subdued, the spectacle exceeded Fifth Ran's comprehension. Once, she had felt humiliated by her defeat to Shen Liangkai, vowing to train diligently for revenge. Yet now, all feelings of shame and lingering will to fight had been utterly extinguished at this moment. Fifth Ran had lost all hope of avenging herself against Shen Liangkai. His might left her feeling utterly powerless. "Release Elder Dai at once. This wager shall stand for the great Liang's victory." As Dai Nianjin's peril intensified, the Prince of the Great Way hastily rose, addressing Shen Liangkai. Shen Liangkai turned his gaze towards him, declaring, "The wager for the great Liang's victory is beyond question. You of the Great Way, who disregard the rules, must face the consequences." Before his words had fully settled, the invisible hand tightened its grip. Dai Nianjin's face, turning an alarming shade of purple, perilously close to death. Witnessing this, the prince's expression darkened as he inquired, "What do you intend?" Shen Liangkai replied, "In addition to the return of lost territories, the Great Way must cede the 8 southern counties as compensation. If not, prepare to collect this 1's remains." His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. The onlookers shuddered at his words. The 8 southern counties of the Great Way were vital territories bordering the Great Liang, rich in resources, an indispensable part of the kingdom. Now, Shen Liangkai not only demanded the return of lands previously occupied by the Great Way, but also sought the cession of the southern 8 counties. A bold and audacious request. The Prince of the Great Way clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his brows knitted tighter. The Qixia sect was the foremost sect in the Great Way, its foundation rivaling that of the imperial family. Should anything befall Dai Nianjin, he would have to answer to the Qixia sect. After a brief moment of weighing the pros and cons, the prince, with a heavy heart, conceded, "I shall grant your request." "Release her." With the assurance given, Shen Liangkai withdrew his hand, and Dai Nianjin crumpled to the ground, her gaze upon him filled with terror. "Good." Instantly, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the people of the Great Liang. Since the inception of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, they had endured countless humiliations and oppressions. Their pent-up anger had reached a boiling point, yet they had been forced to endure in silence. Even facing the disgrace of ceding 36 cities in the north, they could do nothing. Yet unexpectedly, Shen Liangkai had emerged at the critical moment, overwhelming both Dai Nianjin and Donggong Xiangwen. Not only did they regain their dignity, but they also aided the Great Liang in acquiring vast territories. Such exhilarating sensations, if not experienced firsthand, are utterly ineffable. Prince Kong, the third prince, Princess Pingyang, Li Xiuda, Yuanan, Wu Huiwe, and Li Hongyun were all visibly elated. Li Hongyun was especially animated, his excitement causing him to dance with Joyin that moment. Shen Liangkai undoubtedly became a hero in the hearts of the people of Great Liang. Shen Liangkai did not spare a glance at Dai Nianjin, striding directly off the stage. Observing Shen Liangsai's departing figure, Donggong Xiangwen appeared dazed, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. Shen Liangkai not only effortlessly defeated him, but also crushed his master with ease, which undoubtedly shattered Donggong Xiangwen's confidence. Similar to Donggong Xiangwen's expression was Jiang Qichuan, who had once severely doubted Shen Liangsai's alchemical prowess, that he had dismissed Shen Liangsai's advice in Prince Kang's residence and harbored resentment towards Shen Liangkai due to Princess Pingyang's excessive enthusiasm for him. However, after witnessing Shen Liangsai's godlike prowess, Jiang Qichuan realized how foolish his previous thoughts had been. It could be said that Shen Liangkai existed on an entirely different plane from him. Throughout, Shen Liangkai had never regarded him as a worthy opponent, leading to the indifference that he displayed towards Jiang Qichuan's overt hostility, which was tantamount to disdain. Did I end this moment? Jiang Qichuan's heart was a tumult of emotions, and he began to doubt himself. Reflecting on the past, he discovered that it had all been a self-directed performance. Shen Liangkai had never considered him a significant threat. Master, you have worked hard. Shen Liangkai paid no heed to the thoughts of the onlookers as he leisurely returned to the main viewing platform, where Prince Kong Liang Wenjing, the third Prince Liang Juntian, Princess Pingyang, Li Xiuda, Li Hongyuan, and numerous civil and military officials all rose to greet him. Liang Wenjing, in front of everyone, bowed deeply to Shen Liangkai. Shen Liangkai helped him to his feet and waved his hand, saying, "This is our agreement. I merely fulfilled my obligations. Your Highness need not be so formal." Unlike the others, Shen Liangkai was devoid of their emotional fluctuations. His purpose was straightforward: to assist the great Liang in winning the wager, thereby securing 2 slots to enter the Meteor Sea. That he had no desire to concern himself with other matters. Today, Master Shun has showcased our nation's might and assisted Great Liang in expanding its territories. He is truly a hero of our time, declared the third Prince Liang Juntian with a smile, his excitement tempered by his usual grace. Shun Liangsai's intervention had turned the tide for Great Liang at this martial arts tournament. While some rejoiced, others could not muster a smile, notably Crown Prince Liang Junhong, who awaited Great Liang's defeat to seize the opportunity to denounce Prince Kong and the third prince before the emperor, thereby solidifying his position as heir apparent. However, he had not anticipated that Shun Liangkai would thwart his plans entirely. This child possesses a pure yang immortal body. With his flesh, I can reincarnate and rebuild. At that very moment, Grandmaster Chen Xingzhou's gaze was fixed on Shun Liangkai, his pupils flashing with intense fervor as he spoke to the woman beside him. "If the lady is willing." The woman nodded, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at Shun Liangkai, a glint of danger flickering within. Shun Liangsai's celestial perception far exceeded that of his peers, allowing him to detect the slightest stirrings within miles. Naturally, he noticed the perilous look in the woman's eyes as well. With Shun Liangsai's victory over Dai Ninjin and Donggong Xiangwen's disciples, this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament had reached its conclusion. If Donggong Xiangwen had dazzled the audience, then Shen Liangsai's performance had been transformative, demonstrating to all what true strength entailed. From this day forth, Shen Liangsai's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the Qingyun realm, becoming known to all. Yet Shen Liangkai remained indifferent to such accolades, having not even participated in the final rankings of the tournament. Thus, the title of first place still belonged to Donggong Xiangwen, with the 2nd to 5th places going to Jiang Qichuan, Chao Hongyi, Kei Yuan, and Ling Gaofei, all of whom were among the most exceptional talents in the Qingyun realm. Their performances were commendable as well. According to the tournament's regulations, the top 5 winners not only received standard rewards, but also earned the qualification to enter the Meteor Sea. To Shun Liangsai's surprise, Tang Min from the Hongyan Merchant Group also made it into the top 20. It was noteworthy that her cultivation was not particularly high, having only recently broken through to the innate realm. Yet despite her disadvantage in cultivation, Tang Min had forcefully surged into the top 20, demonstrating her uniqueness. Shen Liangkai understood that this was related to Tang Min's practice of the breathing technique. It is no exaggeration to say that in the realm of cultivation, any form of strengthening breathing technique surpasses the so-called ultimate martial arts of the mortal realm by leaps and bounds. Not only did Tang Min possess a breathing technique, but she had also cultivated a trace of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. "Friend, congratulations." At that moment, Tang Min approached Shun Liangkai. Gazing upon his handsome visage, her slanted eyes sparkled with intrigue. Tang Min was more acutely aware of Shun Liangsai's strength than anyone else present, for she had witnessed him single-handedly decimate the headquarters of the Hongyan Merchant Group in the Great Liang Kingdom. During that battle, Shen Liangkai had caused the leader of the headquarters to flee in disarray, turning the tide with his singular might. Yet after witnessing Shun Liangsai's current prowess, Tang Min was even more astounded. She could distinctly sense the shift in his strength, which had surged dramatically compared to before. This left Tang Min in admiration, as well as a growing curiosity about Shun Liangkai. She yearned to know how he had achieved such power at such a young age and embarked on the path of a cultivator. A trivial matter, hardly worth a smile.